This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Chinwemo woke up dazed and found her hands tied behind her back and a metal ring around her neck. Hey. You woke up? Quite fast. A bald man behind the laser net wall greeted her, as if he was looking at a new object. And his eyes fell on Chinwemo's lips with amusement. I fed you 10 times the normal dose of drug for knocking out animals. And you woke up in less than an hour. You are in good shape. Chinwemo looked at this familiar face, and began to recall slowly. She was starving, and had no trading currency on the local planet. This kind-hearted person gave her a pack of biscuits, and chatted with her for a while. He also poured her a few glasses of water for fear that she would choke. She didn't remember what happened after that. Trafficking people? She asked. Hey. We are not. We are transporting goods. The bald man corrected her wording. You are so new. I have traveled all over the country and seen so many species. But I have rarely seen one with such strong drug resistance as yours. Where are you going to sell it to? You are calm. It's okay to tell you. Have you heard of Scott Federation? Brother will take you to see the world. Oh. Can you make money? Seeing her calm reaction, the bald man became interested. With your physique, plus a good figure and face, it won't be difficult to find a rich owner. Then you won't have to starve anymore. How about it? Not bad. Call me when you land. Chinwemo glanced inside the house, and closed his eyes again. It was fucking weird today. I was ignored by the picked up goods? The bald man sneered. Sat back at the table. Put his feet up. Stared at Chinwemo. And calculated how much he could sell it for. Chinwemo just saw that in addition to her, there was a laser wall on the right side of the room. And a person curled up in the corner whose face could not be seen clearly. And this bald man had a gun and a knife on his waist. And his clothes seemed to be specially made for bulletproof. I didn't see any switch button. Maybe it was within the bald man's sight. It was not clear how many people were on the spaceship. But it was not important. She needed to gather her energy and metabolize all the drugs. After another comfortable sleep, Chinwemo opened her eyes and saw the bald man got up and operated a few times at the door. And then 7 or 8 people came in. We are here. Girl. Get off. The bald man was holding a cage and standing by the laser wall with a smile. He pressed the button next to him and the light network disappeared. Is it stable? Chinwemo asked. What is this question? The people around looked at each other. And the bald man looked as if he had expected it. I said this is good. The words are interesting and the physique is okay. This time it's good. Then just consider it as you stop. The man who came forward to take her had his neck twisted before he even touched her. Chinwemo broke free from the straps on her wrists in a flash. Pinched a person with one hand. And in front of everyone, drew out the sword on the bald man's waist at an unexpected speed. And pierced his head neatly. At the same time, the handle of the knife she was holding was cut off from the blade. She looked at the half of the knife that was slightly deformed by being pinched in her hand, and threw it away in disgust. The people who were far away reacted and hurriedly clicked the light brain on their wrists. The metal ring on Chinwemo's neck flashed twice and exploded instantly. A puff of white smoke quickly rose and enveloped her head. Who is this guy? Why didn't he report this skill in advance? The man shouted at the remaining survivors. He had never encountered such a big loss even after entering the Federation. No. Our boss said this is a rare commodity. And it took a lot of drugs to take her down. Who would have thought? The people around him felt aggrieved. But after losing 3 brothers in an instant, they felt that Chinwemo died too easily. You? Just this? Everyone panicked and quickly retreated to the door, pulling out their guns and pointing them at the corpse that was still talking and not falling down. Ahem. This smoke doesn't smell good either. The small blood vessel bomb left a scratch on her neck. Chinwemo took a few steps closer to them, pulled out the blade from the bald man's head, and held it in her hand. But she didn't hurt herself at all. And the bald man's blood sprayed a neat splash on the ground. Come together. Get all of you here. Chinwemo wandered for a few months and found that her physique was special everywhere. But she still didn't expect that the interstellar bandits who traffic people were so weak now. She took care of a whole ship of people in a few seconds. She found a small knife that was easy to carry and hide among the corpses on the ground and put it in her pocket. Before leaving, she felt another line of sight. She turned her head and saw the person in the light wall next to her looking at her with fear and curiosity. But when their eyes met, the other person shrank into a ball again. His eyes were quite beautiful, like the sparkling stars between galaxies. But Chen Weimao did not open the protective wall for that person. In such a place, any extra action would bring you no idea what it would bring. She did not leave the ship immediately, but checked all the systems that she had access to. The destination showed that the spacecraft was docked more than 100 kilometers away from the main city of Hughes. But there was a blank on the map. I think it's because the supervision is weak. Or it's the base camp of people like them. It might be an opportunity for her. If she was sent directly to the city, she might not be able to move without identity and money. But if she is here, she can fish in troubled waters. This is the valuable experience she gained from wandering around and being treated as a second-class citizen. She also destroyed all the screen lines in the spacecraft and left cleanly without leaving any trace. The place where the spacecraft landed seemed very remote, and no one could be seen. But she could see strange buildings towering into the sky in the distance. She had heard that the Scott Federation was one of the richest places in the interstellar space. And now she saw it before she even entered the city. She didn't even need a map. She walked deeper into the woods, and a few stone houses were sparsely embedded in the mounds. There were not many people coming and going, and they didn't seem to be wary of her strange face. Chen Weimao entered a room at random and sat at the bar. The wall was covered with old stories about Scott and Hughes City, and she read them with relish. What would you like to drink, ma'am? After a long while, a sturdy old man came out from the back and greeted her with a smile. No more drinks. I want to ask something. Chen Weimao got straight to the point. I want to go into the city. What do I need to prepare? It depends on what you want to do. If you want to make a living, you can go to the entrance to apply for a refugee permit. If you want to make money, there are other ways. The other party was very frank and didn't say a word of nonsense. Chen Weimao asked, what's the difference? What can refugees do? The man replied, there are regulations here. Any creature that has to wander the interstellar space to seek shelter after its home, or even its country has suffered a major change, is a refugee. The Federation will accept some refugees for humanitarian reasons. But the form is the form, and outsiders must not squeeze the resources of the Federation. In other words, just stay alive. Who cares how you live? In addition, the physical signs of refugees who legally enter the Federation will be entered into the system. They have no authority no matter where they go. And even if they can deceive people, they cannot deceive the machine. So refugees just do some unskilled work. As long as it's cheaper than machines. It doesn't matter if you don't make money. Chen Weimao will never take the initiative to do things like inputting vital signs information. What about other ways? The uncle pushed her a glass of water, smiling more earnestly. We may be of different races, but our common friend is money. Here we all take orders and assign jobs. What can you do? Chen Weimao didn't want to drink the water here anymore. She pushed it back a little silently. I don't buy and sell people. Hey, what are you talking about? Who would assign such a job? They are all self-organized and run by others. And they are not the same as us. Doesn't that conflict with you? Each of us makes our own money. As long as they don't cause trouble. We can eat at the same table. Chen Weimao stroked the cup with his fingers and suddenly said, then how do you know that you and I are the same? The uncle's smile remained unchanged. But his squinted eyes were a little colder, although a big tree attracts the wind. The reason why the tree is big is because the roots are deep. Our place is small, but it can accommodate many people. We are all friends. He told Chen Weimao clearly that he would not openly do business without a backer. So if you want to find trouble, don't find him. But there is an advantage here. That is, no one asks where you come from. You work hard to make money. And I will take the agency fee. And no one will suffer. You have a guarantee. And I feel at ease doing it. Chen Weimao relaxed his shoulders. In this place where black and white are all taken. It is delicious. I am short of money, and don't want to cause a death. I want to find a low-key one. No matter how difficult it is. Well, there are two options. One is to fight in the underground ring. Those people who are used to seeing mechas like to see some blood. But they won't kill anyone. The other is to sell vegetables, meat, and bone specimens. We call this purchasing here. Sell vegetables? Chen Weimao thought he had heard it wrong. I heard that nowadays, rich people in the interstellar usually use nutrient solution to maintain vital signs and improve nutrition. It is convenient to carry, but very expensive. Why is the vegetable expensive in a federation with a large population like Scott? The uncle was not surprised and explained. The vegetables I am talking about are not all for eating. Most of them are plants that grow in remote places and have extremely high medicinal properties. As for the meat and skeleton, some places are rarely visited because there are star beasts everywhere. Rich people like this kind of thing. Putting specimens at home is luxurious and shows strength. Then, how to get there? Sharing the bill with you? Madam, you are straightforward. I have maps and illustrations, which can be sent to you from the optical computer. But when it comes to the information fee, we will split it 50-50 for the first time. If we can make a profit, we can talk about it later. Chen Weimo paused for a moment and said slowly, I don't have an optical computer. The uncle glanced at her clothes and didn't look so poor that she couldn't even afford a laptop. But he knew how to maintain the customer's face and said, That's fine. I can also tell you the coordinates of the first visit and what to take. As he said that, he suddenly realized a problem. I just don't know what equipment support do you have now? Ma'am? To put it bluntly, do you have aircraft and weapons? At present, I have a knife. Chen Weimo answered sincerely, although this was also just picked up. The uncle regretted saying that he would not ask about her background so early. How did this poor girl get into Scott? Who gave her a ride? Could this woman be trying to get something for nothing? Chen Weimo saw that the other party hesitated and planned to negotiate with him. Everything is difficult at the beginning. If you are worried, you can take 80% of the first income, and I will take 20%. I will do a private job for you for free. How about that? She had nothing on her. Not even anything to use as collateral. Oh, I forgot to mention that my name is Chen Weimo. Before the planet where our country was located exploded and disappeared, I was a military officer directly under the state. Chapter 2. The uncle pondered the words exploded and disappeared. What did it mean? Doesn't that mean a planet died? Not only did she lose her country, but her hometown was also physically uninhabitable. This was rare. The uncle didn't mind her military background. He had met many down-and-out officers who would do anything despicable to make a living. But Chen Weimo just wanted to earn some money from manual labor. Besides, he liked to cooperate with someone who was penniless and in urgent need of money, so the conditions would be easier to negotiate. So, you are pretty good at fighting? Not bad. The uncle poured her another glass of water and said with a smile, How about this? I will lend you my flying machine. Just as a friend. The first time I will pay 70% and you will pay 30%. And I will lend you money to buy a light computer for easy communication. After he finished speaking, he poured the first glass of water into the sink behind the bar. Chen Weimo followed the uncle in silence. Whether the other party had good intentions or bad intentions, she would accept it. Having nothing means being fearless. Everyone here calls me Lao Shua. Anyone who wants to find a job will come to me. Although there are few people living here and there is no proper place name, there are actually quite a few people who really come and go. They are all used to calling this place Zero Field. Lao Shua took her into another small restaurant, into the back kitchen, and through layers of low stone doors, and suddenly entered a very long corridor, with all kinds of weapons on both sides. What do you usually use? Lao Shua asked her. Knife. Long knife. Are you serious? Lao Shua laughed. She was still keen on using cold weapons in this era. It seemed that she was not born well. Some star beasts cannot be killed with a knife. I have never used any advanced weapons. The most powerful weapon I used before was just a spear. But I usually only use a knife. Chen Weimo picked up a knife and made a knife flower. It felt light and flicked the blade. The thin and brittle steel blade broke directly. Put it on the account. I will compensate you when I come back. Chen Weimo pretended to be calm and put it down gently. He did not dare to take other weapons. It's okay. Let's look at something else. Lao Shua said it was okay and looked back at the broken knife. He remembered that the material of this knife was good. A-grade material. Although it looked thin, it was harder than special buildings. This was a weapon that could be used on the battlefield. How could she break it with her bare hands? Lao Shua gave her a gun with a complicated shape, and it was suitable for places like the snowfield where loud noises could not be heard. He saw that Chen Weimo was very fast, which saved him a lot of trouble. But he was still thinking about the knife. Come and take a look at this. He walked to the corner and opened a safe, which contained several swords with exquisite patterns. He was not short of money, and occasionally collected some antiques or old things made of rare materials. He drew a half-man-high saber. The engravings on the scabbard were delicate and tortuous, not like something used by ordinary people. Didn't you say you were used to using a knife? Prepare one. Chen Weimao didn't dare to take it for a moment. This one looked more expensive than the previous one. Is this strong? Better than the previous one. It is made of Uzbekistan. There was a small country that produced this metal in abundance in the past. Its hardness could compete with the materials used to make mechas. Later, this small country was destroyed by Scott because of this metal. He was accused of storing a large number of dangerous weapons that endangered the surrounding galaxies. Most of this type of metal was also seized by Scott. This is a later story, and Lao Zhua didn't need to mention it to Chen Weimao. Chen Weimao touched it carefully, and it seemed to be really good. Much better than what she had used before. So she played with it for a few times. The quality and weight are very comfortable. Can I try to chop something? Of course. There is a gun testing room in the next room. And you can also test the knife there. Nowadays, there are not many people who use cold weapons. The so-called knife testing is just to put a big stone with many cuts on it. Chen Weimao first touched it, then hammered it lightly, and didn't dare to chop it right away. This is the leftover material of S-level material lance gold, which can be used to make mechas. I got a small piece. You can try it without worry. Lao Zhua saw her restrained look, and felt helpless. After all, she was a poor person who had never seen the world. But the next second, with Lao Zhua's approval, Chen Weimao used all his strength to punch the stone, and actually knocked off a corner. Yes. Stand further away. Don't let it hit you. Lao Zhua's words were stuck in his throat, and he felt his throat burning. Where did this monster come from? Can he crush S-level materials with his bare hands? But when he saw Chen Weimao using a knife to directly cut off a third of the stone, his curiosity turned into excitement. He seemed to have bet on the right horse. If she can use a knife like this, what can't she do if she has other weapons to add bonuses? But Lao Zhua didn't show it on his face. If he was too happy, it would be difficult to lower the price. Don't go to a dangerous place for your first time. Look at this. The one-way flight time is 3 hours. If everything goes well, you can return tomorrow. Lao Zhua handed Chen Weimao a light computer, which had uploaded a detailed geographical location and a list of goods. Chen Weimao glanced at the first item on the list, Snow Shadow Vine. DX56 star is above 3,000 meters above sea level, and may encounter silver leopards. The market price ranges from 10,000 to 30,000. The snow shadow vines in the picture are thick and dense, half a person's height wide, and the vines are green, but covered with a layer of dense white hair, which is not conspicuous in the snow. This thing can move, can strangle people, and has strong power. It is said that it can flip an aircraft, but it bullies the weak and fears the strong. If it can sense that the opponent is stronger, it will run away, and it will drill into any hole it sees, so it is difficult to catch. Lao Zhua explained that he was not worried that Chen Weimao would be strangled to death, but he was worried that the vines would be slippery, and she would not be able to hold them. How fast is it? Medium. You can catch up with it by running a few steps. If you encounter it, cut off the tip and the tenderest part, about 2 or 3 meters long. No need to pull it out by the roots. It can grow again in the future. It is quite sustainable. Chen Weimao commented silently. She thought it would be more valuable to bring the whole tree back. Silver leopard, she murmured. In fact, she had encountered it before. It is very common. There are such creatures in extremely cold places. It is not difficult to deal with. But I don't know why it is classified as an S-level star beast in this information. How much is the skeleton of a silver leopard? This is not written in the information. Chen Weimao has to ask clearly. Lao Zhua scratched his face. He didn't let her bring it. Besides, S-level star beasts are not S-level materials that can be cut down at will. We do our best, but we don't have to do it all at once. Isn't it valuable? That's not what I mean. Silver leopards are indeed valuable. Someone cut off one of its claws and brought it back to sell for 100,000 star coins. 100,000? How much? Chen Weimao suddenly realized that she didn't even understand the concept of money here. 100,000? Enough for you to eat for half a year. And it's the kind of delicious food and drink. Lao Zhua laughed. How could she be so unfamiliar with Scott? Chen Weimao hummed. She also heard that Lao Zhua didn't expect her to do this. Then wait until the time comes. If she doesn't meet him, she will honestly pick vegetables. If she meets him, it's easy. The aircraft that Lao Zhua prepared for her was mini but fully functional. Chen Weimao got the hang of it quickly, and set off immediately without delay. according to the location given by Lao Shua. To get to the destination, she only needs to pass through a nearby application wormhole. And with Lao Shua's one-way pass, Chen Weimo can be said to have no obstacles. That's great. Chen Weimo sighed in her heart. She used to drive a shabby aircraft that couldn't travel through the stars to monitor several satellite asteroids around her home planet. But now, she has fled to such a faraway place, using such advanced machinery, and has a glimpse of this new but common life for the residents of the Scott Federation. She also made up for the geography knowledge of the Scott Federation. It turns out that the naming of the DX56 star is not a random code. The Federation classifies known stars according to living conditions, transformability, and the situation of the indigenous people. Class D is the worst. Not only is the environment harsh, but there are also extremely dangerous creatures on the planet. And there are many unexplored or unexplorable areas. But what kind of dangerous star beast is a silver leopard? She had fought it with her bare hands before. Lao Shua didn't tell her all the information. She read it and arrived at her destination. After getting off the spaceship, the world was white, and the cold wind mixed with sharp ice flakes rolled on people. But Chen Weimo was only wearing a single layer of clothes and didn't feel that cold. She has always been thick-skinned and has a high tolerance for extreme temperatures. She walked to a higher place according to the experience given by Lao Shua. The roots of the snow shadow vine are extremely thick, which means that it needs a suitable space to store its roots. Chen Weimo also carried a cold-resistant and wind-resistant heating machine to attract vines. After walking for more than an hour, Chen Weimo's feet moved slightly, and the thick snow layer slid down and collapsed. But she did not sink too much. She habitually drew out a knife instead of a gun and waited quietly. But she did not move, and the movement of her feet stopped. In the stalemate, she moved up one step. In an instant, her feet lost weight, and 3 vines several meters high and 1 person wide broke through the snow. It was much larger and faster than what was shown in the information. It seemed that I had to remind Lao Shua to update the information when I went back. Chen Weimo was still thinking about this as she fell headfirst. She did not panic, but turned over and landed lightly on the vine, as if she were walking on flat ground. At the same time, the tip of the knife pierced in, and the blade was halfway in. Chen Weimo ran wildly, leaving scratches all over the vine, almost peeling it off. The vine was shaking violently, and the other 2 vines that had not been cut fell from the air at a high speed, aiming at Chen Weimo. But Chen Weimo had already cut off the tip of the vine, and she jumped down when she was more than 10 meters from the ground, landing unscathed. Then, she dragged the 2 or 3 meter long broken vine and slid down the steep slope. The snow shadow vine was not afraid at all, but became more and more fierce. If she rushed the other 2 greedily, she might not be able to take advantage. After hiding for a while, the movement above disappeared. Chen Weimo stuck her head out and didn't see the vine chasing her. Although it was manic, it didn't seem to be a very intelligent creature. This piece in her hand was enough. Chen Weimo felt that with this size, she should be able to reach the upper limit of the price. Unexpectedly, it was so smooth and she had plenty of time. She wanted to try her luck and see if she could catch a silver leopard. She packed the vines, put them on her back, and walked deeper into the ice field. But she was not so lucky this time. The white world seemed endless. Occasionally, the vines moved underground, but they never emerged again. Chen Weimo did not see any living creatures again. Don't be too greedy. She was already very satisfied with this harvest. When she went back to exchange it for money, maybe there would be some left after paying off the debt. Just as she was about to go back, she heard several consecutive gunshots in the distance, and the sound vibrated in the air. Who is so ignorant of life and death that he would fire a gun in the ice and snow without fear of an avalanche? Chen Weimo ran in that direction, crossed a hill, and looked down from the top of the hill. There was a man below who was shooting wildly at the top, and another man, although he also had a gun, was just running around meaninglessly on the periphery. If this continues, the 2 people standing in the depression will be buried alive by the snow that fell. It might even implicate her. Chen Weimo didn't even think about it. Took out the gun, aimed at the man's feet, and pulled the trigger accurately. Chapter 3. Who is it? The man was furious and roared at the mountains. Keep your voice down. There will be an avalanche soon. The man pretending to help him stopped him in fear. But when he met his eyes, his tone became weaker. Chen Weimo slid down the slope. I don't want to care about your life or death. But it would be bad if I fired my gun casually in a place like this and hurt others. It's none of your business. Who are you? The man turned his gun towards Chen Weimao, his fingers trembling slightly due to excessive excitement. Chen Weimao ignored him. After coming down, he found that there seemed to be bloodstains on the snow slope in front. Damn it. I finally met Silver Leopard. But you messed it up. He became more and more excited as he spoke. He had been unable to move in the ice and snow all day, even if he wore a light heating coat. His hands and feet were frozen stiff. Looking at the woman opposite with snow shadow vines on her back and thin clothes, he became even more angry. He must have some gains. Right? The trigger was pulled, and a long bullet was fired. Chen Weimao stared at its movement, and did not dodge, but felt that it was very slow. The bullet seemed to be wrapped in a transparent viscous liquid in the air, and everything could be observed. At least in her eyes. Objects moving at high speed were like this. She reached out and caught the bullet. The pattern on the bullet was strange. It didn't seem to be an ordinary penetrating weapon. She used her fingernails to grind the tiny grooves, and a circle of metal thorns exploded. Hey! Get out of the way! He won't leave anyone alive. The young man next to her thought she was dead, but he didn't expect her to catch the bullet with her bare hands, so he remembered to let her run. Damn it! The man was furious and fired a few more shots. But Chen Weimao didn't even dodge this time. He took it hard, staggered a few times, but still stood firm. Monster, definitely a monster. When the man saw that Chen Weimao only had a few holes in her clothes and a few red spots on her body, fear finally overcame greed, and he turned and ran away in fear. Chen Weimao looked at the back and raised his hand to shoot without hesitation. This kind of person, relying on his good weapons, dares to attack and rob in person, but is also afraid of death. If he lets him run away, he might turn around and dismantle a few parts of her spaceship and let her starve to death, trapped in this wilderness. Hey, 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 don't kill him yet. The young man stumbled, and he couldn't stop him. He watched his companion fall in the snow. I'm done, he muttered in a daze, and suddenly fell at Chen Weimao's feet like a madman, tearing the metal ring on his neck and crying, if he dies, I have to die too. How can you be so quick? I haven't asked him to take it off for me yet. Chen Weimao lowered his head and saw that his metal ring was indeed flashing. Will his death trigger this explosion? How long will it take? 1 minute. In just a few seconds. The man burst into tears, holding Chen Weimao tightly and crying loudly. It's made of special materials. It can't be cut, and it can't be opened without his biometric unlocking. What should I do now? You have to compensate me. Click. It can be torn apart. Chen Weimao grabbed the broken ring with his right hand and threw it casually, and the metal exploded in midair. The man stared at Chen Weimao blankly, without reacting, tentatively touched his neck. Is it really gone? Didn't it explode on his neck? I. Take care of yourself. Chen Weimao left a word and left. Originally, she wanted to try her luck to see if she could meet the Silver Leopard, but ended up meeting such an unlucky person. She shouldn't have kept that young man alive. But he seemed to be afraid that she would die and reminded her, so she would accept the favor and spare his life. She returned the same way with the huge vine on her back. But not long after she walked, the man behind her ran up to her. Thank you very much. Life-saving grace. What's the name of the benefactor? I'm Mei Chen. I also do some shopping work in the interstellar space. This time I was unlucky, and met the guy who robbed my spaceship and threatened me to help him work. Thanks to you for saving me. Chen Weimao glanced at him. Noisy. Well, do you want to go back and see the Silver Leopard? It has been shot just now. It shouldn't run far. Don't worry. You can take the Silver Leopard. I give you all my gains this time. Mei Chen was happy, and didn't care that Chen Weimao ignored him. Are you leaving? Where are you going? Let's leave a contact number. Mei Chen persisted and jumped in front of Chen Weimao again. Don't block my way. You haven't told me your name yet. How can I repay you? Don't follow me. That's my repayment. Chen Weimao couldn't stand people who were too enthusiastic, so she rushed back to the spaceship. She looked around and saw that no one was following her. She breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed the automatic driving back to the Federation and landed in Laoshua's private domain. This trip was much faster than the original plan. She arrived at midnight the next day. The darkness swallowed up the scene, that she was not familiar with. So she slept directly in the spaceship. But before the sun rose, Chen Weimao was awakened by the noise outside the spaceship. She was surrounded by a group of people holding unknown weapons. And Lao Shuo was standing behind the leader. This is interesting. Chen Weimao wiped the knife, left the scabbard in the cabin, and opened the cabin door. Who are you? She asked. An independent detachment under the Federal Border Administration, specializing in the reception of alien species and refugees. I am the Captain Xiao Liang. The leader was tall and straight, and his uniform was meticulous and very straight. We noticed that a spaceship nearby had been staying for a long time. When we went to investigate, we found that everyone on the ship had died. The death was extremely tragic. Only the kidnapped and trafficked foreigners were left. We are currently searching for the murderer. He stared at Chen Weimao, waved his hand, and his men came forward with a thin woman. Is it her? Xiao Liang asked. Chen Weimao looked at the girl. It seemed that he had never seen her before, but her eyes made people feel familiar. Is she her neighbor next door on the spaceship? Chen Weimao clenched the knife and quietly stepped back with his right foot half a step, so that it would be easier to take the initiative. The girl was no longer restrained, and even changed into clean clothes. She looked at Chen Weimao and shook her head at Xiao Liang. Are you sure? Take a closer look. Xiao Liang naturally didn't believe it. Most of the bodies had knife wounds deep enough to see the bone. And the knife in front of him was even more impressive. Not many people use knives these days. In addition, there are not many newcomers. After checking the entry and exit records, there is only this newcomer here at Lao Shuo. Purchasing. Not like. That woman is taller and stronger than her. And she is very fierce. Chen Weimao remained calm. But he was more suspicious of this than girl. Why did she lie? They were strangers. He didn't even save her. Captain Xiao. Have you made enough trouble in front of me? If you scare my new partner away, this deal will be difficult to settle. Lao Shuo smiled kindly. But his words were not so soft. A few interstellar bandits died. So why make such a big fuss? You have always wanted to find a chance to annihilate them. So it's not a bad thing to take advantage of it now. Lao Shuo. Be careful what you say. Xiao Liang didn't even look at him, but just stared at Chen Weimao. The woman did not show any nervousness or fear. She held a knife and faced their well-equipped equipment. It was unknown whether she was ignorant and fearless or too confident. Is it you? He asked Chen Weimao directly. What if it is? What if it is not? Chen Weimao did not answer directly, although she did not understand these federal institutions. Looking at the situation, the other party needed an excuse to settle the storm anyway. In this case, it is okay if it is not her. Captain Xiao. Why waste your time here? I asked this guy to bring some stuff back for the gentleman in the city, and he's in a hurry to report. Lao Shuo came out to smooth things over, but he told Xiao Liang not to offend his client behind him. Do you have an identity? Have you applied to enter the city? Xiao Liang asked. Before Chen Weimao could answer, Lao Shuo said, Of course I do. Otherwise how can I leave the Federation? He avoided the question. And the question was about entering the city. But he answered about leaving the country. Captain Xiao. Why don't you go to the north of the city? There are countless refugees there. If that person escapes there and hides, it will be difficult to catch him. Xiao Liang stared at Chen Weimao as if he wanted to see through her. Since you have come to the Federation, you should abide by the regulations here and complete the relevant procedures as soon as possible. He always felt that the man in front of him was the murderer who killed all the bandits, and was worse than the bandits. Although he killed someone who deserved to die, letting such a person stay in the Federation would sooner or later be a disaster. But Lao Shuo's place was entangled, and he repeatedly protected this woman, so he couldn't move now. Let's go to the north of the city. Xiao Liang finally gave Lao Shuo this face. Captain Xiao, you've worked hard. I won't see you off. Lao Shuo was very polite. After the scene was cleared, he hurried back and whispered to Chen Weimao, Did you really do that? Yes. Chen Weimao told Lao Shuo the truth. Okay. I didn't misjudge you. Lao Shuo laughed instead of getting angry. How was this trip? Did you get anything? In the cabin. Lao Shuo went to take a look and ran out excitedly. Why is it so big? This can be sold for a good price. Lao Shuo. Chen Weimao lowered the tip of the knife and asked, Why are you speaking up for me? Well, helping you is also helping me. A partner with outstanding ability is hard to come by. Besides, it's just a few bastards who sold people who died. It's not a big deal. The Xiaoyang just now is actually a good person. But he is a little stupid and sometimes hard to talk to. But he knows what he is doing. Qin Weimao put the tip of the knife against the ground and looked at his shoes with several scratches. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble this time. If something happens in the future, I won't implicate you. Lao Shua smiled and said, What do you mean by implicate or not? I'm not being arrogant. I've been watching people coming and going here for decades. And I'm pretty good at judging people. I help you because you can help me. And I need your help. That's how business relationships last. That's true. Take this vine. The fare for this trip and the knife I broke should be a lot of money. Where else can you go next? Why? Do you want to keep working? Lao Shua touched his already barren head. It's been quiet this late at night. Come with me to the house to rest. There's no rush to buy things. Creditors are not in a hurry. But debtors are. Qin Weimao has not had much idea about the amount of money in the Federation. But she vaguely feels that it should be a lot. She doesn't like to owe others anything. I'm not hungry. And I slept well. Anyway, I'm free. Pass the booklet to me, and I go to each one. Lao Shua saw that she was in rags. But he didn't expect her to be a stubborn and honest person. He couldn't help but feel a little more satisfied with her. At least change your clothes first. Take a look at yourself. Hey! Where are these holes? You didn't have them when you left? Nothing. I met a madman who shot at me a few times. And my clothes were torn. Hey! What about you? Lao Shua was stunned. But the person was standing in front of him. Without a single drop of blood. So he didn't need to say such a silly and caring thing. You are invulnerable. Fortunately, some weapons are not strong enough. In fact, Qin Weimao was quite confident about this. Since she started wandering, she found that most of the weapons she encountered could not hurt her at all. And some of them were called extremely lethal. She couldn't explain the reason. She thought, probably because of different races. Then you? Lao Shua wanted to ask, but was interrupted by an urgent shout in front. Uncle Zhua, do you have any food? Nutrient solution is also fine. Help! Qin Weimao heard the voice sounded familiar, followed Lao Shua to the front hall, and saw that the noisy boy who was thrown away by her was holding a piece of cloth tightly in his arms. But his limbs were stiff, as if nailed to the spot. What are you doing so early in the morning? Lao Shua seemed to be very familiar with him, and he went up and hit him on the head directly. What are you holding? Well, benefactor? Why are you here too? Mei Chen saw Qin Weimao, and pulled the corner of his mouth with surprise. He was about to rush up, but he froze when he remembered what he had in his hand. I went to find the silver leopard, but it gave birth. Chapter 4. Mei Chen felt that his luck had improved again. Although he encountered a robbery this time, there was an even more powerful benefactor who helped him to deal with it. Not only did the benefactor not ask him for anything, he was also able to monopolize the entire injured silver leopard. But when he found the silver leopard, he discovered that the injured one was actually a female leopard that was about to give birth. The female leopard was dead, and there was no other way. So he cut open her belly and picked out the cub. But such a small and soft fragile life was like a hot potato in his hand, and he seemed to be able to crush it to death with just a little force. Silver leopards are such proud and majestic creatures. How come their newborn cubs are so small? Only the size of a palm? The joy of seeing my benefactor again was immediately interrupted by the weak breath in his hand. Uncle Zhua, have you ever raised a silver leopard? What should I do? Who has ever raised this thing? Where did you get it? Old Zhua also saw a newborn silver leopard for the first time, and he didn't know what to do. The manuals only teach how to hunt, but not how to raise. Feed it with nutrient solution. Wait, are you going to sell it? I don't know. Mei Chen was stunned. He only thought about how to save it, and never thought about how to treat this young dangerous creature if he really saved it. You need to get a milk bottle, at room temperature, and a small blanket. Qin Weimao thought that it should be similar to raising a normal animal. Yes. Milk bottle. Lao Shua frantically found these bits and pieces from the corner and handed them to Qin Weimao. Qin Weimao silently hit back. I dare not. I'm afraid I will accidentally strangle it to death. Lao Shua thought her self-perception was reasonable. I haven't done it either. How about you do it? Mei Chen? Mei Chen pinched the slender neck of the silver leopard stiffly and pushed the bottle into its mouth. After a while, the little guy gradually recovered his normal body temperature in Mei Chen's hands. and instinctively looked for the smell of the fragrance. Although the movement was weak, there were still signs of life. Hey, hee. Machen smiled foolishly, but dared not move his body. It seems to work. Although Laoshua is a businessman, he can't help but feel soft-hearted when he sees young creatures. He couldn't help but rub the little head of the silver leopard. This beast is stronger than humans, and it can survive like this. But you have to think about it. It has human scent, and it can't go back. We talk about it later. We've already saved it, so there's no reason to throw it away. Mei Chen didn't think about the future. His brain was always only enough to think about things within 3 days. The female leopard is still in my spaceship, intact. He glanced at Chen Weimao and flattered inexplicably. When its skeleton is made into a specimen, all the money will be given to the benefactor. I just heard you call benefactor. How did you two know each other? Laoshua suddenly remembered this and asked. Mei Chen described yesterday's incident vividly, her tone full of admiration. Even the fear was diluted a little. But the benefactor hasn't said his name yet. Chen Weimao. Chen Weimao was finally forced to tell the truth under the gazes of Laoshua and Mei Chen. After all, she was in Laoshua's house and couldn't run away. Seeing this, Mei Chen immediately became familiar. Sister Weimao. The skin of the silver leopard can also be sold for a good price alone. And it belongs to you. In front of it. Are you going to skin and dismember its mother? Chen Weimao was silent, staring at the little fellow who had not yet opened his eyes. Mei Chen followed her line of sight, and suddenly felt guilty. It probably doesn't understand. Is it possible that it will still hold a grudge against me when it grows up? Besides, I didn't shoot its mother. But he was short of money, so he had to sell it. He settled the little silver leopard and went to collect the trophies he had picked up. Laoshua had never seen a complete silver leopard, so he followed to watch the fun. Only Chen Weimao and the little silver leopard, who had just finished his meal and was now dozing off, were left in the room. She had been sitting far away, but after observing for a while, she sat closer. She stretched out her fingers and rubbed its fine fur. It looked soft, but it felt prickly to the touch. It was born to protect itself. Chen Weimao recalled the time since she entered the Federation. All the shocks were just hidden. She was an extremely backward person from an unknown planet. Why could she communicate with the people of the Federation without any obstacles? She could also understand the words of the Federation? When she was wandering outside, most of the creatures she encountered not only looked very different from her, but she couldn't understand a word they said. And she couldn't even tell which creatures had independent consciousness. But in the Federation, except for her strong physique, she looked the same. Her hometown had frequent abnormal weather, with extreme cold and extreme heat alternating. And there was not much food to eat. And water was even less. The climate in the Federation was mild. And she never felt sorry when she saw Laoshua pouring out a glass of water. She had never seen the decorations and food on the shelves in the house. She couldn't explain what she felt. A little jealous, but more of a lack of understanding. Hey, you're right. The body of the silver leopard is so hard to deal with. Even the chainsaw can't cut it. How much harder would it be if it was still alive? Laoshua came in with a smile and saw Chen Weimao sitting there in a trance. What are you thinking about? Gurgle. Chen Weimao's stomach made a sound before his throat. Why don't you talk when you're hungry? I go get you some food. Didn't you eat the food I brought for you? No need. Chen Weimao jumped up suddenly. I'm fine. Let's work first. In fact, Laoshua prepared a complete set of equipment for her, including warm clothes and food. But she didn't want to use any of them. She was afraid that she would have to pay for the torn clothes. And she didn't need to eat if she wasn't starving. Laoshua sighed softly. He had seen many young people who were shabby but wanted to save face. And he couldn't persuade them. Although Mei Chen is unreliable, you should learn from him. Only by being thick-skinned can you eat all over the world. Are you familiar with him? Not bad. I've known him for 5 or 6 years. He started working outside when he was 12 or 13 years old. He has been doing well so far. And he is really lucky. Laoshua recalled that year. This kid stole something in his house and was caught. As a result, Mei Chen was not afraid, but actively admitted his mistake and called him his uncle on the spot. Sincerely, as if they had known each other for many years. But this brat is not bad. He really wants to give you the money from the sale of the silver leopard. He just asked me for your optical computer and planned to transfer it to you secretly. According to what Laoshua said before, one claw costs 100,000. So wouldn't a complete specimen be a sky-high price? Is he really willing to spend it? Chen Weimo has always been a person who never accepts gifts without merit. So she will talk to him slowly later. She just wants to make money now. If I have money, can I go into the city? It costs 1.2 million to go into the city without an identity card. And there are many procedures and formalities. But I'd better avoid it recently. The Military Academy League will start in 2 months. Now not only is the inspection strict, but many places also need to be cleared. You are unfamiliar with the place. Don't go to the wrong place. What is the League? Lao Shuo patiently explained to her. The Federation has more than just the main planet of Rila. There are 5 major planets, each of which has a top military academy stationed. These 6 major military academies will hold a league every 2 years and update the rankings. Although this matter has nothing to do with us ordinary people. The league is a grand event. And watching the excitement makes people feel excited. Chen Weimo was rarely interested. Then what do they compete in? Fighting? There is mecha fighting. But it's not just standing there and staring at each other. It's all teamwork in different harsh scenarios. Mecha. She knows. Big robots. Mecha fighting. How is it done? Remote control? Then being a soldier in the Federation is too easy. What remote control? You really don't know anything? Old Shuo was a little suspicious of whether she was playing dumb. The Federation's mecha core was famous in the Interstellar. It was a bit exaggerated to say that it was invincible. But it was almost the same. People enter the mecha and use mental power to control it. Don't tell me you don't know mental power either. Chen Weimo didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. Okay. I give you a brief history of the Federation later. And you read it through. Lao Shuo was speechless. But he still introduced. The most important criterion for the Federation to select military talents is perception. Ordinary people are generally D-level. And most of the reserve soldiers in ordinary military academies are C-level and above. Talents like A-level, S-level, SS-level, and even 3S level are basically monopolized by the 6 military academies. Can you make that machine move just by using your brain? It sounds easy, but it is said to be quite difficult to do in practice. It consumes a lot of brain energy. Even geniuses need training. Lao Shuo is also an ordinary person. Although he speaks very well, he has never used those things. He suddenly thought that people like Chen Weimo, who are extremely strong in physical skills, would also have super mental strength? But he was just thinking about it. How could people outside the Federation be qualified to touch such advanced materials as mechas? You will know when the time comes. It is really exciting to see a group of proud people get together. There will be a handicap in the city. When the time comes, you can bet on which team you like, and you may make a lot of money. Who is ranked first now? Chen Weimo's past military career made her curious about the strong. Of course, it is Miller Military Academy on the main star of Rila. They are rich and powerful. Their equipment has always been the best. And they are also very generous to talents, Lao Shuo said, and suddenly touched his chin subtly. Although Miller's reserve soldiers are generally not short of money, do they only select people from rich families? Your logic is wrong. It's not about choosing from rich and powerful people. But only rich and powerful people can have access to the best growth resources. They have been injected with gene injections with almost no side effects since childhood. And the nutrient solution is also of the highest quality. So it's difficult for them to grow up crooked. And those talented people who reach that position naturally marry excellent people. And their offspring are just natural. Chen Weimo heard more and more unfamiliar words. But she also understood one thing. These things have nothing to do with her. It's not too late to slowly understand. Anyway, she has plenty of time. Right now, Lao Shuo. What's the next target? You're really stubborn. I let you take a break. Let you take a break. Lao Shuo almost rolled his eyes. Well, let her do it. No one is taking orders now. Lao Shuo flipped through his laptop. His face darkened. Deguhua. On DZ-99 star. But this thing is poisonous. You should think about it. DZ-99. The name is later than the one she just went to. And the environment must be very bad. It's okay. Send me the information. I leave as soon as I'm ready. Think about it for a while? This order has been on hold for 2 years. Someone came to take it. But they didn't come back. He rarely showed any difficulty. DZ-99 is a planet full of poisonous gas. And the air is highly corrosive. So even if you go, you can't stay too long. Even if you are strong enough to withstand it. The aircraft can't stand it. How much is this? 200,000 per plant. Okay. I take it. Chapter 5. Money is the key to success. Laojue did not persuade her, and deliberately sighed. But he still carefully prepared equipment for Chen Weimo. Where are you going? Sister Weimo? Can I go with you? Mei Chen was skinned and bloody. But when he saw Chen Weimo was leaving again, he followed her excitedly, clinging to this thigh. You are destined to be rich. DZ99. Chen Weimo replied simply. It sounds familiar. Mei Chen did not remember it for a moment. But when he saw Laoshue's reluctant look, he suddenly shouted, that death order? He was suddenly hit on the back of his head. You are good at naming, aren't you? Laoshue gritted his teeth and praised him. Mei Chen then realized that Chen Weimo was going to this unlucky place, and he was trying to destroy her ambition. No. No. Not dead. He looked at Chen Weimo's face, and the other party seemed fine. You really want to go? Then he couldn't accompany her. It's not that he is disloyal, but he knows that if he goes, he will definitely die. It's okay. I make a quick decision. According to the information, this thing is not only poisonous, but also has no other offensive properties. Since there are written records, it means that someone has brought it back before. Although Chen Weimo didn't understand Laoshue's inexplicable worry about her death. After all, they had only known each other for 2 days. But it was not a bad thing for someone to care about her. Laoshue, please help me sell the vines for some money. I know. You money grubber. Go early and come back early. Laoshue could feel that although Chen Weimo was cold, he was not a bad person. And he was capable, and didn't like to cause trouble. Such a person is rare. It would be a pity if he died in such an unprofitable job. But Chen Weimo didn't think so. She only saw the 200,000 yuan, which was probably enough for her to live for a while. She couldn't wait to get on the road. However, the journey was long this time, and it would take a day each way. She had nothing to do, so she planned to make full use of the search function of the optical brain. Gene needle. She typed in these 3 words, and a lot of information popped up on the virtual projection screen projected by the optical brain. The first few were advertisements of the largest genetic improvement companies in the Federation. She clicked on one at random, and was shocked by the price, and closed the page silently. Single or directional improvement needles cost 5 million star coins, which is just the basic version. Customized or advanced improvement needles cost at least 10 million. She slowed down, then opened it, and looked carefully. Bone growth, delicate skin, improved immunity, enhanced strength. But after looking at it, they were all basic functions to extend life. No one became invulnerable like her. After looking through it again and again, there was nothing new. So she searched for mecha. She couldn't stop looking at it. She had learned some mechanical knowledge in the army, but the mecha of the Federation was far more advanced than she knew. She had to work hard to understand just the general knowledge open to the public. Not to mention the technology mastered by the most popular mecha masters in the Federation. There are also mechas for sale on the market, most of which are for viewing. A miniature one costs at least 9 million star coins. Chen Weimo has seen too many numbers today. So many that she feels that 9 million is not bad. Although she has been living beyond her means so far. Chen Weimo took notes seriously, writing down the parts she didn't understand, and wanted to study them later when she had time. She didn't understand how to make the mecha work, and it also involved energy issues. After seeing this, she watched it all day without sleep. Fortunately, she turned on the automatic driving, and she prepared to pack when she saw the dim DZ99 star in the distance. Laoshue gave her a set of gas-proof clothing, including a hood, which was tightly fitted so that she would not be exposed to the outside air for even a fraction of an inch. In addition, there was an antidote and a spray to relieve airway irritation, which was very comprehensive. There was also a huge glass cover in the cabin, which Laoshue said was used to transport the rudder-free flowers. Next to the pile of medicines was a bottle of light blue liquid, with a note underneath saying remember to drink it before departure. Is this the legendary nutrient solution? Chen Weimo smelled it, and found a faint herbal aroma. As soon as these few milliliters of liquid entered her stomach, she was no longer hungry, and she instantly felt full of energy. So amazing. She searched the price of the nutrient solution again. This ordinary nutrient solution costs 600 star coins per bottle, not to mention the high-end ones. She calculated in her mind that an ordinary meal would cost about 100 star coins. She seemed to be able to afford the nutrient solution, with motivation. She picked up the knife and left. DZ-99 and DX-56 are completely different. Although DX-56 is completely covered with ice and snow, people can still move around on it. However, DZ-99 is dark, with only flying sand and rocks constantly hitting Chen Weimo's mask. She had to rely on the light of the computer to turn on the light. But the quality of this optical computer is really good. There is not much damage in these two extreme places. It is probably not cheap. Chen Weimo no longer thinks about it, and walks according to the experience route in the manual. In fact, there is no road here at all. The ground is full of rugged and terrifying roots, and it is impossible to tell what kind of plant it is. Chen Weimo took one deep step and one shallow step, and got stuck in the gap from time to time. Not angry at all. The book said that the rudder fruit flower is a giant 5-petal flower, each about the length of a human arm, and is supported by a larger 7-leaf clover. It should not be difficult to find. But the rudder fruit flower secretes a kind of poison, which makes other poisonous plants grow close to it greedily, forming a natural protective barrier. You can't use hot weapons to attack. Otherwise the poison gas will be ignited, and the burning cause will make people lose everything. It sounds a bit like a determination to burn everything together. Chen Weimo searched carefully and finally found a flower in a pile of complicated branches. She found a gap to crawl in and cut it off with a knife. It seems that it is not difficult. She returned smoothly along the same route. But as she walked, she gradually felt that the surroundings became darker, and she could not see clearly than when she came. She looked back at the rudder fruit flower on her back, and her body suddenly stiffened, and she quickly took it off. The rudder fruit flower had dried and curled to half its original size, and there was a sticky black liquid on the petals. Chen Weimo reached out to touch it, but found that the black mucus was not secreted, but sprayed out in a very small form. No wonder she felt that the sky had darkened. It turned out that the rudder fruit flower had created a dark night for her. It seems that we can only pull it out by the roots. Otherwise the rudder fruit flower cannot be taken away intact. Laoju's manual should indeed be updated. Or maybe the successful predecessors did not want to benefit the later generations, and they monopolized this business themselves. So they deliberately gave false information. But Chen Weimo was not discouraged. After all, if she could get 200,000 star coins easily, she would find it strange. She turned back and searched again. After walking for about 2 hours, she found another one. This time she learned her lesson. She squatted on the ground and patiently dug the roots for a long time. So long that she could no longer tell whose roots were whose. She simply turned over the big piece of soil and dragged it back. After staying here for too long, her anti-gas suit got a little hot. She was afraid that the small aircraft could not hold up. So she hurried back. But she hadn't run a few steps when an explosion was heard not far away. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Right? I went to 2 remote places in a row and met my companions. Chen Weimo looked over there. A small fluorescent green mushroom cloud rose in the sky, accompanied by a roar similar to that of a beast. Low but penetrating. What? Didn't they say there were no star beasts here? Chen Weimo instinctively knew that she should leave immediately, no matter who the other party was. Making such a noise was definitely not something her small spaceship could withstand. She continued to run away without looking back. But what she feared came true. A huge monster fell from the sky. The surroundings were dark, and the vision was blocked inside the mask. The light from the optical computer could not illuminate the whole picture of the thing. Chen Weimo had dodged very quickly. But this time she threw the root out first. Under the inertia of hundreds of kilograms, she tilted her body, and the mask on her face was rubbed by the thing. She immediately breathed in a pungent smell. For the first time, she felt that the smell seemed to make a sharp explosion, shouting in her brain, and she lost consciousness for a moment. Fortunately, she immediately regained her sanity and rolled over to the ground. But the mask was completely worn out, and the oxygen supply was also cut off. She saw clearly that the huge monster was half a corpse of an insect beast, and some parts were still wriggling. It was also hard not to notice that the mech she had been searching for on the way here now appeared in front of her, and was in a combat-ready posture. But she didn't have time to deal with these things. She finally understood why Laoju had repeatedly told her to be careful. She almost lost consciousness. So wouldn't ordinary people die as soon as they were exposed to the air? Chen Weimo held his breath, kept breathing at a minimum, grabbed the rudder fruit flower, and ran away. What's going on? Is there anyone here? The people in the mecha saw Chen Weimo clearly. And even though they were experienced in combat, they were a little stunned. They had just chased the insect beast, thinking that there must be no living creatures in a ghost place like DZ-99 Star. And they were not afraid of hurting innocent people. So they boldly shot it down. But what happened to this person? Her mask fell off. Is she okay? What do you mean she's okay? She must be okay. It's important to catch up and save her first. We can't let her die because of our mistake. The two of them decided to fly after her. But Chen Weimel ran faster when he saw her. I'm so annoyed. Why chase her? She's not in the same group as the insect beast. She's still a victim. The mecha's flight mode can chase the star beast that travels 100 miles a day. But it didn't catch up with Chen Weimel at this moment. Is this still a human? It doesn't look like she's from our Federation? One of them questioned. She's probably afraid we catch her. The other person briefly reflected on himself and shouted to Chen Weimel. We are the Federation's Haihernan mobile team. The air here is not suitable for survival. We are here to help you. We have no ill intentions. Please wear your mask. Chen Weimel turned a deaf ear. She was already uncomfortable holding her breath. So she had no time to talk to them. She just wanted to get back to the spaceship. Besides, was she the one who didn't want to wear a mask? Who caused it? It had been more than half a day since she left the spaceship. But it took her less than an hour to run back. Back in the cabin, Chen Weimel greedily took a deep breath, but was choked by the normal air, and coughed violently, with a sour taste in her mouth. What a strong poisonous gas. She put away the spoils, looked outside, and found that the two mechas were standing outside the spaceship. Ding. The system in the ship sent a message to remind DZ-99 Star poisonous gas is extremely harmful to the human body. We carry medicine with us. Please open the cabin door. We have no ill intentions. Although Chen Weimel was not feeling well, her mind was still clear. She had never fought a mecha before, and she didn't know how strong the opponent was. But her spaceship was not a combat spaceship, and she would definitely not win if she fought against a mecha. But if she let them into the spaceship, that would not be certain. She approved the application and let the two people in. Chapter 6. It can avoid the falling insect corpses. Run in the poisonous gas for an hour without stopping, and is agile and strong. Its vitality is even more mysterious. Mengleji has not encountered this kind of creature since joining the mobile team. Captain, I think she is fine. She is still alive after being exposed to the air for so long. Do we need to go in? The implication is that we may suffer in close combat. Mengleji is naturally worried about this. But now he not only needs to confirm the life or death of this person, but also wants to observe her closely. Be prepared. Don't slack off. And act according to circumstances. He said this and entered the spaceship. As he guessed, as soon as he saw the rudder fruit flowers in the glass cover and the equipment and materials in the cabin, Mengleji confirmed most of Chen Weimel's identity. He naturally knew that there were such people in the Federation, secretly taking dangerous purchase tasks to earn some hard-earned money. Among these people, only a few were from the Federation, and the vast majority were other creatures who had no relatives or friends outside the Federation and did not want to become refugees. You? What did you shout when you were chasing me just now? What mobile team? The two spoke at the same time. Shiba mobile team. I am Captain Mengleji. Oh! Wait a minute. Chen Weimel lowered his head and searched on the optical brain. There really is such an organization. The most watched and glorious frontline troops in the Federation, guarding countless lives on the most dangerous border. Captain Mengleji was an SSS-level commander who stood out in the Military Academy League. After graduation, he took the initiative to choose the most difficult frontline and was awarded the special rank of Chief Colonel by the Federation. Chen Weimel compared the photo and asked the person next to Mengleji, "What's your name?" "Oh, Ji. It matches. Do you have anything else to prove your identity?" She really is not from the Federation. Otherwise she wouldn't even know about the Shiba mobile team and search them without any concealment. Mengleji showed his ID in an unusually cooperative manner and finally asked, "You have been exposed to the poison gas for too long. If you don't get treatment as soon as possible, it will spread to your internal organs and it will be bad." "I know." Chen Weimel's throat felt sore and her breathing was a little faster than usual. She grabbed the medicines that Lao Shui had prepared and poured them all into her mouth. "Huh?" Mengleji didn't stop her. Even if they were all good medicines, they couldn't be mixed like this. "Right? We have a treatment cabin on our spaceship. We are responsible for your misfortune. You can come and use it." No. Chen Weimel refused without even thinking about it. She didn't know what a treatment cabin was. But if you wanted to trick her away, forget it. Hey. Why are you so rude? Ordinary people are not allowed to enter the soldier's spaceship and treatment cabin. We gave in because you were injured. Oh, she couldn't help it. He couldn't stand others' attitude towards his superiors and idols. The captain was obviously doing it for her good. Oh, gee. Meng Leji sternly rebuked him. He couldn't treat civilians like this. He turned around to comfort Chen Weimel. If you are worried, I carry inspection equipment with me. I can help you check first. And you can also get treatment when you return to a safe place. Chen Weimel looked him up and down. He was wearing a well-ironed military uniform, and seemed to have no place to put things. This. Meng Leji pointed to his optical computer. He also saw that this person knew very little about the Federation, and was very wary. But this was normal. Blindly trusting someone you met for the first time often didn't live long. Chen Weimel ignored him, and fiddled with his optical computer instead. Military optical computers are different from commercial ones. Yours definitely doesn't have a detection function. I can stand 2 arms away from you, and won't touch you. I put my weapon here, and it won't pose any threat to you. Meng Leji took things step by step, and slowly persuaded. Chen Weimel resisted the discomfort, moved her throat, and swallowed the fishy smell. She acquiesced to Meng Leji's approach. Meng Leji turned on the test, and the light blue light covered the other party. And the body data was immediately transmitted to Meng Leji's optical brain. He frowned immediately. None of the data is normal? Much lower than the normal range. But the results of the internal organ scan did not show any serious damage, which is not in line with common sense. Where are you from? He asked. And when Chen Weimel didn't answer, he explained. Don't be nervous. It's just that our health indicators don't seem to apply to you. I want to confirm it to avoid misdiagnosis. Let me see. Chen Weimel finally got closer. She only glanced at the numbers and said, It's okay. It's normal. Ugh. Before she finished her words, she vomited all over Meng Leji. The chest tightness and brain swelling caused by the poison gas disappeared instantly, although her throat still felt burning. Much better. She sighed while supporting Meng Leji, and raised her eyes to meet the other's flustered eyes. Ah. Sorry. I wipe it for you. It's okay. Meng Leji almost said these 2 words against his conscience. But he was also surprised by Chen Weimel's physique. She said the data was normal, which means that her energy and calorie level was much lower than that of normal humans, and her consumption was not large. So her actions would definitely be more durable. What's your name? Meng Leji was covered in dirt, and she declined Chen Weimel's offer to wipe her body, and took the water to wash herself. Chen Weimel, you look pretty good just now. Dodging in time. Thank you. I don't want to be crushed to death. Have you ever received training before? Yes. I was a soldier. Chen Weimel thought. He finally got to the point. But I have no home. The whole planet has exploded. Sorry. Meng Leji didn't expect this. Captain Meng. Or should I call him Colonel Meng? My spaceship can't stay here for long. So if you have nothing to do. That's right. We're only here to check your physical condition. Since you're fine. Captain Meng. Chen Weimel interrupted him, leaning over and looking him straight in the eye. Before you leave, can you delete my data? Meng Leji smiled. Of course. Completely delete. The kind that can't be restored. Are you having any difficulties? Meng Leji asked with a smile, his tone gentle. But Ji behind him silently took 2 steps closer. No. I just don't like the feeling of being recorded. Chen Weimel explained patiently, revealing a hint of leniency. You are kind enough to help me. But you also want to secretly investigate me. Should I say thank you or defend myself reasonably? My brain can't think about such complicated things. So Captain Meng, please don't make it difficult for me. Reasonable defense? Meng Leji tilted his head and looked at the woman who was a head shorter than him. The murderous spirit he honed on the battlefield did not make the person in front of him retreat at all. How do you want to defend yourself reasonably? Does your Federation have any regulations that say it is illegal to attack soldiers? Of course. That's a problem. Chen Weimel drew out her knife. But her arm dropped. It was not worth killing these 2 people for such a small matter. But she really didn't want her biological data to be kept by the Federation. While secretly waiting for the other party's next move, a voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Put down your weapons. Chen Weimel was absent-minded for a moment, and her pupils lost focus. But the next second, a splitting headache woke her up. and she slapped Meng Lizhi in the face. Oh, she had been under Meng Lizhi for 2 or 3 years, and his cooperation experience was mature. When he saw Chen Weima suddenly in a trance, he knew that Meng Lizhi had connected the other party's perception and intended to control the other party. Ordinary commanders can only convey information, but top commanders like Meng Lizhi can control. He took the opportunity to rush forward, but was slapped and knocked down by Meng Lizhi, who was unable to stand. Captain? Captain? Oh, Ji was dumbfounded. He was pressed by Meng Lizhi, but he saw the distinct 5-finger mark on the other's face. Meng Lizhi didn't react either. Controlling people's behavior cannot be applied to everyone. If the other party's mental power is extremely strong, he can only partially control it and cannot make the other party completely obedient. But Chen Weima, not only was she not controlled, but the 1-second absence did not seem to have any effect on her. Meng Lizhi was SSS level, and there was a trend to break the highest level set by the Federation. He was expected to rise to a higher level. What was Chen Weima's level? What did you do to me? Chen Weima hadn't been so angry for a long time. It was not subjective, but a passive emotion after her brain was invaded. She was extremely irritable now. She held down 2 big men, Meng Lizhi and Oji, with one hand on their necks. But she realized that she was pinching too tightly, and the 2 people's faces turned red, and they couldn't say a word. She realized that something was wrong with her. Chen Weima took a deep breath and loosened his grip a little. Is it you? Can you speak in my mind? Is it that? Mental power? Forget it. It's not important. Now send a command to the optical computer to completely destroy my data. Meng Lizhi never thought that he couldn't resist it all. He was a man who could usually punch bulletproof glass. But now he was powerless? Oh, Ji squeezed out a few words from his throat. Do you know what consequences your current behavior will bring you? Don't talk. My brain is not good now. I can't say anything. Don't provoke me. Chen Weima didn't want to cause this scene, but it has already happened. Regretting it will not help. And she really couldn't control herself just now. Or just kill her. Chen Weima, do you want to continue to make money in the Federation? Meng Lizhi suddenly asked. Chen Weima didn't remove his hand from his neck, but loosened 2 fingers and pinched his face. Captain Meng, what suggestions do you have? I can delete your data, and I can also not hold you accountable for attacking the officer. But you have to contact me after returning to the Federation. Surrender? No. Just do a few tests. Captain. Oji roughly understood what Meng Lizhi meant, but he obviously disagreed. What test? The test of combat effectiveness and perception is not difficult. But in fact, your combat power no longer needs to be formally tested. What happens after that? What if the test result is good? What if it is not? Our grievances are all written off. I will never bring up the past again. No regrets? No regrets. I have never had any hostility towards you. What does that mean? Chen Weima still didn't understand. What happens after the test? Didn't Lao Jue say that people outside the Federation are not qualified to intervene in this field? But there seems to be no better solution at the moment. Although killing them is as easy as crushing an ant, killing them can easily leave trouble. Just trust him for now. Even if he goes back on his word, she can just run away. Okay. I find you when I get back. Chen Weima slowly let go of the 2 men. But at the same time, he was wary of their counterattack. You go. Meng Lizhi kept his promise, and completely deleted the relevant data in front of Chen Weima. Then we see you in a few days. He smiled and turned away. But after turning his back, he clicked on the optical computer to start the aircraft to self-destruct. Chapter 7. The tranquility of DZ-99 was broken again. A dazzling light burst out in the distance, expanding several times in succession, forming a huge fire barrier. Captain, you? Oh, she naturally saw Meng Lizhi's little move, but was glared back by Meng Lizhi. What happened? Chen Weima looked for a long time, and suddenly remembered something. Where did your aircraft stop? It must be the residual flames produced when the insect beast was killed just now, which ignited the poison gas. Meng Lizhi calmly said his guess. Oh, our aircraft is also in that direction. Can you take us to have a look? Chen Weima was reluctant, but he had no choice but to fly over the sky nearby and see some aircraft wreckage. This is not easy to deal with. The mecha can't fly for too long, Meng Lizhi said. Ah, yes. What can we do? Captain, tell me. How should we get back? Oh, she agreed. What to do? Chen Weimao looked at the two people's eyes, and knew that they had already thought of what to do. I have to stay with you all day? Why? And I'm wronging you. OG felt like he was being despised. Where are you going? Chen Weimao asked. Meng Leji didn't answer, but went to the control panel to look at the remaining fuel. This is only enough for you to return to the main planet of the Federation. Right? I go back with you. Aren't you a border soldier? Abandoning your post? The mobile team has more autonomy. And this is an emergency. I'm only going to Rila for transit. And I still have to return to the border immediately. Okay. I listen to you. Chen Weimao sat in the cockpit all the way. Very quiet. But her heart was in a mess. She quietly sent a message to Laozhua. Laozhua. I met two people on the road. Their aircraft was destroyed. They said they wanted to go back to Rila with me. You are quite kind-hearted. It's up to you. These two people are officers. Laozhua was pulling at his remaining hair in confusion. What was the relationship? He was arrested? An outsider with no identity and doing gray area missions was with two federal officers. He also keenly noticed that they were officers, not soldiers. Who? Which army? Meng Leji and OG from the Shibuya mobile team. Oh no. I got into trouble. Laozhua asked quickly. They said they were coming to Zero Field. Yes. If it doesn't work, I get rid of them halfway. Don't get mad. They come if they want. If you throw them away, it will make us look guilty. There are also many officers coming to Zero Field. It's okay. Laozhua calmed down. A border unit can't reach him. Even if they have any purpose. They can't do anything to him. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Or maybe it's just for Chen Weimao. Her skills and strength are really weird. It's hard not to attract other people's attention. It's a matter of time. So why not face it now? Chen Weimao got the confirmation and relaxed. Chen Weimao? Oh, she came over to talk to her. Chen Weimao turned her head to look at him. Just now I saw that you were quite skilled. How about we have another fight? You are not good enough. Chen Weimao said directly. Who are you looking down on? I was not prepared just now. Oh, she was an SS-level combat soldier and had never been looked down upon. But Chen Weimao's eyes were extremely insulting. She first looked at her arm, then her legs, and finally stopped at the remaining red handprint on her neck. I'm afraid of hurting you. It's illegal to assault an officer. Oh gee. Forget it. Don't force him. Meng Leji came out to smooth things over. But he felt uncomfortable. They were both favored by heaven. And it was hard to digest the emotion of being looked down upon like this. Captain Meng, can you tell me how you talked in my head? Chen Weimao asked proactively. It took her a long time to completely calm down the emotions caused by the invasion of her brain. The instinctive resistance made her hate Meng Leji very much now. Meng Leji sat down and asked, how much do you know about perception and mental power now? I can control mechas. And I just found out that I can do the same as you. Oh, she finally sees the opportunity to mock her ignorance. Not everyone can control people. Our captain is an SSS-level commander. And his mental power is the strongest in the Federation. Ordinary commanders can only communicate in their minds. Can you do it? I am a single soldier, not a commander. What can your mental power do? Oh, she was choked. How could he say that he could control a mecha? This was something every soldier could do. How could the mental power that he was so proud of seem so mediocre under the guidance of Chen Weimao? He was confused. The stronger the mental power, to a certain extent, the stronger the combat power. Of course, this is in the weapon system of our Federation. Meng Leji spoke very rigorously. After all, he had seen Chen Weimao's power. Then can you tell me first, how you felt after hearing my voice? Chen Weimao told the truth. She was disgusted, physically opposed and nauseated. Ordinary people usually just feel surprised and don't feel uncomfortable. This was the first time Meng Leji encountered this situation. Have you never been exposed to mental power before? No. You are the first. Chen Weimao saw that his eyes were deep, and he didn't say anything. So she took the initiative to ask, what's wrong? Is there really something wrong with my brain? No. Meng Leji laughed. I wonder if you might be gifted. His physical strength has far surpassed that of the Federation officers. If his mental strength is also improved, the Federation's strength may become a joke. For the rest of the journey, she kept pestering Chen Weimao to fight, and even proposed arm wrestling. Meng Leji sat by the boat, calmly looking at the galaxy scenery outside, and also looking at Chen Weimao's reflection on the window. Any force that threatens the Federation whether collective or individual, is worth paying attention to. Chen Weimo occasionally noticed that Meng Liji was looking at him. But he just looked. And being looked at wouldn't make him lose any meat. With OG's harassment, time passed quickly. And it seemed that we were back to the main planet of the Federation in the blink of an eye. With Chen Weimo's advance notice, Lao Zhuo was not too surprised to see the two people, but entertained them very naturally. Sister Weimo, you are so awesome. You really brought back the Duiguohua. Hey, who are they? Mei Chen ran over excitedly to join in the fun, but stopped when he saw Meng Liji. Hello. I am Meng Liji. And this is OG. Meng Liji was very easygoing. Oh. Hello. I'm Mei Chen. Are you also friends of Sister Weimo? Mei Chen obviously didn't know these two people. They sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember them. However, he still wanted to chat for a while. Meng Liji glanced at Chen Weimo and smiled. Yes. New friends. Mei Chen nodded happily. Sister Weimo was just as he thought. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Very kind to people. We've arrived. Captain Meng should leave. Chen Weimo sent the guests away without mercy. Since you're here, why don't you treat me to a meal? That's right. It's my honor to treat Captain Meng to a meal. Shall we go together? Lao Zhuo smiled and led them inside. Lao Zhuo would not let the situation get cold, and he could make up for any rebuttal from Chen Weimo. But it was quite surprising to him that Colonel Meng Liji, who was a star in the entire alliance, was so approachable and never showed any anger. We will go together later? Meng Liji finally said to Chen Weimo. What? Escort me? You think too much. You fly the aircraft by yourself. Do you want me to take you back? Oh! Chen Weimo didn't tell Lao Zhuo that she was leaving. His face obviously changed. But he saw that Chen Weimo seemed very calm. It shouldn't be a big problem. Oh! By the way, Lao Zhuo. Chen Weimo inhaled some poison gas on DZ-99 star, and her skin was exposed. Please check her. Meng Liji smiled politely. He thought that Chen Weimo would never want to use military things again. Ah? Oh. Okay. Meng Liji and Chen Weimo agreed to leave together at 3 p.m. 20 miles away from here. As soon as Meng Liji left, Lao Zhuo dragged Chen Weimo into the house and questioned her from beginning to end, not letting her miss any details. You beat them up? Lao Zhuo pulled his hair again. But Meng Liji seemed to not want to pursue it at all. It was an accident. I couldn't control it, but I have restrained my strength. Otherwise, I could have beaten his brains out. You are still quite proud? Can you come back this time? I think so. He said he doesn't mind. At worst, I run away. Lao Zhuo sighed. He couldn't guess Meng Liji's intention. He only knew that Chen Weimo had already caused trouble, and whether she could make amends or not depended on her own luck. Remember this. In the future, you must never attack federal officers. If you can't control yourself, you can't hit them. He instructed word by word. I try my best. Chen Weimo looked at Lao Zhuo's eyes and asked. The money from last time. You don't even know if you can save your life. And you're still thinking about money? Lao Zhuo pretended to hit her, but his palm didn't fall, and he tapped his laptop angrily. 5,000 star coins have been received. Why so much? Isn't it a 30-70 split? I also broke your stuff. Chen Weimo calculated that she should only receive a few hundred. Give me more so that you can escape easily. If it doesn't work, have a good meal and die a full ghost. Thank you. Lao Zhuo thanked Meng Liji in advance for his kindness. Lao Zhuo gave her many more instructions, and Chen Weimo listened silently. But she felt that it was too late for her to learn how to behave. She fulfilled her promise on time, and Meng Liji and Oji both looked brand new, without even the marks of being beaten by her. Let me tell you in advance, I don't want to make it public that I brought a foreigner into the military camp. And I think you don't either, Meng Liji said. I understand. But can you avoid people when you say that the test can be done? As long as you keep a low profile. I take care of the rest. It seems that what Lao Zhuo said is indeed correct. Meng Liji's behavior is not in compliance with the regulations, and she is not qualified to be tested at all. But he wants to understand his own physique even if he knows it. How curious is he? Or, what else did he have in mind? Chen Weimo started to behave herself from this moment on, and changed into a more formal outfit. This was the first time she had put on formal clothes in a few months. Different from her previous outfit. The one worn by Scott Federation was more spirited, more impressive, and had the attitude of a winner. She looked at her reflection in the window, and was lost in thought. When they arrived at the border port, Chen Weimao understood why Meng Liji had chosen such a time to set off. Everywhere were heavily guarded defense structures, and the night was illuminated as bright as day. And they entered the garrison just before the soldiers were handed over. The soldier was a little curious about this strange face, but he completely trusted Meng Liji, and was very respectful to him. "We have to hurry up. It won't take too long. You can leave tomorrow morning." Meng Liji took her into a room, in the middle of which was a huge machine, like a scale, but the screen next to it was filled with blank parameters. Chen Weimao didn't expect Meng Liji to be so straightforward and asked her to test her mental strength right away. She also stood up obediently. No reaction. She looked puzzled and instructed, "Focus and try to simulate the movement in your mind." Chen Weimao did as he was told. But the screen was still black. "Is this thing broken?" She couldn't believe it. How could this person have no mental power? Ordinary people in the Federation can measure AD, and only those below D cannot be recognized by the machine. And such people usually have genetic defects and don't live long. Chapter 8. Captain, do you want to try to guide? Ji asked Meng Liji for his opinion. But Meng Liji seemed very hesitant. "What guidance?" Chen Weimao asked. "Help the reserve soldiers, who can't concentrate for the first time to develop their mental power." Ji explained. "But this is actually a bit of cheating. Not everyone can use perception and mental power. Pulling up the seedlings to help them grow? Almost. Do you want to try?" "Not impossible." Both of them wanted to use it. So Meng Liji agreed. He put a helmet-like machine on Chen Weimao's head. "Just follow the instructions. Follow it. And be careful not to be impatient." "Oh. Okay." Chen Weimao closed her eyes. And that annoying feeling came again. The picture in her mind was forced into her by the machine. Although the scenery was beautiful and refreshing, she still felt uncomfortable. She stood in a golden grassland. The grass reached her waist, and the golden light points kept rising and gathering in one direction. It seemed to be guiding her. Chen Weimao took a step forward, and suddenly the world shattered, and the light spots turned into sharp arrows and suddenly turned around, all heading towards her brain. 1 minute. 2 minutes. "Captain, how long does this usually take? This machine has not been used for a long time, and Ji doesn't know much about it." "About half an hour each time." But in the 3rd minute, Chen Weimao suddenly coughed violently, choking on a mouthful of blood, and then fell silently from the chair, with blood flowing from her eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Chen Weimao. Meng Liji caught her and saw that she had lost consciousness. So he took her to the medical room without hesitation. Chen Weimao finally heard Meng Liji's anxious cry. But that was all. She didn't know what happened next. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself trapped in a small space, and the warm yellow light inside made her feel very comfortable. She wanted to raise her hand to push it away, but her limbs were weak, and she couldn't completely control her actions. Just when she was getting annoyed, the cabin door opened. "You're awake." Ji's handsome face came up. "Are you okay? You fainted for a whole day, and scared us to death." Chen Weimao couldn't say the words "I'm fine." She felt very bad now. "What is this? Where am I?" "This?" Ji patted the place where she was lying. "The treatment cabin. You were almost out of breath at the time, so I could only use the most powerful gear for you. But it was really serious. It took you so long to wake up. Where's Captain Ming? There was an attack on the border, and the captain went to deal with it. He guarded you for a day, and you woke up not long after he left." "Attack? Is it serious?" Chen Weimao's first reaction is always the subconscious of an officer. "Well, interstellar bandits or insect beasts come to invade every few days. We are used to it. And how can the captain not handle it?" Chen Weimao's brain short-circuited a little, and he didn't know what to say now. "That guidance is useless." "Yes, I see." Ji felt a little guilty. After all, he was the one who first suggested using it. "It's okay. If you don't have mental strength, you don't have it. You have great physical skills." He didn't dare tell her that she had a defective physique in the Federation that couldn't be saved even by genetic needles. He wanted to wait until she was better before speaking. "But why? Will others fail like this?" Chen Weimao was very puzzled. Of course, she was not the only one puzzled. Ji and Meng Liji had already studied this machine thoroughly. After eliminating the mechanical failure, they were completely clueless and just waited for the person involved to wake up and ask her about the whole process. Chen Weimo described the scene bit by bit, trying to make all the details of the scene as clear as possible. This was exactly the same as what Oji had grasped. That was strange. What was the problem? Forget it. You take a rest first. Don't think too much. As soon as Chen Weimo fell ill, Oji's attitude improved a lot, and he was no longer angry. He didn't dare to leave Chen Weimo's side, for fear that she would be like that time again. He handed over the nutrient solution very attentively, and in his heart, he had already regarded this person, who had effortlessly controlled him, as a poor person who would soon die. Chen Weimo had not gone that far in her federal science popularization journey, so she naturally did not know Oji's little thoughts. She propped herself up and sat up, and drank the nutrient solution without hesitation. It was indeed much better than what Laojua prepared for her. How much is this? It was the first time that Oji was asked such a question. The things we have here should not be sold publicly. Right? Oh. Well, what are you going to do next? What are you going to do? Continue to run around and go to those remote places to get those weird things? I have to make money first, so I can have food to eat. Right? Oji's family is rich, and he has never suffered from hunger. So he naturally thinks that outsiders should follow the rules of the Federation and avoid trouble. Although he sympathizes with the unequal treatment of refugees, the rules are for the stability of most people. If everyone is like Chen Weimo, it's okay if they are honest. But if they have any restless thoughts. He also asked Mengleji privately, and only then did he know that places like Zero Field are tacitly allowed by all parties. After all, no matter who it is, as long as they have money, they can profit from it. Chen Weimo might be able to live there peacefully. But if someone like her who can't hide her edge is used in a place where good and bad people are mixed, it will probably be difficult to end. Well, anyway, if you don't want to work there, come to me. My family has several companies in the Federation, which will definitely be enough for you to support yourself. Thank you, Chen Weimo said indifferently, as if she had no interest. Oji naturally noticed it, and he rushed to comfort her. Besides, you just came to the Federation. You probably don't know much. In fact, the people here are quite tolerant. Everyone is used to seeing all kinds of species in the interstellar. For someone like you, everyone will only admire you and won't embarrass you. I hope so. They are good people. But their concern is not the best choice for her. Do you have anything else to test? If not, she wants to leave. I don't know. Oji originally felt that it was inappropriate to bring Chen Weimo to test his mental strength. He didn't ask Mengleji what he wanted to do. The captain always knew. But he changed his mind and added some selfishness. We all have to train our physical fitness, fighting and perception before we go to the formal military school. Do you want to try it too? Are you healthy now? Yes. Oji's little thoughts were not hard to see. But Chen Weimo was too lazy to argue. It would be best to end it as soon as possible. Fight. Fight with you. Sure. It was just what he wanted. He immediately stood up and stretched his shoulders. Getting ready. Chen Weimo also stood up. Her hands and feet were still a little weak, but it should be enough to deal with Oji, because she didn't want to fight. Chen Weimo attacked right away. She took Oji's preemptive punch, pulled him, and threw him to the ground. It was not difficult to crack. But Chen Weimo's strange strength was not something Oji could resist. He was like a piece of light paper, and his arm was removed, in order to avoid attracting other people's attention. Chen Weimo covered his mouth intimately when removing his arm. Dislocation. No big problem. Chen Weimo helped him sit up and helped him connect it. You have such strength. Oh, she was dizzy with pain and looked at the other party with gritted teeth. He didn't expect that he had no power to resist and was defeated in an instant. I have never suffered such grievances since I was a child. Chen Weimo. Have you never lost? It seems so. She also thought seriously about it. She used to be the first in the army. Although she joined late, her predecessors were all defeated by her. Oji didn't know why, but suddenly felt fortunate that Chen Weimo's country had been destroyed. Otherwise this kind of fighting power would be really terrifying. But then, he was so ashamed that he wanted to slap himself. How could he have such a shameless idea? I'm sorry. He apologized for his unspoken selfish desire. Chen Weimo felt that he was confused. It was clearly him who beat him unilaterally. So why did he say sorry? Anything else? Test? What kind of test is this? He just humiliated himself. It should be gone. Wait for the captain to come back and ask him. If there is nothing else, you should be able to leave. Chen Weimo nodded, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Didn't you say that insects and beasts invaded? Why can't I hear any movement? Oji smiled and replied, it is our most basic responsibility to control the invaders in a conservative area. In the past 100 years, the borderline has only allowed invaders to enter the atmosphere twice. Space battle. This is something Chen Weimon never dared to think about before. Will it be difficult to deal with casualties in the space environment? It's not bad. There is a special rearguard medical team. And there are emergency treatment equipment in the mecha. Our comrades will help each other, and will not stand by and watch people die. So, if you don't have perception, can you not go to the battlefield at all? Of course. You can't use mechas. Facing insects and beasts is like seeking death. Oji said as a matter of course. And then he realized it later. Well, not all situations can use mechas. For example, small group battles may also require cooperation of multiple arms. He knew that Chen Weimel was a soldier before. If he told him that his skills were completely useless and that he was an unqualified soldier, he would not be able to get over it. But he was not very good at comforting people. Well, it's a good thing that you don't have to fight with insect beasts. You don't know that the mucus of insect beasts is disgusting. Hard to get rid of and smells bad. Really? I haven't fought with insect beasts yet. Is its skin thick? Thick. It's very hard. Although insect beasts have hundreds of forms, they can only be broken with the knife on the mecha. Sometimes energy beams and ammunition are useless. As he was talking, he brought the topic back. If only he didn't have this mouth. The sound of a message saved him from embarrassment. Oji breathed a sigh of relief and took a look. It was a message from Mengleji. He turned slightly and looked behind Chen Weimo. What's wrong? Chen Weimo asked. Nothing. The captain and the others are coming back. Let me get ready. He looked at Chen Weimo. Although he felt that Chen Weimo was an okay person, this was a military base after all. It was not good to leave an outsider here. You go and do your thing. I don't want to be discovered any more than any of you. Okay. Okay. Chen Weimo has not walked around since she came here. And of course, she will not take the initiative to cause trouble for herself now. She didn't recognize any of the medical equipment in this room. As if she was in a different world. The only familiar thing was the view outside the window of a large training ground. But because many people went out to meet the enemy, there were not many people below. So she dared to get closer to the window. After a while, there were more people below. And Chen Weimo saw Mengleji coming back exhausted, followed by a large group of people. And there was no war damage at all. There was a large car covered with cloth behind the crowd. Suddenly, the thing moved, and a sharp tentacle broke through the cloth and knocked over the car. The people around reacted very quickly, and immediately entered the mecha to prepare for battle. Although Chen Weimo didn't know where they got the mecha from. It seemed that the mecha also disappeared suddenly, when Mengleji entered her spaceship last time. Insect beast, as the name suggests, should be an animal. Right? Why is that thing? With a meaty chassis and tentacles like plants sticking out. Chapter 9. Although there was a small incident, the garrison soldiers handled it decisively, and did not expand the riot. It was the first time that Chen Weimo watched a mecha fight so closely. Although there were not many gestures, she was still shocked. How can the flexibility of a machine be close to the control of a person's own limbs? She was so engrossed in watching that she accidentally bumped into Mengleji, who had just stepped out of the mecha. It was a bit embarrassing. With her status, she shouldn't watch too much in such an occasion. She immediately stepped back 2 steps, took a random seat, and sat upright until Mengleji came to find her. How are you? I'm fine. Chen Weimo remained seated and didn't dare to move. Just now. Sorry. I didn't mean to look. Mengleji smiled. Insect beasts are not military secrets. So if you see them, you see them. And no one expected the movement just now. Who would have thought that the cut insect beast fragments could produce such a thing? It was for this reason that Mengleji wanted to bring it back for research. Then can I leave? Of course. But you may still have to wait a while. It's a bit messy here now. I have to clean up everything before I can send you out. No problem. Just do your thing. Also, I need to confirm one thing. Have other federal officials noticed you? Chen Weimo thought about it. She had only been in the Federation for a few days. There is one. Captain Xiao Liang of the Border Management Bureau. But he is too lazy to talk to me for the time being because of Lao Zhuo. Yeah, I understand. Leave me your contact information. Is it unnecessary? Captain Ming? Don't you want to continue to do purchasing there? How can you push potential customers away? Besides, if the client directly contacts you to communicate their needs, you can get 100% of the commission without having to share it with others. Ming Leji's words were very reasonable and seemed impossible to refuse. Also, I have deleted your medical records here. Don't worry. Ming Leji took care of everything. And Chen Weimo was pushed all the way back to Rila Star in a daze. Lao Zhua and Mei Chen were very surprised to see her come back so soon. Okay. This Colonel Ming really keeps his word and didn't make things difficult for you? Chen Weimo didn't know if making her bleed from all 7 orifices was considered a hardship. But it didn't seem to be considered as such. After all, she had taken the initiative to try it. You will continue to monitor me in the future. Right? Of course. You can't run away. But compared to refugees with registered identities, you are already very free. Lao Zhua tapped his light brain and transferred another account to her. The second time, I really got a good price. Now someone heard that this old mansion was arrested and came to me to give me a new one. Do you want to take a look? 250,000 star coins. Chen Weimo almost miscounted the zeros. This money is enough for her to live a stable life for a long time. But it is not enough to buy big things. Don't look. I take it all. So confident? You are confident after coming back from the poison barrier star? Aren't you afraid that they will ask you to carry a bug beast back? Lao Zhua smiled. He still likes the energy of young people. If possible, I want to give it a try. Just kidding. Don't encounter the bug beast if you can. Chen Weimo looked through Lao Zhua's new order and suddenly remembered something. Lao Zhua, it seems that your manual should be updated. The first time I went to fight the snow shadow vine, it was not very accurate. It seemed that the thing was not smart enough to sense danger and take the initiative to avoid it. When I went to get the rudder fruit flower, the picking method was also wrong. After listening to her 2 specific experiences, Lao Zhua was also puzzled. It shouldn't be. The feedback from the people who went to pick vines half a year ago was the same as in the information. How could it change so much? Anyway, it was quite crazy. See if you want to add it to your information. Mei Chen interrupted. Hey, it's hard to say. Maybe the ordinary vines we encountered before are the ancestors of vines. Okay. Then be careful when you go out next time. Don't be careless just because you are good at fighting. Then I leave now. Hey. Wait a minute. Mei Chen stopped Chen Weimo. Sister Weimo, can I go with you? You? Chen Weimo's eyes showed. What can you do? Although I'm not as skilled as you, I've been to many places and know how to get along with the locals. I won't let you suffer any loss. Mei Chen had already looked at the new order and was waiting for Chen Weimo to come back. Look at this. I've been to this place before. It will definitely help you. Then why don't you go by yourself? I've been there, but I didn't bring anything back. Mei Chen felt a little guilty, but still promoted himself forcefully. So my experience of failure will be more useful to you. He wanted to share the money, but was afraid of death. Chen Weimo saw through it at a glance. But it was really unnecessary. She didn't really need help. Just when she was about to refuse, Lao Zhua said, you can take him with you on this order. It won't hurt. Why? Because with your personality, it may be difficult to handle it there. So you need someone like Mei Chen who is shameless and smooth to handle things. Besides, he is familiar with the place and can move around easily. Yeah. Mei Chen nodded frantically in agreement. Chen Weimo didn't want to take it, but she wanted to give Lao Zhua a face. Okay. I take 60% of the money, and you take 40%. She had agreed with Mei Chen in advance. Sister, you are too polite. I take 30%, and you take 70%. It's settled. Mei Chen also pushed it down himself. He naturally knew the principle of not hitting a smiling person. He was eager to help Chen Weimo get things in help. But he was very tactful to sit far away from Chen Weimo on the spaceship. It looked like it was going to eat him. How's that silver leopard? Huh? Mei Chen didn't expect Chen Weimo to actually start a conversation. The small one. Oh. It's pretty good. It's really a fierce beast. It opened its eyes in just a few days, and can even walk a few steps. I just don't know where to put it in the future. Uncle Zhuo will definitely not keep it forever. Mei Chen was also troubled when he talked about this. If he had known earlier, he should not have had compassion, and sold it along with it. Releasing it at random might be the same as killing it. If you put it in a crowded place, it will be caught sooner or later. There is no way to have both at the moment. Speaking of which, Sister Weima, Mei Chen looked at the other party's face and said carefully, regarding this order, do you know why I didn't bring the things back last time? Chen Weima motioned for him to elaborate. She saw that the location this time was Laming Star, located outside the Federation, an independent planet, and all the residents on it were machines? She doesn't quite understand this high-tech world. Originally, Laming Star was an industrial wasteland, but I don't know when the machines there have developed independent consciousness. Although their thinking is not complicated, it is a bit difficult to communicate with them because they are all self-managed and cannot be compromised or partial. Mei Chen was a little embarrassed. There are some things I didn't tell Uncle Zhua. The last order asked me to go to a mutant plant in the forest in the north. But those machines are promoting Laming Star to turn all living things into machines. They even transformed plants. So I failed. So what do you mean? Qin Weimao looked at the target of this time, Huanhua, which was also in the northern forest. It is highly likely. This mission is impossible to succeed. According to their speed, the entire planet should be mechanical. Why didn't you say it earlier? Qin Weimao's tone sank, and the air around him seemed to stagnate. I didn't mean it. But, hey, let me tell you this. If the purchase fails, there will be no cost, and it will not affect Uncle Zhua, but the technology on Laming Star. If we take out an engine from any machine and sell it, we can make a lot of money. Is this why you followed? Qin Weimao stood up, suddenly grabbed Mei Chen's collar and lifted him up. I don't like others taking advantage of me. Sister Weimao, don't you want to see the technology that is completely banned for people like us? I have been in the Federation for so many years, and I can't even get in. Everyone is guarding against me like a thief. I just want to take a look. Mei Chen suddenly stopped being afraid, looked into Qin Weimao's eyes, and trembled as he shouted out his true feelings. When I still have a family, I can make screens, refrigerators, cars that can't run too far, and some mechanical manufacturing. If we join forces, maybe we don't have to look at the eyes of the federal people to do things. Qin Weimao has never had much emotional fluctuations, so naturally he doesn't understand others very well, no matter how passionate he is. It's just a sophistry after deception. He is telling the truth now not because he has a change of heart, but because he doesn't have the strength and needs a helper. I won't help you, but I won't kill you for lying to me. I just do what I should do. When this is over, don't show up in front of me again. She let go of Mei Chen, not wanting to care. Even her anger was short-lived. It was not worth it to be with a weak creature like him. They were silent all the way, and Mei Chen didn't say anything else. When they arrived at Laming Star, Qin Weimao realized what the real mechanical city was. Even the ground under his feet was made of metal, so smooth that it made people feel solemn. Trees on the side of the road, they all had a metallic luster, and Qin Weimao really couldn't understand their mechanical psychology. Who is the visitor? There were two huge robots several meters high at the entrance, asking calmly. Mei Chen, registered in the year 1756. Qin Weimao, requesting to register on March 17, 1758. Purpose? Academic visit to the Federal Tianda Institute of Technology. Qin Weimao, question mark. Before she asked, the two gatekeeper robots showed green lights on their screens. Authentication successful. Passed. Welcome to Laming Star. With an emotionless welcome, the door opened and their aircraft moved forward to a transparent tube with no end in sight. We can only go here. All the routes are planned, Mei Chen explained. After walking away, Qin Weimao asked, what college? I made a fake identity in advance. Otherwise the robot would not recognize it. Is this why Lao Zhua suggested that she bring Mei Chen with her? It really saves trouble. Unfortunately, her credit is bankrupt, and nothing she does can help. If you still want to visit the forest in the north, take the number 93 walking trail after landing. If you are stopped, say you are going to learn the plant root transformation technology. Mei Chen sent all the information and maps to Qin Weimao through the optical computer, but he didn't dare to look up at her. What about you? I'm going on an academic visit. She was quite good at taking things easy. Obviously, she was going to dismantle the machine. Don't go too far. Don't make a fuss and get her into trouble. I understand. Don't worry. Sister Weimao. Chapter 10. Qin Weimao felt more and more uncomfortable walking in the forest. The spotless metal made her feel like she was in a dream. But her figure reflected on it, reflecting thousands of herself. She even felt that someone was staring at her. Under the autonomous rule of the machine, surveillance should be easy to do, right? Chen Weimo didn't care about that anymore. She measured most of the forest on foot. It was not until late at night that she found a metal phantom flower that was very similar to the one in the information next to a metal tree several meters high. She sighed deeply. Machine? What kind of aesthetics is this? Why change to the same metal? There is no point in picking it. She touched the coal petals boredly. I can't get the money. Fortunately, I have some savings before. Otherwise, I have to beat Machen up. Are you from the Scott Federation? Can you talk? Alive? Not a robot? The voice came from the night. Chen Weimo immediately drew out the knife and looked around vigilantly. Here. Here. Look up. Chen Weimo looked up. And a mecha opened a small hole in the tree and poked its head out. Come on. Come up and let me see. Who are you? I'm also from the Federation. The mecha pondered for a moment. I used to be. Come out of the mecha. I can't get out. This is my body. The face of the mecha flickered, revealing the face underneath, which was an aged but cheerful male face. I only have a head now. What the hell is that? Chen Weimo suddenly remembered that Huanhua. She wasn't hallucinating. Was she? She slapped herself and shook her head. What is this for? Come up and talk. I haven't seen anyone for almost 10 years. It's not an illusion. It seems to be a real person? Chen Weimo climbed up the tree and found that the mecha was only half a meter taller than her. Unlike Meng Liji's combat mecha with weapons embedded everywhere, this one was very practical, with pliers and a shovel in its hands. Hello. Sister. I'm Dong He. I used to be an engineer at an industrial technology company in the Federation. What's your name? Although his body is a mecha, his face still shows his vulgarity. A machine shouldn't be so disgusting. Chen Weimo. Why can't you tell me? She knocked on the other's mecha, and the other was easygoing and let her touch it. Well, I was on a business trip in the interstellar 10 years ago, and the aircraft was blown up. There was nothing left of my arms and legs. Zhong He smiled bitterly, but he was not too sad. I am lucky to fall here and be rescued by a group of robots. You mean saving me by turning me into a robot? Almost. It's scary for robots to develop self-awareness. But fortunately, they haven't evolved much. They only know how to transform this planet into metal machinery according to the program. They changed my body, but not my brain. He patted his chest. Look, I turned myself into a biological mecha according to the Federation's aesthetics. It's much better looking than what they made for me. Chen Weimo asked. Then why don't you go back to the Federation? Zhong He grinned. What's going on? Look at me like this. I'm not even a human being. And others probably don't want me to go back. He pulled out a low table from under the bed and slapped it casually. Sit down. Tell me about yourself. What do you do? What are you doing here? Someone wants the phantom flower below. Oh. You are the one. You have that kind of job. I've heard of it. I heard that you have to go to many places. And the danger level is no less than that of soldiers on the front line. This man was startled and Chen Weimo was a little annoyed by him. Oh. But you can't pick it. Right? What are you going to do? How would she know what to do? If you can't finish it, leave and take other orders. She was concise. Don't worry. Tell me, what is the current situation of the Federation? Although he was on Morning Star, he could find any information. But after all, it was just cold text and pictures. Not as real as a living person standing in front of him. I don't know. I haven't been to the city yet. What about you? Oh, you are from a foreign country? Where are you from? Is this the only way you make money in the Federation? Why are you so talkative? Chen Weimo found that she was being led to talk more. His magic voice echoed in the small room, making her head hurt. It's been a long time since I last saw you. It's been a long time since we last talked. I'm a little excited. Sorry. Hee. Zhong He has a very good temper and will never be impatient. Are you here alone? What else do you want to do besides Huanhua? Chen Weimo felt a little tired in his cheeks, so he leaned on the hard metal sofa, and his head just stuck on the bulge. Although this hut is made of metal, it is not like other places on Morning Star, and it has a strong atmosphere of life. A mecha that does not need to eat, drink, defecate or urinate. but only needs energy. Has made all the objects needed by humans. His hands are quite skillful. You said you are an engineer? What do you do? Mecha design and manufacturing engineer. Jong-hee's face was full of pride. The most sought-after profession in the Federation is the mecha master. But most mecha masters are trained in the military. Mecha engineers, like him, who work in commercial companies usually serve very wealthy families, or help soldiers assist in development. However, his pride was misplaced. Chen Weimo didn't understand all these twists and turns. Seeing Chen Weimo's lack of reaction, he added an explanation. Mecha. I make mecha. Have you heard of Kaiyun? The most advanced combat mecha in the Federation at that time? I participated in the design of the first draft. Wasn't that also the most advanced 10 years ago? Chen Weimo hit the nail on the head. Young man, I won't argue with you. Jong-hee felt that this girl didn't seem to be as blindly worshipping mecha as those in the Federation. Seeing that she was still using a knife, he knew that she was not from a high family. But your knife. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. He wanted to take a closer look. Can I check it? Chen Weimo handed it to him, not treating him as a threat at all. Jong-hee took the knife, and the shovel in his left hand turned into a ring-shaped metal rod. Sweeping the blade, oh wow! This material is rare. Good sister. You can get such a good thing. I underestimated you. If it weren't for the fact that the production of Uzi was too small, it would be the best material for making mechas with its performance. It's a bit of a waste to make a knife. You can detect it like this? Left hand sweeping right hand? Chen Weimo was dumbfounded by his operation. He obviously didn't do anything else. Jong-hee just liked others to look like they had never seen the world. Pointed at his eyes, see? I use the brain as a terminal to connect all functions. The information can be directly presented to my eyes through the optic nerve. Others can't see it. He touched the knife again. Although he could tell the material immediately, he could no longer have the sense of touch of a human. The perception function he made can only approach, but never achieve the real thing. It's a pity that he has all the knowledge, but can only change himself. And there is no good material to match his design. Your knife. Do you want to exchange it with me? No. Chen Weimo decisively refused. Hey, don't worry. Don't you want to know what I will exchange it for? I don't want to know. Chen Weimo took back the knife and put it back into the sheath. I am. Mecha Master. Aren't you curious about what I can give you? Jong-hee was getting a little anxious. No. You're such a stubborn kid. Jong-hee turned the display screen on the table angrily and clicked around with his mechanical hand. Many mecha drawings popped up. I just want some materials. If you give me the knife, I give you all the new mecha drawings I've designed over the years. I can't use a mecha. I just need a knife. Jong-hee's breath was stuck in his mechanical throat. He shouldn't have felt anything. But now he felt suffocated. I would rather have a backward cold weapon with limitations than a mecha blueprint that can defeat a city. Doesn't this kid know the value of this thing? He calmed down and asked tentatively, what is your mental power? None. Not at all? Not at all. No wonder. But didn't she want to sell it to make a fortune? I used to sell a sketch for 100 million star coins. Not to mention a complete project. Jong-hee said faintly. You can make so much money. Why don't you go back and make it yourself? Instead of talking nonsense to me here? After talking about it for a long time, Jong-hee covered his face and rubbed it hard. Times have really changed. There are times when mecha masters are looked down upon. Forget it. If he doesn't want to change, then don't change. The knowledge of mechas is meaningless to him now. He just wants to make himself happy for the rest of his life. This girl is not bad. Although she doesn't know much about the market price. She has some principles. It's up to you. Jong-hee sat down and curled up on the low platform. The giant seemed a little aggrieved. It was my fault just now. It's easy to cause trouble for you if I give you this blueprint. Chen Weimo felt that this person was a bit twisted. I don't quite understand. Since you are still designing mechas and are so obsessed with materials, why are you designing in this damn place? With your ability, it shouldn't be difficult to build a flying machine that can operate for a long time and leave. Sister, when you grow up, you can't live according to your heart. Jong-hee raised his eyebrows, and the wrinkles on his forehead were so deep that they could pinch two insects to death. Look at you. You said you only want to use a knife. But facing a mecha, is the knife still useful? Can you beat the mecha? Chen Weimo thought for a moment. I think I might be able to. Jong-hee couldn't help laughing. You are such a young brat. You dare to say such big words? You still want to punch the mecha and tear the insect beasts apart with your bare hands? Maybe? Oh, you are still excited? Then tell me, which part of the mecha do you plan to attack first? Chen Weimao looked around Zhong He and stretched out his hand to him. What do you mean? Zhong He cooperated with her inexplicably and held out his left hand. Chen Weimao held the tip of his human hand, raised her hand and slapped it at the joint, and his left hand was instantly broken. Damn. You scared me. Zhong He quickly pulled it back. Fortunately, I only added the sense of touch and not the body perception function. Otherwise it would be painful. You really did it. You asked me. Chen Weimao was justified. She had long wanted to find a mecha to test its strength. But she couldn't attack the military base in the Federation. Right? You? Zhong He was so angry that he looked at his broken hand and suddenly calmed down. It was the first time he met someone who could destroy a mecha with bare hands. This foreigner's physical fitness was amazing. But she still used brute force. Looking at the broken cross-section, she wanted to find a weak point to hit. But this common sense does not apply to combat mechas. So this little thought did not have any substantial effect. It was just a coincidence based on her ability. If you really want to fight against mechas with bare hands, it's not impossible. I can teach you. Chapter 11. What are you going to teach me? I don't know anything about mechanics. Chen Weimao refused subconsciously. You can only fight for a while with your blind strength. But can you win a long-term battle? Zhong He is a mecha master, and he always considers practical design from a long-term perspective. Even though his idea seems like a fantasy to others. How can a human body be qualified to fight against a mecha? But Zhong He likes this kind of nonsense. Besides, this little girl seems to have the strength, at least the brute force. He has reached the top in mecha making. And he has experienced jealousy and backstabbing in the industry. Now that he is old and no longer makes mechas, it would be much more interesting to teach a mortal how to break the defenses he designed. People should have a little curiosity. Right? What's the difference between me learning by myself and you teaching me? Do you know which main component to attack to temporarily disable the mecha's ability to move? Do you know which weapon takes the most time for the mecha to change? Do you know where the mecha's actual weak field of vision is? A few questions thrown out far exceeded Chen Weimao's ability to imagine. She has always been a practical person. If there is no opportunity to analyze face to face, then simulating in the mind is barely enough. But that is limited to the past when the opponent is still a human. But now she really has no chance at all. The last time she was at the base of the Shibuya mobile team, she was still vivid in her mind. Then what do you want? I won't learn in vain. Chen Weimao wanted to exchange one for one. Although she didn't have anything to exchange at the moment. If there was anything she could use in the future, she would definitely help. Zhong He spread his arms and turned around. Look at me. What else do I want? I live on an energy card now. And I have plenty of it. What do you mean? When I was an engineer, I made so much money that I looked down on it. I had both fame and wealth. And now I want to do something noble. Zhong He switched his hand to the display mode again and called up a battle propaganda picture of the Federation mecha. I haven't made a mecha for several years. Do you think I am good or the Rising Star is good? But I shouldn't have much chance against the mecha. I'm just an outsider who doesn't even have an identity registered. Zhong He felt that this kid was a little too honest. And he told the truth. And he was too young. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. People always have to be involved with different people when they are alive. Although he hasn't seen all of Chen Weimao's strength, he knows the Federation. Possessing a treasure is the Federation's most skilled trick. Don't worry. I don't have to make you make two enemies. At worst, I can make two mechas for you to fight. Suddenly, alarms rang everywhere. Chen Weimao subconsciously became alert. She looked at Zhong He at first. And he was also surprised. Is this a notice for the entire territory? I have only heard it twice in the past 10 years. Last time, someone forcibly snatched the core engine. What happened today? Are you here alone? Zhong He asked. Oh no. Mei Chen won't really cause her any trouble. Right? Chen Weimao ran out of the door. As soon as she ran out of the forest, she saw a dense crowd of aircraft in the sky in the distance coming towards her direction. There was even a missile flying quickly as a vanguard. She didn't understand whether it was aimed at her. But she ran away first. However, she didn't run in the direction of Zhong He. Although they had only known each other for a short time, she couldn't implicate others at will. As she ran, She located the position of the aircraft on the optical computer. But her worst assumption came true. The aircraft was no longer on Lonming Star. And Machen had blocked her. There was a whistle in her ears. And a fish-shaped missile passed by her. Chen Weimo's heart skipped a beat. And she immediately rolled back to the left and back. Although she was not hit directly, some of the heat and fragments that burst out instantly still fell on Chen Weimo. She didn't feel anything for a moment. But the next second she felt the long-lost piercing pain. Her survival instinct made her not stop at all. And she got up and continued to run. The surrounding area was flat. And there was no place to hide. But there seemed to be a depression in the far distance. She had no choice but to run there. What did this bastard Machen do? The whole country was trying to annihilate his accomplice? Mechanical armies are not governed like humans. Each machine has the best coordination generated by the system. Although there are many machines, they are actually well organized. This has both advantages and disadvantages for Chen Weimo. Although the weapons are dense, and there is no time for people to breathe. Under the autonomous command, some attack patterns can be found. In addition, she runs fast. And although it takes a little effort to hide, and she is burned and hurts, at least she still has half her life. She rushed desperately, and when she ran to the front, Chen Weimo found that it was not a depression at all, but a huge focusing device, which was extremely smooth, and there was no place to hide. It's over. No matter how strong she is, it's hard for her to survive the heavy bombing. But there's really no place to hide except that forest. Suddenly, among the countless fighter planes, a flying machine with a different shape from the surrounding ones rushed out, breaking the formation at a strange speed, throwing out a long chain and rushing towards Chen Weimo, hooking her waist and immediately retracting it. Chen Weimo immediately drew out the knife after entering the cabin, but suddenly remembered that there was no one here for her to cut. Don't be nervous. A familiar voice came from the front. Wait a moment. I'm a little busy now. Chen Weimo looked outside. All the fighter planes were heading here. But Zhong He was not in a hurry. And after changing several directions, he suddenly got rid of them inexplicably. How did you do it? Even if Chen Weimo didn't understand technology, he had been chased for so long and figured out that weapons have directional functions. So how could he run away just like that? Do you think I've lived here for nothing for so many years? Zhong He pursed his lips. This girl always questioned his technology. I was in a dead state on the machine because I found a loophole and made a system barrier that would not be monitored. Chen Weimo was worried and observed for a while, but saw that the group of fighters all went to other places. You are very nice. You didn't run to me. Zhong He was very satisfied with this move. I don't understand it. Why should I implicate you? Chen Weimo finally let go and sat on the ground. There were several bloodstains on her body, and it was red and swollen from being burned. Although her body was strong, she was not really invulnerable. She would be injured when she reached a certain limit, but she didn't have the energy to take care of the wound now. You just said you know the system loopholes here? Chen Weimo asked Zhong He. Then can you find out what happened here? Zhong He stretched the display screen in his right hand directly in front of Chen Weimo. Several robots of the guard department were dismantled, and the relevant data showed signs of being copied. Is this what your accomplice did? Zhong He didn't think of what word to use to describe that person. Accomplice seemed not so close, seeing that Chen Weimo was gloomy and silent. He also tactfully did not ask again, but this person's level is not good. He copied the data and was discovered. What we mean is that if you don't have the diamond drill, don't take on this porcelain job. I did it perfectly. Can this spaceship travel in space? Chen Weimo stood up suddenly. Of course. Can you lend it to me? Yes. I give it to you. But I have a condition. You say. I go with you. But I won't go back to the Federation. This condition doesn't matter. Chen Weimo has no relatives in the Federation. The only person she has a good relationship with is Lao Zhua. But now, she is not sure. Lao Zhua said that anyone who takes an order from him will not receive any news from him unless they return alive. But if she didn't go back, who could tell whether she had met with misfortune or offended someone and was assassinated? Where do you want to go? She asked. As long as she could leave this damn place first, she would be fine. I have a place to go. Just follow me. But don't you need to worry about your injuries? I can build a treatment cabin. But I don't have enough materials now. No. It will be fine in 2 days. Chen Weimo declined. In her current state, she was not suitable for a leisurely recuperation. Then you have to be sure Don't let me kill you. Zhong-He seemed to have planned to leave long ago. He put some of his usual things in the aircraft. He did not go back, but went straight out of the periphery of Lanming Star. Although the robots on this planet are powerful, they have not yet evolved the idea of expanding outward. As long as they are out of their control range, they will not chase them out and continue to pursue them. I used to travel all over the interstellar space, looking for materials suitable for making mechas everywhere. So I bought real estate in some places. Zhong-He called up the map, and his face was still quite nostalgic. I don't know if his house is still there after all these years, but it doesn't matter. He has many houses. Even if one is destroyed, there are still 800. Mecha Master, do you make a lot of money? What's your question? Zhong-He turned his head 180 degrees, his eyebrows flying up to the sky. Do you look down on me? Sorry. I was still in debt a few days ago. I really don't understand the rich people in your federation. Chen Weimao just earned the money from the federation, and he won't go back now. Work for nothing. And there is a very serious problem. Zhong-He does not need to eat or drink. He must have prepared enough energy cards for himself. But what should she do? If it is another desolate planet with no one living, she will not be able to find food again. She did not say her worries and fell asleep in a daze. But it is obvious that Zhong-He has considered it very carefully. Welcome to Hosmine Planet. Chen Weimao opened his eyes slightly, and a strangely shaped planet gradually enlarged in his sight. What is on it? The star was very dim, and only countless neatly arranged rods could be seen standing on the surface. Some places had faint colors, while most of them were dark enough to suck people in. The Federation gave up the mine here more than a decade ago, so the construction was never completed. Why did you give up? As the aircraft went deeper, Chen Weimao saw that the surface was full of slightly glittering crystals. What was the difference between this and money everywhere? So he couldn't help asking. I suggested it. Zhong-He showed a nostalgic expression. Because I think this is very suitable for retirement, and I don't want others to disturb me. Just find a random excuse to get rid of him. Aren't you abusing your power? Yes. I have so much power. Are you jealous? Chen Weimao was speechless. But the spaceship suddenly shook violently, and she quickly sat down. The gravity field of the mine here is unstable. It will be fine after this section, although the visibility on the surface is not good. Chen Weimao found that the deeper he went, the brighter it was, all the light of the minerals themselves. At the bottom of the mine, there was a sticky soft wall. Zhong-He directly hit it. Chapter 12. I told you it's a good place for retirement. Chen Weimao had never thought that the center of the earth could be entered, and she had never thought that there was a bright star hanging in the sky in front of her, illuminating and warming the entire world in the center of the earth. There are plants, animals, lakes and forests, which are more pleasing to the eye than any other place she has been to. Not bad. I haven't been back for so long, and this place hasn't changed much, and no one has discovered it. It turns out that places without people last long. Besides you, has no one else discovered the center of the earth here? I'm the chief engineer. I'm fully responsible for this project, and if we draw everyone's attention to the minerals on the surface, it won't be difficult to hide the center of the earth. Zhong-He parked the aircraft under a cliff, which was also a natural helipad, and the cave next to it was the property he mentioned. Fortunately, I left myself a face. Otherwise, without the biological features, I wouldn't be able to open the door. Zhong-He bent down, staring at the door that was previously at a suitable height for humans. Ding. It opened with a sound. The equipment I made must have a long service life. But there is no food reserve. You can find it yourself. I will not take care of you. It is already very good. Thank you. Chen Weimao slumped on the ground. As soon as his nerves were completely relaxed, the pain invaded his brain again. Give me your optical brain. Zhong-He stretched out his small hook, took the optical brain, opened the cover of the right atrium, and connected the optical brain to it. In just a few seconds, he returned it to Chen Weimao. You still have injuries on your body. I pity you. You don't have to fight with mechas these days. Get familiar with the theoretical knowledge first. 3 days. Is that enough? Is that enough? Chen Weimao had just finished replying when she found that her optical computer's memory was close to the upper limit. How much information was given to her? Was it a bit too much for her brain? But Zhong-He seemed to have agreed that he had to finish reading it, since he talked about learning about mecha manufacturing knowledge. Zhong-He suddenly became a little mean. Not as stupid as when they first met. Or maybe he was never stupid. He just didn't care. When he returned to his field, he naturally became himself again. Chen Weimao suddenly remembered that she had never looked up Zhong He. When Zhong He went around reminiscing about the past, Chen Weimao lay down and searched in front of this person. Zhong He, chief engineer of the Fury Mecha Research Institute, star calendar 1675 to 1748, won the highest honor medal of the Federation. And his representative work is the SSS class Mecha Muku. There is also a picture of Muku below. Chen Weimao couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. But compared with Meng Leji's, the shape was almost the same. I didn't expect that the strange old man was really good at it. And he was not just bluffing. In fact, Chen Weimao never believed it completely. But firstly, she was confident in her ability. And she could still dismantle Zhong He even if she was deceived. Secondly, she felt that people who could make themselves into mechas knew more or less. And she would definitely learn something. I didn't expect to pick up a big one. She pressed the bloodstains on her body. At least it didn't bleed. And she fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Maybe she was too tired. She didn't sleep well. It was the first time she had a dream. Her consciousness was floating. She seemed to be in a strange place, being beaten by a group of people. And she didn't fight back at all. Just stood up quickly after being knocked down. Maybe dreams are the opposite. She has never been a person who doesn't fight back or talk back. In the next few days, she could hardly see Zhong He's figure, coming in and out. And she didn't know what he was busy with. She didn't have time to care. She couldn't even complete her own tasks. She was completely new to mechanical mechas. She couldn't even understand the drawings at first. None of the information Zhong He gave her was suitable for beginners. She could only bite the bullet and open the mecha introduction while looking at the most cutting-edge design drawings Zhong He gave her, studying like crazy. When the 3-day deadline was up, Zhong He appeared in front of Chen Weimao with 10 mechas. Did you make all these? I modified the old stock to keep up with the times. Zhong He stood with his mecha, which showed the difference between ordinary mechas and combat mechas. It's a pity that you can only fight against unmanned mechas. So your agility will definitely be poor. But there's nothing you can do about it. Zhong He sighed, but immediately cheered up. Let me test your basic knowledge first. Do you know how people control mechas? Very basic. Chen Weimao just memorized. Perception and the manual control system in the cabin work together. Well, this sentence is nonsense, but extremely important. Zhong He nodded. Although you are strong, the technical materials are constantly being updated. Sooner or later, your strength will not be dominant. So you need to outsmart it. Cut off human control through precise destruction or disassembly. And even disrupt the driver's mind. Chen Weimao spent 3 days cramming and knew what he meant. Even though she was a military man, she felt that this was a bit vicious. The warriors control the mecha through perception. And they use the sensor system to make themselves and the mecha one. But the internal structure of the mecha is very complex. In order to maximize the use of perception, the mecha master has built countless delicate components. If the brain sensor is destroyed, not only will the mecha lose control of the perception, but it will also cause a backlash to the driver's mind. As for the result of the backlash, it depends on whether she is ruthless and how strong the opponent's mental strength is. At the least, he will fall into a coma. And at the worst, his brain will be damaged. Zhong He asked about the general distribution of energy, transmission, and perception systems, and asked Chen Weimao to point out the corresponding positions. It's okay. This is enough for your initial confrontation. Now try the first one. Use your hand to dismantle the left arm, and use a knife to dismantle the right arm. Zhong He set up a control group. While training Chen Weimao, he also had to record the corresponding data. Chen Weimao did as he was told. At the moment the mecha started, she jumped to the joint of the arm and hit the weakest part with all her strength. She landed smoothly, and the mechanical left arm also fell off. Zhong He's panel showed the strength, which was almost comparable to the mecha's striking power. Sure enough, she was right. This is no different from designing and manufacturing an SS-level mecha. And it even makes up for the mecha's weakness in some scenes. Chen Weimao drew out his knife. A little hesitant, will my knife break? No. If the Uzi breaks, there will be no usable material. Just chop boldly. Chen Weimao got the affirmation and swung the knife down. But she felt very empty. All fancy. Without the tension of actual combat. Can you fight with me? Zhong He's pupils moved slightly. Although his mental power was SS level, and had been continuously improving for decades. He didn't join the army because he was too lazy to move. Good physical fitness does not mean he is hardworking. I'm a civilian. I don't fight. But the information says that it's an important step for the mecha master to personally participate in the test. If you don't practice, how can you get the experience? I have practiced in the past. Zhong-He felt something was wrong as he spoke. Now I'm teaching you. What experience do I need? By the end of today, you have to hand me an 800-word article about your experience in practice. Zhong-He hurried back to the house and explained as he walked, I have said different actions for the rest. You have to take them apart for me. Although Chen Weimo was bored all day, she did everything Zhong-He said honestly. And even Zhong-He felt that this was not a solution. Wouldn't this discredit his identity as a teacher? He originally thought that Chen Weimo would master the structure of the mecha and consume the least energy to quickly resolve the battle. But he didn't expect that this person would get started so quickly, and the teaching progress would be so smooth. He also asked federal soldiers to assist him in improving the mecha. But they were not so efficient. Chen Weimo's learning ability was not the strongest he had met, but her own strength was enough to make up for this gap. I think you have mastered it well recently. Do you want to take a risk and find a place to fight? Chen Weimo's eyes lit up when he heard it. But he immediately became worried. You are not asking me to attack the Federation? I'm not stupid. Even if you want to die, I don't want the Federation to know that I'm still alive. Zhong-He crossed his mechanical legs and leaned against the wall with his arms spread out seductively. I know a place. It's chaotic, violent, and lawless. You may be beaten if you look at someone you pass by on the street. Mecha. Isn't it unique to the Federation? Of course. There are no mechas in the place I'm talking about. But there are some similar ones. Some petty thieves steal weapons and equipment from everywhere and piece together mecha-like devices that can arm themselves. This performance is definitely not as good as mechas. But these people are extremely vicious and never follow the rules. Don't you just want to experience the excitement of actual combat? Is this exciting enough? Did I tell you that I was an officer? I did. What's wrong? Although Chen Weimo's expression did not fluctuate, his tone was unusually subtle. One of my duties is to deal with some social scums who cause trouble. Is this what military officers do? It's a small place. Very stable. Not so messy. Zhong-He suddenly thought of a question. According to what she said, how did she escape so far from such a backward small country that could not carry out long-distance interstellar travel? But this question is not important at the moment. The key point is that such a place without jurisdiction and supervision is indeed difficult to find. And it is a good place to get a chance. I just want to ask you if you want to go. Yes. That's good. Zhong-He's expression changed in a second. It's quite close. We will go back and forth every day in the future. And it will be convenient for you to rest. Chen Weimo was still muttering in her heart. How chaotic it could be. Until she stepped on a person as soon as she landed and took the first step. To be precise, it was not a person, but a thing with 5 tentacles and a disgusting insect-like upper body. Chen Weimo raised her foot, and there was sticky mucus on the sole of her shoe. What is this? Zhong-He moved his nose. The smell of wolf grass. I haven't smelled it for a long time. I didn't expect this thing is still spreading. What is wolf grass? It's addictive. If you smoke it once, your life is over. It was popular in the interstellar world for a while more than 20 years ago. But because it is too damaging to the nerves, most planets have banned it. It's not surprising that it still exists in places like this. Zhong-He stepped over the muddy guy. Let's go. Today we will fight outside the city. Step by step. To the most chaotic place. Okay. Although Chen Weimo is not afraid of trouble, she is not likely to take the initiative to cause trouble. She made unnatural eye contact with the unkind person on the side of the road, but only received a stare from the disgusted fool. Is this different from what you said? Go and provoke them. You will only make people think you have bad eyes. Zhong-He gave her an example, staring at a person whose limbs were completely covered by machines. And he shouted, that human stick. Come here. Yes. I'm talking about you. Chapter 13. The poor man who was provoked seemed to not understand the language of the Federation. But according to experience, this tone and this posture are not good people. He was about to rush forward, but several people next to him grabbed him and started to communicate in a gibberish. Chen Weimo also couldn't understand them. What are they talking about? Zhong-He has a language conversion function, which broadcasts to her in real time. They said that my outfit looks intimidating. Maybe I'm very powerful. Don't attack easily. But you seem very weak. If we fight, I get you first. You're not going to cause trouble because we don't speak the same language. Are you? Is that man really a mechanical arm? Don't just cover the arm with a layer of defense device. All 4 limbs are mechanical. I've scanned it. Zhong He pointed to his eyes. As they were whispering to each other, the other party suddenly cut the throat of one of the people who came to stop the fight. And the dark brown blood even splattered on Chen Weimo's body. What's going on again? Why did he suddenly start killing people when he was talking peacefully? It seems that he thinks this person is looking down on him? Before he could figure it out, the left arm of the cyborg suddenly broke off automatically, and a very long chain flew out, directly facing Chen Weimo. Chen Weimo had seen too many strange weapons from Zhong He, and she thought this one was just SOSO. She dodged sideways, moved to the man in an instant, raised her hand to break his left arm, and threw it to Zhong He. What else do you have? Chen Weimo asked the man, although they couldn't communicate. Before the man could react, he had lost a part of himself. In shock, he opened his mouth and spit out a hose-like joint. Chen Weimo frowned. She thought he had only replaced his metal prosthesis, but she didn't expect that he had been transformed so thoroughly. She seemed to not care about the sticky and disgusting yellow liquid on it. She grabbed the opponent's upper and lower jaws and tore his head apart from the middle. There was no brain spilling, but a few scattered metal parts fell off. Woo! Zhong He was very happy to watch the battle. This really stimulated Chen Weimo's fighting instinct more than the mecha with set prescribed actions. Although she was also swift in her movements on the mining planet, she lacked the life and death posture and was too comfortable. Chen Weimo provoked this guy, and there were also some people around who came forward to challenge him. But they all lost one by one, and she only had minor flesh injuries. When she returned to the mining star at night, Chen Weimo completed the after-fighting feeling that Zhong He had arranged verbally. But he himself did not take it seriously. Zhong He secretly walked behind her and asked, "How was it today?" "Not bad. But I found that there is an advantage to fighting with machines. When I fight with people, I always worry about whether I will kill my opponent. But I don't think about these things when facing machines. But there is a person in the mecha. What are you going to do?" "So I've been looking for a compromise. To destroy the mecha without hurting the brain of the person inside. That's why I'm learning from you." Zhong He didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to collect data. He didn't care whether Chen Weimo physically hurt the mecha warrior. If he hesitated to fight, this kindness would kill him sooner or later. But anyway, he had already told Chen Weimo his heartless advice, and the other party always responded perfunctorily, obviously not agreeing with it from the bottom of his heart. In this case, young people must suffer a little to understand the truth of the treacherous human heart. Are you afraid that if you are targeted by the Federation in the future, you will be too harsh and cause trouble for yourself? Zhong He asked a question that hit the heart. I don't want to be a refugee. Of course, the less I exist in the Federation, the better. Come on. Forget it. I trust others. But you? How can no one notice you? Chen Weimo looked at Zhong He with resentment. He was really talking about something irrelevant. Really? Zhong He suddenly became excited. Tell me, is there anyone I know? You are too old. The people I know are all young officers. Please show some respect to your teacher. I am also an SS-level mecha engineer of the Alliance. I have worked with many powerful celebrities at that time. Okay. For example? Zhong He hadn't shown such a greasy smile on his face for a long time. General Chi Huaibua. Have you heard of him? No. I almost forgot that this person is a foreigner who has no curiosity and just wants to hide and live his life. He is a recent invincible general of the Federation. I am his friend. After he broke through to the 3S level, the first mecha he built was the Muku made by me. Zhong He looked at Chen Weimo, but his eyes seemed to be looking at someone else. When I'm not working, I go to his house every few days to drink tea. If he's not at home, I play with his children. What about this General Chi? Chen Weimo heard the tone. It didn't seem like he was talking about an old friend, but rather missing the deceased. He died young, in his 40s. Was he injured on the battlefield? Zhong He suddenly fell silent. Dead is dead. There are so many reasons. He seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not right, so he took the initiative to ease it. I haven't seen his 2 daughters for a long time, and they seem to be doing well. Although Huaibua is gone, the Chi family is one of the best in the business world with the support of Mrs. Chi. The 2 children have inherited his legacy, and become excellent soldiers. I heard that they volunteered to go to the border defense after graduation. That team is also the elite among the elites. Chen Weimo felt something was wrong as he listened. Which team? With your knowledge. Can you tell me if you ask? Have you heard of the Shibuya Mobile team? Zhong He looked disdainful. Zhong He looked at Chen Weimo's eyes, that rarely sought knowledge, and suddenly turned into dead fish eyes. And suddenly became excited. What's going on? Provoked? It happened. It was the captain of Shibuya. I slapped him. Zhong He was stunned and laughed randomly. His huge body fell down because he couldn't stand steadily. Chen Weimo is great. You are very capable. No wonder you dare to follow a stranger like me to learn how to fight mechas with your bare hands. It turns out that you are trying to make up for the loss. Chen Weimo's figure seemed to shrink a little, but he didn't pursue me. Kid, you can't just look at the surface. All the people in the Federation who are famous are smart people. That Captain Meng, an SSS level commander. Do you think he can really treat you as if you don't exist? Of course I know. He even forced his contact information on me. I guess I'd just check it out from time to time. What else did he do? Chen Weimo didn't dare tell him that Meng Liji took her to do the perception test. After all, this was a violation in the military. And she couldn't betray someone who held her power. It's nothing. He and his men never beat me. We were at a stalemate. And I didn't want to kill them. So he said he wouldn't pursue it. Let's take a step back. Didn't he beat you? Zhong He suddenly leaned in and looked at Chen Weimo with an inquiring look. Do you want to test your perception again? Maybe you can test it this time. Chen Weimo thought of that experience and shuddered, as if her brain was about to explode. If she said yes, Zhong He would definitely make her a test machine on the spot. I don't want to. I almost died last time I tested it. She felt that there was nothing to hide about this. So she repeated her feelings in detail, but just erased Meng Liji's existence in this matter. This was also the first time that Zhong He encountered such a situation, since Chen Weimo won the battle against a 3S level commander. It means that the command and even mental control did not work for her. How could such a person be without perception and even have physical rejection? If I were still an engineer in the Federation, I would definitely want to study you thoroughly. Unfortunately, he didn't have the energy to do that now. Zhong He sighed. It's good to live longer. To meet people like you. Okay. I was originally asking if you think it's okay to go there to fight. But I got off topic. If you think it's okay, just fight until no one dares to provoke you. Okay. Chen Weimo didn't think it was difficult. But she wanted to stay in one place for a few days. Days always make her think back. Since she came to the Federation, she has never stayed in one place for more than 3 consecutive days. Busy and busy. Making quick money. This time Lao Zhuo's aircraft was taken away. In fact, it was her fault. And her savings were lost in a blink of an eye. At this rate, when can she save enough money to join Hughes? She doesn't have the brains to make money with wisdom like Zhong He. After thinking about it, the road is long. So it's better to dismantle the mecha first. A good teacher and a studious student always have a win-win situation. Zhong He hasn't communicated with a living person for 10 years. He has rarely stopped talking for more than a month. And Chen Weimo has also tidied up this planet. People who have lived here for a long time know that there is a woman who comes to cause trouble every day. At first, the aggressive ones would challenge her. But over time, they found that once this woman strikes, she will kill them. The equipment they are proud of is always torn to pieces. Gradually, no one dared to provoke her. And some even took the initiative to find her to work together. But most of them are interstellar bandits, flying around and robbing people. Chen Weimo doesn't want to be the kind of person she caught before. After the battle in one place is almost over, Zhong He, as a teacher, of course, has to take the initiative to help choose the next one. But he still has some greed for the feeling of being able to walk sideways with power. And before leaving, he drags Chen Weimo to stroll around this desolate planet. Oh! Look! The way they look at us is different. Zhong He commented while walking with his hands behind his back. Although his body is a machine, his appearance is still completely that of an old man. That's enough. People are most likely to get into trouble when they are proud. Chen Weimo poured cold water on him in time. She didn't like the feeling of being watched all the way. You are still young and don't understand the meaning of this moment. Zhong He was very immersed in it. There were many people on the road today, which satisfied his vanity even more. It is particularly rewarding to train a strong person to be both skilled and fierce. Chen Weimo silently felt ashamed for him. But she was also habitually alert to her surroundings. After more than a month of continuous sneak attacks on the road, she had developed a subconscious reaction and always felt that people passing by had bad intentions. But today, there seemed to be many new faces, who looked like ordinary people, very indifferent, and had no interest in her. Chen Weimao looked at them curiously. Although they were not wearing conspicuous clothes, the cold feeling on them was still new and familiar. Let's go! Go along this path. Don't look. Zhonghe suddenly grabbed Chen Weimao and turned around urgently to avoid them. What? What happened? Chen Weimao shook off his mechanical arm in disdain, but still obediently quickened her pace. People from the Federation. Don't let them see me. Chapter 14. How do you know they are from the Federation? There are many species that look like humans? After getting on the aircraft and leaving, Zhonghe breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat that didn't exist. I have seen them. Anyway, stay away from these people. What a coincidence. What do they do? Chen Weimao leaned against the window curiously, watching the figures getting smaller and smaller, trying to identify them. But Zhonghe was running too fast, and she didn't sit back in the co-pilot until even the desolate star was only the size of a fist in her field of vision. It's not a good thing anyway. Zhonghe's tone was rare and serious, even when he talked about his old friend who had passed away. This emotion was obscure and hard to tell, whether it was anger or fear. Remember the faces you just saw. If you return to the Federation in the future, hide when you see them, he instructed. Then you have to tell me what they do first. Right? Zhonghe set up the automatic driving and sent the whole person down. He turned his head and looked at Chen Weimao, seemingly never so serious. You don't need to know the twists and turns of some rich people. If you are involved in something in the future, just remember one sentence. Don't block other people's money. They put you? Chen Weimao asked cautiously. Not entirely. Anyway, I thought I was capable and expressed so many opinions back then. Now I think I might be a joke in the eyes of some people. Zhonghe snorted coldly. How could he not have any resentment after being silent for 10 years? He just felt that he was just trying to shake a tree with an ant. Chen Weimao did not ask any more questions. She knew that Zhonghe had done his best to say this, and it would be impolite to dig deeper. She should also think about where she should go. I want to go back to the Alliance. So suddenly, go back to watch the game? What game? Just as she asked, Chen Weimao suddenly remembered the military academy ranking competition that Lao Shui told her about. It is said that the control is stricter than usual. I have to go back to pay back the money. I still owe them a flying machine. I probably can't even afford an engine with the 200,000 I earned last time. Chen Weimao stretched her back and felt tired just thinking about it. A penny can make a hero fall, let alone a long string of numbers that she can't even count. Zhonghe thought it was a big deal and said nonchalantly, just make one yourself. My respected teacher, don't you know my level? You can dismantle it violently. But if it comes to fine work, I can't build half a machine in 10 years. Zhonghe was disappointed. When I was your age. When Chen Weimao heard that she was going to reminisce about the past again, she simply turned around and said, out of sight, out of mind. But even if she wanted to go back, how could she enter the Federation this time? She didn't have a flying vehicle, and she didn't have an identity permit, and Zhonghe couldn't go back with her. As she was thinking, she fell asleep. She could always fall asleep in front of Zhonghe. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to the center of the mining planet. But Zhonghe did not wake her up, but let her sleep alone in the cabin. A small flying robot appeared outside the glass in front of the cabin at the right time, and revealed its screen belly. Come to the waterfall quickly. This is the tool for Zhonghe and her to communicate on a daily basis. If the two want to find each other, they can either shout to see if the other can hear them, or Zhonghe will let this robot pass the message. According to Zhonghe, although the optical computer is convenient, he is not used to leaving traces of human activities. Chen Weimao crossed the waterfall. This was her first time to come here. She thought it was just an ordinary cave, but it turned out to be another manufacturing plant of Zhonghe. However, unlike the ordinary precise and orderly factories, Zhonghe piled up the machines he made but didn't like in a mess. More like a garbage dump. This side, Zhonghe's echo came from the depths. I didn't expect that this place could lead to such a deep place. When the scene in front of her suddenly became clear, a silver-gray aircraft appeared in front of her. Although I made it a long time ago, and it looks a bit outdated, the core of what I made will never be outdated. It's enough. Zhong He supported the aircraft with his hands, stood crookedly, and looked proud. Are you in such a hurry to send me away? Chen Weimao smiled. I'm still waiting for the good news that you will blow up the Mecca that the Federation is proud of. Zhong He opened the small storage tank on his stomach and threw 2 more small things to Chen Weimao. Chen Weimao took it. It was a brand new optical computer, and the other was a space folding storage device, which was used in mechas. Didn't you say you didn't like this thing? I don't like it, but I trust my own things more than those sold outside. Zhong He asked back. Do you know what the most popular business of the Federation is besides genetic modification and nutrient solution, which serve the mid to high-end market? Optical computer? It's information protection. Don't you Federation people want your information to be recorded? It's not that I don't want to, but I hate the pervasive surveillance. Zhong He spread his hands. If you stand at any street corner, there will be 800 surveillance cameras installed by different people. You search for information and make transactions through the optical computer. So some people can also know what information you searched for and what transactions you made. Chen Weimao lowered his head to fiddle with the new optical computer, and it seemed no different. I made an exclusive architecture channel, although I can't guarantee that it won't be broken by someone with ulterior motives. It can't be detected by normal technology. I will continue to improve and update it, and there shouldn't be any big problems. If you need anything in the future, use this to contact me. What about this? Chen Weimao held up the storage device. I don't have a mecha. It's for your weapons. If you wear a long sword on your waist every day, wouldn't that tell the other party that you are a foreigner who still uses cold weapons? Chen Weimao accepted it silently and looked up and asked, Where are you going? She knew that he would definitely not return to the Federation. Who knows? Anyway, I have so many properties, so it doesn't matter where I live. Although the two had been together for more than a month. And Zhong He was the most familiar person in the Federation to Chen Weimao. Zhong He could not tell Chen Weimao all his assets. Chen Weimao naturally understood. But because Zhong He avoided the Federation and showed disgust from time to time, Chen Weimao chose to believe him. Then I'm leaving. And you live well. You make nice words sound weird. Zhong He pouted, not moved at all. I also made you a fake entry permit. But it can only be used once. And then it will be automatically destroyed. And you can't find it even if you want to check it. Thank you, teacher. Hey! Don't give me that. Zhong He waved his hands. His mouth was disgusted, but his expression seemed older. Whatever you want to do in the Federation, be careful. There are not many people as honest and kind as me. Okay. No one has ever asked her what her purpose is in the Federation. In the eyes of others, she is just short of money. Making money and living. Zhong He didn't seem to ask, but it seemed that he said everything. If I really get into trouble, I will definitely not give you up, Chen Weimao assured him. When you are done with the trouble, I don't know where I will be. Let's go! Perhaps not being close to each other is the best way for them to get along. Chen Weimao doesn't want to break this delicate harmony. So it's better not to think and just accept it. What's more important now is how she will tell Lao Shuo when she goes back. She was afraid that Lao Shuo, who has 800 tricks, would notice Zhong He's existence if she wasn't careful. But she was totally overthinking it. After not seeing each other for more than a month, she told him about Mei Chen's dishonest deeds and made up some stories about trying to get out and wandering in poverty. And Lao Shuo completely believed it. Mei Chen. This kid. Can't you see that he still has such courage? It's hard to tell whether Lao Shuo's words are amazement or praise. Just like the attitude when Chen Weimao killed that ship of interstellar pirates last time. I will make money to return the aircraft he drove away to you, but at the same speed as before. Thinking of this, Chen Weimao couldn't help but sigh. The road of debt is too long. Lao Shuo waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't be too honest. The aircraft was not taken away by you. And the debt has its own owner. That kid is on my list. What list? Lao Shuo smiled and didn't respond. Instead, he asked her, What do you want to do next? Chen Weimao said seriously. I thought about it on the way back. It's unlikely to save money to buy a house. But I found a piece of polluted land on the main planet of Rila, which is for sale at a low price. I want to save money to buy it and build a house myself. I will live in my aircraft for the time being. Can I borrow your parking lot for a while? Your idea is still good. That is a polluted place where people can't live. It's not a simple uncultivated land as you think. Chemical pollution? Lao Shuo was embarrassed. It happened more than 10 years ago. There was a lot of noise at that time. But then someone from above blocked the news, and it was forgotten. He was very vague, obviously not wanting to talk about it. But Chen Weimo asked, since the blocking of the news means that important people are involved, why can this land still be sold publicly? Lao Zhuo shook his head and said, forget it. The people involved are almost all dead anyway. So it doesn't matter if we talk about it. More than a decade ago, an interstellar scientific expedition team had a sudden malfunction in their aircraft when entering the country, and they landed directly in a small town of more than 100,000 people, causing tens of thousands of deaths. It happened that the ship was carrying a large number of biological samples extracted from alien space, which caused secondary damage to the survivors. Chen Weimo listened for a long time, and it seemed that there was no pollution. Did the people mutate? More than that, the people became unrecognizable and lost their minds, and they were not much different from star beasts. People were sent to clean up. But who would have thought that the things brought back by the scientific expedition team were so powerful? The blood of those infected people was highly corrosive and toxic. And even the army lost a lot of people there. So hundreds of thousands of people are gone? Yeah. It was quite prosperous originally. But now there is nothing growing. It was a major mistake at the time. And the people were furious. It took several years to calm down. Selling poisonous products? The locals in Huila know that no one goes there, and they are just pretending to sell them. It has been more than 10 years since they have been able to solve this pollution problem. Who do you think is embarrassed? Chen Weimo muttered in her heart. It seems that they only trick foreigners who don't know the truth. But she is also a little curious. What kind of genetic pollution is so difficult to deal with? Is it more poisonous than the rudder fruit flower she picked last time? Don't even think about that piece of land. Lao Zhuo suddenly recalled that Chen Weimo's work these few times was not only tiring, but also in vain. The money he saved might not be as much as the money he had to pay. He couldn't help laughing. Do you want to come to the city with me? It's very lively recently. Chapter 15. Can I get in too? Chen Weimo suddenly became excited. Just don't wander around. I'm familiar with your face, so it's no problem to take you into the city. Chen Weimo was willing to have someone lead the way. She had wanted to get in for a long time. But it would be useless even if she got in with those little things in her pocket. Did you know that the competition will start in 2 days? Lao Zhuo drove out a very cool vehicle that looked like a car without wheels hanging in the air. Many big shots came to use. And there are many activities. Chen Weimo didn't have time to care about the city at the moment. She only had eyes for this car. Isn't this too conspicuous? You know when you enter the city. Chen Weimo didn't know what he meant. But when she entered Hu City, she suddenly realized that the city was called the city for a reason. Although she had been in the Federation for a while, she had never seen the Federation's true appearance in a practical sense. What mechas? What aircrafts? It's better to see how ordinary people live. The densely packed light bar passages that blocked out the sun. The commuter aircraft flying all over the sky. The virtual characters projecting advertisements tens of meters high. Everything reminded Chen Weimo that this was not her world. It's really rich. She looked at it for a long time and uttered a simple compliment. The infrastructure is good. Lao Zhuo was used to it. Although he lived outside the city, it didn't mean he was a poor man. I'm going to meet some friends. I can't take you here. You can go by yourself later. I meet you at the place where you get off at 8 o'clock in the evening. Watching Lao Zhuo leave, Chen Weimo stepped firmly on the spotless ground and was stunned for a while in the hustle and bustle of traffic. Suddenly, she didn't know what she wanted to see. The shock was too great, and she forgot her curiosity. She began to walk aimlessly. In the past, on her planet, everyone walked with their heads down. Working from morning to night might not be enough to support a family. And there was no laughter. Now she thinks laughter is too noisy. When she looked up, she happened to pass by a real estate purchase. She stood in front of the huge browsing screen and swiped casually. Apartment 6042. Number 333. V50 Road. For sale for only 30 million. Villa number 996. TB49 Road. Surprisingly priced at 130 million. Buying a house doesn't seem realistic anymore. Chen Weimo thinks it's better to build one herself. Or maybe she can live in the flying machine Zhong he gave her. Thinking of this, Chen Weimo suddenly felt relieved and went to the store to buy some candies, picking out new flavors she had never heard of. At the same time, it was hard not to notice that even candy stores had put up posters and advertisements for the military league. Miller Military Academy, Lin Qinqing. Chen Weimao looked at the pile of pictures and subconsciously read out the words. You also support Miller? The boss quietly came over and spoke suddenly, his eyes shining. Chen Weimao paused and silently distanced himself. No. I don't know much about these. Oh. From outside the country. The boss was a little disappointed, but immediately changed his face. It's okay. We will definitely support Miller on our main planet of Rila. Don't you think so? Yes. Can you introduce me to him? Okay. It seems that the boss has only met someone who is willing to listen to him for 800 years. Once he starts talking, he can't stop. Our Miller Military Academy sent out 50 elites this time. All of them are S level and above. The main players are 3S level Commander Lin Qianqing, 3S level Mecha Master Yi Shanwen, SS level Mecha Soldiers Guan Yin, and Qinghuai and Xiang Xiling. I have to introduce Lin Qianqing to you. It was his first time to participate in the last league. He directly controlled half of the soldiers and won the victory. Oh! So amazing. Chen Weimao responded appropriately. Otherwise the situation would be too dry. That's right. And he's already reached 3S level at the young age of 16. So he has a promising future. He's also the nephew of the federal foreign minister. And his family background is impeccable. Look at this face again. The girls in the Federation are fascinated by it. Wow. She clapped her hands again without emotion. 3S? Are many people 3S? That doesn't seem to be that amazing. I heard that Colonel Mengleji is also 3S. Who do you think is more amazing? Oh. This is not a good comparison. The Colonel is also from Miller Military Academy. And he reached the 3S level earlier. Maybe he has made a breakthrough now. And the Colonel has more practical experience. Why bother to consider this topic of infighting among family members? Anyway, they are all the glory of Wheela Star. When Lin Qianqing graduates, will he also go to the border like Colonel Meng? The boss raised his eyebrows. And it seemed that he met a knowledgeable customer today. Think about it. With this family background and this age, if he first earns a lot of military merits, he can go wherever he wants in the future? Where will the Colonel go in the future? Who can say for sure? But it's definitely not far off. Although General Qi Huaibo was born on a desolate planet, he was gifted. He not only became the first Super 3S level commander in the history of the Federation, but also had countless military exploits. He rose up step by step from the border. What's more, now that Colonel Meng has won an honor, his future is limitless. Chen Weimao knew that he had found the right person. Although the boss was too excited and seemed to be exaggerating, it was good that he had the patience to speak so carefully. Thank you. I will definitely support you. She said a few polite words and left. She didn't know why they were so excited about this league which had nothing to do with them. The citizens of Hughes were enthusiastic. And there were also people from other planets, wearing homemade cheering shirts from their military academy, making a lot of noise. Although she didn't feel much about such a large event. She was here, so it was okay to join in the fun. But most of the people in the Federation were tall and strong, probably because they had good nutrition since childhood. Although they were not as good at fighting as her, they looked strong and healthy. She couldn't see the people surrounding her even if she stood on tiptoe. So she stood farther away, stepped on the steps, and looked up through the gap. Chen Weimao? Hearing someone calling her, she turned around and saw Mengleji and a few people standing beside her. It's you. I didn't expect to see you in Hughes. Mengleji's face was still the kind of decent smile that Chen Weimao hated. Who knows what this guy is thinking about her? He smiled and asked, have you got the identity? The first question she wanted to avoid the most was, I came out for a walk with my friends today, and I have to go out in the evening. Is that so? Mengele understood and turned sideways to let Chen Weimao formally meet the others. Oh Ji. You have met him. He is in charge of close combat mecha in my team, Mu Fenghua. The mecha master, Qi Yiran and Yishuan, the two sisters, are in charge of all-round and heavy mecha. If it were in the past, Chen Weimao probably wouldn't understand a word. But she couldn't learn in vain from Zhonghe. She now has at least a secondary education level in a military academy. It is limited to written expression. Do you usually introduce yourselves like this? Not really. I just saw that you know too little about the Federation. So I give you a brief introduction. Chen Weimao was not as knowledgeable as Meng Le. But he still looked at him askance. Captain Meng, I've been here for 2 months. And I know a little bit. Then why are you still reading a science course specifically for foreigners? Ah? Chen Weimao was stunned, turned his head, and looked carefully at what he was doing. I just Just took a look. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Since you have nothing to do you want to have a meal with us? Mengleji asked out of the blue. Okay. It's been a while since we last met. I take you around. Before Chen Weimao could refuse. Oh Ji. As if he had discussed it with Mengleji. Took her in his arms and half pushed and half dragged her to another block. After all, he was a serious military officer. Why was he kidnapping her now? Chen Weimao was extremely reluctant. But seeing that they were traveling in plain clothes today, and that they seemed to be good people, she followed them, and could even get a free meal. How was it? Did you feel anything unusual after the last test? Oji lowered his voice, not wanting others to hear. It's all right. That's good. What have you been doing these past 2 months? How's your purchasing job going? Chen Weimao couldn't help but sigh. Don't mention it. I lost more than I earned. I just looked at the prices at Hughes, and I feel like I can't afford to live. So miserable? Oh, she had no idea what can't afford to live meant. But he felt that the fact that he could take the initiative to compensate showed that Chen Weimao was not a very evil person. Why don't you? Just don't arrest me. I don't ask for anything else. You haven't done anything wrong. Why should I arrest you? Then I give you some candy. Oh. Thank you. Chen Weimao stopped Oji from introducing her to a job in time. If she really went, wouldn't it be easier to be monitored? Oji was easy to coax. But Mengleji was not so easy. Who knew what he was going to do today? She looked at the two sisters walking side by side in front of her. Was this the daughter of General Qi that Zhong He mentioned? Just now. The two of them just smiled at me in a friendly way, without any negative emotions. And the mecha master Mu Finghua smiled reluctantly, glanced at me quickly and looked away. The 5 of them walked on the street without showing any signs of being battle-hardened. Just like ordinary friends going out. Mengleji took Chen Weimao into a private room in a restaurant. The decoration was simple and generous, but the service was meticulous, and it was obvious that the price was not cheap. It seemed that I was going to get a big deal today. Everyone else sat down, and Chen Weimao couldn't help but stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window that covered the entire wall. The view from here could overlook half of the city. She could even see some private houses with ornamental mechas and huge half-ship mechas parked in the roof gardens. And several teenagers were playing around with them. Is this legal? I heard from the captain that you are doing purchasing for Lao Zhua. Chen Weimao was curiously observing this new world. And Qi Rang came over to talk to her. Her voice was as warm as the sun. And it was hard not to get close to her. Ah. Yes. Do you know him? I know him. I've seen him a few times. This was unexpected. Lao Zhua always said that he knew people. But he didn't expect that he really knew some people with prominent family backgrounds. Even those in the military. So what is he doing? Don't be nervous, Qi Ren said with a smile. There are people who are outside the rules. Why should we be so harsh on others? This is the first person Chen Weimao has met since he came to the League who has shown direct dissatisfaction with federal regulations. And he is such a person. She didn't know how to react. So she forced a smile. Qi Ren gently put his hand on Chen Weimao's shoulder and said, but be careful recently. Lao Zhua should also remind you that after the League starts, some places will set up no-fly zones, and will check outsiders more strictly. Okay. I know. Thank you. Chen Weimao hadn't finished thanking her when her expression suddenly changed. The corners of her eyes were swallowed by darkness. And a huge monster flew straight to the window. Chapter 16. Chen Weimao pushed Qi Ran behind her, pulled out a knife from the storage device, and faced the thing head-on. She didn't know whether it was legal to own a mecha privately. But now, it was definitely illegal to run rampant and damage public property in a busy place in the city. The French window was shattered by the impact, and countless debris passed through Chen Weimao's body. But she didn't care about these. This was her first time to fight against a half-ship mecha in actual combat. This mecha is not humanoid, and is also known as a mobile fortress. It is an all-domain support weapon with high speed, heavy armor and high mobility. This is not easy to dismantle. It's too big. Chen Weimao did not resist randomly, but quickly judged the shape of the mecha and found the approximate location of the braking system. Seeing the tip of the knife sink into the mecha, she immediately exerted force to reverse the direction and lifted the cover of the mecha, revealing the more sophisticated structure inside. At the same time, a light mecha suddenly appeared beside her and clamped the machine that was constantly crashing. At this moment, the speed dropped sharply, and Chen Weimao stabbed the knife deeply into the bottom frame. Using the knife as a fulcrum to smash herself into the inside of the mecha, smashing the walking structure into pieces. The mecha of this half-ship gradually stopped working and got stuck in this window. Everything happened in just a few seconds. The light mecha shot out several chains to fix the pile of rubbish to prevent it from falling and hitting people. And the mecha operator inside jumped out. Not bad, Chen Weima. I didn't expect you to be able to fight mecha. OG was very excited and seemed to have completely ignored this farce of the half-ship. Chen Weima just wanted to escape at this moment. Her attack was completely a subconscious reaction. And OG's speed was almost the same as hers. And he even entered the mecha, which showed that these people were capable of dealing with it. Have you learned mecha manufacturing? Mu Fenghua asked before Mengleji did. Sure enough, the mecha master was more perceptive. Although Chen Weima's action of dismantling the mecha looked violent, it was actually the quickest and most labor-saving method. And there was a rule for each step. Let's go and see what's going on. If something like this happens at this time, I'm afraid we won't have a peaceful day. Chen Weima didn't expect that it was Mengleji who helped her out. Mengleji's eyes were unpredictable. He didn't say anything, but took Mu Fenghua and Qi Yixuan to investigate. Chen Weima even wondered if he had set a trap for her. Thank you for what you did just now. Qi Yiren smiled like a flower, without any fear or excessive gratitude. Nothing. Just a matter of convenience. Chen Weima felt very embarrassed now, having just come back and stood out in front of this group of people. She tried hard to change the subject. Why did you come to Hughes? Shouldn't you be stationed at the border? The League is a grand event. And the captain, as a former outstanding representative, naturally has to come back to show his face and play a role as a model leader. OG proudly explained. Besides, we are also from Miller Military Academy, so it is our duty to protect the safety of the venue for our juniors. Qi Yiren glared at OG, and OG immediately realized that he had said too much. Although many people knew that they came to Hughes, they should not take the initiative to inform them of their duties, even if it was vague. At this moment, there were two people who were embarrassed, and OG quickly brought the topic back to Chen Weima. Let's not talk about us. You looked really cool in those moves just now. Did you really learn mecha knowledge in private? Chen Weima gave him a bitter smile. I am a meat shield. If I don't use some tricks, I'm afraid I will be killed. Well, you are being modest. I saw that you just lifted yourself up. If you changed to a smaller mecha, you could have directly chopped it down. OG felt something was wrong after he finished speaking. A smaller mecha, such as his light mecha? I'm hungry. Chen Weima looked at the table of delicious food, although it was mixed with countless broken glass. But she still chose to eat it silently, which was better than arguing with the two soldiers. This dish is... OG wanted to stop her, but Qi Yiren quietly grabbed him and asked him to order some clean new rice. Anyone could see that Chen Weima was uncomfortable and didn't want to talk, so there was no need for her to be aggressive. Anyway, there is a long way to go, and the captain should think so too. Qi Yiren was very tactful and sat quietly beside Chen Weima, with almost no sense of existence. Chen Weima hadn't finished his meal when Mengleji came back with his men. How is it? Where did the mecha come from? Qi Yiren asked. Mengleji couldn't hide his tiredness. The kids across the street were playing around and ended up getting the real thing out of control. Give dangerous weapons to kids? Whose naughty kid is this? OG's rare free time was disrupted like this, and it was for this reason that it was hard not to be angry. Mengleji glanced at Chen Weima and said, the grandson of the director of Songqiong Sanatorium Group. OG had a lot of dirty words stuck in his throat, so he couldn't say them out loud, but it was obvious that he wanted to say something very dirty, and he choked and coughed. Chen Weima listened from the side, as if he was a big shot, and he probably wouldn't be held accountable. Before the League, this incident happened, so our 2-day vacation is over. We just received an order to gather the officers who came to Hughes and be on guard in advance. Mengleji didn't have much emotional fluctuations, and even except OG, no one else reacted much. Yes. Everyone quickly obeyed the order and went out quickly. Only Mengleji and Chen Weima were left in the room. Time is tight, so I won't say more. Mengleji saw Chen Weima pick up the glass shards neatly and admired her for being able to eat so calmly after what happened. I didn't tell anyone outside that it was you who stopped the mecha just now. I stole your credit. I'm sorry. Chen Weima couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. He knew that he didn't want to show up in public, but he still said this to make fun of him. But she was still polite. No. 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 Of course the credit belongs to you. It has nothing to do with me. You go out the back door later. There are people cleaning up in front. Don't bump into other departments. Are you still living with Lao Shua? Yes. I haven't been wandering around these days. I might come to find you. Meng Leji patted Chen Weimo's shoulder and left without waiting for her to say anything. Looking for her? Chen Weimo quickly recalled what she had done. There was really no place that made people feel at ease. It seems that the most urgent thing now is to find a quick job for myself and stay away from the main star of Rila during the league. She returned to Zero Field with Lao Shua in a daze. Lao Shua listened to her story for a long time as if he was listening to a book. He was so immersed that he forgot to close his mouth. Can you really chop a mecha with your bare hands? I used a knife. Then Colonel Meng let you go? How could he? He said he would come to me in 2 days. Lao Shua. I need a job to hide now. Chen Weimo grabbed his shoulders with both hands and said seriously. Did the 2 chief family members say anything? Chen Weimo didn't know why he suddenly mentioned the 2 sisters. No. But they seemed to be nice people. Yeah. Lao Shua understood and asked her to relax. I think it's not a big problem. If you meet them again in the future, these 2 won't treat you badly. She asked Meng Leji. But the answer she got was from someone else. What is the relationship between Lao Shua and the Qi sisters? Could it be that the Qi family also profited from it? But the Qi family wouldn't look down on such a small profit. Just thinking about it, she got a message on her brain. 1 million star coins arrived. Silver leopard. This bastard. Ah? Who? It was the first time that Lao Shua heard her angry. Chen Weimo showed Lao Shua the transfer notes. And Lao Shua didn't know what to say for a moment. Even though he ran away, he still kept his promise to give you the money from Silver Leopard. No wonder he didn't go through my way to deal with Silver Leopard. This guy had thought about it long ago. If he can persuade you, he will work with you. And if he can't, he will turn against you. Is the technology in that place so advanced? What does he want? Chen Weimo was puzzled. I have to check. The Federation and Landing Star don't have much contact. After all, there is no economic exchange. The autonomous consciousness of machines is nothing new. It's just that the scale is larger on Landing Star. Old Shua saw that Chen Weimo had a bad expression. So he also advised, don't worry about taking this money. One thing is one thing. He left you alone in a remote place, and it's unfair to you. Don't show mercy next time you meet. Okay. With this 1 million, Chen Weimo barely raised enough money to buy an identity. But it was still not enough for other things. Lao Shua, have you had any work recently? She asked again. No, recently. Those who have money and time are waiting for the league to start. And now their biggest wish is for the military academy they support to win the championship. Lao Shua saw through her thoughts at a glance. Colonel, you can't escape. Just stay here. Back in the aircraft. Chen Weimo recalled what happened that day. Punched the air. And fell headfirst onto the bed. She took out the light computer that Zhong He gave her and connected the call. Zhong He's mechanical giant appeared on the small screen. Is your apprentice so clingy? It's only been 1 day. I dismantled a half-ship mecha. Chen Weimo interrupted Zhong He's greasy opening remarks and confessed directly. Ah? Zhong He knew that Chen Weimo would be in the limelight sooner or later. But he didn't expect it to be so soon. Whose is it? Did you rebel in someone else's ship port? I was unlucky and ran into a few naughty kids. Chen Weimo simply said, burying his face in the pillow. Meng Leji still wants to talk to me. I can't hide. What's there to hide? Just be open and above board. First, it doesn't affect public security. And second, it's a heroic act. Even if Meng Leji is a high-ranking official, there's no reason to arrest you. Chen Weimo didn't speak for a moment. After a moment of silence, she looked up and showed her eyes. Teacher, I tell you the truth. I want to dismantle Meng Leji's mecha. What kind of love and hate is this? Tell me more about it. She had this idea since she first saw the Federation's combat mecha at the Shibwa base. Zhong He taught her a lot. And she was very grateful. But actual combat training was far from enough for her. She wanted to fight a strong man. Like Meng Leji. Although she didn't take Meng Leji seriously in terms of physical skills. If he used the mental power that disturbed her and made her lose her mind to control a mecha, could she still win? The more she learned about mechas, the stronger her idea became. When she met Meng Leji today, although she still had to maintain her cowardly image of not wanting to cause trouble. The voice in her heart became louder and louder. Why don't I wait until he retires and fight him? Chapter 17. Zhong He thought he could hear some bold words. He still overestimated Chen Weimo. Although soldiers usually don't change mechas easily, the running and cost is too high, and it is even more difficult to find a suitable one for his level. But if you can dismantle his mecha, come to me. I will give him one back. Zhong He made a promise. No matter how he hid. Now, he just wanted to watch the fun. I try my best. After saying this idea, Chen Weimo didn't seem to resist Meng Leji so much. What if he starts trouble first? The days ahead are inexplicably filled with anticipation. The league schedule started in a blink of an eye, and Chen Weimo stayed at Lao Shua's house to watch the opening ceremony. She held the little silver leopard left by Mei Chen in one hand and ate snacks in the other. Lao Shua originally wanted to sell it to make a profit, but seeing that Chen Weimo was always alone, he gave it to her as a companion. Anyway, her current savings are enough to support this little beast. This grand event was broadcast live across the Federation, and all media focused their cameras here. All the contestants from the 6 major military academies lined up in different uniforms, waiting for the marshal's inspection. No one had ever mentioned the federal marshal to her. Ordinary people were full of praise for Meng Leji, and they didn't hesitate to stick all kinds of beautiful adjectives on him, which gave her a feeling of this is the end. Although the wooden marshal had some gray hair on his temples, he was in high spirits, and his encouraging words resounded everywhere. Even the long-depressed Chen Weimo was mobilized to have some of his former beliefs. What achievements has this marshal made? She asked Lao Shua. The Federation has generally been peaceful for more than 100 years. Apart from the interstellar bandits and the invasion of insect beasts on the border, there have been no large-scale wars. Marshal Mu is different from the generals who pacified the wars in the past. The predecessors were the founders of peace, and he is the maintainer. What is his mental power? From the beginning of his tenure, the marshal's mental power will not be made public. Lao Shua rarely took out wine. As soon as the ceremony started, he was already feeling a little tipsy and answered whatever was asked. Not making it public can be considered as protection to some extent. But if a stronger person emerges from the younger generation, the fact that the marshal's strength is threatened will not be known. But at this level, it is not only about overwhelming strength, but also about using your brain to balance the forces of all parties. Chen Weimo remembered that the highest record of the Federation's mental power was over 3S. Although she didn't know how it was defined, there has not been a 4S level warrior so far. When she looked at the list of participants, she felt that there were a lot of 3S level warriors, and she didn't know who among these kids was more powerful. She continued to watch. After the marshal finished speaking, the camera turned to some former outstanding representatives, soldiers who graduated from different military academies, and won major and minor military merits would come out to show their faces. As expected, all members of the Shibua mobile team appeared. Although she was not at the scene, the huge cheers of the real-time broadcast seemed to be playing around her ears. Is the Federation so martial? Chen Weimo was surprised by so many fanatical men and women, and couldn't help but wonder, what do ordinary people like about them? Admiration for strength. And don't you think that everyone in Shibua is handsome and beautiful? Lao Shua burped halfway through his speech. Yes. Chen Weimo realized that many of the soldiers that the camera had just cut to looked very handsome. Can the gene needle improve your appearance? It must be useful. And many people are not created by the gene town. Their faces are original. People like them focus on strength and don't care much about their appearance. Lao Shua looked at a group of young faces and was happy. Hey, no one told you that you are also very good-looking. Chen Weimo thought about it carefully. There really is one. He brought me to the head of the Federation. He said that I have a nice face, and I will definitely find a buyer. This is not a good thing. Don't talk about it later. The host introduced that the league has a total of 12 rounds, and the point system is implemented. There will be one game on the home planet of each military academy, and the locations of the remaining 6 rounds will be notified temporarily 5 days before the game. The blind box competition adds freshness and excitement, and there is no preparation time for these 6 games. Each game is limited to 7 days, with no restrictions on actions and means. As long as the corresponding target object is obtained, it is considered a win. Quite loose rules. Chen Weimo listened to the general idea and asked if they accidentally injured students from other military academies while trying to seize the target. What would happen? On the battlefield, Who can tell whether it was an accidental injury or intentional? Lausch smiled meaningfully. There will be casualties in every competition. I remember the worst year. The 6 major military academies lost a total of 15 students. Wouldn't that be too high a price to pay? After all, they have been trained for so long. There is nothing we can do about it. Many times, the situation is no longer under human control. The teachers would remind students to avoid conflicts with others. And the on-site rescue teachers were also very nervous. But it was too late. Then they are all enemies. They will definitely dislike each other. But they are not enemies. Of course, there are also those who are petty and will trip others up after work. Lausch seemed to understand a lot. Maybe he got the gossip from his big clients. The whole opening ceremony was a grand show of skills by the Federation. After all parties came out to show their faces, the students went to the 5-day closed training before the game. This part will not be released. Some things are military secrets. But the media will not be idle. In previous years, they would compete to interview teachers and experts of the military academy during this period to obtain first-hand information, or play videos of previous year's competitions, pick out the highlights of star students, and repeatedly attract fans. Lausch drank himself to sleep on the spot, and Chen Weimo felt bored. So she went back to her small aircraft. She let go of the silver leopard that she had been holding in her arms, and let it run around in the cabin. It took 2 months for it to grow to the length of an arm. Lausch said that it might be because it was directly cut out, and it was congenitally deficient. So it was only 2/3 of the normal length of a silver leopard at this stage. It is a big disadvantage to release it back into the wild. But if it is kept here, it may be an advantage. When the time comes, take it with you to go shopping everywhere. It may even be a bit cool. And it is still a good helper. At least it is more reliable than people. Chen Weimo was lying on the newly bought sofa, spending time relaxing. But the optical brain mercilessly interrupted this piece. Open the door. What door? Chen Weimo jumped up suddenly and met Meng Leji's eyes, who was looking in through the window. Didn't he just appear at the opening ceremony? Why are you here? Meng Leji was not shy, and strode into the aircraft. When he saw the silver leopards running around on the ground, he was stunned for a moment. I've never seen anyone raising this. Is it illegal? No. It's just that ordinary people can't raise it. Maybe you can. It's strong and tough. Very suitable for raising silver leopards. They are very similar in every way. The opening ceremony just ended. And the colonel has nothing to do? Chen Weimo asked him impatiently. Meng Leji seemed to be unable to see that he was unwelcome, and smiled. There is a dinner. But I'm too lazy to go. Usually, this kind of thing is left to Iran and Ishuan. Then the colonel is coming? When a guest comes, how can you send him away immediately? Sorry. I have never received a guest before. It doesn't matter. The guest should follow the host's wishes. Meng Leji found a place to sit down. Very comfortable. Do you support a team? No. I just watched the fun. I thought you stayed in the main star of Rila the longest. So you would support Miller Military Academy. Meng Leji seemed a little disappointed. It's just that I hear it the most. Like that Lin Qianqing. My ears are almost worn out. Colonel, you are mentioned many times. Then I hope you hear only good things. Don't worry. It's all admiration and praise. Chen Weimo perfunctorily yawned. Forget it. Let's talk business. Meng Leji was asking for trouble and asked her, what do you want to do in the Federation? Chen Weimo didn't know what he wanted to ask. Make money and support yourself. Can't I do it in other places? Colonel, I was trafficked here. Now that I'm here, do I have to go to other places? If I help you land on another peaceful planet, would you be willing to go? Chen Weimo gradually sat up straight. Colonel, are you going to drive me out of the Federation? Meng Leji smiled and denied. No. I just asked casually. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Does the colonel pay so much attention to every foreigner? You should know that there are not many foreigners like you who can dismantle mechas. Chen Weimo knew he would hold on to this point. About 2 months ago, I was hacked and lost my aircraft. I was forced to wander outside for a long time and met many strange creatures, including a fusion of mechanical and carbon-based creatures. I just want to protect myself, so it's normal to learn a few tricks. She said it selectively, and it wasn't a lie. No one forbids you to learn these. I know that the Federation does not allow outsiders to access high-tech technologies. How can it be considered a violation if you didn't drive a mecha after learning? Meng Liji was clearly here to ask for an explanation. But now, he was speaking for her in a roundabout way. Chen Weimo really didn't understand. Colonel Meng, what exactly do you want to do today? I want to formally invite you to become a non-staff member of the Shibua Mobile team. Huh? Chen Weimo thought he had heard wrongly. Is the Shibua Mobile team a lawless place in the Federation? Colonel, are you testing the boundaries of the law? There are human feelings outside the law. Don't be so stubborn. Meng Liji's posture relaxed instead. He half lay on the back of the chair and said with a smile. Many official organizations will hire foreigners. Although they are not openly displayed, and there is no written record. This situation does exist. Are there many? There aren't many people as powerful as you. Meng Liji changed his answer. Chen Weimo thought about it, and felt something was wrong. Colonel, you are stationed at the border. Fighting insects and beasts. Catching bandits. What can I do to help you? We didn't ask you to go to the front line with us. But only in case of emergency. Such as when we have to go out of the Federation to perform a mission. Or when we encounter some internal troubles while solving external problems. Of course, this possibility is very low. In most other cases, we will not contact you. A scapegoat? Are we the kind of people who would burn bridges after crossing them? Meng Liji laughed. If an ordinary student received his olive branch, he would probably smile and turn his head back. But Chen Weimo was so cautious that he thought everyone looked like a bad guy. We take you to us in advance to prevent you from being chosen by others. This really moved Chen Weimo. It wasn't because she was happy that she might be chosen by many parties. But in case something happened, she would at least have a backer. Do you have money? It's paid monthly. Whether I contact you or not, I will have a stable amount of 80,000 star coins. 80,000. Chen Weimo stood up in an instant, scaring Meng Liji. Less? Captain Meng, if you need me in the future, just ask. Chapter 18. I don't think that Qinghai needs to take these extra steps. He should just grab the opponent's supply pack and run. Look at it now. 1-on-2. How can he win? Since the league started, Laozhua likes to drag Chen Weimo to watch the live broadcast together and comment while watching. Chen Weimo stared at the screen, watching the three mechas entangled, and said calmly, he has the ability to get away. He chose not to run. What's the point? The game will end in 2 hours. But no team has found the flag. He won't give up here. Right? If you can't win, you drag the other two into the water? The first round of the competition was held on the main star of Rila, the home of Miller Military Academy. But no one expected that the flag location would not be announced for the first time. And the organizer hid the target flag so deeply that no one found it until the end of the game. Miller did not have any home advantage. Because of this, the participating students from the 6 military academies faced an unprecedented shortage of resources. A penny can make a hero fall. The focus of this round changed from how to win to how to survive. There are 300 people in the 6 major military academies, and only 56 are left so far, which is very tragic. Miller's people should have guessed where the flag is. These 2 people from the AC Military Academy are probably heading there too. Laozhua stopped eating popcorn. How do you know? Did you guess the location of the flag? Method of elimination. These students have almost turned the stadium upside down. I don't believe they will miss it out of carelessness. If they can't find it, it can only mean that the flag is not there now. Then what? It's still what you told me. There is a highly corrosive salt lake in the southwest of the stadium. Although it is a dead water lake, it is actually connected to another lake far away, forming a strange tidal phenomenon. Laozhua blinked and suddenly realized, you mean? The competition organizer hid the flag at the bottom of the lake? The surface of the lake is calm, but the situation underwater is unpredictable. No one can be sure where the flag will end up. Maybe the competition organizer didn't think about who found the flag this time, but which team survived the most wins. Chen Weimo thought about it and felt that it would be better to be rigorous, and added, it's hard to say who is lucky enough to find it at low tide. Laozhua watched the 3 people fighting for a long time and felt that it was boring. So he switched the camera to see Lin Qianqing. The league arranged hundreds of cameras, aiming at all the students, so the audience can watch whoever they want. Seeing that Lin Qianqing was not near the salt lake, he also got excited. You are just guessing anyway. So how about we make a bet? If Miller wins this game, you will treat me to a meal at Hughes. How about that? I guess Merstein Military Academy will win. If I'm right, I want to eat seafood. In the past, her planet had no sea, And she had never eaten strange things in the deep sea. She even picked an expensive one. Merston? Laujua had never paid attention to the students of this school. In previous years, their grades were always at the bottom, and there were not many star students. He switched to the channel and found that they actually had 17 students left. 3 more than Miller. Are they so lucky this year? Laujua still didn't think highly of them. First, students from 2 other military academies were gathering in their direction, so a fight was inevitable. Second, the leader of this year's Merston, Yu Xianyun, had a bad reputation. This kid is good, also a 3S level, and is a sudden appearance on Feudal Star. But I heard that she has received 100 or 80 punishments in school. If she wasn't a rare talent, she would have been expelled long ago. It's okay that she doesn't obey orders and has a bad temper. But the most fatal thing is that she doesn't seem to get along well with her classmates. I don't know what happened to Merston Academy this year to choose such a person as the leader. Maybe it's the fisherman who benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. Chen Weimao didn't say anything, although she clearly felt that the fisherman was waiting on purpose. She did not follow Laujua throughout the whole process, and focus on Miller Military Academy. As a foreigner, she had no preference, but saw details that others overlooked. On the 3rd day, when all the teams had not found anything, the 50 people from Merston Military Academy took a detour to the most remote place, using the abundant resources in the wild to survive, saving a lot of supplies and avoiding a lot of fighting. Although many people were lost during the initial search for the flag, the number of people remained basically unchanged later. Unlike other teams, which kept wasting manpower on the way to find the target. Such a boring team. The number of people watching the live broadcast is quite small. The audience can't stand a bloodless game. They all come for the mecha. Who wants to watch people catching fish and grilling fish? The style of this team leader Yu Xianyun is not like that of someone from an orthodox college. She always gets along with the team members, regardless of the level of the opponent. She treats them equally, and the team members can even order her around. Although some team members dislike this evasive tactic, Yu Xianyun resolves the potential dispute with a few words of jokes. The level is unknown, which is rare in other military academies. But she was also curious. Did Yu Xianyun really intend to stay alive until the end and do nothing? As time passed, the remnants of Miller and Ack Military Academy gradually approached the Salt Lake area. But whoever went into the water first might be ambushed on the shore. So neither side dared to act rashly. After the first game, I guess all the students will be scolded. So many people were eliminated without much direct conflict. This rarely happened before. Laujua, the spectator, was frantically commenting. In a comprehensive assessment, environmental factors are also very important. Chen Weimao thought the question setter was very good. Whether it was individual combat or group combat, these 6 military academies were at the top level in this federation. But the combat environment was often overlooked. The terrain of the first field was complex. Although it was lush and vibrant everywhere, there were countless hidden dangers, not to mention the large and small deadly traps set by the organizers. They usually fought fiercely in the small training ground. But many pampered students were dumbfounded when they went to the wild with only theoretical knowledge. After all, there is a huge difference between understanding and practice. People who are spoiled by technology suddenly have nowhere to go, which can reflect the personal qualities of soldiers. Laujua adjusted the camera of several other military academies and said in surprise, "Look, although they are not in the Salt Lake area, they almost surround this area. Did you really guess it? Of course, this group of elites can guess what I can react to, and even know it earlier than me. It's just that they are restrained by each other, and no one dares to be the first to speak out." What about the people from Merston? Laujua zoomed in on the video and found that they were eating barbecue. So comfortable. He originally thought that the other 2 schools would come to compete with them for resources. But they only went to the Salt Lake. No one was interested in Merston. If they survived to win, can it be considered your win? Laujua felt that he was about to lose, and was still thinking about turning things around. I will reserve a seat for 2 at 6 p.m. now. Chen Weimao clicked a few times on the light brain and made a gesture to him that he had done it. Laujua, The final result was decided, and the Star Internet was full of curses. Do the people of Merston have any shame? They won a victory without doing anything? Miller and Axe people are obviously more like warriors. Does Yu Xianyun have to win by fighting the rabbits to win the Star Beast? What a crappy competition. It's really getting worse every year. But Chen Weimao was very happy. She got a meal for free. She didn't understand. It had nothing to do with them. But a group of people cursed so badly on the internet. Laojua beside her was not so happy. Not only did he bet on the wrong team and lost a lot of money, but the restaurant Chen Weimao chose was also very expensive. You won the bet because of the information gap. Except for the people of Fuel Star, who would pay attention to the performance of Merson Academy. Laojua seriously summed up his defeat. The cameras are all placed in front of you equally. Who told you not to watch? Go to the next game. Guess again after the next game. I don't believe that you Xianyun can be so lucky. I think you can bet on them once. And you should pay for today's meal first. Laojua felt that Chen Weimao had changed. He was no longer polite, and just ripped him off. Although he was rich, he rarely spent tens of thousands of star coins just for a meal. But since Chen Weimao was in a good mood, he accepted it. If nothing else, just for Chen Weimao's analysis and comments on the league in recent days. He felt that such a person should not be afraid to act because of objectively breaking the rules. If she was a federal person, that's it. Laojua smiled and shook his head in silence. There was no such if. He looked at the streets in the distance. Many people were cursing in the street because their favorite team lost. Everything was in a mess. But at the corner, he saw a familiar figure. Huh? Who is that? The other person met Laoshua's eyes and greeted him politely with a smile. Chen Weimao suppressed his smile. Xiao Lian was holding a bag of bread, wearing ordinary clothes, and took advantage of the discount to stock up on food. Laoshua. Long time no see. 2 months. Right? He took the initiative to greet him, without any of his usual dignity. Yes. You are here for a walk too? Laoshua greeted him skillfully, looking at the little figure next to Xiao Liang who was a head shorter than him, with a subtle expression. This is that day. Just call me Xiao Xiao. The girl smiled brightly, but her ears were already tinged with red. Su Xiao Xiao. She has lived in Hughes since she was rescued from the Star Bandits. I just took her to get familiar with the environment. Xiao Liang took the initiative to explain, his voice a little awkward. Oh, it's been 2 months. And you haven't gotten familiar with it yet? Laoshua has seen a lot of things between young men and women. This one is still in the ambiguous stage, and neither of them has made it clear. Xiao Liang coughed twice and pulled him aside to talk. Su Xiaoxiao and Chen Weimao stared at each other. But Chen Weimao would never take the initiative to start a conversation. I haven't said thank you to you. Su Xiaoxiao checked the distance of Xiao Liang and thought he should not be able to hear her voice. So she spoke in a low voice. Why are you lying? Ah? Why do you say I didn't kill him? Su Xiaoxiao laughed. How come she was the one being questioned? You killed those bastards, so I have a chance to live here safely. But I didn't save you. But why did you save me? This question seemed strange coming from Su Xiaoxiao's mouth. Chen Weimao didn't know how to answer. But Su Xiaoxiao didn't seem to want to hear any answer. We don't know each other. You didn't have to save me when you saved yourself. I was kidnapped by the Star Bandits, not by you. So I think you are very powerful and want to be friends with you. If you are willing? Chapter 19. What did you two just say? The girl smiled so sweetly at you. After sending Xiao Liang away, Laoshua gossiped with Chen Weimao alone. Nothing. Chen Weimao was still in shock. How could someone express feelings so directly? And it actually made her a little unstable? Where is this girl from? Chen Weimao asked. I didn't ask. What's wrong? Nothing. Just asking casually. Chen Weimao fell into deep thought. Something was wrong. Her emotions were abnormally fluctuating just now. She had seen many enthusiastic people. Whether they were sincere or not, she would not be moved by someone she was not familiar with. Does your federation have weapons that affect hormones in the body? She suddenly remembered something. Weapons. Old Jua, who was well informed, could not think of it for a moment. If it was medicine, there were many. But this kind of biological weapon. Does command connection perception count? It doesn't seem to be what you said. Forget it. I just got a little curious suddenly. Chen Weimao didn't think he was overthinking. She was just a casual acquaintance, so there was no need to spend time and effort to study her thoroughly. I just think of strange things every day. Laoshua didn't think about Su Xiaoxiao. Who wouldn't like a cute girl? It was just a small episode. Chen Weimao forgot about this person in 2 days. The venue for the second points race was also announced soon. Colossus Star. Water again? Will the examiner this year be a Navy officer? Laojua looked at the new information and teased. Chen Weimo enlarged the official hologram and studied it carefully. Colossine is a planet without land, covered by the ocean. The ocean is not of ordinary density, but has the three characteristics of low temperature, high salt and high pressure, which are difficult to survive. Therefore, the aquatic life on Colossine is very rare. And there are 36 trenches in the deep sea of Colossine, 20 of which are more than 6,000 meters deep. The gravity value in the trench area is lower than normal, so earthquakes occur frequently. The underwater environment is already very bad, and the atmosphere of Colossine is a severe test for the quality of spacecraft. The outside of the planet often produces very high-energy charged particle flows, which cause drastic changes in the geomagnetic field. So there will be severe magnetic storms here every few days, affecting the normal operation of equipment. Normal people will not come here. This competition will choose a place, which is very difficult. According to the latest rules, any competition with a temporary venue before the game will not be given rehearsal training time, and all students will go directly to the game. Moreover, this time, the goal was not to find a flag, but to capture the 10 energy towers that were set up on the seabed in advance. This required the participating students not to attack recklessly. Otherwise, once the tower was destroyed, the attacker would be directly judged out. Will anyone need the resources of Colossine? Chen Weimo said to herself with longing. You want to go? Laojua was a little surprised by her initiative, but unfortunately, he had never received it. There is nothing on Colossine. Are you still thinking about the seafood there? Chen Weimo was fascinated by the introduction of Colossine Star. I'm just curious. Won't the Federation conduct in-depth research and utilization of this uninhabitable planet? Some research institutes will send regular survey teams, and it seems that energy companies will also go to such areas for inspection regularly. After all, the underground resources are very rich. Do they earn a lot? Laojua smiled. Don't worry about it. Whether it is through formal channels or gray areas, no energy company will accept outsiders. They will check you thoroughly before you join the company, so you can't get in. Oh! Chen Weimo shrugged and didn't take it seriously. Laojua glanced at Guangnao and smiled. Money is really something you can't help but think about. Here comes a job. Where are you going this time? The buyer wants Ca98 purple gold ore. The part that meets the qualification requirements is 5,000 star coins per gram. Laojua has assumed that Chen Weimo will take any job and go to any place. He forwarded the relevant information and kindly reminded. The students of the military academy will also leave now. You should go there when you miss the air traffic control. Pay by gram. This is a big deal. Chen Weimo was in a good mood. Turned around and went to check the aircraft. It was a rare quiet time to fly in the universe again after a while. These days, she followed Laojua to follow the League live broadcast without missing a single word. And she had never found this uncle so noisy before. But this kind of life is not bad. She looked at the map, and the Colossine Star was just 2 hours away from her. Or, go take a look nearby. Anyway, there is no time limit for shopping. She did what she thought. She changed her route temporarily, and made a big turn. She saw the star Colossine, which was now attracting much attention from the Federation. From a distance, it turned out that black could also be colorful. Chen Weimo opened her mouth unconsciously, adjusted the observation mirror to the farthest, and observed carefully. The whole planet was black of varying shades, and the color tone was very uniform. But visually it was like a huge vortex that could suck people's thoughts in, and it couldn't be looked at for long. There were also many aircraft like her, who went to the vicinity of Colossine to watch the excitement, although they couldn't get in. Seeing the barrier set up by the Federation military on the periphery was enough to make people excited. The game has probably started 2 hours ago. Right? Although Chen Weimo set up the automatic flight, she didn't turn on the live broadcast without Laojua by her side. She was too lazy to follow the game alone. But since she was here, it wouldn't waste any time to watch it here. She directly switched to the frequency of the Merston Military Academy and took the initiative to find Yu Xianyun. This time, she changed her lazy style last time and led the team to a lightning raid underwater, taking down a target tower at the beginning. The number of real-time viewers was also twice that of the last time, and there were more and more comments. Among them, there were the most surprises and praises, but there were also some who were pessimistic, believing that their home planet, File, was rich in water resources. So it was not surprising that they were good at underwater warfare, and they would definitely remain at the same level as in the past few years. Chen Weimao gradually figured it out. Some people were not making objective comments, and they might have bet on other teams. So destroying someone's wealth was like killing his parents. So they could say anything. She randomly switched a few channels, but felt that they were boring. All routine operations, so she didn't want to watch them anymore. But before she could close it, the screen flickered a few times and went completely black. Then came the feeling of weightlessness that slowly entered her brain. Chen Weimao watched her feet leave the floor of the aircraft, and the Colossal star rapidly enlarged in her sight. The first reaction that flashed through her mind was, is Zhonghe's craftsmanship so bad? But looking out through the window, almost all the aircraft were falling synchronously. Magnetic storm? What a coincidence. She quickly approached a touchable object, kicked hard, threw herself onto the seat, tied herself up with a safety belt, closed her eyes, and waited for the huge impact of falling into the water. With a loud bang, Chen Weimao felt that her internal organs were about to be shaken out. But immediately, everything was silent, and no sound could be heard. The quality of the aircraft made by Zhonghe was still good. Although it lost control due to the magnetic storm, it was still intact after such a high-speed fall with sparks, compared with some that had fallen apart. She was very lucky. It was dark all around, and only one lamp remained intact in the aircraft. But that little light could not penetrate the black barrier at all, and it lingered to give Chen Weimao the last vision, although there was nothing in the first place. With a muffled sound of bang, she had sunk to the bottom of the sea. She unfastened her seat belt and tried to restart the aircraft, but there was no response at all. The environmental recording data could still be displayed normally, but the basic function of movement was lost. She stood quietly in front of the window, staring at the darkness. Should she leave the aircraft here and swim away by herself? But this was her last belonging. The data showed that she was 3,825 meters underwater, which was not bad. At least she did not fall into the trench. She had trained at this depth, and her body could withstand this level of underwater pressure. But she also did not forget that this was now a battlefield for a group of elites in the Federation. If she swam out rashly, who knew which soldier she would encounter? Yu Xianyun saw a series of data in the mecha operation room that was out of control, and the connection with several team members was intermittent. She directly connected the perception of all Merston students to confirm safety. Not long after, everyone received an internal military network transmission that 3 consecutive magnetic storms occurred on the star Colossal, affecting communications and flying vehicles on a large scale. The competition was suspended, and all students gave priority to rescuing the survivors who fell into the sea. The sky above the Colossal star was most affected, but the seabed was not so bad. In addition, with the special communication channels developed by the Federation, it was not difficult for the organizers to contact the students. However, the magnetic weapons equipped on the mecha were also affected and could not be used temporarily. This year's competition was really full of twists and turns. There were frequent magnetic storms here, but they won the prize 3 times in a row. Yu Xianyun sighed, but also immediately gave orders through perception, dividing them into 5 teams to ensure smooth command and information flow, assigning rescue areas, and even clarifying the specific rescue measures. Should we contact other schools? Isn't it easy to overlap areas if we rescue people in the dark? Guanju asked Yu Xianyun. She was the highest level mecha master sent by the Merston Military Academy this year. She had just reached the 3S level and had been in cahoots with Yu Xianyun all day long. They had both received many punishments. Other schools don't like us, and I can't sense that there are others nearby. Let's talk about it later. Let's go and rescue people first. Yu Xianyun sighed and set off immediately. In matters like saving people, in addition to machines detecting human vital signs, command can play a role. By expanding her perception, she could know the number of people in the range. Although it was very exhausting for the commander's brainpower and spirit, Yu Xianyun felt that it was okay. Her brain was too active, and she always had endless energy. Take it easy. 2. If you faint underwater, I have to take care of you first. Guanju seemed to have shared the same brain with Yu Xianyun, and immediately guessed that she was going to make full use of her perception ability. Yu Xianyun was not like usual. She just said a few words and let it go. She said seriously, "We are nearly 4,000 meters underwater. Ordinary aircraft cannot withstand this kind of pressure at all. How many people do you think we can save?" Guanju naturally knew this, and the two of them stopped talking and set off in silence. After searching for half an hour, Yu Xianyan only saw more and more broken metal parts. And some half-exposed aircraft frames. There was no human figure. She once again spread her perception. Suddenly, she felt a strong sense of resistance and pushed back. What is this? Is it a person or a creature here? Yu Xianyan drove the mecha to swim in that direction at an accelerated speed. And the strong direct light source emitted was suddenly reflected back. A person stood in front of the aircraft window, hugged his chest, and waved at her indifferently. Chapter 20. What a sin. Chen Weimao didn't expect that someone could extend his perception into her brain in such a shabby place as the bottom of the sea. But unlike Meng Leji's direct control, her physiological resistance made the temptation retreat immediately. Despite this, she still felt an uncontrollable irritation. A team of mechas appeared in the narrow field of vision. Chen Weimao took a closer look and found them familiar. She waved to Yu Xianyan. I am Yu Xianyan from Merston Military Academy. The competition has been suspended, and all personnel are rescuing people in distress. My mecha will connect to your aircraft. Please allow it. Yu Xianyan said a lot of words in Chen Weimao's mind. And Chen Weimao listened to it, while holding back his nausea. What a disgusting feeling. The good impression she had accumulated on her while watching the game was almost gone. But she couldn't show her difference at this time. She opened the connection channel, and Yu Xianyan walked in. Your aircraft is of good quality, and can land intact. I just took a look outside, and it wasn't damaged much. But I don't know if the internal functions can still be used. Do you want to go into my mecha or let me take your spaceship away? Yu Xianyan was in a good mood when she saw a living person. And she took the initiative to ask for advice. Can I still get into your mecha? The cockpit also has a carrying function. If the mecha of our comrades is damaged on the battlefield, we can make a temporary transfer. It's up to you. Do whatever is convenient for you. Chen Weimao didn't want to make any requests. At most, she would come and fish it out herself later. Yu Xianyan looked at the computer. A little embarrassed. Well, I just received a notice that the survivors will be sent to another spaceship. It seems that your aircraft cannot be taken away. It's okay. Thank you. It's okay. Let's add each other's contact information later. And you can come to me. I help you get the aircraft back. Yu Xianyan is very embarrassed now. She was slapped in the face just after she said it. She must protect the safety of this person's property. Chen Weimao followed Yu Xianyan into her mecha control room and couldn't help sighing in her heart. It's really a lot of money to pile up equipment. The ones I saw at Zhonghe's place before were all his old stocks. Not only were they a bit backward, but they also lacked materials for modification at any time. Zhonghe used all his belongings to support himself in dismantling the mecha. But Yu Xianyan's mecha was so sophisticated that she couldn't recognize all the functional areas. Merston Military Academy was even the poorest of the 6 major military academies. Just sit there. Yu Xianyan arranged it for her and continued to move forward. This so-called transport area and the driving area where Yu Xianyan was located were separated by a transparent barrier, which was probably to prevent the driver from being attacked. This was the first time Chen Weimao had seen this angle. Yu Xianyan wore a sensor connector on his head and skillfully clicked on different system devices with his hands. I don't know what stage she will be in during the battle. At this time, the communication equipment in the cabin suddenly recovered a little, making a harsh explosion. Coordinates 76, 469, First Aid, Energy Tower. Some incoherent voices came out. What? Is there a commander who can tell me something? I'm really impressed by what you are saying. Yu Xianyan shouted impatiently at the system that could not receive a response. Yu Xianyan, keep your voice down. I can't hear you clearly. Guanju was close to her, so the communication could be transmitted. Yu Xianyan immediately shut up when he was yelled at. Chen Weimao thought. This couldn't be what the public said about Yu Xianyan and his teammates not getting along. Right? Something really happened. The system heard Guanju's voice again. A civilian accidentally touched the weapons system after falling unconscious. And it happened to be between the number 8 and number 5 energy towers. Miller has 3 people trying to find a solution. And they can't contact the rescue teacher, so they can only ask for support. Yu Xianyan sighed, turned his head, and said to Chen Weimao, I'm sorry. I have to take an urgent job, so I can't send you up first. Those 2 energy towers can't be blown up. You do your thing. Chen Weimao sat quite comfortably. She wasn't in a hurry, but she asked curiously, what will happen if the energy tower is blown up? Actually, it's nothing. The teachers will rearrange it. But the locations of energy towers 5 and 8 are special. And if they explode, They may trigger an underwater storm. Yusian rolled her eyes. The League is really good at giving us problems. You can't connect people's brains when you're in command. But can't you connect people who are unconscious? Yusian laughed. If I can wake people up, I will change my career to become a brain doctor, which will directly benefit all mankind. Don't worry. We can handle it. As they were about to arrive at the scene, Chen Weimao saw that it was really hard to say whether they could handle the situation. I don't know where that person came from. There were so many weapons equipped on such a small aircraft, and they hadn't used them all in the time they had been here. The aircraft was now pushed around by the recoil of the weapons that were constantly fired, which also caused the attack direction to change unpredictably, and was impossible to approach. This is more exciting than the simulated battlefield we trained on. Yusian sighed. But she adjusted her state immediately. She scanned the out-of-control aircraft, and a three-dimensional frame analysis diagram immediately appeared on the screen. No wonder Lin Qianxing couldn't handle it. This aircraft should be privately made, and it was made in a disorderly manner. The weapon storage area and oxygen supply were very close, and there were even a lot of solid weapons stored in the cockpit. Once they destroyed important parts, the people might have been suffocated or killed by the explosion before they could rescue them. Saving people is sometimes more difficult than conquering them, but it is not impossible to save them, if the operation is done properly and the speed is fast enough. The chaos can be stopped. However, although the mecha has layered armor, it may still be damaged, which will affect the subsequent schedule. Miller's people are really... They can't hide their little tricks. Yusian sneered and reminded Chen Weimao in the back row. Sit tight. I want to do something high-end. Hearing this, Chen Weimao unbuckled his seat belt directly. What are you doing? Yusian was shocked by this sudden rebellion. Will the mecha be repaired in time? Ah? Chen Weimao had a bold idea. She didn't like those tricks to save herself from the bottom of her heart. No one is a fool. Why pretend to be difficult? Anyway, Colonel Meng will monitor her, so it's worth it to let him cover the bottom line. I'm asking if you can repair the mecha before the next game? Yusian finally reacted. It can be used if you hurry up, and you have to have confidence in me. I have good skills. My mecha will definitely be damaged, but it is definitely better than others. It seems that he is a supporter of her school. This is rare. I must show it well. I go. Do you see his hatch? You look carefully and throw me over. Chen Weimao pointed to the structural diagram through the barrier. There is a buffer space between the cockpit and the hatch. Even if I destroy the door, water will not enter the cabin. Wait a minute. What do you mean? You want to go out? This is 2,000 meters underwater. Are you going out to die? No problem. I'm not from the Federation. My physiological structure is different from yours. Chen Weimao stood at the hatch, motioning her to open the door. Just throw it accurately. It hurts when the blaster hits someone. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Don't make trouble at this time. Yusian would not watch people go crazy. Serious military school students are still here. How could he let civilians go out? No matter whether they are Federation residents or not. They can't let others take risks. Don't worry. I have more experience than you. Chen Weimao tilted her head, knocked on the door, and decided to go out. My friend bet on you to win this time. I can't let him lose too much. Everything should be done quickly. She just noticed the energy tower, and it was not blown up now only because a few students protected it. The more she looked at it, the angrier she got. She knew that she couldn't let the explosion of the energy tower threaten her. But no one stepped forward to stop the source. These days, you still have to save yourself. She grabbed the seat she had been sitting on, and it snapped off with a crack. You see? This kind of machine is not a big deal for me. Chen Weimao continued to persuade her. Wait until I go in and stop attacking. Then you can get closer and take the person away. Yusian wanted to say something else, but her words were stuck in her throat. Hurry up and make a decision. Don't hesitate as a commander. Okay. Be careful. I be watching from behind. What's your name? Chen Weimao. Chen Weimao got out of the mecha, and a huge pressure swept over him. The ocean of Colossal Star is indeed worthy of its reputation, and the water pressure is much greater than that of ordinary depths. She turned back to signal Yusian, and took the initiative to swim to the right arm of the mecha, letting the other party pinch her. The moment she was thrown out and entered the attack range, Chen Weimao dodged the irregular attacks like a fish, adjusted her posture at any time, ran straight to the aircraft, and kicked hard at the cabin door. After getting some air, Chen Weima took a deep breath, and the pain on her body was transmitted to her brain when she entered the cabin. No matter how agile she was, she couldn't escape unscathed. But fortunately, she had stopped the inexplicable and aimless attack. The culprit, who had caused so much trouble, was still unconscious. Chen Weima sniffed his breath and confirmed that he was alive, but didn't care that he was still lying on the cold ground. Yu Xianyun had also come to pick him up, but as soon as she came in, she said with a serious look, "Just now Lin Qianqing asked me who you are." "What did you say?" "What do you mean?" Lin Qianqing's uncle is the federal foreign minister, who is completely against outsiders. It's not a good thing that Lin Qianqing noticed you. Yu Xianyun hesitated again, and decided to ask her directly, "Do you have no identity?" After all, it is difficult for foreign refugees with identity to have the opportunity to contact aircraft and enter and exit freely. Chen Weima was a little annoyed. How could this coward have the time to be afraid of her? Whatever. Arrest me and deport me. What nonsense are you talking about? Nothing. Take this person out first. I also want to take a breath above the sea level. Chen Weima said a few words of pure self-destruction. But it was limited to words, and the business had to be done. Just as Yu Xianyun dragged the unconscious man away, the aircraft suddenly shook violently and disconnected from the mecha. A large amount of seawater poured into the cabin. Chen Weima didn't have time to hold her breath and drank a bellyful of salt water. But she immediately grabbed a bulge to prevent herself from being washed away. "Damn! Are you okay?" Yu Xianyun's voice came to her mind again. It was obvious that she was also surprised. She was so excited that she even used a few swear words in her perception. Both energy towers exploded. Chapter 21. The explosion of the two energy towers instantly generated a violent storm on the seabed. The huge entrainment force caused several mechas to be sucked into the whirlpool in the water. Not to mention Chen Weima's homemade broken aircraft. The originally scattered solid weapons and ammunition in the cabin were thrown out due to the huge centrifugal force, causing a series of explosions. Although it did not explode directly in front of Chen Weima, it still affected her, and the drifting aircraft was also half destroyed. How could the energy tower explode? Chen Weima was swallowed by the ocean current, and her head was dizzy. Her physical perception gradually weakened, but the voice in her heart told her that she must not fall asleep here. She touched the space storage device on her waist, and pulled out the Uzi knife that had not been unsheathed for a long time. She was not the only one struggling in the natural force, but the others were in the mecha. Although they could not get out in a short time, their lives were not in danger. Unlike her, her mortal body was carried away in the sea. She aimed at the nearest mecha, followed the direction of the vortex, and let go of the aircraft that was almost damaged to the point of only parts. When she was about to hit the mecha, she raised her knife and stabbed it hard. The blade sank deeply into the right rear side of the mecha, and the mecha was suddenly thrown out of the vortex by an invisible huge thrust and unfolded a pair of metal half-parachute wings. The mecha broke out of the water, landed on the lifeboat, and floated on the water. Chen Weima desperately breathed in the long-lost air. Although the air was not at a concentration suitable for human survival, she had always been able to survive, and this miserable oxygen content was enough for her to survive. Chen Weima let go of the knife handle that she had been holding tightly, and there was already a blood mark on her palm. She lay back exhausted, and then she felt the burning pain in her waist. The cockpit of the mecha opened, and a person wearing a miniature mask came out. To facilitate combat, their oxygen supply is not as bulky as that used by civilians, but a layer of transparent molecular material is covered on the head, which can not only isolate harmful gases, but also maintain breathing supply for up to 12 hours. He looked at the woman lying on his mecha, with deep red blood constantly flowing out of her abdomen, and then looked at his broken mecha, and immediately squatted down and took out medicine from his first aid kit to help Chen Weima stop bleeding. "Can you hear me clearly? What is this?" He made it to Chen Weima. Chen Weima didn't even want to waste the energy to turn her head and looked at him. It seemed to be Xiang Xiling from Miller Military Academy, who was in charge of melee mechas. Old Chua liked this guy very much. She nodded perfunctorily. Xiang Xiling wiped the blood off, took out the emergency suture device, and wanted to help her temporarily close the wound. But the suture nails couldn't be nailed in. "Hey, you?" Xiang Xiling didn't give up and tried again and again. At first, he was still concerned about the wound, but later he got a little anxious and pulled the two layers of broken skin together. "It hurts a little." Chen Weima thanked him for his kindness, But this kind of kindness was hard to accept. She struggled to sit up. Do you have gauze? Sorry. Xiang Xiling finally reacted and handed it to her. When Qin Weimao was bandaging herself, another mecha flew out of the water, including the silver-gray mecha she was familiar with. Yu Xianyan rushed out of the mecha and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw a living Qin Weimao. But she was immediately startled again. Why don't you have a breathing mask? Aren't you feeling suffocated? Just barely. 3 more people landed on Xiang Xiling's shabby mecha, and they looked very calm against the backdrop of Yu Xianyan. I have contacted the rescue teachers, and they will be here soon. Guanju spoke before Lin Qianqing. It's hard work. I asked other students in the school to continue to deal with the aftermath underwater, and have eliminated all potential threats. Okay. Let them pay attention to safety too. The 2 of them sang in unison, not giving the people from Miller Military Academy a chance to speak. Are you from the Federation? Lin Qianqing interrupted. He could see that Merston's 2 mobile eyes didn't want him to speak. She's not. She was just passing by. Yu Xianyan answered for Qin Weimao, but was interrupted by Lin Qianqing. I'm asking about her. Yi Shanwen, who was behind Lin Qianqing, took the opportunity to ask. He was the most promising and powerful mecha master sent by Miller this time. Do you understand the structure of mecha? He was also caught in the sudden storm underwater, but he could still see clearly that Qin Weimao activated the emergency self-rescue function of Xiang Xiling's mecha with 1 knife, and penetrated the oxygen supply equipment. A large amount of compressed gas was released instantly, and he escaped from the vortex with destruction as the premise. It is impossible for an ordinary person to do these 2 things at the same time by coincidence. Qin Weimao lost too much blood, and could hear the group of people chattering in her ears. But the voices were empty, as if she was in a huge bubble, with a sticky sense of alienation from the outside world. She ignored Miller and the others, and tried to blink her eyes to stay awake. The interrogation of criminals is not carried out when the other party is seriously injured. Lin Qianqing. Don't go too far, Yu Xianyan said unhappily. She was accidentally involved. If you were not timid, you would not let civilians rescue her, right? As soon as these words came out, Xiang Xiling and Yi Shanwen both looked unhappy, especially Xiang Xiling, who couldn't keep his cool. His dirty thoughts were exposed, and Lin Qianqing, whom he always admired, was ridiculed in person. He directly retorted, then you just watched and didn't save people yourself? Yes. I didn't go through the hail of bullets to save people. But she made the simplest choice under the known conditions and existing resources. That's what she did. And you don't have a partner like her. So why are you delaying the battle? Whose negligence caused the sudden explosion of the ammunition? Lin Qianqing. Take good care of your team. Yu Xianyan was not willing to be outdone, and spoke without mercy. Xiang Xiling wanted to roll up his sleeves and fight, but Lin Qianqing remained calm. I just want to care about her health. There is no need for you to be so excited. Right? Do I want to attack anyone? Another mecha flew in from the sky in the distance, and Qin Weimao took a look and realized that the children's farce was finally coming to an end. You are full of energy. I don't need to worry about you. As an outstanding representative, Meng Liji and the entire Shibua mobile team will escort the league for 3 rounds. I didn't expect that he, the first aid teacher, would come in handy for the second time. According to incomplete statistics, there are 25 innocent people implicated this time, and only 8 of them have been rescued. He will rush to any student's news as soon as he receives it to ensure safety. But these few people. He saw Qin Weimao, who was covered in wounds and sitting in a daze, and noticed the knife stuck in the mecha, and probably guessed what the dispute between these people was about. He squatted down and asked softly, Can you still walk? Qin Weimao couldn't really walk now. Her limbs were cold and weak, but she nodded. Even if she couldn't walk, she had to walk anyway. Students' quarreling was quite noisy. She stood up holding Meng Liji's military uniform, shook it twice, and stood firm. Meng Liji turned to the students and said calmly, Although you are still students, you should also abide by the military system. When it comes to military personnel secrets, you know what to do. The 5 people were stunned. Military personnel? Yu Xianyan thought. Didn't she say she was an outsider? How did she become a military personnel? Did she get recruited by a special unit? What does the colonel mean? Lin Qianqing asked tentatively. The military order means that irrelevant personnel should not talk too much. Yes. Lin Qianqing rarely suffered such a loss. But Meng Liji was his superior, and a senior student he had met in school before. So he couldn't contradict him. Chen Weimao listened and thought he should be able to leave. He pulled the corner of Meng Leji's clothes. My knife. This is the only piece of equipment she has left. And she can't lose it again. Meng Leji went to pull it out. But before he could pull it out, he stood firmly, exerted all his strength, pulled out the whole knife, took Chen Weimao into the mecha and flew away. 5 students were left with eager eyes. It seems, the people you protect didn't tell you the truth. Lin Qianqing spoke faintly. Colonel Meng said that special personnel information should not be discussed casually. Yu Xianyan shook his head and shook his feet in a mean way. I think you should hurry up and repair the mecha, so that you don't bring 2 holes to the next game. You? Xiang Xiling wanted to rush over again, but was caught by Yi Shanwen. Yu Xianyan entered the mecha with a joking face and went to find the main force. After the people walked away, Yi Shanwen spoke. There should be no problem with the person that the colonel protects. Lin Qianqing stepped on the pool of blood left by Chen Weimao and said in an ambiguous way, super strong physical fitness, extraordinary physique, plus proficient use of mecha knowledge. The colonel has found a good member. Chen Weimao fell asleep as soon as she entered Meng Leji's mecha. When she opened her eyes again, she was already lying in the ward. The wounds of varying depths on her arms and legs were also treated. But like the wounds on her waist and abdomen, none of them were sutured. Oji dozed off beside her bed and woke up when he heard a little noise. Are you awake? How do you feel? Oji felt that this was familiar, as if he always asked Chen Weimao these questions. Although people are strong, they are unlucky and always encounter these things. He saw Chen Weimao sitting up by herself. So it should be nothing serious. Well, it's not that I won't treat you. Your skin is too hard, and the doctor doesn't know where to start. You don't know that in order to help you hide your identity, the captain asked his doctor friend to come. But he was almost crying. He couldn't use any needles or muscle regeneration materials, and he didn't know what blood to transfuse. Fortunately, you have a strong self-healing ability. I know. Thank you. Chen Weimao felt dizzy, grabbed a handful of hair, and breathed a sigh of relief. But what's wrong with you? Why are you involved in this? I said I was just joining in the fun. And then the aircraft lost control. Do you believe me? Oji thought it was reasonable. But he was just a little surprised that Chen Weimao was still interested in the league. Do you support Miller too? No. Oji, so straightforward. Forget it. You have a good rest. The captain and others are still dealing with the matters arranged by the rescuers. I heard that you broke Xiang Xialing's mecha. It's not a critical part. Their mecha division should be able to repair it. Oji sighed. I didn't expect that several popular contestants in this session, who can like such a speculative person. It's just that he can't make comments that will do to his own status and Lin Qianqing's status. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't worry. And the captain has already brought out the military order. And those students shouldn't say anything nonsense. Oji comforted. What? Chen Weimao listened and always felt that he was talking halfway. Do you know Lin Qianqing's uncle? Chen Weimao didn't need to guess. It must be because of this person. So, you have to do something with us. If you have merits, you can talk to us anywhere. Chapter 22. What does it mean? Chen Weimao's mind was not clear yet. She felt something was wrong, but she accepted it. She paused for a while and asked, Can my aircraft still be salvaged? Oh, she replied, in principle. I won't do anything unnecessary. But I can bring it up secretly when I clean up the venue. And no one should stop me. Thank you. By the way, haven't you saved enough money to buy a spaceship? A heart-wrenching blow. An ordinary interstellar spacecraft costs at least 3 million star coins. If you want to avoid complete damage in an accident like a magnetic storm, a vehicle of this quality will cost at least 5 million. Chen Weimao had done serious research on the price, so she was reluctant to part with the 1 zhong he gave her. There was another more important reason. At least the flight record of the aircraft would not fall into the hands of others. 3 million. Oh, she thought. Isn't this the level of a small red envelope when he was 5 years old? It's also difficult for her to do this now. It's okay. Take your time. Our captain has money. You can cheat him in the future. Before he finished speaking, Meng Leji pushed the door in, looking tired. What are you talking about? No. Nothing. Oh, she stood up with a guilty conscience. Go and meet up with the others. It's time to get to work. Yes. Meng Leji sat in the same position as Oji just now and rubbed his brows. Is the accident difficult to handle? It was the first time that Chen Weimao saw Meng Liji not so calm. He was not particularly embarrassed when he was beaten to the ground by him before. But now, he looked haggard as if he had stayed up all night for 5 consecutive nights. It's not difficult. But after all, it was the casualties caused by the League. Now it's a big deal. There are dozens of lives. It would be best if we can bring them back. Not everyone's aircraft is so sturdy. And no one is as strong as Chen Weimao. Ordinary people will be shattered into pieces the moment they fall into the sea. Chen Weimao has no habit of watching the news. Does not know the wind direction outside. And does not know how to comfort. No one expected 3 consecutive magnetic storms to happen. And it is not easy to predict. Yes. So next time we have to expand the cordon further out. Yeah. The two fell into silence. Where were you going originally? Meng Liji asked first. I went to CA-98 to collect some purple gold ore. I found Collison was close when I was halfway there. So I came here to join in the fun. You are really unlucky. I think so too. Meng Liji leaned back in his chair and smiled inconspicuously. But you are very enthusiastic and know how to protect the student mecha. You volunteered in public. Which is rare. Chen Weimao felt that this was a weird remark. So he didn't think about joining in. I didn't protect him too much. I smashed Xiang Ziling's mecha to protect myself. Let's put things in perspective. Yu Xianyun is very concerned about you now. She just asked me about your situation and asked for your contact information. Did you give it to me? Is there anything you can't give? Chen Weimao thought Meng Liji wanted to hide her. And it would be best if no one in the Federation would notice her. Just now Oji said. You want to take me on a mission? Yes. After this round of competition is over. Shibo will end his guard work early and go to the Federation for an outbound mission. I want to take you with me. Meng Liji told the truth. Okay. Let me know when the time comes. Why don't you ask what I'm doing? You pay me. I work. What's there to ask? What if the mission doesn't allow you to do your work in silence? And you have to be high profile to attract people's attention? Don't you always want to avoid being noticed? Meng Liji asked her with a smile. But when Chen Weimao heard the words, he was not asking about the mission. The colonel has the time to interrogate me. Why not go to Miller's instructors and ask them to strengthen their quality education? People are injured and their tempers have become worse. Meng Liji sighed, but didn't take the offense to heart at all. I always put the right people in the right positions. You don't have to worry. I understand. The colonel needs me to do something that others can't do. No. You don't understand. It's just because it happens to be you now. Meng Liji's eyes were deep. But Chen Weimao couldn't see his reflection. So that's it. They were originally 2 parallel roads that didn't intersect. But they just happened to be traveling at the same speed. So the colonel must be paid in full. Chen Weimao smiled rarely. Of course. Also, you should call me Captain from now on. We all call each other Captain. Yes, Captain. Thanks to Meng Liji. Chen Weimao's recovery period was very quiet, without any messy interruptions. Except that Yu Xianyun sometimes sent her messages through the optical brain to discuss finding a time to retrieve the aircraft. But Oji had already brought it up and repaired it for her when he was working. So Yu Xianyun was just making small talk. But Chen Weimao didn't hate her. Maybe it was just her complaints about Miller that brought them closer. Chen Weimao left before her injury was fully healed. If she stayed any longer, the media and other officials might come to visit the wounded. She went directly to CA-98 to continue her unfinished shopping. This mining planet is a bit like Zhonghe's. It is full of various ores, and is a natural treasure trove. After seeing it with her own eyes, she also understood why the ores here can be sold at such a high price. Ordinary mining only requires ordinary tools or general blasting. But the minerals on CA-98 are extremely hard. People who come here to mine carry destructive weapons. A good planet is full of roaring battlefields. They are not afraid of explosions. Chen Weimao was thinking when she stepped on something soft. She looked down and saw that it was a piece of arm. She wanted money more than life. But she wanted both. She found a secluded place to avoid accidental injury, and compared it bit by bit according to the stone material book, and finally found purple gold ore. Although there was only a little bit on the huge stone. Chen Weimao broke it with her hands, looked around to see if there was anyone around, and broke off a piece with her arm. She shook her hand. It hurt. She worked with her bare hands and with a knife, and collected several 100 grams of ores of all sizes, when she could exchange them for about 1 or 2 million star coins. She stopped mining and turned to another or in the stone book. Paleolith. Chen Weimo turned on the optical computer and called up the video with Zhonghe. Little girl. Do you know it's 2 o'clock in the morning? Zhonghe cursed, but still answered. Chen Weimo pointed the video at Paleolith. If I make a short knife, how much stone do I need? Zhonghe leaned his big face closer. His narrow eyes gradually widened. The quality is good. Where are you? CA 98 star. If you were here, why would you still be thinking about Paleolithan? Zhonghe sneered, as if he remembered something in the past. He clicked on the light brain a few times and sent out a few pictures. Uvaro star stone is stronger than others in terms of hardness and plasticity, and can even be compared with your Uzbekistan. What is this? I haven't heard of it. Chen Weimo has never found this kind of stone in any information. It is a banned material. Of course, it is only banned in the Federation. It can be traded outside the Federation, and the stock is scarce. Zhonghe. Thumb. Lie down again. You really don't come to me for no reason. You haven't contacted me for so long. And you ask about other things right away. And you don't care about me. Aren't you still alive? You are really good at talking. Zhonghe smiled, and got used to it. The short knife needs about 7 kilograms of raw materials. But you have to make corresponding changes according to your strength. I estimate that 20 should be enough. Okay. Thank you. I wish you a long life. Well said. Don't say more. Although Zhonghe said he disliked it, he still pushed it to Chen Weimo and several craftsmen who made cold weapons, and told her in detail the strengths of each craftsman. Of course, all the premises are based on the fact that they are still alive. The people Zhonghe knows are all old guys. Chen Weimo feels that always using knives is not a solution. Compared with the high-tech weapons of the Federation, it is really a small witch compared to a big witch. But her advantage is that she can win a quick victory unexpectedly with her seemingly insignificant personal strength. And sometimes a short knife is better than a long knife. This was her smoothest trip in a few months. The journey was only 3 or 4 days. So she not only got enough shopping items, but also took away the material she wanted. When she returned to Laozhua, he was shocked. I received a package 2 days ago, which contained medicine, clothes and weapons. What are you going to do? Chen Weimo was also puzzled. Who sent it? Oh gee. Is it the guy from the Shibua mobile team? Even if he was going to go on a mission, he wouldn't send weapons so openly. Right. She went to look for what it was. A metal gun that could fire a long hook. She was expecting something amazing. But how could something of that specification be sent to her? Are you injured? Why did he send you medicine? I see it's all for stopping bleeding and promoting wound healing. Laoshua asked again. Well, I was also there when the League incident happened 2 days ago. Huh? Laoshua thought he had heard wrongly. Chen Weimo never came back on time every time she went out to buy things. She didn't expect that she would become a pure victim this time. Their doctors couldn't sew my wound, so they can only try to stop the bleeding. Chen Weimo didn't take it seriously. Seeing that this was all, he asked, Is it a normal delivery? Yes. What's the matter? Nothing. I thought he came in person. No. The accident caused the League to be postponed. The whole Federation mourned for a day. Their organizers were busy and exhausted. I guess Colonel Ming was not having a good time either. Laoshua sighed. A happy event turned into a funeral. So many people just wanted to get close to the fun, but ended up losing their lives. No one wanted this to happen. But since it happened, some people wanted to put the responsibility on specific people anyway. But who is responsible? And who can tell? Several groups of people in Hughes City have taken the opportunity to cause trouble. Will the League continue? Chen Weimo asked. Not because she was very interested in the League, but because she wanted to know when she would go on a mission. 5 days later, the second round will start again. Chen Weimo calculated the time in her mind. There was still about half a month before her first mission, which was enough time for her to adjust and rest. Chapter 23. According to the agreement, Chen Weimo arrived at a private ship port 300 miles outside Hughes City at the designated time. If there is no invitation, ordinary people cannot get close. The ship port gate is towering into the sky, and the outer perimeter is all high walls built of solid alloy and translucent materials. The glass curtain walls and high towers are neatly arranged at intervals. Unlike the ship port at the Haihernan garrison base last time, this place is more for viewing. There is only one way to enter from the outside, which is a transparent bridge built in the air. There are 5 or 6 layers of giant storage racks under the feet. Various interstellar spacecraft are parked in orderly grids, including exploration ships, combat ships, and cargo ships. Chen Weimo passed through 3 gates. The scenery inside was completely different. It was a standard courtyard. Meng Liji was standing at the door waiting for her. He was wearing a casual and loose-fitting uniform and slippers. Slippers? Chen Weimo raised her eyes immediately. Don't be restrained. It's always easier to come to my house than to the military base. Everyone else is inside. Which good person has a ship port at home? This must cover several thousand square meters. Right? No wonder OG said that the captain was rich. Where did they get all this money? Have you brought all the things I sent you? Meng Liji asked. Well, why didn't you give it to me in person? It's not something important. The rest was just by the way. But Xiang forced me to send the medicine to you. Meng Liji smiled helplessly. Who is Xiang? Qiu Xiang. Your attending physician. Is also my friend. He was very anxious when you were in a coma. He couldn't use any of his skills. He thought his career was going to be ruined. Chen Weimo, then why haven't I seen him? I stopped him from looking for you. With his noisy nature, he would have made everyone know. It took 5 minutes just to walk through this courtyard. It was completely different from the entrance just now. This side was full of natural landscapes, with rare plants from all over the world transplanted here without looking messy. So the customers she was shopping for were people like him? But when she entered the room, it was a different scene. The home furnishings were very simple. Basically white, beige, gray and black, with no redundant decorations. The other people in Shibuya were crookedly curled up in the huge sofa. When they saw Chen Weimo, they raised their hands and greeted him without moving their butts. Everyone is here. Let's have a meeting. Meng Liji clicked on the light brain, and a 3-dimensional projection screen rose in front of him. It was the structure diagram of the insect beast corpse with plant tentacles that they saw at the base last time. Chen Weimo also followed the local customs and lay down on the sofa. Only then did she understand why this group of people sat so comfortably. The whole person was lifted up by the softness, and she even wanted to take a nap. This insect beast is not difficult to dissect. The report has been out for a long time, but the genetic tracking took a long time. So you came at the right time and didn't miss anything. Meng Liji said this to Chen Weimo, because he was afraid that she would not understand. He also specially wrote the professional names next to different parts. He continued, the exoskeleton, antennae, and whip-like organs of this insect beast are no different from ordinary insect beasts. But after inspection, its sensory organs and biochemical weapon organs are very developed. He enlarged the analysis diagram of these 2 types of organs of the insect beast, in addition to the instinctive desire for energy. It is extremely sensitive to electromagnetic, sound wave and other information, which makes it more manic than ordinary insect beasts in the same environment. And this one can release corrosive gas. Qi Yiran turned sideways to add to Chen Weimo. That time we also encountered one that sprayed strong corrosive venom. But it was blown to pieces, and could not be brought back for inspection. Meng Liji waited for her to finish her explanation and then said, the analysis report of the plant structure inside the insect beast has also come out, and it is not in the federal records. In addition to the vine body, this plant itself is also an energy storage organ, and it has a symbiotic relationship with the insect beast, forming a mutually dependent ecosystem. As soon as the words came out, except for Chen Weimo, everyone else looked unhappy. Insects feed on energy, so they invade everywhere. Putting an energy storage device in its body is equivalent to equipping a logistics army. Isn't it? Oji muttered. He couldn't figure out who was so boring. So someone sewed insects and plants together. Chen Weimo didn't know what words to use to describe it. This pile of things was seriously beyond the scope. Nature is not that magical. The only thing worth exploring is the human brain that is keen on studying gene fusion. Mu Fenghua suddenly spoke, and his words were not pleasant to listen to. What's the meaning? Biological fusion aims to eliminate the genetic barriers between different species, take their essence and create new species, which can be used by humans to a certain extent. Mu Fenghua explained reluctantly. He actually did not agree with this kind of research, changing the laws of nature and leading biological evolution in the direction of utilitarianism. Who knows what kind of disasters will be created? Meng Liji leaned against the wall and said, this is probably the situation. So we are going to the Hesting Pentastar outside the Federation this time to see if we can collect some traces of human beings. Looking for a needle in a haystack. Mu Fenghua complained quietly again. That's about right. The Hesting Stars were once a friendly country of the Federation. They were invaded by insect beasts more than 100 years ago. Now it is completely the world of insect beasts. And there is no grass. So we are going to the lair of insect beasts to find clues. I hope we are not going to fall into the tiger's mouth. Captain, don't say such terrible words so calmly. Ji immediately sat up and meditated to accumulate merits for Mengleji. Mengleji looked at Chen Weimo again. Have you encountered insect beasts before? I've seen it. But never fought it. This time, I should be very familiar with it. After all, he let someone who had no relevant combat experience participate in this matter, which was extremely risky in itself. Qi Xuan looked at Mengleji's face and suggested, anyway, we're not leaving until tomorrow. Why don't we let her into the simulation cabin today and practice simply? Qi Xuan, you want to practice yourself? Right? Ji decisively exposed her. There are few people who practice heavy mecha who are not warlike. And Qi Xuan is even more insidious and violent. Ever since he told about his disastrous defeat at the hands of Chen Weimo, Qi Xuan has been eager to make a move. And today, he finally has the chance. Rest is more important. It's okay. I want to try too. Mengleji wanted to smooth things over. But Chen Weimo didn't appreciate it. If you want, let's go. When he sat in the chair of the simulation cabin, the familiar sensory equipment reminded Chen Weimo of some bad memories. Isn't this another brain-intensive job? It will connect the senses, especially the pain, but it won't control your nerves. At most, you will feel dizzy and uncomfortable for the first time. If you feel uncomfortable, stop immediately, and I will go into the scene with you. Mengleji is almost meticulous, and is afraid that her sensitive brain will be stimulated and slap someone again. Although it is to let Chen Weimo get familiar with the insect beast. Everyone brought equipment. The last time in Hughes City, seeing is believing. And this time no one wants to miss the opportunity to see it with their own eyes. Chen Weimo took the simulation equipment and almost vomited when he opened his eyes again. Although the impact of this technology on her brain nerves was not as offensive as Mengleji's control. It was not comfortable. She stood there for a long time before she had the energy to observe the surrounding scene. She knew it was all fake. But she didn't expect the perception to be so immersive. She seemed to smell the stench of insect and beast mucus. She looked at her hands again. Bending, opening and closing. All movements were flexible and free. Are you ready? Mengleji had been standing beside her, but kept at arm's length away. Come, Chen Weimo responded, feeling that he should take a weapon. But just thinking about it, the Uzi knife appeared in his hand. This place. It's almost like whatever you think will come true. It's more idealistic. Mengleji seemed to know what she was thinking and explained to her. But the insect beast is a system setting. It is not affected by your thoughts. And your own ability will not be greatly improved by imagination. What is your pain index? 200%. Mengleji, a newborn calf is really fearless. It's your first time here. Take it easy. Come. The exoskeleton of the insect beast is relatively hard. And ordinary physical attacks are useless. We can use some other weapons when driving the mecha. But if you mainly use the knife, you need to find its weak points, such as the connection between the tentacles and the multi-segmented body. 3 insect beasts will appear first. We will not intervene. You try it yourself first. Chen Weimo concentrated and walked forward slowly. The ground under his feet shook slightly. But there was nothing in sight. No living creatures. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed in the air. The earth began to shake violently. The ground cracked, and a large amount of soil and rock mixture rolled out from it, blurring the vision. And occasionally a faint light shone through the gaps in the gravel. Chen Weimo's body did not resist this sudden change, just holding on to a piece of soil and stone and falling naturally. She didn't know how many deep and empty eyes there were behind the broken soil curtain. She just felt that the senseless dullness seemed to swallow everything. She let go of her hand and fell into the crack alone. The 5 people of Shiba stood far away from the chaos. Why did she go down again? Captain, are you going to rescue her? She seemed to have forgotten that this was a simulation training. If he was allowed, he would rush over to save her in the next second. You are too immersed in it. Relax a little. Qi Xuan chuckled. Do you think she is a little flustered? After all, she has never fought before. She has never fought a mecha before. But she has learned to the point where she can dismantle a mecha with her bare hands now. Mengleji said nothing beside him. The yellow sand and broken soil cast a shadow on the battlefield. He could no longer see Chen Weimo's figure. 3 huge black shadows completely broke out of the ground. And they all looked up in the same direction. Where are the eyes of the insect beast? Ji was sharp-eyed and quickly noticed the differences between the 3 beasts. He hated the eyes of the insect beast the most. According to his description, it was a twisted and demented semi-solidified substance condensed from a pile of turbid matter. He felt sick after looking at it for a while. After Chen Weimo used a series of eyes, she used the force to jump into the air, and the completely enraged insect beast no longer lurked underground. Chasing her into the air, she dived down directly, and with a continuous, fast and ruthless movement, she cut off the hard membrane at the connection of the body, turned to the tail of the insect beast smoothly, turned around and jumped onto the back of the other one, and cut the insect beast into slices with the knife at the same extremely fast speed. The wailing echoed in the wild, but it soon returned to silence. Chen Weimo covered his mouth and walked slowly toward Shibua. It smells so bad. I want to vomit. Ji was dumbfounded by this set of movements. He unconsciously helped Chen Weimo to smooth his back. And after a long time, he uttered 2 words in his heart. Fuck. It should be bearable. Have you forgotten that your perception is adjusted to 200%? Mengleji didn't know how to comment, so he could only kindly remind her of this. I have never seen insects and beasts being beaten like this before. And today I am really enlightened. How did you do it? This way? Qi Yishuan couldn't wait to ask. But as soon as she asked, she felt that the question was meaningless. How to do it? If you have the strength, you can do it. Chen Weimo really thought about it seriously. Fighting is an instinct for her, and making quick judgments in emergency situations seems to be an innate ability. Have you ever cooked fish? It's almost the same as peeling scales. Chapter 24. Chen Weimo introduced them to a series of kitchen meat-cutting techniques in detail, thinking that since they all use knives, the principles are the same. What a sin. Why do I think I can learn any practical skills from you? You can only understand but not explain. Ji walked towards the insect corpse in frustration, intending to see it for himself and understand it for himself. Chen Weimo was also confused. Isn't this concise and clear? She looked at Qi Yishuan, who also had a puzzled expression. Have you used this cutting method before? Mengleji also asked. Just now. We were far away, and our vision was slightly obstructed, so we couldn't see the details clearly. We had to wait until we got out to analyze it in detail. But he saw that Chen Weimo almost dismembered the insect beast, neatly and quickly, like a machine always on the best path. When I was wandering before, I figured it out for self-protection. It feels very practical. Chen Weimo confessed honestly that although it was only a few months and she never mentioned it, her life was really colorful. Chen Weimo. Ji shouted from a distance, and several people went to see what was going on. Only when they got closer did they realize that the 3 insect beasts were no longer complete organisms, but a pile of mincemeat soaked in the mucus secreted by themselves, but not in a mess. If you look down from above, you can still see the complete shape of the insect beasts. You didn't really work as a cook before? Ji sighed, and couldn't help but be speechless. Is the hardness of the simulated insect beast body much different from the real one? Chen Weimo asked. She looked at her knife. It was not damaged, and she felt that she was still at ease. Basically the same. This time we go to Hesting to find clues on the ground, and we will try to avoid using mechas. So if there is an emergency, it will basically be humans facing insects and beasts. Just be sure of it. Mengleji didn't expect the trial to go so smoothly. She learned it by herself. Then let's try the insect beast tide again? Qi Yishuan made another suggestion. This time even Qi Yiren felt a little embarrassed. She secretly pulled her sister. Is there any difference? Are there a lot of them? Overwhelming. The oppressive feeling is completely different from these 3. Yishuan. Mengleji also stopped her. If we encounter a tide of insect beasts, we will have to fight with mechas. But it's getting late. It's time for dinner. Chen Weimo tilted her head and glanced at the insect beast she cut, and suddenly interrupted. How about letting me try it once? She always heard the term insect beast tide, as if the entire Federation regarded them as a flood of beasts. She also wanted to see it. Anyway, her strength will be exposed in front of this group of people sooner or later, so it is better to let her adapt to various scenarios first, which can also increase the possibility of survival. Mengleji took a deep breath. Do you really want to try? I'm here now. Chen Weimo rolled up his sleeves, adjusted his perception to a normal level, and walked alone into the canyon again. Very handsome. Mu Fenghua looked at the lonely back, and suddenly praised her while she walked away. How can it not be handsome? Cutting insect beasts is like cutting vegetables. What do you think she has experienced? Oh, she also cast an India's starry eye. A new scene restarted. Chen Weimo was like a mayfly in the virtual world. The sunlight gradually dimmed, and the ground seemed to be submerged by a dark tide. Countless insects and beasts emerged and flew out from the ground and the mountains. But their bodies were different. Chaotic and uncontrollable. As if the world was collapsing. This time she didn't wait. She ran into the tide of insects and beasts with a knife, and was instantly covered by the stench. No one could see her trace. This is too much. Stop it. Captain! OG was the first to lose his temper. They stood on the high ground, looking down at Chen Weimo dealing with it alone. Like a moth to a flame. It was hard not to be shaken. Captain! Qi Xuan was afraid that Meng Liji would really stop the simulation trial. So he hurriedly said, the more severe the training, the more likely she is to survive. Don't be soft-hearted at this time. Qi Yuan also spoke with embarrassment. Actually, I am also curious. Is she trying to practice how to kill insect beasts? Or is she simulating how to survive in the tide of insect beasts? Meng Liji glanced at her, and naturally understood what she meant. In this situation, Chen Weimo is unlikely to resist head-on, which is a very irrational behavior. If she can find a way to survive, this is her way of survival. Suddenly, a small figure appeared on the insect headed by the beast tide. Chen Weimo stabbed at the weak point on its back, and the whip-like organ connected to it instantly broke away and smashed into the insect beast that was following frantically behind. Once the densely packed team was disturbed a little, this chaos would spread out like water ripples. One circle after another. Chen Weimo took the opportunity to jump on the shell of each insect beast that was knocked away, and her body soared into the sky like an arrow, and then turned over quickly. Each jump reached a higher position than the last one, until she reached the flying insect beast. She inserted the knife into the insensitive part of the insect beast, jumped up, and then saw the right time to dismember the insect beast she had chosen in the air, and fell rapidly towards Meng Liji and the others. In the blink of an eye, it fell to the ground with a bang, and the corpse of the insect beast smashed out more mucus, splashing around, and Chen Weimo rolled several times in a row until the whole person fell into a huge rock behind. Why are there corrosive insects in here? It hurt so much. Meng Liji and his team avoided the insects, and stood still before running towards Chen Weimo. Dust rose up, but they didn't see her. But they heard her chuckle with overflowing joy. Are you okay? You're so messy. Meng Liji helped her up. She was almost covered in wounds. Her face and shoulders were covered with red spots from corrosion, and there were scratches of all sizes. Do you know what training is? No. Captain, this is pretty good. Oji rarely saw Meng Liji angry, so he quickly came up and put his arm around his shoulders, while muttering to Chen Weimo, you are indeed too impulsive. Even if it is a simulated training, the damage to the senses is substantial. When Chen Weimo saw Oji winking at him, he knew that the problem was not serious. Turning his head, he met Qi Xuan's eyes. The two smiled at each other. After leaving the simulation field, Chen Weimo breathed a sigh of relief. Although the wounds on his body disappeared, the pain was still there, especially the burning sensation caused by the venom, which could not be faded for a long time. Meng Liji was so full of complaints that he couldn't say them out loud because of Oji's tight mouth. Finally, he gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words, eat. Although it was a simple meal, the appetite of 6 people together was quite considerable, and the food almost filled the entire table. Chen Weimo didn't know whether this was considered physical labor or mental labor, but she was very hungry and buried her head in the food. Meng Liji had been secretly paying attention to her while eating, and seeing her eating so attentively, he became even more angry. Chen Weimo. She raised her head and responded before she swallowed the food in her cheeks. Although your actual combat performance today was excellent, and I have never seen such a fighting style. For future activities, I suggest that you try to reduce such aggressive behavior. He considered the words for a long time, but was still not satisfied. Isn't this bad? Too risky. Don't take your life lightly. Meng Liji's tone was already unfriendly, but Chen Weimo seemed not to hear it. No. I cherish my life the most. Nothing will happen. Oji kicked her under the table. If he could also use his mental power to convey a message to her, he would have shouted at this moment, "Admit your mistake. Those who drown can swim. Since I want to take you out, I must make sure you come back intact." Chen Weimao knew his good intentions. She finally ate the meal and replied, "I have experienced it before. And I didn't act impulsively." Qi Xuan asked curiously, "Didn't you say you have never fought insects and beasts?" "Yes. But I have encountered similar ones. A large group of animals 5 or 6 meters high ran over me. I have suffered a loss before, so I won't suffer a loss again." When these words came out, everyone suddenly couldn't eat. What does it mean to be run over? Chen Weimao picked up another large piece of fish. She really liked this kind of food. Then she slowly recalled, "Once I landed in a place full of trees and grasslands. I don't know if the group of animals were crazy or migrating. They ran towards me. I had no weapons and couldn't hide. They stepped over me. The scene was quite similar to that of insect beasts." "Then are you okay?" Oji asked tentatively. Chen Weimao smiled helplessly. "They were too heavy. I was kicked to the side and had to lie there for 8 days before I could move." "You had to lie there for 8 days? Just you? How did you survive?" "I was lucky. They kicked me into the grass that was more than 1 meter high. I ate it for a few days. Can you pass me the shrimp?" Mu Fengwei handed it to her respectfully. Chen Weimao was satisfied and said, "Although I was unlucky, I have reviewed it. It is impossible for me to fight against a group of people with such a huge difference in size. I may not be able to move faster than them, and my escape to the left or right is very limited by the environment, so I can only run upwards. Any incident that happened to someone else would be a disaster, and it is a miracle that Chen Weimao is still alive." Mengleji could not blame him at all. "It's not easy for you either." Oji patted Chen Weimao's shoulder and sighed sympathetically. "Just stay alive." Chen Weimao has never been demanding. "Then how did you escape from there?" Qiren also began to wonder about the follow-up. "If there is a flying vehicle, I will hide on it and come out on the next planet." "Hitchhiking. Is it always like this?" "Yes. And I'm lucky. I always meet living people." "Then how did you come to the Federation? Whose aircraft did you take?" "I was kidnapped." "Let's eat." When people talk about tragic events, the parties involved are always indifferent, and the listeners seem to be guilty. This meal made Mengleji restless. As soon as the meal was over, everyone was driven away by Mengleji to sleep. Although only Chen Weimao had more training and consumed his physical strength, he couldn't think of a better reason. Chen Weimao went to a guest room, which seemed bigger than Lao Shua's house. She couldn't sleep right away. The pain hadn't gone away yet. She leaned on the balcony railing, looked at the night view, and pinched the non-existent wound frantically. "Who told you to adjust your perception so high?" Chen Weimao. Shua turned her head and found Mengleji standing quietly on the balcony next to her. Next, she stretched out her hand and found a very small roller. "If you still feel pain after doing simulation training in the military academy before, the teachers usually think we are delicate. But in fact, we are all experienced people and know that this feeling is not good. So it is quite common to take neuroleptic drugs. I am afraid that you will resist that kind of thing again. So I will use physical relief." Chen Weimao pressed the switch and rolled it on his face twice. It seemed like there was a microcurrent, and the burning sensation was indeed relieved a little. "Thank you, Captain." Chen Weimao thanked him honestly. "Captain, how much do you adjust your perception when you train in school?" Mengleji's face was a little unnatural. Mecha simulation is of course at the real level. Perception is very important for command, and you can't take risks easily. What about other simulations? "Captain? Captain, are you talking?" 300%. Chen Weimao. "Oh," said, "I think the captain should try to reduce this kind of big behavior." Sleep. Chapter 25. Early in the morning, the 6 people set off directly from Mengleji's house. Chen Weimao was hiding in a corner of the aircraft to read the information of the Hesting 5 stars. This star cluster was completely occupied by insect beasts 100 years ago. More than 90% of the population was wiped out, and the rest were taken over by the Federation and the Stella Empire. The once prosperous civilization has collapsed, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Although there are no traces of people, there are still traces of human activities. This is also their most important mission location. With the broken walls blocking them, they have a chance to hide. But it also contains huge risks. If they are besieged, it will be difficult to find a way out. There is not much ground data on the Hesting pentastar. And Chen Weimao stared at the 5 planets in a trance. What are you looking at? Qi Yixuan came over and sat next to her, with one leg on the small table by the window. This. Chen Weimao turned the screen around. For surrounding the main star in the middle. About the same size. And arranged very neatly. Because it's man-made. Can planets be created? Chen Weimao was dumbfounded. Of course. At that time, Hesting's technology was unparalleled in the world. So the Federation established such a close and friendly cooperative relationship with them. Such a powerful civilization would also be destroyed by insect beasts. She thought that at least some high-tech weapons would have such power. Qi Yixuan looked at what the others were busy with. Moved closer. And whispered, in fact, the demise of Hesting has always been controversial. And there are many unofficial historical rumors. How did the insects break through their border defenses? Why did Hesting lose all his battles after less than 2 days? Why were most of the survivors in Hesting's scientific and technological talents? And where did they go? Chen Weimao's eyes gradually widened. Are you talking about the Federation? I didn't say that. Qi Yixuan quickly denied. But who benefits in the end? You can check it yourself. Many things need to be thought of 2 steps further. Don't they? Chen Weimao never wanted to comment on the implications of words. She suddenly thought of something and asked, the Stella Empire mentioned in the information is also very powerful? Indeed. It is now the largest trading partner of the Federation. We have maintained contact for nearly 200 years. Although there have been fluctuations in the middle, it is still very friendly overall. How do they treat refugees there? Qi Yixuan pursed her lips. Talents with cutting-edge technology can become citizens and enjoy the same treatment as residents. Others are prohibited from entering. It is difficult to say which one is more favorable to refugees, the Federation or Stella. But she was also curious. Tell me, if you go to Stella, will you be accepted? Me? I can't even put the screen back together after I took it apart. I don't have any technological genes. If it were me, I would hire you. Qi Yixuan smiled as he looked into Chen Weimao's eyes. If it were me, I would prepare for landing now. Meng Leji stood behind Qi Yixuan without knowing when. And Chen Weimao didn't remind her. Captain, it's not good to eavesdrop on the sisters. I fell in love right away. Qi Yixuan stood up. Again? We arrive in half an hour. Get ready. Qi Yixuan arched his nose, but still obeyed the order. Meng Leji looked at the confused Chen Weimao and said, don't get me wrong. She talks about falling in love every day. And she falls in love with everyone she meets. Chen Weimao nodded and quietly closed Stella's page. As we said before, we will split into 2 teams and act separately. You and me and Oji will be together. Mainly avoid. Try not to make too much noise. Are you familiar with the combat uniforms and weapons? Chen Weimao shook his left arm. I remember them all. It's very easy. She had never worn clothes with so many functions. With built-in molecular protection and concealed vision. The Federation really cared about its soldiers well. Okay. Also, since you don't know much about the Federation and technology, in case you miss any clues, bring anything you think is abrupt and new. Yes. And Meng Leji raised his eyebrows slightly. If you don't want me to connect with your perception, it's best not to stay too far away from me. Yes. Chen Weimao realized it was strange. Didn't he have a communicator? Captain. Oh, she was sitting in the main driving seat. And suddenly shouted, Hesting's insect beasts are coming? Before landing, their spaceship turned on the energy shielding mode again. Logically, the insect beasts should not be so sensitive as to leave the ground and attack the spaceship. Meng Leji looked out the window, and a group of boundless shadows emerged in the darkness, forming a large and tight team of terror, swallowing up all the glimmers of light. Why do I feel that they are a little manic, chaotic and disorderly? They usually have a more coordinated and obvious trajectory? Qi Yixuan frowned. This was not an ordinary tide of insects and beasts. What should we do? Captain? Counterattack now. It might alarm more insects and beasts on the ground. Although Oji usually talks a lot, he is very calm when faced with things. He just wants to find a solution immediately. Meng Leji watched the black tide approaching, remained silent, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the insects and beasts gradually stopped moving, forming a calm curtain in the void. Take advantage of now. Hurry up and land. Meng Leji wiped the blood and solemnly instructed Oji. Captain, you are too reckless. Qi Yiran quickly handed over a nutrient solution. She was startled by Mengleji's sudden action. What? What happened? Chen Weimo was confused watching from the side. Is it mental power? Can he control insects? You are? Mengleji's face was not very good. But he still pretended to be relaxed and said, it can calm them down for a short time. But there are too many. And I can't control them. Overuse of brain? I guess so. Then use it less. That's right. Even if you're the captain. You shouldn't be so arrogant. Qi Xuan also complained on the side. Okay. I know what's going on. Don't delay the work. Mengleji said seriously. And had completely switched to combat mode. Ji quickly parked the spaceship in an abandoned building complex and hid it. When the 6 people came into contact with the air here, the foul smell was like an invisible big hand locking their throats. Even with a close-fitting microprotective shield, they chose to retain some of their 5 senses. After all, when in contact with animals, smell is an important means of perception. But it smells too bad. It's a den of insects and beasts. It can suffocate me to death. Ji wanted to vomit. But he held back. Act separately according to the original plan. Pay attention to safety. And gather here safely in 5 hours. Mengleji reminded him before leaving. Yes. Perhaps the materials used for repairs were too durable. The ruins 100 years later were not as dilapidated as Chen Weimo imagined. At least the overall framework of the city could still be seen. The former high-rise buildings are now crumbling. The windows were broken. The outer walls were peeling. And the skeleton of the building was exposed. Chen Weimo, Mengleji, and Ji were looking for clues among the dilapidated steel and concrete. Bugs are always in dark corners. It was so lively just now. Why is there not a single one after walking for so long? Ji walked around and whispered. Captain, did you hypnotize them? Just to make them less aggressive. Ji, I want to catch a live one this time. Mengla knew. Caught again? Last time you were caught and used for experiments. You were scolded. Are you still doing it this time? Try your best. Bring as many as you can. Mengleji coughed lightly. Although he had supplemented the nutrient solution, his lips were still pale. Chen Weimo listened quietly and asked tentatively, aren't you very independent? And the various military regions do not interfere with each other. So why are you scolded? Ji snorted coldly, and even wanted to spit. The best biological testing is not in the military, but in pharmaceutical companies. If we want more comprehensive genetic information, we must cooperate with them. But the superior naturally considers more than us. You are talking behind my back. Do you want to be punished when you go back? Mengleji interrupted softly. But this was more terrifying than anything else. No. 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 Ji winked at Chen Weimo, signaling her not to ask. Although Chen Weimo was facing forward, she tried to secretly glance at Mengleji. Just now, it seemed that her former superior was talking. She was absent-minded for a moment. And suddenly, there was a slight movement behind her right. And she turned sideways and threw a knife out. The dagger pierced the object. And she could see clearly what she had stabbed. A dried human skeleton. Are you a little nervous? Ji blinked and asked innocently. Maybe? Chen Weimo herself was speechless. She spent 100,000 star coins to make a new dagger. But she didn't expect to sacrifice it to such a boring thing for the first time. She walked over and tried to take back the knife. But another shriveled long worm slipped out of the mouth and nose of the skeleton. When it fell to the ground, half of its body was shattered into slag. What is that? Ji was curious, took a closer look, and immediately jumped back. Moss bug? Hurry up and stay away from it. Chen Weimo looked puzzled. It's been dead for a long time. It's dead. Who knows if it has spores or eggs? This thing is very tenacious. It can survive. Chen Weimo used the tip of the knife to poke the skeleton of the man, which was still intact. And because it was too dry here, some flesh was still attached to the bones. The clothes on his body were also rotten and stuck to the skin, and could not be torn off easily. And the original appearance of the cloth could not be seen. Does this bug eat people? It eats meat. Any meat. And eats very quickly. Although it's not as difficult to deal with as the bug beast. It's annoying. Wipe your knife quickly. It's so dirty. We have to disinfect it thoroughly when we get back to the spaceship. Okay. Let's keep going. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Mengleji relaxed his hand on the weapon. However, as they went deeper, several groups of moss bugs emerged from the cracks in the ruins. And they all died under the gun. There are moss bugs around. There are either living things or things that have just died and haven't rotted yet. Be careful. Chen Weima and Oji moved quickly. So Mengleji was relieved all the way. But just as he finished speaking, 3 people suddenly emerged from the corner, swinging their limbs randomly and striding forward without any rules. Before they could reach them, these 3 people collapsed with a loud bang, and a string of long worms with faint light flew towards their faces. Chapter 26. The bugs were not difficult to deal with. Chen Weima's shooting skills were also good, and he solved them in a blink of an eye. I thought they had mutated. Oji went over and kicked the corpses. As soon as the bugs left their bodies, they immediately fell apart. Chen Weima finally saw a living moss bug. It had tentacles on the front end, a sharp needle-like mouthparts, and a translucent sticky substance on its abdomen. And those zombies, from the outside, looked like humans, not completely unrecognizable. But the actual species could not be concluded without any evidence. Their uniforms were also ripped to pieces by bugs. Chen Weima picked up a piece with a long knife. It seemed to be a special protective suit. She squatted down and touched these people. Either there was nothing there, or they were eaten by bugs. But when searching up and down, the feel of the rotten meat. Do you have a knife made of ordinary material? Chen Weima asked. Her 2 knives were made of special materials and could cut most substances. Oji didn't know what she meant, but handed it over. Seeing that the knife could not cut the flesh, his expression became serious. But he glanced at Chen Weima again and said nothing. This person's material is similar to mine, but not as strong as me. Chen Weima evaluated himself. How can you use this word to describe yourself? Oji tried to find a word for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. Take one away? Chen Weima asked Mengleji. Anyway, the Federation's space storage technology is good, so she doesn't have to carry these things herself. Pick a complete one. Mengleji instructed Oji again. Inform Iran and the others that a suspicious human has been found, and tell them to be careful. Yes. Also, Mengleji lowered his voice. His face became even uglier. There are 2 insect beasts nearby. Chen Weima looked around and saw nothing, and then realized that this was the result of using mental power. Central weapons, humanoid scanners. No wonder the Federation is so fond of such people. She is a little envious. If you use your brain too much, will you become demented? She asked. Is this the right time to ask such questions? Suddenly, a low roar broke the silence, and a huge insect beast emerged, crushing layers of metal decks. Chen Weima didn't say a word, and rushed forward to meet its attack, kicking the insect beast in the abdomen with a powerful kick. Her knife pierced deeply into the soft flesh at the same time, cutting it as if there was no resistance. The roar of the insect beast was not strong enough, and it fell to the ground and died. Seeing that it was completely dead, Chen Weima opened the mouth of the insect beast and drilled in. What are you doing? Oji hurriedly grabbed her. Although he was not as quick as Chen Weima, he had to stop her. Didn't you say you were here to investigate the insect beast with plant tentacles in its body? How can I investigate if I don't go in and take a look? Cut it open. I'm afraid it will be damaged, and the internal structure will be destroyed. Wait for me. It will be quick. Chen Weima nodded to them, and went in without hesitation. Oji looked at the insect beast's body shaking constantly, and knew it was dead. But Koexian was still uneasy with every move made by Chen Weima. Captain, I didn't say it properly. If nothing else, from the employer's perspective, she is really worth the money. But from the soldier's perspective, Mengleji sighed. She neither disobeyed orders nor neglected her duties. On the contrary, because of her outstanding ability, he and Oji saved a lot of trouble. But her behavior seemed to be beyond the scope of safety. The dead insect beast twisted involuntarily a little bit, and Chen Weima was covered with mucus, which slid out of his mouth, and his hands were still holding a piece of mucus membrane. Is this an egg? The eggs are oval, but the boundary is not strong, as if they will break if you move them casually. The liquid inside is light yellow, and there is an incompletely formed core in the middle. Mengleji explained. It has not yet fully developed. When it grows to a certain stage in the insect beast's body, the insect beast will place the eggs in a fixed place. But he looked at it, and found that even in the early stage of the eggs, the core was a little strange. But he was not an expert in insect beast biology. He could see the difference, but he didn't know what was wrong. Chen Weima is an expert at reading people's expressions. She knew that there must be something wrong with this worm, before Meng Liji finished speaking. There's nothing else in its stomach. Wait for me to dissect the brain. She rolled up her sleeves and got to work. You can do this? Someone taught me how to eat brains before. I have a rough idea of how to open the skull and avoid important parts. I remember some of the structures of the three-dimensional diagram you showed us before. It should be possible. Chen Weimo was not completely sure, but she would try her best. Do you need help? OG felt a chill on his back when he heard her say she wanted to eat brains. He suddenly stood up in awe and hurried over. Help me hold up this lid. The structure of the insect's head is relatively simple, and even ordinary insect beasts are not that complicated, even though the insect beast is much taller than her. Its brain is only as big as a human brain. Chen Weimo carefully cut off various fascia and mucous membranes, and picked out the unimportant nerves based on his memory, and took out the whole brain. Chen Weimo, you are very skilled. It's good to have many skills. Chen Weimo put the brain and insect eggs into OG's storage device to avoid cross-contamination with her. There is another one, in the right front direction, but it was a little further away from us just now. Meng Liji closed his eyes briefly, feeling something was wrong. The insect beast that automatically retreats. Is it an evolved species? The evolved insect beast has its own random mutation system, which means that there is no data to rely on. This mutation may be based on gene mutation, or it may be due to external environmental pollution. Their evolution may lead to new hunting methods or defense strategies, or they may develop more powerful attack systems and agility. In short, it is much more difficult to deal with than ordinary insect beasts. However, the most difficult situation is that it is in a more complex social structure. Try to avoid direct conflict and bypass it. Meng Liji made a prompt decision. Captain! Captain! Qi Ren's voice came from the ear conduction. We just encountered a group of insect beasts carrying plant organs, and we have cleared them out. But in order to keep the samples active, we decided to return to the spacecraft in advance. Received. Be safe on the way back. Meng Liji looked at the time. More than 3 hours had passed. If they continued to move forward and encountered something else, it might delay the rendezvous time. We will go back too. Don't chase the enemy who has lost everything. We have collected a lot this time. At least the first investigation will not be fruitless. Chen Weimo still wanted to fight the evolved species once, but since Meng Liji had given the order, she would not fight to the bitter end. The three returned to the spaceship, and the journey was quite peaceful. There were constant knocking sounds in the biological cabin, and they could hear them in other areas. It's quite manic. OG sighed. It's different from last time. They seem not well connected. An attack without thinking? So we can easily defeat them one by one. Qi Xuan briefly talked about their experience, and then looked at Chen Weimo. What about you? Chen Weimo had just come out of the disinfection machine, and felt that he was completely clear. So much so that she didn't even want to mention those dirty things. I brought some insect and animal samples and human corpses, so I should be able to find something this time. Oh, she replied. He wanted to say that it would be better if he didn't rely on the biological company, but when he thought of Meng Liji, he held back the second half of the sentence. Let's go! Meng Liji leaned back in the seat. He was not responsible for driving, so he closed his eyes and rested. The use of mental power during landing was still a bit excessive. Captain, something is wrong. Mu Fenghua's eyes moved away from the observation mirror. His tone was unusually nervous, and his hands accelerated the operation of the spacecraft taking off. Qi Ren also looked out, and the buildings in the distance seemed to have signs of collapse. Due to the distance, the sand and soil that had just risen were not obvious. The moment the spacecraft left the ground, the place where it had just landed collapsed. The earth was full of strange phenomena, as dense as dark clouds, spreading darkness, like the demons of hell gathering. This time, it's not smooth to get in and out. Qi Ren muttered, sat in the co-pilot seat, and activated all weapon modes. Oh, she also returned to his position. Why is it so similar to the formation when we landed? They went crazy twice in a row? Escape at full speed. Don't get entangled. Meng Liji ordered. Scan the nearest wormhole and prepare to force a passage. It was too late to return along the original route. The speed of the flying insect beasts behind was enough for him to confirm that this group was an evolved monster. He also instructed Chen Weimo. Turn on the biological cabin reinforcement mode to ensure the safety of the samples. We will respond flexibly later. If the situation is not good, Choose the right time to separate the biological cabin. Yes. Being chased in the universe was the first experience Chen Weimao had ever had. She was so small that she could do almost nothing. Captain, there is a wormhole 300 miles away. But it is not in the record. Shi Yishuan reported the result, and his tone had begun to pretend to be calm. Undeveloped wormholes always have unknown dangers, and whether they can pass through them intact usually depends on fate. But at the moment, they are afraid that they can't fight against the overwhelming tide of insects and beasts for long with only one spaceship. So escaping from the chaos is indeed the best choice. Prepare to cross. Meng Leji did not hesitate at all. The spacecraft has activated the full protection device. But the moment it enters the wormhole, everything becomes chaotic and unknowable. The space is torn apart like an endless black curtain being pulled. Chen Weimao cannot tell whether it is a fact that presents an incredible spectacle or just his own illusion. Countless stars flicker in the vortex of the wormhole, interweaving into a strange spectrum. The dimension of time collapses, and it feels like everything is passing by rapidly. But it is also blurred and distorted. As the end of the wormhole approached, a strong gravitational force began to pull Chen Weimao's body back to reality. She could see her hands and feet, but she seemed unable to feel them. It took a long time for her consciousness to return completely, and a mysterious scene gradually appeared outside the porthole. Just escaped from the endless darkness of the insect beast tide. The dazzling and clear ocean in front of her made people feel like they were in another world. Captain, the spacecraft is damaged. I need time to repair it. Request to land. Mu Fenghua checked all the views and confirmed that the spacecraft could not undergo a long-distance flight immediately. Where is this? An unknown planet. And our scanning system is broken. So we don't know how many people are here. Then stop somewhere where there are no people. The spacecraft finally landed slowly on the gravel beach under the cliff. The hatch opened. The air here is not suitable for people to breathe for a long time. And the gravity field is not suitable for survival. Fortunately, their combat uniforms can help them adjust and adapt. Captain, do you feel swollen in the head? Oh, she thought it was the discomfort after experiencing the wormhole. But the dull pain in the nerves was not likely. It seems to be a magnetic field problem? Mu Fenghua looked at the data jumping around on the optical computer and felt even more overwhelmed. He still had to repair the spaceship, and the captain had already used a lot of mental energy. And now it was even worse. He made a good suggestion. The 5 people from Shibua all endured the discomfort, but looked at Chen Weimao's ignorant eyes. Are you okay? What should I do? Chapter 27. So the magnetic field will also affect your mental power? Chen Weimao listened to the theoretical explanation for a long time, but actually didn't understand it. But stuck to the topic. Is the impact big? Will drinking nutrient solution work? Just leave quickly. Meng Leji was very calm. We also have some mechanical knowledge. We can help Fenghua. Chen Weimao, then? Can I go here and take a look? Anyway, she can't repair the spaceship. Sure. Don't go far. And don't cause trouble. Meng Leji handed her 2 pairs of mini headphones. This is an interstellar translator. Even if you meet natives, it can accurately translate at least 80% of unfamiliar languages. Thank you. Captain. Seeing Chen Weimao walking away, Shi Yiran leaned over and asked, It's not like your style to let someone travel alone? Because there are some things that are not suitable for her to know now. Meng Leji turned on the optical brain and projected a scan of the interior of the cliff. There was a huge space that was difficult to measure inside. You, Yishuan, come in with me later. Captain, do you know where this is? Shi Yiran saw that he had all the information and was clearly prepared. Biverson Star. Alicia was also a powerful country in the interstellar world 1,000,000 years ago. But now? 1,000,000 years ago? What are we looking for? Few people know about this place. And Meng Leji also heard about it from an outsider by chance. Alicia is a mysterious civilization with few written records outside the Federation. Technology and art go hand in hand. And the most famous is a mind-linked network that allows people to share thoughts and feelings. Because it is so bizarre, many people treat it as a legend. The Federation does not even acknowledge the existence of Alicia academically. But when all the fragmented information is put together, Meng Leji is not sure whether this is a coincidence. Alicia's demise seems to be due to civil strife. And different cultures, religions, and ethnic groups have erupted into irreconcilable divisions and confrontations. In short, people who can share ideas have widened the distance between each other. Will mind connection be the future of spiritual power? He pieced together information and heard it from others. And after several years, he finally figured out the approximate coordinates. But he never had the chance to come. And today, crossing the wormhole, this familiar string of numbers on the map was just a coincidence. Chen Weima. She doesn't understand how to use mental power. And she doesn't need to understand this at the moment. Meng Leji simply told Qiran about his source of information and decided to enter the cave. Captain, to be honest, I've always wanted Chen Weima to have her brain tested. Qiran remained silent after hearing this. After making sure that no one else could hear him, he confided his true feelings to Meng Leji. Let's talk about it later. When she is willing to accept the Federation's technology, Chen Weima now only felt that the sky was high and the sea was vast. She was far away from Shibo and the others. She even took off her mask. It was the refreshing salty fragrance of the ocean, mixed with a strange, cool smell unique to this place. After seeing insects and beasts, probably everything else is beautiful, except people. She walked deeper into the canyon, where the trees became more and more lush, and the birds were singing. But suddenly, she saw a few wisps of black smoke coming out from behind the bushes. She slowed down her pace and took her weapon in her hand. It was a pile of extinguished and burnt firewood. Traces of human activity? Or more precisely, is there an intelligent creature? She put on the translator given by Meng Leji and continued forward. But her caution was completely useless. There was a howl in the distance that she couldn't understand. And it became in the translator, "The meat is gone. Who of you guys can go and take care of it?" I don't know if this translator is useful or not. Most of the words are curses. Chen Weima moved closer and saw the creatures clearly. They look very similar to humans, but are very tall. Both men and women are more than 2 meters tall. And their head bones are obviously different. Their foreheads are higher and fuller, although they can't be said to be covered with hair. Their short light-colored hair is still very obvious in the sun. The most different thing is probably that they are all naked. This is an extreme carnival. Some people are feasting. Some are having sex. And some are playing close to each other. But it's all so ordinary that it seems like breathing. Chen Weima had seen all kinds of customs in the interstellar space. But the frankness in front of her almost made her forget to breathe. But it was hard for her not to notice that although they had no shelter, everyone had a dark stone with a metallic luster hanging around their necks. Since there were people, she would not continue to move forward. Anyway, she just wanted to come out to breathe. At the same time, a faint and imperceptible tremor spread across the ground. But Chen Weima's perception was as sharp as an animal. She felt a chill on her back and felt that it was not good. Seeing that there were many mountains and rocks on both sides, she did not care to hide and rushed out directly. A group of people saw a hairless and short creature appear. They didn't even try to hide. Their eyes were full of curiosity, without any fear. "It's going to be an earthquake. Leave here," Chen Weima reminded anxiously. But seeing their confused eyes, she remembered that she just caught one and put another translator on him. The man blinked and looked around. Nothing changed. So he told the others, "Let's go." She said it might be an earthquake. "Oh, okay." Chen Weima was also a little surprised. She had thought that it would take some time to talk. As soon as they left, a strong tremor spread throughout the area like the roar of a beast, and the crack spread at a very fast speed. Fortunately, the earthquake came and went quickly. The ground cracked and closed, and the trees were uprooted. They hid in the lowlands, so they were not killed by the rocks that fell. What bad luck. How could she always encounter such things? Chen Weima climbed up, gasping for breath. But it seemed that she was too nervous. She felt that the air here was not enough for her to breathe. So she opened the micro-mask again. "Who are you?" The man with the translator was fine. The first thing he did after surviving was to ask Chen Weima, the stranger who suddenly broke in. Chen Weima pursed his lips and briefly introduced himself. But he didn't know how to explain to them that he was traveling from another distant planet. With their level of civilization, they probably wouldn't understand. "I'm Chen Weima, from another planet, and I'm stopping by your place." She was a little nervous after she said that, waiting for questioning. But she didn't expect that. "You saved us. It's the benefactor," he shouted to his companions, and received a very enthusiastic response. "We are all grateful to the benefactor. We will work hard to repay." "Benefactor? You can get me!" The hidden space is deeper and larger than what is shown in the image. Meng Leji and the other two passed through the narrow cave. They had to pass sideways, But the space around the corner suddenly expanded, and the tall stone pillars and the wide dome were looming in the dim light. He looked at the data. This is minus 300 meters above sea level. But the stone pillars were so high that their tops were invisible. Really? I thought. Chi-Xuan was embarrassed to say it. She thought the captain was just suddenly adventurous and believed anything. This kind of tranquility was almost mysterious and noble. The wind from nowhere blew gently, making the stone pillars echo faintly. This man-made ruins looked like a place for ceremonies. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, as if releasing the huge energy buried deep inside. But these stone pillars were not affected at all. Only countless cracks appeared on the surrounding mountain walls. In an instant, Meng Leji and his men seemed to have lost the ability to control everything. Run forward. To the corner. Meng Leji vaguely saw that the way was blocked, so he immediately looked for a way out on the other side. Fortunately, the earthquake was sudden but not serious, and it stopped after a few shakes. He immediately confirmed that it was safe with Oji and Mu Fenghua outside. I haven't taken a closer look yet, and I almost buried such a good relic. Chi-Xuan was scared. But this material is really strong. There is not even a crack. These stone pillars were as smooth as before the earthquake, and the soil that was shaken off would not stain them at all. We should let Fenghua in. He knows a lot of materials. Chi-Ren also sighed. Go and see if there is any other way out here. If there is, come back to find records that look like text. There is a way, but it is just a few hundred meters above the cliff. There is no need to rush. Meng Leji searched steadily below. Some people say that the Elysius use a special material as a medium to spread and share spirit and ideas. No one can explain the principle, but someone once passed on a rubbing that vaguely depicts the picture of everyone sharing a brain. Material. Could it be this pillar? He touched it, and it seemed to be no different except that it felt cold. He used his senses, but could not sense anything. There was nothing underneath. No words. No pictures. Not even the wear and tear of time. Has it spent 1,000,000 years here quietly? Or maybe it just disappeared, gradually returning to its original sacred silence. Why don't we go up and take a look? It's not difficult to climb the wall anyway. Chi-Xuan had already taken out the rock climbing micro-equipment, waiting for Meng Leji's order. Let's go! Meng Leji sighed. They didn't need to exert any effort to climb up. The micro-thrusters allowed them to move freely and easily. In addition, the guidance glasses on the combat suits allowed them to know where to land next at any time, and they could perfectly avoid obstacles and weak points. But the passage above was in front of them, and the way out turned out to be pitch dark. They didn't dare to move rashly for a while. Are we still going? Chi-Xuan didn't like dark places. How about we go back and dig that hole open? Before Meng Leji answered, the sound of footsteps approaching in the darkness was heard. Chaotic and disorderly. The three of them hid on both sides of the cave entrance in tacit understanding, holding weapons and waiting for the arrival of someone. Really? How high is it? You didn't build it. What are you proud of? Yes. If it is really as you said. It is really a miracle. Chapter 28. It's not that Chen Weimao didn't notice someone at the exit, but at this angle, it's hard for her to gain the upper hand. Not to mention, is it the captain? She asked tentatively to prevent accidental injury. Meng Leji didn't come forward when he heard Chen Weimao's voice until the other party asked, but his eyes moved. Chen Weimao stood with a group of people who were literally open and honest. The visual impact was too great, shocking him so much that he couldn't speak, and everyone started to howl at him again. This is my friend. Don't be nervous. We are just here to have fun and we'll leave soon. Chen Weimao's eyes were subtle, but she didn't get angry in front of everyone. Meng Leji and the other two also put on translators and joined the chaotic conversation. Although he is my friend, he can't get me. He is too thin and small. I don't want to be with him. My benefactor is still strong, although he is short. He can throw me over his shoulder. Another meaningless cheer. Meng Leji's hair stood up when he heard this, took off the translator, pulled Chen Weimao over, and separated her from the group of people. What are they talking about? Chen Weimao pondered for a moment. It's just that the interpersonal relationships here are relatively simple. Whoever is more powerful can dominate, and the customs are relatively rough. Captain, don't be nervous. He just wanted to talk to me. Just refuse directly. He won't force it. Are you okay? There are some words he really can't say. It's okay. What can happen to me? Chen Weimao turned around and said to her new friends, it's almost time. We have to leave. You should also go out quickly. Be careful of aftershocks. Don't you still want to see the big pillar? You haven't gone down yet, the man asked. Just a look from a distance is enough. Thank you. Qi Ren saw that they were about to leave, and wanted Meng Liji to stop them. But seeing that Meng Liji didn't say anything, she kept silent. A group of people led them out of the mountain pass, and said goodbye warmly. Aren't they curious at all? Qi Xuan was embarrassed to look at this group of naked people, but couldn't help being curious. How did we get here, and what did we do here? No one asked. I told you to stop here for a while. They believed it? You didn't even check it with your own eyes? They think what they say must be true. And they don't like the sea. It can swallow everything, and it's scary. So they won't send us away. Quite simple. According to some standards, they haven't fully developed their intelligence. Their wild instincts are the simplest and easy to get along with. Qi Ren and Meng Liji walked behind. Qi Ren smiled and looked at the people beside him. Cursing people in a roundabout way was still effective. He looked helpless. Huh? What is this? Qi Xuan saw a transparent black stone hanging around Chen Weimao's neck, tied with a rough hemp rope. And the whole necklace exuded a primitive sense of humor. It's a gift from them. The color is pretty good. When they returned to the beach, Mu Fenghua was quick and had almost finished the repair. Ji wanted to ask Meng Liji about his gains, but seeing that they came back with Chen Weimao, he knew better and didn't say anything. As soon as he got on the spaceship, Chen Weimao nestled in a corner and closed his eyes to rest. How did you know the group of people just now? She was confused when she heard Meng Liji's voice. And the distance of the voice was probably only for the two of them to hear. Earthquake. And I told them to run away quickly, and not be hit by the rubble. They took me around to show their gratitude. She turned over and changed her posture, facing Meng Liji. Then do you know where the cave you entered is? Meng Liji asked again. They said they found it by accident, but because it was too close to the sea, and there was nothing to eat. They just thought it was magical, and didn't want to come here normally. Chen Weimao was extremely calm. His expression was calm. Are you blaming me for not telling you where to go? Why didn't the captain say that you found a cave by chance, and went in to take a look? Meng Liji smiled. The cave is a distance away from the spaceship. If you repair the spaceship first, and then find it by chance, there won't be enough time. And you just happened to leave the team alone. And I just happened to be there. How can I say it was by chance? Chen Weimao seemed to have lost his strength and lowered his eyes. No blame. You just didn't say it. And you didn't lie to me. So do you really know where this is? I only discovered it when I was about to land. There are ruins of a civilization that has been extinct for millions of years in the cliffs. I am really curious. A million years. Chen Weimao didn't even know what this meant. It was too long. So long that a new round of human activities had already begun. They are living well now. What's the point of exploring the past? If they can discover and use the achievements of past civilizations, they may be able to live better than now. They are more intelligent, wear clothes, can produce, organize, have private property, and start to care about how much you have and how little I have, and become the same as us. Meng Liji was a little surprised that she would say this. You hate technology? How could that be? I can't afford it. The demise of a country may be due to external disasters, but the loss of a civilization that can build such buildings, I dare not think about it. Maybe they just have too much. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that some good intentions are just forcing things to grow, which will be a disaster for them. Captain, Chen Weimao suddenly approached, stroking the stone necklace with his fingers. Since we met in the cave, your eyes have always been on it. Captain, are you curious? Her voice was very low, but like a cunning rabbit that has dug 3 holes. Her tone was full of cunning and a little disdain. Indeed, this thing seems very interesting. Meng Liji did not deny it. What's interesting? Meng Liji looked at her without saying anything. After a moment of silence, Chen Weimao suddenly felt a throbbing sensation all over her body and grabbed Meng's collar fiercely. What did you do? It was as if an electric current ran through her body, and everything around her became blurry and unreal. Chen Weimao thought that he had used his mental power to connect her perception, but it was not likely. She did not resist strongly, and he was not speaking stiffly in her mind. What did you see or hear? Alicia. Is this place's name? Chen Weimao looked a little dazed. When she knew these 4 words, she seemed to feel the other party's unconcealable joy. Is this a real feeling? Is it hers or the other party's? Meng Liji raised his lips. It really worked. He brushed Chen Weimo's hand down. The history of the Federation is far less ancient than Alicia. But on the spiritual level, don't you think it's the same as the other party? But you don't need this medium. Right? You can just... Chen Weimo stopped talking halfway. If there is a medium to help, he may be able to control more soldiers and hypnotize more insects and beasts. Power. Who wouldn't be tempted? Captain, do you want it? Of course I do. Go get it from where you just got it. Thinking and doing are still different. Chen Weimo didn't understand for a moment. You also said that interfering with the development of another civilization is a butterfly effect. If I go back there, quietly take the stone and leave, and then show my skills in the Federation, others will find that there are such good things in the world. What do you think other people would do? So what are you doing today? Some ideas can't be proven or disproven, but such conjectures are always a guide, Mengleji said without any greed. The Federation's technology is so advanced. There will be such a day sooner or later. And my mental power. He smiled and said nothing more. So noble and upright. Chen Weimo was a little bit unconvinced. He said no to the temptation in front of him? I'm not as eager for quick success as you think. Do you want to return the sarcasm? Chen Weimo turned sideways again. Since she had already talked about it. She lay lazily in the chair. Whatever you want. And I didn't hide it from you on purpose. The more you know about mental power, the more curious you are. But in your unknown state, do you think exploring it will make you get what you want? Or will it expose your weaknesses to others? Mengleji said again. I admit that there is something wrong with my brain. I have checked it out. According to your Federation standards, I may not live long. Chen Weimo was not sad. It didn't matter whether he was alive or not. As long as he was not dead. He was alive. So sometimes I wondered. I was alive and well before. Why was I judged as disabled here? I want to die clearly. Do you want to? If you want to, I can try it. I use this. Mengleji pointed to the stone. Chen Weimo slightly widened his eyes. You can use it as soon as I saw you. I used my mental power to feel it. It is indeed amazing. I can't explain the principle. But you didn't seem to be feeling unwell just now. Compared to the federal equipment, this may be a breakthrough. Captain, are you curious or am I curious? It's okay if we are both curious. Just try it if you want. Chen Weimo lay like a salted fish, ready to let him do whatever he wants. How bad can it be? Is it worse than the last time he tested his mental strength? But Mengleji once again spread his perception, which was much stronger than before. And Chen Weimo's brain suddenly went blank. The person on the chair dropped his hands weakly, and panic suddenly surged into Mengleji's heart. He quickly sent the man to the medical room. The others on the spaceship did not fail to notice the secret communication between the two, but they did not interrupt. However, seeing Chen Weimo fainted, they did not know what happened specifically, except for Mu Fenghua in the main driving seat. The others hurried over. Captain, I am not saying anything. He just pulled your clothes. How could you knock him out directly? Oh, she looked at Chen Weimo, who looked pale, and it was hard not to stand up for her. What happened? Is this connecting to her perception again? Qiren also asked intently. Although Mengleji was more familiar with him, it was wrong to hurt someone for no reason. I don't know. He was fine just now. Mengleji himself was even more helpless. For Chen Weimo, it seemed that all means were helpless, and they could only hope for her self-healing power and use the treatment cabin to assist. What should we do now? Wait. Qiren had never experienced this before, and was still thinking about using some other treatment methods. Captain! Mu Fenghua also suddenly rushed over, rarely panicking. Look at the star network. It seems. Is this considered a problem? Chapter 29. Chen Weimo slowly opened her eyes. She no longer wanted to recall how many times she had fainted at the Shibua mobile team. Are they a curse on her? If connecting perceptions is like building a bridge, then her brain is the city guard on the other side, and she won't let a single bird pass through. And this time, using that stone as a medium is like building a half-bridge. And if you take one more step, you fall into the abyss. It seems to be within reach, but it's actually out of reach. Does she really have this other side? She sat up, curled up her legs, and buried her head. After a long while, she glanced at her computer. After starting the mission, she switched to silent mode, almost isolating herself from the world. But her computer seemed to be flooded with messages. Yuxianan, Laoshua, and even merchants in Hue City who had no relationship with her, but left their contact information, all sent her messages. And each person read at least dozens of messages. She clicked on Lausch's message first. Lausch would never contacted people outside, fearing that they would be distracted and get into trouble. The video of you saving people and destroying mechas on Colossal Star was uploaded to the Star Network. Where are you? Reply quickly. Has the world become like this? She didn't reply to anyone's message. She opened the Star Network in a daze. Her video was the most searched and viewed video, even surpassing the hot search of the second match of the Military Academy League, the victory of the Merston Military Academy. Even after 3 severe magnetic storms, even in the harsh environment of the seabed, the video quality is still very good, and her face is particularly clear. From the perspective, this camera should be on the seabed, although the angle is a bit confusing, and it was swept by the seabed storm. All her actions were recorded. The video was released by Blue Eagle Media, an unknown small media company in the Federation. Chen Weimel remembered the name. She was touched by their professionalism. After the accident, non-military personnel were not allowed to approach the Colossal Star. However, she soon figured it out, since she could ask someone to salvage the aircraft. Blue Eagle probably found someone familiar to help. So many multimedia video equipment were damaged, and first-hand information was lost. There were not many videos on the entire Star Network. Lawning. It was fate. He only uploaded this one video, and it went viral. Chen Weimel thought about it, and called Yu Xianyan back. I thought you ran away. As soon as the video was connected, Yu Xianyan's big face was almost stuck to the light brain. Where are you? These nosy people in the Federation are looking for you everywhere, and many media want to interview you. Speaking of which, Chen Weimel didn't know where he was. Besides the media, is there anyone else looking for me? Yu Xianyan looked around and ran to a more secluded corner. Then spoke. The organizer of the league seems to be looking for you. And I saw Colonel Meng and Lieutenant Colonel Qi in Hughes yesterday. So you are really from the Shibua mobile team? I don't know. If they say it is, then it is. She was unconscious for 3 days. Much longer than last time. Since they are in Hughes. Is she also in Hughes? She jumped out of bed and opened the curtains to see the training ground. It seems to be the Hipper garrison base. Anyway, public opinion is quite lively now. But most people think you are super awesome. Language can be very artistic. Chen Weimel understood her implication. A few minorities are enough to torment me. Actually, I don't think it's a big problem. There's even a vote on StarNet. They think you should be put in the league and set at a certain level. Yu Xianyan forwarded the post to her. Did you win the second game? Chen Weimel didn't want to continue this topic now. She was tired. So she took the initiative to ask about her recent situation. Yes. How could we lose underwater? Yu Xianyan said as a matter of course. Extremely confident. Where is the third game? There are many poisonous plants on Weishi Star where the Actor Military Academy is located. It's hard to guard against. You are in the mecha anyway. So you are not afraid. You have to come out to fight. Every time Axe home advantage is enviable. Then I wish you good luck and try to win again. Yu Xianyan smiled. Sure enough. The interview said you support Miller Military Academy. I said how is it possible? Who said it? A candy store owner said that you have been to his store and are extremely curious and admire Miller Military Academy. After asking about the situation, Chen Weimel returned to silence. Her face spread across the Federation. She retreated back into her bed, not knowing how long she had been hiding. Whatever. She had to face it. She pushed the door open and went out. There were many people in the corridor. When they saw a stranger, they all stopped what they were doing and stared at her blankly. You are? Someone came over, looking curious. Are you Chen Weimel? Chen Weimel nodded. Really? Why are you here? Captain Meng brought me here. It turned out that no one knew that Meng Liji had brought her back to the base. Would it be bad if she showed up rashly? The feeling of being surrounded by eyes was uncomfortable. So she walked forward with her head held high until she met a familiar figure at the corner. As if a life-saving golden light was shining all over her body. Mu Fenghua. She was not familiar with this taciturn mecha master. But at least she was someone who fought side by side with him. And she felt safer with him. Awake? Mu Fenghua had just finished talking to a few people in research suits. And when she saw Chen Weimel, her icy face was still a little loose. The captain and Qi Yuan went to Hughes. And they will be back tomorrow. Is it about me? Chen Weimel asked knowingly. Come with me. Mu Fenghua led her out of the messy corridor and into the Shibua's special training room, where Oji and Qixuan were also there. But the two of them were not training either. Instead, they turned on their optical computers, projected 7 or 8 light screens, and processed them at the same time, working so hard that they were almost fuming. The captain did not communicate with the foreign management. 10 minutes ago, he announced that you are a new member of the Shibua mobile team. All matters will be handed over and handled by us. Mu Fenghua explained that Oji and Qixuan were dealing with the people who came to inquire about the news. No need. I can go. Chen Weimao didn't want to cause trouble for others. Mu Fenghua nodded and said calmly, "Let me introduce you to the division of power in the Federation. The independent military region we are in is not subject to the control of other parties. Shibua is an independent unit in the independent military region with high autonomy. So we don't need to listen to others nagging when we accept a new member. But the military zone still belongs to the Federation." Right? Chen Weimao was not confident enough. The military is independent. But I should be under the management of border or foreign biological affairs. Right? Who cares? You are already a member of Shibua. Mu Fenghua didn't care and showed her the latest news on the Star Network. The response is huge, although there are mixed reviews. But there is no official statement yet. Of course, he picked up another translucent tablet, clicked a few times, and handed it to Chen Weimao. "The decision is yours. The captain said that if you have a better choice, you don't have to officially join Shibua. But it doesn't affect your use of Shibua's non-staff status to avoid trouble outside." On the screen was an unfinished identity file, with only her name and photo, and the rest was blank. "Don't worry. You can wait for the captain to come back before deciding." Mu Fenghua had said a lot of words today, but she was still very patient. Qixuan didn't interrupt the whole time, just smiled at Chen Weimao. Oji next to him was so busy that he didn't know if he listened to all of Mu Fenghua's words. Wishy Bo's guarantee. Chen Weimao spent 2 relatively peaceful days at the base. There were also curious people who came up to talk to her, and they asked some old-fashioned questions. But they all seemed to respect Meng Leji's decision very much, and did not reject or dislike her because she was a foreigner. Many people saw that Chen Weimao answered whatever they asked, and was more easygoing than expected. Some even wanted to invite her to the training room to compete. But Chen Weimao was not in the mood at the moment, so she refused one by one, saying that she would compete after she had a good rest. Meng Leji returned to the base late at night, except for the sentry on duty. There was no one around the base, and Chen Weimao stood on the top floor to enjoy the breeze. She had nothing to do and counted the stars. Unlike the main star of the Federation, the garrison base was set up on an artificial platform in the air. She could clearly see the patterns or star rings of the distant planets just by standing on the ground. The size and oppression gave people a dynamic illusion. It was hard to tell whether she was falling rapidly or the planet was coming towards her. "You didn't sleep in the middle of the night. You look like you had a good rest." Meng Leji's voice came from behind her. She turned her head and subconsciously took something. "I thought it was wine." Chen Weimao looked at the exquisitely packaged drink in her hand and whispered, "Drinking is prohibited in the base. Or do you need to drink to relieve your sorrow now?" Meng Leji looked like he was watching the fun and said, "I have liked drinking this since I was a child. Try it?" Chen Weimao took a sip, and it was a salty, fragrant, and sticky fermented liquid. It couldn't be said to be unpalatable, but it couldn't be said to be delicious against one's conscience. It was her first time to taste this kind of flavor, and she couldn't help but, "You? Why can't you even pretend to be polite?" "It doesn't matter. I will finish it and won't waste it." Meng Leji smiled lightly, looking at the vast universe, and all the humiliation he had suffered in Hughes in the past 2 days was swept away. "Fenghua told you?" "Yes." Chen Weimao nodded. "But I can't fill out that form." "Okay. What do you want to do next?" "No. You misunderstood. I'm not refusing to join." Chen Weimao pulled up the page. "I don't know how to fill it out. I don't know how old I am this year. My home planet is dead, and I don't know the coordinates. I don't even have a legal place to live." She could only fill in her name on such a large form. Meng Leji seemed to have never asked her about her life before coming to the Federation. "You are?" He couldn't say the word orphan, so he changed the word. "It's different from the Federation's time system. Don't you know how to convert it?" "No. I used to forget everything. My life restarted when I joined the Direct Army." "Don't remember anything?" "Well, many of us are like this, because we don't have a past. We don't care about our lives so much. So we can do the most dangerous work. Mengleji, it doesn't work that way. I know. You may think our life is inhumane. But we are actually quite happy. Chen Weimao smiled, with a gentleness in his eyes that Mengleji had never seen before. Everyone is too poor. If you don't join the army, you have to go mining. And the land has been empty for a long time. And there is not much mineral left. Every year, the extreme weather makes most of the land barren. And few people have enough to eat. We can at least share a small potato with each meal. What do you usually do? Mengleji joined her memories. Catch people who steal food. Catch people who maliciously oppress the elderly and the weak. Or go to the surrounding natural satellites to mine. Anyway, everyone in our place has to mine. You cover a wide range of areas. From the sky to the ground. Of course. And it was very difficult last time. It took you an hour to reach a place that our broken spaceship took 5 days to fly. Mengleji didn't know what he was thinking about. And suddenly fell silent for a moment. It's not easy for you to escape. It can be said to be a miracle. The right time. The right place. And the right people. Chen Weimao's throat was a little sour. But Mengleji didn't hear it. And poured the bottle of drink into his mouth in one breath. So you have to live well. At least you can't let people drive you away in disgrace now. Chapter 30. There are 3 things we need to deal with now. Mengleji's fingers quickly swiped across the screen. And he didn't stop talking. First, the test results of the samples we brought back will not be available until the next league game is over. And there is a high probability that we will have to go out on a mission. Second, the guarding and rescue work ended early last time. So we have to make up for it in the next game. And you will go too. Third, I have filled out the form. Please confirm it. Mengleji did things quickly and efficiently. And a few words hit Chen Weimao's brain, which was already inactive. I've always wanted to ask. You are border guards. Why do you have to work in the league for so long? Isn't it enough to just show your face? Mengleji, we are the face of the military academy and the military region. We have been judges and commentators in the past. We were originally assigned to be there this time. But I'm too lazy to sit in front of the screen and give orders to the world. I might as well come out and do something else. Chen Weimao thought to herself. The Federation is also quite boring. She looked at her watch again. She was 26 years old and lived in Mengleji's house. Other things are omitted. Can you fill it out like this? The age is about right. I didn't falsify the other information. Why would anyone investigate my team members? Some things are not that complicated. Mengleji let go of the force and leaned on the railing. I'm very happy you told me this. Although you have your own purpose. You helped me after all. Then consider it a happy cooperation. Mengleji stretched out his hand. Okay. It was only when Chen Weimao worked with Shibo that he realized that they had been working non-stop for a long time. She had just started to handle some of the team's trivial matters. Qiren and Mengleji introduced almost all the departments that needed to be cooperated with from time to time. She, who was never blind to faces, also felt overloaded. And she gradually discovered that although Mengleji was the captain, many external communications were done by Qiren. The rescue work of the League requires us to arrange and prepare in advance. So you have to meet those guys now. Qiren stared at the light screen, his fingers moving rapidly. Busy but very calm. Chen Weimao has heard about that gang now. In addition to the League organizers, there are also frontline fighters in various military districts and military academies. Their attitudes towards foreigners vary. Even if she joined Shibua, it is inevitable that someone will find fault with her. But she has already taken precautions. It is inevitable that their classmates and colleagues will fight with each other. And she will definitely not be able to escape. Before landing on Weishi Star, she saw vines that spread across half of the planet and were as thick as the sky. And the human habitat is only in a corner. This is the ant vine, the native of Weishi Star. Oh, she was free. So he came over to introduce it to her. Ant vine? It's so big. So it's named ant? You find out later. It can grow to several feet high, and can also grow in the cracks of bricks. It's like an ant. And it's very difficult to get rid of. Chen Weimao was puzzled. If that's the case, why did you move here in the first place? It seems that it's more difficult for people to survive? Oh, she looked very secretive. The interstellar space is so big. But how many places are habitable? Finding a planet where you can breathe is a blessing from your ancestors. You can't be picky. As soon as the spaceship door opened after landing, Chen Weimao took a deep breath. She was still a little nervous. Although many people were watching her along the way, No one came forward to question her for Meng Leji's sake. She followed the mobile team obediently. Before entering the training base, Qi Yixuan, Ji and Mu Fenghua silently slowed down a few steps and let her stand behind Qi Yiran. Don't be nervous. It's just a meeting today, Ji whispered. Qin Weimo nodded silently. The Actor Military Academy was not as grand and outgoing as Miller. Both the exterior and interior of the building were simple and elegant. The meeting room they were going to was also quite standard. As soon as Qin Weimo stepped into the room, everyone in the room looked at her. The whispers were endless. Qin Weimo was annoyed by what she heard. Suddenly, her hair stood up. She reached out to catch a small metal ball. She looked in the direction of the launch. An officer, who was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, was playing with a knife in a nonchalant manner and rolled his eyes at her. Wu Dun, you just got promoted to colonel. Don't be so naive. Meng Leji spoke first. And although he didn't look angry, the faces of the people around him changed. Qin Weimo stared with ignorant eyes, totally unaware of why others would react this way. You may not feel it. The captain used mental force to put pressure on. And no one on the scene has a higher perception than him. Ji explained it to the person involved. Otherwise no one would know that Meng Leji was backing him up. Qin Weimo didn't know what to say now, and didn't know where to put his eyes. Colonel Meng, don't be angry. It's just to get to know the newcomer. She has been in the spotlight these days. Although they are both colonels, Meng Leji is an honorary colonel specially awarded by the Federation, which is different from the general rank. Wu Dun is very impressed by Meng Leji. He is polite, but it doesn't mean he can be kind to others. He looked at Qin Weimo. The underwater video of you is so exciting. But it's a pity. What's a pity? It's a pity that you entered the army by entertaining the public and attracting people's attention. And your methods are not very clever. It's a pity indeed. Qin Weimo turned the ball on his fingers for a few times and flattened it with his bare hands. It's a pity that Colonel Wu's method of attracting my attention is not very clever. The last time I encountered such a thing was when I was 8 years old and was approached. You? Wu Dun's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he stood up suddenly. A black spot flashed in front of his eyes, and his left cheek was cold. He was stunned, touched it, and his fingertips were stained with some color. Qin Weimo returned the bullet that was crushed into pieces to him in front of everyone. Wu Dun, neat and tidy. The organizer of the competition and the leaders of the military academy entered the room at this time. Wu Dun couldn't get angry, so he glared at her and fell back on the chair. Qin Weimo glanced at Meng Leji quietly, but he didn't react. Instead, Mu Fenghua and Ji silently gave her a thumbs up. She quickly got rid of her thoughts from the farce just now and listened carefully. This game is also a natural field. In order to increase the difficulty, they also have to artificially place interstellar monsters. And what Qin Weimo and his 40 people have to do is to rescue and guard the field. For example, if there are dangerous factors around the injured, they have to clear the field for the doctor and assist in picking up people. It sounds not difficult, but it seems quite difficult for students. Survival ability has always been their weak point. But this year the organizer likes to use this as the test point. And in a place like Weixing where crises are everywhere, they don't plan to give extra supplies. Only basic nutrient solution, which is even more extreme than the first game. Most military people are concise and to the point, and the meeting is conveyed quickly, without any nonsense. And it ends in half an hour. Meng Leji stood up and wanted to take Shibua's people away, but was stopped by an angry voice. Qin Weimo. Wu Dun waited until the leader left before he vented his anger that had been accumulated for a long time. How dare you hurt someone here when we meet for the first time? Qin Weimo took a look. And if he didn't get angry again, the wound would heal. You want to kill me when we meet for the first time? Although it was a homemade thing. The gun was aimed at her head. Wu Dun snorted coldly. Where did this unclear thing come from outside? And dare to show off in the Federation? Do you dare to compete with me? Wu Dun. Be more respectful in your words. Qi Yixuan was never used to this kind of thing. She wanted to step forward, but Qi Yiran quietly pulled her back. Qin Weimo turned around and asked Meng Leji, Is it okay? We have time. After getting the nod, Qin Weimo faced the battle expressionlessly. A little disturbance attracted a lot of people, but no one stopped her. I think many people had opinions about her identity, so they acquiesced. There were dozens of onlookers standing in the indoor training ground. The students had not arrived yet, and they were all a group of mature soldiers who had been on the battlefield. Who is this guy? Why is he so angry with me? Chen Weimo asked quietly. He is from the 2nd Corps. He graduated from actor. So he is more unscrupulous here. Shi Yiran wanted to save his face. Meng Liji said, 2 years ago, his squad was ambushed in a battle outside. Almost 3/4 of the people were killed by foreigners. So he hates them very much. You should be careful. Chen Weimo rolled up his sleeves. I think I'm fine. I'm telling you to be careful with his life, and not to hit him too hard. Don't show off your strength too much. Got it. Wu Dun was more than a head taller than Chen Weimo, looking down at her with disdain in his eyes. You definitely lose in a physical fight, Chen Weimo said silently. An angry person has weaknesses everywhere. Although she doesn't need this kind of psychological tactics. A quick victory is better for her. Wu Dun was really angry, and his heartbeats echoed in his ears. The fist drew a trajectory in the air, even accompanied by the whistling of the wind. But Chen Weimo just stood there, not trying to dodge. She grabbed the opponent's wrist with one hand, and cut into the opponent's attack area with the other hand, like a sharp blade. She bit her body slightly, broke his arm, and threw him to the ground at the same time. Instant victory. Wu OG cheered quietly with a ferocious expression on his face. He was familiar with this part. He was also taught this way when he provoked Chen Weimo. I haven't fought her yet. Shi Yishuan made up his mind secretly. The people around him exclaimed. But unlike Shibo's people, they were only surprised. They knew Wu Dun. He was a fighting genius who had never lost a fight. But he didn't even last 2 moves under Chen Weimo's hands. Where did Colonel Meng dig this monster from? Chen Weimo watched Wu Dun stand up immediately after falling to the ground, half crouching to defend, with his other hand covering his shoulder. His expression was very painful, although his anger was still there. But he was obviously stunned by her blow. I connected for you. She wanted to reach out, but was rejected by Wu Dun. Who needs you? He was also a ruthless person. Himself? Crack. Come again. Why should I fight you again? You have already lost the fight. Why don't you use your weapon? Wu Dun ignored the trash talk and went to Chen Weimo again. This time Chen Weimo was not polite. He took the initiative to meet him and threw him to the ground, as if he was fixed with invisible shackles, unable to move. Stop it. Her fist was raised but not dropped. But as soon as she released the force, she felt a strong force under her body, and she didn't hesitate and smashed it down directly. Wu Dun stared at her blankly, and there was a moment of emptiness in his right ear. He thought the fist would fall on his face. Did I kill him? Chen Weimo suddenly asked. What? Did I kill your companion? If not, why did you vent your anger on her? Wu Dun's whole body was tense, and it seemed that something was burning in his chest. But gradually, his deep and irregular breathing stabilized. Chen Weimo really relaxed, stood up, and stretched out his hand to him. Chapter 31. Meng Liji told her before that dealing with people in the army is sometimes very simple. Just use martial virtue to win them over. Especially for someone like Wu Dun, who is emotional but not bad. Beating him up and persuading him to do it can always solve the problem. After Chen Weimo fought with Wu Dun, she got more side eyes, but less cold eyes. She could feel it. But more people took time to fight with her in private. The Federation is indeed full of martial virtue. So much so that her happiest moment now is working, without having to deal with people. Just getting familiar with the venues and the strange beasts with Meng Liji. When the competition officially starts. Because she can't use the mecha, she has to follow Meng Liji. One is for convenience, and the other is to show others that this foreigner is still under the supervision of the Federation. Others don't believe in her, and don't understand her. But they trust Meng Liji's strength. Isn't this too risky? Chen Weimo couldn't help asking while inspecting the alien beasts. Isn't it said that the alien beasts are a mutated population after being exposed to cosmic radiation? Can they be put directly on the field? Meng Liji, the alien beasts selected by the competition are not so intelligent, but they have different forms of attack. It is already a preferential treatment for those students. They will go to the battlefield sooner or later, so it is better to hone them in advance. Chen Weimo thought. It's just a competition. Why take it so seriously? But seeing Meng Liji's disdainful attitude, he asked again, when you participated in the competition? Did the organizers also release strange beasts? Meng Liji thought of the past and smiled helplessly. 1 year was very unfortunate. I drew a barren planet, and the organizers released a group of insect beasts, many of which were evolved species. It was really cruel. Yes, more than half of the students were injured. At that time, the discussion on the Star Network was very lively. But the League has always been like this. Never paying attention to public opinion. Just trying to make people suffer. Actually, it's a good thing. What's the result of the game? Mengleji lowered his head and smiled without saying anything. I know. You must have won. Mengleji. This. Look up. A burst of joyful voices came from above. And the cage of the alien beast was also aroused to roar. Mengleji looked back and hurriedly stopped him. You are shouting in front of the alien beast. You are going to die. The man quickly shut up, covered his mouth, and called him to come up quickly. Chen Weimao looked at the man, who looked like a doctor. It's been a while since we last met. He. The man smiled foolishly at Chen Weimao. Who are you? Mengleji introduced. Xiaoxian, I mentioned to you. But he felt something was wrong after the introduction. Why are you here? I applied for a temporary job in the League. Xiaoxian answered Mengleji. But his eyes were fixed on Chen Weimao. Have you recovered from your injuries? Which injuries are you asking about? Xiaoxian wanted to reach out and touch the original wound on her abdomen, but was slapped back by Mengleji. What's wrong with you? Kid? What are you doing here as a brain doctor? Have you finished all the projects at hand? Look at what you said. The future elites of the Federation. These little heads are so precious. I can shine here, Xiaoxian said righteously. Don't come on. Mengleji narrowed his eyes at his serval look. You are not coming for her. Are you? Chen Weimao stared at him vigilantly. But Xiaoxian was unaware of it. He was now emitting the swagger of a peacock. Mengleji had to save face for his childhood friend. Don't get me wrong. Everyone is a cadaver teacher worth studying in his eyes. He has wanted to dissect me for a long time. Be more precise. I want to dissect you after you die of natural causes. Preferably after a natural death. Watching them laughing, Chen Weimao weighed the word brain science in her mind. She checked that the Federal Brain Medicine Research Direction, in addition to basic treatment, also includes two major cross-field comprehensive research areas, mental power and potential development. The former serves the military, and the latter is closely related to genetic improvement. Several large pharmaceutical companies that sell gene needles will have open academic projects for cooperation. I don't know what Xiaoxian is researching. Let me formally introduce myself. Don't listen to Mengleji's nonsense. Xiaoxian stroked his white coat and cleared his throat. I am currently working in the medical team of Miller Military Academy. I am also a distinguished professor at the Carolyn Medical College. I also have academic cooperation with the Icaros Pharmaceutical Group of the Federation and the Serafio Biotechnology Company of the Stella Empire. Yes. Chen Weimao didn't know how to respond. Should he praise him now? But Xiaoxian would not embarrass himself at all. He said attentively, Miss Chen, if you have any minor illnesses in the future, you can come to me. Although I am a brain doctor, surgery is also good. Come to see me. The physical examination is free. The medicine is free. And the health and privacy are kept confidential. How about it, Miss Chen? Chen Weimao looked around and realized that he was calling her. It was the first time she heard such a name. And as expected, she was a guinea pig. Okay. Chen Weimao was very frugal with words. The closed training of the students before the game also ended quickly. Chen Weimao had been following Mengleji, so it was inevitable that she would show her face in front of the students. But she became fearless after being looked at so many times. Being stared at won't make you lose a piece of meat. And students are not like officers. They won't come up to challenge you just because they don't like you. They are more curious. And Chen Weimao doesn't hate that kind of secretive, clear and stupid look. It's just that she always hears students discussing a hole that was smashed on the training ground. No one repaired it. When the third points race officially kicked off, Chen Weimao immediately went to work. She, Mengleji and several doctors were on the same small aircraft, keeping a close eye on the surveillance cameras in the northwest area to prevent any students from getting injured and not receiving timely treatment. If this viewing angle is sent to Lao Zhua, he will be envious. But she can't slack off during work hours. And it's even stricter in the army. Some time ago, she told Lao Zhua about the recent situation and reassured him. Although they have always been partners, Lao Zhua is still good to her. They are obviously not grasshoppers on the same rope. And her trouble will not have any impact on him. If you want to see, you can sit next to me. Now you can see that the students of Kagandoa and Actor are on their way to meet. The accompanying Dr. Chu Xiao pointed out the window and greeted Chen Weimao with a smile. He and Mengleji knew each other before, and this was their first time working together. He had always respected the famous Colonel Ming. Seeing the colonel's attitude towards Chen Weimo and the way they got along with each other in the past few days, Chu Xiu did not think that this foreigner who made a big fuss was anything special, and he was quite approachable. In addition, his age was there, so he directly treated Chen Weimo as his junior. "Thank you." Chen Weimo happily changed seats and took out a telescope. Kagandoya Military Academy and Actor Military Academy. The former has always been a favorite to compete with Miller for the championship, and the latter is an honest player who is neither high nor low and always in the middle. I heard that they never met head-on in the first 2 games. But this time, there was a tendency to confront each other right from the start. But this time in Actor's hometown, the home advantage may make the battle more interesting. Chen Weimo looked down at the land. The 2 teams of students were moving along the waterway, and next to them was a large forest. Even if a conflict had to break out, if Actor's men went into the woods, Gargandoa would lose their wolf pack tactical advantage. But there were many unknown creatures in the woods, and I'm afraid that the accidental casualties would increase. Chen Weimo looked at the distribution of all the military academies on the screen again, and found that Miller's men were also approaching here. So lively? She suddenly thought that maybe it wasn't for the surprise victory. In the first 2 games, due to the venue, it was either too wide or too bad, and the cooperative alliance was not the best choice. But here, it might be better to find out to form an alliance. Mengleji saw the subtle changes in Chen Weimo's expression, and guessed what she was thinking. "What about Miller and Kagandoa?" Chen Weimo asked. "Maybe. Let's keep watching. Maybe the snipe and the clam don't want the fishermen to benefit. But the 2 sides will join forces." Mengleji pursed his lips. "But that piece of woodland is really difficult to deal with. Have you been there?" Chu Xiu interrupted very naturally. "I still remember that once Colonel Ming participated in a league. Several members of the school team were eliminated." Mengleji didn't expect that someone still remembered the past, and smiled helplessly. "Dr. Chu, I have to save some face in front of my subordinates." "What are you afraid of? Although you Miller lost a few people, the main team is not affected at all. Students from other schools will be defeated one by one. You are excellent enough." After listening, Chen Weimo put his face against the window again. "Then why do they all come here? It is not wise to come to such a dangerous place unless there is something to attract them." Suddenly, a mushroom cloud rose from the horizon in the distance. What happened over there? Although Chen Weimo was just a spectator now, he was very busy. Mengleji dispatched the monitoring, and found that a large explosion occurred in the southwest near the border of the ant vine. But there were no students over there? What exploded? Coordinates 56.248 southwest area. Requesting nearby rescue teams to go for exploration. Rescue team number 43 has lost contact. Repeat. Rescue team number 43 has lost contact. A voice came from the cabin broadcast. The video in the area facing the public has been switched. The rescue team crashed? This is the first time Chu Xiu has encountered such a situation in all his years of work. Is the aircraft malfunctioning? But how can anyone know now? In the live video, many students didn't know what happened, and just thought that someone had encountered and had a conflict. 2 minutes later, another broadcast came. The alien beast went crazy and attacked the rescue team's aircraft. Currently, there is no sign of survival for the 5 people on board. The alien beast has been shot dead. The rescue team's aircraft has a strict stealth system and is generally not detected. How could the alien beasts sent into the competition venue find them and attack them accurately? Mengleji's face was not good. But immediately, a panic, chaotic and intermittent shouting came from the radio. Alien beasts disguised. Second attack. Ordinary weapons cannot. Request support. Chapter 32. Several teams around responded quickly. Although they couldn't hear everything, everyone understood what happened. A highly intelligent creature mixed in with the alien beasts, pretending to be a low-intelligence creature until the game started. There are too many plants and energy sources on Weishi Star. I don't know what attracted it. Mengleji immediately called up the biological distribution map. There was a group of dream flowers in the east near the ant vine, and the southwest was the boundary of the stadium. Further out was the mining area of Weishi Star. The rescue team on the field was either military academy teachers or elites, like Mengleji, who were temporarily transferred back. It was not a problem to deal with a strange beast. The good news came quickly. The beast was indeed strong and sturdy. It took 2 mechas to kill it completely, but it escaped too fast and destroyed part of the dream flower. At present, the pollen and fragrance secreted by the dream flower have a tendency to spread to the north. Is this considered a temporary increase in difficulty? Chen Weimo was shocked by the recent accident. The name of the dream flower is nice, but its pollen and smell will have a great impact on people's nerves, either making people very calm and without fighting spirit, or producing another extreme. People will become manic, irritable, aggressive, and lose their reason. In either case, it is not suitable to appear on the battlefield. The organizer informed the whole audience of Meng Hua's sudden abnormal situation. The students all have protective equipment, so it is not a big problem now. But the basic environmental safety is no longer guaranteed, so they have to tread on thin ice. The doctors kept their heads down and contacted each other urgently through the optical brain. After all, the dead was their colleague who they had been with day and night. While they were not paying attention, Meng Leji called Chen Weimo aside. Do you think there are too many biological accidents recently? Chen Weimo knew it, but she had to keep her opinions to herself. 3 times is a good thing. But how many times has she encountered biological anomalies since she came to the Federation? Snow shadow vine, rudder fruit flower, plus the fusion and evolutionary insect beasts collected by Shibo, all reveal unusual evolutionary pathways and human intervention. She hesitated for a moment and decided to tell the whole story of her first few purchases. The anomaly occurred 5 years ago, and we were not the first to come into contact with this matter. Meng Leji was not surprised by what Chen Weimo said. After this game, come to my house. Yes. After this sudden incident, the progress of the game was not affected at all. The students of the 6 military academies were still doing the alliances, betrayals, and conflicts that the audience loved to watch. Chen Weimo went down to pick up 2 injured students, and there was no other problem. She just took the opportunity to observe the students' injuries, which were indeed extraordinary. One accidentally hit the phantom grass, and was stabbed on the face, neck and shoulders. The phantom grass is usually transparent, waiting for other creatures to fall into its trap. Another one was even more unlucky. He was so nervous that he thought they were enemies. As a result, he accidentally touched the blood spider grass and was poisoned. If they hadn't gone down in time, this student would have gone to see his ancestors. In this environment, non-main members of various military academies were eliminated one after another, but fortunately only injured and no one died. Although there were many people in the area she supervised, everyone was very cautious and very good at hiding. Lin Xianqing seemed to have learned the essence from Yu Xianyun, neither forming an alliance nor attacking. As they waited in this way, the other 2 military academies did not dare to act rashly. The triangle is indeed the most stable, but it is true that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Chen Weimo looked at the real-time comments on the Star Network. Almost no one gave negative comments on Lin Xianqing's behavior, which was completely different from Yu Xianyun's time. Although there was no fight, there were many fans who licked the screen for their face. Some strategic madmen also began to agree, thinking that Lin Xianqing must have his own ideas, and he was playing the long game to catch the big fish. On the other hand, Yu Xianyun killed a main force and 4 members of the Eurytus Military University team in the southeast, and people's support for her increased significantly. But it was limited. Obviously her tactics and attacks were impeccable. Chen Weimo silently gave her a thumbs up on the Star Network, seeing that the concentration of the dream flower effect was gradually increasing and was about to reach the warning value. Several teams also began to take different actions. Lin Xianqing suddenly divided the school team into 3 groups and quickly moved through the woods, catching Act off guard. The edge of Act's formation lost 5 members instantly. At the same time, Kagandoya outflanked Act in another direction. Was Meng Leji really right? But Chen Weimo didn't see any contact between the 2 schools. Could it be that it was all based on temporary judgment on the battlefield? She went to see Miller's deployment in embarrassment. Large-scale events are sometimes difficult for her. Her judgment of the overall situation is to tear down the east wall to repair the west wall. Although Miller also deployed some soldiers, they were not many. They didn't seem to worry too much that Kagandoya would surprise them when attacking Act. Gu Wanzhou, the commander of Kagandoya, is Lin Xianqing's cousin. Meng Leji couldn't help but remind her when he saw her crazily studying. How can there be nepotism? Meng Leji smiled. Although they are relatives, these 2 children belong to different camps and are old rivals. It's not surprising that they have some tacit understanding. And Foreign Minister Gu favors his nephew more. Chen Weimo immediately figured it out, so Gu Qinglai is biased. And his own son is jealous of his cousin. So he specially chose the opposing military school of Miller? Meng Leji glanced at the doctor next to him, turned his head and whispered, "The words are rough. But the truth is true. The two sides first divided the weaker third party, and then faced each other head-on. But can act just sit and wait for death? If you drive the dogs into the alley, be careful that they will bite people when they are forced into a corner." Sure enough, the main force of Act fiercely tore a hole in the encirclement and ran desperately into the woods. It's a pity that the victors of Miller and Kagandoya did not want to practice the principle of not chasing the desperate enemy. They chased them relentlessly and were directly tricked. This young man is really hot-tempered now. He destroyed so many poisonous flowers and plants. Are they going to die together? Dr. Chushio did not agree with this kind of enthusiasm. It would only cause more casualties. Get ready to pick them up. Did they pull down the time and space illusion flower? Qin Weimao looked at the familiar blue flower in the hands of the actor people and turned to ask Meng Leji. Yes. They probably want to take advantage of the situation to escape. And this thing may attract other strange beasts. They want to completely mess up this place. The pollen released by the phantom flower can cause the creature's concept of time to be distorted, making it feel confused and twisted. Even humans are confused. And the low-energy monsters are more likely to be obsessed and trapped. I am afraid that the monsters will not distinguish right from wrong, and will even abandon the instinct of escaping when they cannot win. Qin Weimao looked at the monster detection map, and found that the monsters nearby were indeed approaching here. The situation turned around when Miller's students entered the growth area of dew grass. Two students walked and gradually became irritable and lost patience. Only then did someone notice that they were stained with the digestive fluid of dew grass. And large areas of protective clothing and skin were corroded. The liquid secreted by the carnivorous plant dew grass contains hallucinogens that can cause painless erosion. Lin Qianqing was at the front of the team. But there was a commotion behind them. Two members of the school team, who had inhaled a lot of dream flower scent and fantasy flower pollen, and became extremely manic, actually wrestled with each other in public. It was too late for Lin Qianqing to apply a mental barrier at this time. The nerves of these two people had been disturbed, and he could not calm them down. The people who stepped forward to stop the fight were also affected. The two of them were furious and shot whoever they caught. "Command? How is this?" someone asked. But before he could finish his words, Lin Qianqing squeezed into this ridiculous battle, knocked them out with two-hand knives, and pressed their exit button very naturally. Be careful. Try to avoid non-combat casualties. Take a shortcut to find a pool and prepare for battle. He calmed the students around him, and immediately gave the next instruction. The concentration of poison gas near the water would be slightly lower. But he should not be the only one who urgently needed a safe environment. Just after Lin Qianqing eliminated two students, Qin Weimao's rescue aircraft arrived at the scene immediately. Miller's men were about to start again, when three strange beasts suddenly jumped out of the dense forest, one of which was less than 10 meters behind Chushio, and several doctors carried the wounded to the stretcher. Almost at the same time, Meng Leji entered the mecha, switched to the light blade and chopped the strange beast, protecting the doctors behind him. But the exoskeleton of the strange beast was only slightly damaged. Qin Weimao whispered to comfort them, and asked the doctors to hurry back to the aircraft. But his eyes were fixed on the other two strange beasts around. For a moment, the beast, the rescue team, and Miller did not take any immediate action. What is this? The rescue team helped the participating students get out of danger? Qin Weimao's mind was inappropriately filled with this question. She didn't even know whether she should kill these beasts. Let's see what the captain does. But Meng Leji was confronting the beast. As long as he showed any sign of retreating back to the spaceship, the beast would take an inch further. The same was true for the two beasts facing Qin Weimao. Did the illusion flower have no effect on them? These three are very smart. Qin Weimao held the knife in one hand and knocked on the aircraft door with the other hand. Let the wounded leave first. The doctors were very confident in Colonel Ming's strength, and immediately understood this meaning and left the center of the chaos. As soon as the aircraft started, the three beasts immediately went crazy and rushed towards the two people. One person and one mecha fought alternately, which was a very rare scene. Qin Weimao clung to the mecha and moved flexibly, not losing the wind at all. She saw Meng Leji's actions and understood that he didn't want to deal with the three beasts by himself. Since the wounded had been sent away, the two of them didn't have to help Miller's students solve the trouble. But suddenly two more mechas joined the melee. They were Lin Qianqing and Pan Xinghe, a heavy mecha operator of the school team. The two brats were really cunning. They attacked at this time because they had seen the strength of the alien beasts, and because Mengleji's attack was still effective. They could take over and get some benefits. Chen Weimao was thrown out of the melee by Mengleji. So she just waited for the captain to get out. Standing aside, the perspective of this bystander made her feel that there was something wrong with these alien beasts. The beasts could form a simple formation? Is the captain thinking about dissecting these three now? Although the beast's exoskeleton was hard, it could not withstand the rapid attacks, and was soon chopped into pieces, with pus flowing all over the ground. What is this? So disgusting. The student who was close to the ground had his feet soaked in the infection. When he lifted his foot, he found that a piece of his shoe was corroded. He shouted, "Stay away from the pus. This is also corrosive." Before he finished speaking, it was too late. The liquid splashed in the battle just now had already destroyed the protective suit of a student next to him. He had been breathing in the poison gas for half a day, but he was too nervous and focused when watching the battle. As soon as he relaxed, he was completely exhausted. Chen Weimao lightly touched the micro-protection unbinding button on his neck, walked forward quickly, and put it on the student, who was already foaming at the mouth. Chapter 33. Mengleji came out of the mecha and saw Chen Weimao exposed to the poison gas. He had a lot to say, but was stopped by her. "I'm fine. When will the doctor come back? I don't think this will work." No one expected that the liquid of the alien beast was extremely poisonous. Even Mengleji was a little surprised. He wanted to ask more, but when he thought about it, it would be safer for Chen Weimao to talk less and move less. But Chen Weimao kept talking in a low voice. "Captain, do you think our segment will be broadcast live? What are we doing? Is it considered interfering with the game? The smell of the alien beast is so bad, but other pollens seem to smell good. Why don't Miller and his group of students leave? Why are they still staring at me?" Mengleji's brain veins were almost popping, because no one can be completely unaffected by the poison gas. "Congratulations. You're going to be on the hot search again." Chen Weimao, She quietly retreated behind Mengleji, trying to avoid other people's sight. "Colonel, thank you for your help just now. So we're leaving?" Lin Xianqing stepped forward to thank him, but his eyes always inadvertently fell behind him. "Okay. Be careful." Mengleji was polite for a while, and then blocked Chen Weimao tightly. Just as Miller left, Chu Xiao and the others came back. Mengleji brought the injured up and immediately pulled a doctor to check Chen Weimao. Respiratory tract, nerves, trauma, check them all. Don't let him lose consciousness and not know that he is injured. "Chen Weimao, I do feel uncomfortable, but it's just discomfort. Better than the time in DZ99. You?" With outsiders present, Mengleji couldn't say much. He handed over a nutrient solution with a cold face. This was the only thing he could do. Chen Weimao's light brain was bombarded again. She didn't block the unfamiliar people she added before. Now they sent her messages crazily, but they were all insignificant screams and shocks. Chen Weimao quickly browsed, and only politely replied to everyone. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." She found Lao Shua's message among hundreds of messages. "How is it? Is it okay to inhale poisonous gas? This is the first time I see you fight a monster with bare hands. I feel you are no worse than a mecha? Hey, it really makes me angry. Why are Miller students standing still like wooden stakes? And those with mechas let those without mechas fight in front?" Chen Weimao has to comfort him. "It's okay. But, did I cause trouble for myself again? Think about it. Maybe it's a good thing. I see that most people on StarNet think you are super handsome." Chen Weimao took an oxygen machine and took a deep breath, feeling her throat feel better, because she had also become a wounded soldier. It was not considered passive slacking to rest in a corner, because the AK Military Academy broke through in a desperate way. The three parties did not get any benefits, but calmed down. The rest of the time was small-scale conflicts, and people were eliminated sparsely. Therefore, the people of AK were not smooth in their own territory, and they managed to get the second place, while the first place was taken by the unknown Dakoba Military Academy. This league has always been full of surprises. As soon as the third game ended, Shibo's people reunited. When others were working, they heard that a rescue instructor took off his protective mask to give to the injured student, and he was fine. They knew it must be Chen Weimao. Although you have a special physique, it is still too risky. Mengleji can finally scold people openly, and Chen Weimao lowered her eyebrows and looked docile. She knew that she had to let the superior vent his anger. But one-sided criticism without talking back always makes people lose motivation quickly. Chen Weimao pretended to be very aggrieved and pitiful. And others were embarrassed to say anything more. Forget it. Let's talk business. Meng Leji gave everyone new information. Our rescue work is over. And we can officially return to work. Everyone will gather at my house in 5 days. Yes. They still need to report here 2 days after the game. Plus the time on the road. So they don't have much personal time. But these 2 days on Weishi Star were quite difficult. People would come out from the street to talk to Chen Weimao at any time. Either to care about her health, or to discuss her magical structure and physiological defense mechanism. That Xiaoxiang is more like a dogskin plaster. You can't get rid of it. Chen Weimao has learned a whole set of polite and non-perfunctory. Adding no less than 100 contact information. Even Wu Dun, who was very prejudiced against her before, came to reconcile with her, saying that she reminded him of some bad things in the past. So he lost his temper. Now he admires her very much. So Chen Weimao is familiar with every secret path on campus and is very skilled in hiding. After sending away a few curious people, she leaned against the wall in the corner and sighed deeply. Is it so tiring to deal with people? She stood up and saw a head popping out from the corner, talking and laughing. Lin Qianqing was only wearing a simple white shirt. Unlike what he saw in the past, he was no longer a cold commander. His eyes were bright and energetic, and he looked refreshed and neat. What's the matter? Chen Weimao put away his tired look. You always seem to be hostile to me? Did you misunderstand something? No. Lin Qianqing slowly approached. Because of my uncle? He asked knowingly. Chen Weimao saw that his way out was blocked by him. So he had to look him in the eye. He is him. I am me. I have no prejudice against outsiders. And your work is obvious to all. Very serious and responsible. Not everyone can take off their mask for others without hesitation. Chen Weimao was not grateful. So what you mean is that if I make any mistakes, then I will protect you. His smile lines spread out at the corners of his eyes, making people feel close to him. No wonder so many people in the Federation like him. It's a pity that he is now facing a heartless person. Chen Weimao saw that his cuffs were stained with dust from the wall at some point, and she raised her hand to wipe it off. If I don't leave, how long can you keep this smile? She squeezed out along the wall and took a deep breath. You still have to go out less. Talking to people is more tiring than fighting. Lin Qianqing treats all girls like this. Don't be fooled. Chen Weimao felt that she was really tired recently. How could she never notice someone eavesdropping on her? Just as she was about to hit someone, she suddenly realized that it was a familiar voice. And she relaxed again. Qi Yiran continued to joke. This brother is good-looking, has a good family background, and is capable. But he doesn't seem to have officially dated anyone. If he continues to look for you, you have to hold on. I don't like humans. Oh! Qi Yiran didn't take it seriously. In her eyes, Chen Weimao was always a quiet and interesting person. You can leave in the afternoon. Where are you going these 2 days? Back to Hughes. Chen Weimao will probably stay at Lao Shua's place. Although the permanent address she filled in before was Meng Leji's house. She can't really go there, since Lao Shua gave her the silver leopard. She has been drifting around unlucky. It was Lao Shua who raised the silver leopard. In the photos and videos sent by Lao Shua, the silver leopard is getting bigger day by day, and Lao Shua has started to wear protective gear to feed it. The only person who is suitable to raise a fierce beast like the silver leopard is Chen Weimao herself. She needs to go back to buy some large pet equipment, and can't trouble Lao Shua for everything, although there is a high probability that she will continue to trouble him in the future. For Chen Weimao, the short farewell is pleasant. She finally has time that belongs to her completely. What's even happier is that the 80,000 star coins promised by Meng Leji for a month have arrived. She and the silver leopard rolled around in the house unscrupulously, and then laid down on the ground to rest. If it were someone else, playing with this big guy like you, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. Lao Shua sighed at the side. It's pretty good. No harm. Just want to play. Even if the livestock raised by humans are cruel by nature, they are still pets after all. Imitating human habits makes them naturally stupid. Chen Weimao sat up and asked, I want to go into the city later. Meng Leji gave me the identity of a soldier, so I shouldn't be checked. It's pretty good. But you, why don't you cover your face? Lao Shua kindly reminded. You have fanatical fans. Huh? Don't you know? In the League forum, you have a separate support post saying that you are a natural human weapon. And your combat power may be stronger than many students. Chen Weimo silently took out a mask. The atmosphere in Hugh's city was similar to the last time she came, and it was still immersed in the enthusiasm of the league. But because Miller's performance was not as outstanding as before, many fans were about to quit and step back. Chen Weimo bought everything, but her ears were not idle, diligently eavesdropping on the conversations of passers-by. Do you feel that there are too many surprises in these rounds of games? Who said it wasn't? It couldn't be a trick by other schools to steal Miller's championship. But that Yu Xianyan seems to be really good. She can be flexible. You mean she can be flexible? But no one could say anything new. So Chen Weimo gradually became too lazy to listen. Excuse me. Are you Chen Weimo from Shibua? There was a weak voice beside her. And Chen Weimo looked down and saw a child who was just at her chest looking at her timidly. She put her finger to her lips, signaling him to keep his voice down. As a result, the child suddenly changed as soon as he confirmed the look in his eyes. He turned around and shouted excitedly, "It's Chen Weimo! Come on! I caught him alive!" Chen Weimo immediately became the target of public criticism. The most troublesome thing was that the leader was a child, and there were adults chasing him. She ran away, but she was not completely familiar with the huge city of Hughes. She got rid of the person and lost her way. Once she left the prosperous area in the city center, the intricate paths in the residential area were like a messed up spider web, with willows and flowers everywhere, but no village. Or maybe just climb over the wall. Chen Weimo supported the wall, looked around, found a leverage point, and stepped up. But there was no road on the other side of the wall. Chen Weimo and the man and woman inside the courtyard wall stared at each other. If I say I'm lost, will you believe it? Chapter 34. Fate is that even if you climb over the wall, you will get into his house. Xiao Liang and Su Xiaoxiao were standing in the yard kissing passionately. And out of the corner of their eyes, they saw a figure on the wall that was neither advancing nor retreating. Then Chen Weimo sat at the dinner table with them. Silent. Or I'd better leave. Chen Weimo was really uncomfortable under Xiao Yang's gaze. Just as she was about to stand up, she was held down by Su Xiaoxiao, who smiled at Xiao Yang and said, "Go and bring the dishes. Don't just sit there." They all knew how popular Chen Weimo was now, so her explanation was reasonable. Su Xiaoxiao was still very happy to see Chen Weimo again, and Xiao Yang's unhappiness was no longer because of Chen Weimo's identity. The last time they met, they were still secretly ambiguous, and this time, they both moved into the house. Chen Weimo's mind was as clear as a mirror, but lacked some worldly wisdom. Are you going to get married? As soon as the question came out, Su Xiaoxiao's smile froze. No. It's not that stage yet. And what? Su Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Liang and made sure he couldn't hear her before whispering. I'm a refugee. Xiao Liang is an officer. If I marry him, he will be affected too. What's the reason? What will happen to him? It will be hard for him to get promoted. And he's in such a department, which is not good. Is it because he doesn't want to? No. 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 He didn't tell me that. Su Shishu's eyes dimmed. I just want to live every day now. And the future. Let's talk about it later. Seeing Xiao Yang coming out of the kitchen, Su Xiaoxiao put on a relaxed smile and asked Chen Weimo, "Will you work with Colonel Meng in the future?" "Probably. I thought you were extraordinary at the beginning. Now you have this opportunity. Do it well," Xiao Yang said earnestly. "Some things cannot be felt unless they happen to you." He watched Su Shishu's livelihood being restricted everywhere, and an indescribable sense of guilt of complicity took root in his heart. Chen Weimo only responded faintly and began to eat in silence. She was not familiar with him, and Su Shishu's affection for her was a little inexplicable, which she could not understand. After dinner, Xiao Liang sent her out of the city. It was just getting dark, and there were fewer pedestrians on the road. This time she did not ask Lao Zhuo to borrow a car, and walked all the way, which took 2 hours one way. Almost everyone was going into the city, and there were not many people like her who were going out of the city. Just after turning a corner, there were several abandoned earthen houses on the side of the road, and suddenly there was a muffled sound, and Chen Weimo flew out, knocked down a wall, and was buried in the wasteland. She was still conscious, and her mouth and nose were filled with sand and gravel. She gradually realized that the muffled sound was coming from her body. But once she realized it, the uncontrollable muscles that expanded outward spread the piercing pain to her brain. She seemed to hear the cracking and exploding sound. Maybe for a few minutes, maybe for a few hours. She lay motionless in this dark world. From outside, or perhaps from above, came the sound of footsteps on gravel. Still alive? There are indeed signs of life. Then why are you wasting time? Dig him out and shoot him again. Yes. Yes. I'm really impressed. Did you aim or not? How can this gun still leave someone alive? Chen Weima could hear it. She tried to suppress the screaming pain with her clear mind. At the moment, she could see a glimmer of light. She jumped up, holding a sharp stone in her hand, and rushed straight to the necks of the two men. Without a howl, the two men fell to the ground silently. Chen Weima calmed down, but she didn't stand still and fell to the ground. It hurt so much. She looked down at her shoulder, which was bloody and looked like it had exploded. She glanced at the guns that fell from the two dead bodies. They were used to hunt animals, specifically for star animals with thick skin and flesh. The bullets were also specially made. Once they entered the lower layer of the skin, they would explode. Her muscle hardness was much higher than that of the people in the Federation, and ordinary weapons were ineffective against her. But today, he had found out her weakness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this weapon against her. Unfortunately, it was not cruel enough. If she had used a special weapon used on the battlefield, she would have died long ago. She made a video call to Lao Shua. Lao Shua, can you do me a favor? I pay you according to the market price. What's wrong with you? Lao Shua saw that her face was not right, and he could not see her injured shoulder. Chen Weima showed the photos of the two dead faces to Lao Shua. Help me check these two people. And I won't go back tonight. I talk about it later. Her face had already spread throughout the Federation, so she was not surprised to encounter such a thing. But she was suffering from having no target. If she went back to Lao Shua, she didn't know if she would cause trouble for him. Now, she'd better find a place where she couldn't be disturbed. She sent a message to Meng Leji. Can I go to your house in advance? Soon, Meng Leji replied. Of course. When? Tonight. Around 11 o'clock. She had no means of transportation, and it took her until midnight to get to Meng Leji's house. More than half of the things she bought for Yin Bao were also blown up. But fortunately, the bag was still usable. So she took out the things and put the two people and the gun that attacked her into it. The blanket that was originally given to Yin Bao was now wrapped around her wound to stop the bleeding temporarily. She had never felt that this road was so far. This time Meng Leji did not come out to pick her up. Anyway, he was familiar with the road, so he let her come in by herself. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Meng Leji and a strange middle-aged man and woman. Chen Weima was covered in blood, and the dirt on his face and body had not been wiped off. The bag in his hand was dragged all the way. He was out of tune with this neat room and decent people. What are you doing? Meng Leji didn't expect that she would appear like this after just a few days of not seeing her. Are you injured? They are. Chen Weima's hand holding the bag suddenly tightened. A little nervous. My parents? Don't worry. Let's go to the medical room first. He took the dirty bag, but found it very heavy. What's here? Seeing his parents coming towards him, Chen Weima pulled the bag back. I can go by myself. She bowed slightly to the elders and staggered into the house. Meng Leji wanted to follow him, but his mother hit him on the head. You don't distinguish between genders on the battlefield. And you don't distinguish between girls when they come to your house? Is it appropriate for you to go and bandage the wound? Meng Leji, no. Mom, she is not the kind of person who cares about such things. You know this now? I have to do it again. Chen Weima threw the two dead bodies into the corner, found a mirror, and tore the blanket and clothes apart. The blood had already coagulated, and the wound was not fatal, but it was very difficult to remove. The bullet fragments were embedded in the flesh, and it would take a long time to pick them out. There was a knock on the door. Don't be afraid, kid. I know how to bandage some first aid. You can't take care of some places by yourself. Chen Weima didn't know how to refuse, so she let her in. She held a pair of tweezers in one hand and pulled at the tiny wound with the other. What should I call you? Just call me Auntie. You don't need to bring the relationship between superiors and subordinates in your army to us. My name is Luo Guiying, the founder of the Star Nature Conservation Association. I often participate in field scientific research activities, so I can use these things. Luo Guiying thought Chen Weima might be embarrassed, but when she entered the room and saw him treating the wound so wildly, and didn't mind being half naked on their first meeting, she was a little unsure of this girl's temperament. But it didn't matter. When she saw Chen Weima's wound, she frowned. This was shot with a hunting rifle. Right? Can such a thing happen in Hughes? Not in the city. But outside the city where there is no one. As Chen Weima spoke, she tore out another fragment. She was not in a hurry to stop the bleeding, so her upper body was stained red. You kid. Why are you so anxious? You didn't even give me an anesthetic. Who wouldn't feel sorry for this scene? But the person involved handled it expressionlessly, as if she wasn't picking on her own flesh. Luo Guining poured some external anesthetic, and Chen Weima slowly stopped her. Forget it. This won't work for me. At least it can relieve it a little. You probably need to use the dose for hunting animals. Which won't work. Luo Guining was speechless. She hadn't been back to the Federation for a long time. And it was only on the way back that she found out that there was a foreigner in her son's team. I heard it was different. Do you know who hurt you? Using a weapon for hunting animals on a human being means they really want to kill you. I don't know. Probably someone who didn't treat me as a human being. Chen Weimo calmly said his guess. Or maybe someone who knew that my physique was different from that of the federal residents. A lot of thoughts flashed through Luo Guining's mind. But he didn't say anything in the end, and silently helped her apply medicine. It took the two of them half an hour to pick off the fragments. After Chen Weimo was lying in the treatment cabin, Luo Guining began to clean up the mess in the medical room for her. There were only a few drops of blood in the room, and it was obvious that she was trying hard not to leave any traces. I don't know what made her temper like this, but Chen Weima came out in just 20 minutes, and the exposure time was less than half a course of treatment. Auntie, I have something to ask the captain. Luo Guining could see that this was a silent, stubborn temper, so she didn't say much. Meng Liji was not like his mother. He was a chatterbox and started nagging as soon as he came in. Chen Weimo was already in pain, and now she was even more annoyed. She lifted the cloth bag onto the stage, untied the knot, and revealed two faces. I killed them on the spot, leaving no one alive. Thinking about it now, Chen Weimo still felt a little regretful. But in that situation, she had no choice but to kill them if she didn't want to make a bigger noise. Captain, is there any way to find out their origins? She didn't say that she had asked Laojue to check. If both sides can find out and the results match, it would be great. Meng Liji searched the two men up and down, but found no clues. The serial number in the gun was also worn out. I asked someone to check. You live here for a few days. No one should dare to come to my house. Thank you, Captain. After Chen Weimo fell asleep, Luo Guining pulled Meng Liji to ask him questions. Oh, this physique. Suffering. This is not a talent. Isn't this a congenital defect? It's not easy to get hurt. But once you get hurt, there is no cure. You can only bear it. Luo Guining couldn't bear it when he heard it. You didn't see her removing the shrapnel from her body without shaking her hands. I was a little hesitant to do it. Does she have a weaker sense of pain? I don't know about that. Meng Liji didn't seem to have asked. The existing medical materials in the Federation are not suitable for her, and she doesn't trust the Federation's technology. She is afraid that her body data will be archived and used against her in the future. Meng Wei on the side said in a deep voice, her concerns are reasonable. If someone uses her with ulterior motives, wouldn't it become a human experiment? It can't be like this forever. Her body has its limits. Meng Liji knew it. But there was still a long way to go before Chen Weima could trust him. Chapter 35. Chen Weima slept for almost 2 whole days. It wasn't because she was too injured to get up, but because she had constant dreams and couldn't tell reality from illusion. Sometimes when she woke up and saw a strange room, she couldn't react and turned around and went back to sleep before she realized she was in Meng Liji's house. After coming to the Federation, she would always dream whenever she was injured and tired. She dreamed of being beaten and beating people, day after day. Boring and boring. Chen Weimo herself wondered if she was so violent, doing these things in her dreams. Laojue was very efficient and had sent her a clue. The two of them were called Tangren and Lei Dongqing. They had served on the front line and were later expelled from the army for violating regulations. No fixed job. Later, they were sent to a federal prison for armed trespassing in a private warehouse. But they were released after only 6 months. Laojue is now investigating who bailed them out. And there is no other information. No fixed job means doing something on the edge to make a living. Just like Chen Weima, there is very little information. Someone deliberately deleted a lot of text information to facilitate the employment of people. But it's not a big problem. As long as people are alive, they will definitely have connections with others. Fighting people is a tedious task. Moreover, taking action when she is at the peak of her popularity means that the person behind her is anxious. If she is not an extremist who hates outsiders, then there must be someone in the Federation who has known her for a long time, and her coming forward has threatened that person. Qin Weimao looked into the void and suddenly raised the corner of her mouth. She got out of bed after a long time and opened the door to go out. The other people in Shiba have arrived. Oji jumped up. I heard someone is messing with you. Nothing. Qin Weimao looked in the living room and saw Meng Leji's parents sitting with him, as if they were going to discuss something together. Sit down. Meng Leji just waved his hand lightly, with a worried look between his eyebrows. What is he worried about? He is not as fast as Lao Shui in checking things. Qin Weimao found a corner where no one was around and shrank into it. Meng Wei put on his reading glasses and took out a stack of paper materials that Qin Weimao had not seen for a long time. The test results of the insect beasts you brought back from the 5 stars are basically the same as the samples we have been studying. A gene chain has been artificially added to their bodies. With the help of special drugs, they can merge with creatures from different worlds. Qin Weimao silently observed the reactions of others. They seemed not surprised by the participation of Ming's parents, but rather accustomed to it. I have also tested the brains of the insect beasts brought by Lu Ji. Their abnormal behavior is due to a virus called ZH7. This is quite common. In some places, star beasts are popular for fighting. Injecting this virus into the star beasts to make them crazy will make the scene more interesting. Meng Wei pushed his glasses without even looking up. Of course, this and gene fusion are 2 different fields. It's your job, so I won't help you check it. He didn't stop and continued, and the humanoid corpse. He died about 5 days before you found him. He is indeed a human from a biological perspective, but his muscle density and bone strength are much higher than ordinary humans. And Meng Wei said in a deep voice, unable to hide the doubt in his tone, although the degree of decay is high. Nearly 95% of his muscles have repeated bursts, ulcers and healing. I haven't found the reason for this, and I have never encountered such a case. His brain structure is also different, with extremely developed cerebellum and parietal lobe, and partially damaged frontal lobe, limbic lobe and temporal lobe. Dad. Meng Leji finally interrupted him. Say something that everyone can understand. Meng Wei's face was still not happy, but he still explained briefly, that is to say, his 5 senses, movement control, and body consciousness are very strong, but his emotional nerves are damaged. Maybe he doesn't have much emotional fluctuations in normal times, or his thinking consciousness is not strong, so he is more obedient. The more I listen to this, the more wrong it seems. But everyone else could hold back. Only Oji turned his head to look at Qin Weimao secretly, and happened to meet her eyes. He was so scared that he immediately sat down and listened carefully. I have finished the easy-to-understand things. It's your turn, Captain Ming. Meng Wei took off his glasses and sat closer to Luo Guining. So what we have to do next is to lure the snake out of its hole. Meng Leji called up the light screen, which showed an auction house's exhibition map. Currently, all countries that have publicly disclosed gene fusion technology have been investigated, either because their research paths are inconsistent or they have not yet reached this level. The collection announced at this auction is the closest to it so far. Qi Ren smiled. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to go to an oak auction. What a coincidence. Oji stretched his neck and asked, what is this? A neutral organization in the interstellar space, collecting rare objects everywhere, and holding public auctions from time to time. And anyone can participate. I heard that the auction process is quite formal, but once the hammer is settled and the money is paid on the spot, whoever kills the winner can get the auction item. The auction organizer doesn't care? The money is already in hand. Is there any point in caring? Qin Weimao searched the location silently. Gukushing is the 13th satellite of the Scott Empire. It is located in the marginal area and can land and transfer without the Empire's pass. Moreover, 60% of the land on Gukushing is privately owned, not owned by the Scott Empire. The oak auction is in that mysterious private area, and almost no one knows who the owner is. Meng Leji continued, if we get this gene fusion agent and use technology to trace back, we can find the relevant parties involved. So this time, no matter what means, we must win. No need to reveal your identity, which means you can't use mechas. You can do whatever you want with other things? Mu Fenghua saw the mask requirement for the entrant and understood it for a moment. Their mechas are like ID cards. Each one is different. For celebrities like them, once they show their mechas, it's no different from running naked. That's the principle. So it might be very chaotic at that time. Mingleji's eyes fell on Chen Weimo for a moment, then moved away. We need to collect information separately the day before the auction. Me and Chen. Captain! Qi Yiran suddenly interrupted. I want to be with Weimo and Yixuan this time. She had told Mingliji before that it would be better to let her deal with it on her own instead of protecting her in non-combat situations. Okay. Then you guys take care of your own safety. Mingliji knew the Qi sister's methods, but the one who rarely even smiled. Although Chen Weimo was also focused throughout the meeting, she knew that she was trying to control her thoughts from going astray. Mingliji's parents did not go with them. They just came to exchange information. They were away all year round, and had reached a subtle cooperative relationship with their son Mingliji. It's not that their kinship is shallow, but they each have their own pursuits, and now their goals are temporarily the same. When saying goodbye, Luo Guining quietly stuffed a lot of nutrient solution into Chen Weimo. This is what we made ourselves. It's different from the ones outside, and it has extra nerve-nourishing effects. She avoided everyone and said to Chen Weimo alone, they are your companions who spend every day with you. So some things are hard to say, but I don't want to be so confused. Chen Weimo knew what she was going to say after hearing the beginning. You also heard the results of the body examination that day. This is a modified body. This behavior is not legal in the Federation, and it is unethical in most places in the interstellar space. But many things will not disappear just because of the establishment of laws and regulations. I don't know what you think, but with this kind of technology, this kind of financial resources, and this kind of scale, you can't find out the truth by yourself. Child, do you understand what I mean? I do. But? Chen Weimo was very calm. I don't have any buts. Even if I wasn't born this way, I have lived this way for many years. I don't need to understand others, nor do I need to be understood by others. Luo Guining was silent for a long time. Some people, once they have an idea, this idea is like a tree root, growing countless branches. After a long time, it doesn't matter whether it was originally planted in a small pot. Even if it breaks through the ceramic, it will continue to grow. I am like this, and now it seems that you are too. Maybe. I have lived for decades longer than you, so I know this kind of life. How lucky and unfortunate it is. But I have found a fellow traveler, and I hope you will not be alone and weak. A small secret fantasy was burst like a bubble. Chen Weimo was distracted and his voice became hoarse. What if my fellow travelers are dead? If you don't live a little bit in your life, your fellow travelers will disappear at that time, and appear again in the next moment. It depends on whether you want to or not. Mom. Mingliji came out from nowhere. Dad has been waiting for you for a long time. I know. You don't seem reluctant to leave. Luo Guining kicked him without hesitation. This time your actions are basically outside the law. Be careful. Bring everyone back safely. Of course. I haven't failed yet. Okay. Let's go. Luo Guining left quickly and neatly, walked to Meng Wei's aircraft and trotted up. Did you show up in time? Mingliji waved goodbye to his parents, but was talking to Chen Weimo. What? I'm afraid if I don't come again, my mom will make you cry. Chen Weimo rolled his eyes to dry his sore eyes. How is that possible? I haven't cried yet. I can see it over there. People's emotions can form a colored barrier. People with my level of mental strength can see it. Ah? Chen Weimo looked at him seriously until he was defeated. I was talking nonsense. I just feel the atmosphere is a bit low, so I need to lighten it. Chen Weimo rolled his eyes and turned away. Hey! Did you bring the stone from last time? Mingliji followed. Yes. Chen Weimo only has this much belongings, so he takes them with him wherever he goes. If there's an emergency outside, I might contact you through that. Got it. Chapter 36. This was the first time that Chen Weimo had a small meeting. Qi Yiran and Qi Yixuan dragged Chen Weimo into a small room and started a sisterly conversation. If someone comes up to chat with you, there are only two situations. One is pure sex, and the other is for other purposes. So no matter who is being talked to, the other two people have to help. Qi Yiran said very seriously. But in fact, this was said to Chen Weimo alone, and there was no need for her to say anything more to her sister. Help. Chen Weimo really didn't know. How can I help? First of all, we must make it clear that everyone can be used. Whether he is a noble scientist or a jerk crossing the street, their mouths can definitely be pried open. So we must keep smiling and treat everyone equally. Qin Weimo suddenly realized. Isn't this the usual state of Chiran? Secondly, praise the other party to the edge of complacency or the edge of being offended. But don't cross this line. Otherwise, he will either start bragging or turn his face against you. The last and most important one. Qi Xuan and Qi Ran looked at each other in tacit understanding. Don't trust anyone completely. Verify a message at least twice. Qin Weimo, yeah. She seemed to understand. But she didn't. But she decided to pretend that she had understood. When dealing with people, there are 3 universes between theory and practice. What if the other party is too much? She thought about it and asked one more question. Qi Ran smiled and said, maybe everyone has different standards. I have never been angry, so I don't know what to do. Have you never met someone who is really a badass? Qin Weimo thought. Maybe she grew up in an environment where there wouldn't be people who really tear off their faces and take off their disguises. Everyone is friendly on the surface. There is no need to fight for 2 taels of food. Of course I have met one. Qi Ran said nonchalantly. It's just that I think people are just a means. Would you get angry with the tables and chairs at home? Qin Weimo was speechless. Qi Xuan was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground. And after listening to his sister's words, he sat on the bed next to Qin Weimo. Don't ask her. Don't you see how many people she has dated? I have transcended it a long time ago. There is no connection between the two. Okay? Although Qi Ran spoke softly, he was very serious. I have loved every one of them seriously. I have also learned a lot from every one of them. Qi Xuan immediately followed up. But she was more tactful. Just like a game with a high degree of freedom, you gain some skills at each level. And after reaching the maximum level, it doesn't matter whether you go to attack the final boss or find a secluded place to open up wasteland and farm. Even if you send a questionnaire to all of my sister's ex-boyfriends, no one will say anything bad about her. Woo. Qin Weimo didn't realize that Qi Ran was a veteran in the love field. He seemed very sincere and didn't play around. This field was still too unfamiliar to her. What about you? Qin Weimo asked Qi Xuan. Me? I've never liked anyone. I'm just greedy for some beautiful moments. A good attitude determines a lifetime. Qin Weimo thought they were going to teach her how to attract the opposite sex with her looks. But it turned out to be a practical teaching of how to use tools. There was no difference between the two. It was just the first time she met someone who could talk about this matter openly and respectfully. Of course, our method may not be suitable for you. I told you this just to hope that we can cooperate more tacitly. Qi Ran said again. Qin Weimo naturally knew that she was more suitable for talking less and doing more. But she should not affect others' completion of the task because of her slowness. However, how much money does it usually cost to bid for a collection? When it comes to money, Qin Weimo has no idea. You don't have to worry about this. Shibua has a reserve fund for activities. And the captain is not short of money. So is it the government that pays or the captain? Qi Ran paused. We report to the higher authorities that there are abnormalities on the front line. But we still have to get solid evidence to say how far. So now, it's all autonomous. In other words, basically few people know what they are doing. Qi Xuan didn't care. And even smiled with some gloating. I think the captain will bleed a lot this time. I heard that someone spent 10 billion last year. And the things were just taken, and they were wiped out as soon as they left the auction. I have made 5 emergency plans to deal with various weapons and sneak attacks. Qi Ran was not nervous. With the captain's preparation, we are not empty-handed. Besides, we have you. She patted Qin Weimo's shoulder, as if she didn't think she would have any problems. What if we didn't take the photo? Would we still go and grab it? The captain said that we must win. Qin Weimo finally felt relieved. Extraordinary measures are used for extraordinary situations. She likes this style very much. Because the mechas could not be used in this mission to expose their identities, Mengliji asked the whole team to temporarily train for a few days to exercise their hands and feet. Except for Qin Weimo. Everyone else was miserable. Combat that did not involve mechas was Qin Weimo's domain. So she was the temporary instructor, including Mengliji. They were trained by her to the point that they could not stand up after leaving the training ground. But Qin Weimo was like a perpetual motion machine. Even if her injuries were not fully healed, she took turns to fight, and others had time to rest. But she fought 10 games in a row without even taking a breath. My first time. Mu Fenghuo lay on the ground. watching the ceiling swaying and shaking. For the first time, I had a thought that I could make a living with just knowledge. Don't change careers, brother. OG lay beside him, making a strange sound like broken copper and iron rubbing against each other. He had just been hit in the throat by Chinwemo's elbow, and now his words were extremely ridiculous. Take a break. Do you still have the energy to talk? Chi Yishuan raised her hand to cover her eyes, and collapsed on the right side of OG, while Chi Yiran squeezed beside her, not wanting to say a word. According to the plan, you still have 10 minutes to rest. Chinwemo leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. I said. Mengleji sat at her feet. Sweat condensed and dripped from his hair, but he was too lazy to care. Are you really not tired? Isn't this the training plan you made? The first one will be you, the captain. What projects did you train in before? Mengleji looked at the bruises on his arms, and was really curious. It felt like flesh, but it seemed like it was made of steel, because of his mental strength and the bonus of the gene needle. His physical fitness had long surpassed that of ordinary people, or even ordinary soldiers. But he was powerless against Chinwemo. Fighting, weapons, space adaptation, and power control. Power control? Chinwemo explained. If we don't practice how to control our strength, what will happen to the equipment? Mengleji suddenly stood up. In other words, your current strength has been deliberately adjusted? What else? Her mecha can make a hole. Can she use normal force against people? Mengleji was so dizzy from the beating that he actually forgot this point. Just now, he thought he could find a breakthrough point and win the next move. But now, he suddenly realized that he was just teasing them. What if he used mental power? Mengleji suddenly remembered the first time they met. When they first met, she was alert, but she was still able to stay awake and not slap herself to death. A feeling of surviving a disaster came to his mind. Captain, get up. It's time. Chinwemo opened her eyes and turned her neck. After dinner, everyone was too tired to move, even if they took turns lying in the treatment cabin and drank nutrient solution. They still felt tired and went back to their rooms. Chinwemo liked the big balcony in her room very much. She felt a little dizzy when she looked up at the sky. So she climbed on the railing with her legs, leaned her whole body outside, and did sit-ups. Take a break. As soon as Mengleji entered the balcony, he saw the energetic young man next door. I'm not tired. Let's take a break from our severely damaged self-esteem. Chinwemo, She bit one hand and threw herself in like a fluttering flag. Go to sleep if you're tired. Or stop talking. I was going to sleep. Mengleji sighed. But I got news about those two people on someone else's behalf. Chinwemo hadn't realized which two people he was talking about yet, and his dead eyes suddenly returned to normal. She climbed over the balcony lightly. Some things are better left with fewer traces, even in their current partnership. Chinwemo leaned over and saw the military uniform photos of the two men. Tangren on the left, Lei Dongqing on the right. They used to work on the Spectrum Star in the 5th Military Region. They were fired for misusing public property for personal gain, but they actually killed their comrades by mistake while on a mission. And they also tried to cover up the incident together. Chaos is common on the battlefield, but they completely changed the nature of the incident by hiding the facts. They were supposed to be brought to the military court, but they were probably transferred in the middle. So the punishments they received were not severe. Mengleji continued later. They took some private jobs to make a living, which is different from your purchasing. Purchasing is to go to various places to find rare things, even if some unpleasant things happen on the way. Most of them are not within the jurisdiction of the Federation, but their private jobs are all things that cannot be openly mentioned in the Federation. For example, nothing more than killing people to silence them. Like this time. For whom? Mengleji did not answer directly. The Federal Icaros Pharmaceutical Group had a scandal of substandard drugs entering the market a few years ago. The two of them wanted to destroy the evidence, but they were caught red-handed. And they were saved? Everything is my speculation. There is no evidence. Chinwemo rubbed his temples, thinking and feeling uncomfortable. What Mengleji said was similar to the information provided by Lao Shua, and it was credible. That pharmaceutical group is quite big, right? Why would you let two unrelated people do such a thing? If you consider the actual situation at that time, there should be more than just the two of them. Icaros was eventually dismissed due to insufficient evidence, and the external compensation was very adequate. So it was finally left unresolved. So the destruction of evidence was not done by the two of them. If you failed, Why did you keep them? Are you afraid that they will tell the truth? Which is easier, keeping someone or silencing them? Chen Weimao threw out a lot of questions. But the questions overwhelmed her. I'm sleepy. Go back to sleep. And talk about this later. She turned back to her room and asked a question before entering the room. Captain, why do you think someone wants to kill me? Chapter 37. The border port of Gukushing is not big, and there are only a few aircrafts in line because the auction is about to be held. Each aircraft is far away from each other, and Shibo and his companions are at the end of the line. However, the border crossing process is very slow, and Chen Weimao is so hungry that he drinks a bottle of nutrient solution. What's going on? What are they checking? Qiren felt something was wrong. The inspection time of any port would not exceed 10 minutes at most. If there was really a problem, they would have been taken away for separate investigation. Even if this place is not under the management of the Stella Empire, it shouldn't be this efficient. Private areas may be more strictly controlled. Otherwise it will be difficult to control dangerous people. Mu Fenghua put on a mask early and stood in front of the window, looking at the long line in front. 2 short pillars were lowered from the towering gateposts, which were not conspicuous in the endless darkness. But Chen Weimao still keenly caught this change. She watched quietly without saying a word. Under the watchful eyes, the aircraft being inspected suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and a huge fireball spread rapidly. The outer shell of the aircraft was shattered in the violent impact, and the fragments flew everywhere. The sign only changed from the inspection sign to next person, and everything was in order. Did they find out something? Oji was so shocked by the direct prohibition of entry that he pressed against the window. They didn't even give me a chance to explain? Oak Auction has always been like this, Mengleji said calmly. Anyone who is judged to have intentionally sabotaged will be executed immediately. Judged? Not actually so. With strict and almost inhumane supervision. Those incredible looting traditions rarely occur in the auction process. Then what about the weapons we carry? Oji asked cautiously. It's not about the weapons. Everyone who comes here will bring lethal weapons. Qiren took over the conversation. She had heard something before. I heard that someone brought something similar to the collection and was directly killed by the organizer, because they don't want others to affect the value of their products. What the hell? Is it reasonable? This is their territory, so the rules are naturally set by them. Except for the aircraft. The rest of the people passed smoothly. They were all led to a large manor to check in. As soon as they entered the room, Mu Fenghua took out the detector and thoroughly scanned the place where they lived to confirm that there were no eavesdropping, surveillance and any other equipment that might leak their information. Safe. They are really cautious and bold. They are not afraid of them causing casualties. But they will never allow any behavior that interferes with their business chain. In a way, it is very arrogant. Moreover, they didn't see many living people to greet them all the way in. And there were robots of varying intelligence everywhere. Some of them were actually hard to tell whether they were intelligent machines that repeated their work under the program settings, or people hiding behind the display screens to control the machines. The auction will only be held tomorrow, and all 3 items will appear. The gene fusion agent is the second one. If it is bought by someone else, we will act according to the situation and have initially decided to snatch it outside the auction site. Mengleji looked at Mu Fenghua. You must always pay attention to our aircraft to prevent it from being tampered with. It would be ridiculous if they got the fusion agent, but couldn't leave because of this reason. Don't worry, Captain. I added a layer of protective shield before coming down. It can't be destroyed by ordinary small actions. Okay. What we have to do today is to go out and find out who is coming. Everyone is wearing a mask. It's best if you can find out their target. If you can't find out, don't expose yourself. Qi Yiran and Qi Yishuan received it confidently. The only one left was Chen Weimao, who was holding back his frown. The auction set a bad rule that required everyone to wear a formal dress and a mask from the moment they entered the country. The whole outfit was completely unsuitable for combat. It was cumbersome and complicated. She felt restricted when walking. She actually wants to go out and socialize. She put on her mask, took a deep breath, and followed the Qi sisters out. Is Chen Weimao okay? After the 3 of them walked away, Oji asked quietly, do you think someone who read how to have a high emotional intelligence conversation on the way here can do it? Mu Fenghua exposed it mercilessly. But at least not in front of Chen Weimao. With Yiran and Yishuan here, there won't be any trouble. Mengleji straightened his clothes and prepared to go out. She won't last long in the Federation if she only knows how to fight. Let's see how she does it. Although Oji felt that what Mengleji said made sense, he couldn't help but feel sorry for Chen Weimo when he thought of the fighting situation. If you can't make it in the Federation, go somewhere else. If the Federation doesn't want me, I find another place to stay. But he didn't say it after all. Guests can step into all the reception areas in the manor. The third floor is the residence. The second floor is the entertainment area. And the auction house on the first floor is temporarily closed today. Qi Yiren took Chen Weimo to the bar on the second floor, where a small number of guests gathered. Chen Weimo didn't like this. They were both bars. But she was more used to the old Zhuas, with a small wooden bar and 2 broken chairs. Here, colorful lights and shadows intertwined in the air, and people were eager to put the words "come" and "have fun" into their brains. The whole place was immersed in an unknown and strange atmosphere. Some people were toasting. Some were leaning over to flirt. And some were digging their toes. Chen Weimo looked at the person next to her for help. Qi Xuan was like a fish in water, and snapped his fingers at the mechanical bartending arm. 2 glasses of nebula. Okay, miss. The mechanical arm's movements were small, but very precise, shaking out 2 glasses of nebula-colored wine, with golden light powder swaying in the glass, and faintly moving between the blue-purple ice cubes. Chen Weimo looked around. Where's Yiran? Over there. Qi Xuan raised his chin. They're already chatting. Didn't they just come in? Look. Those people are sitting in a semicircle. But their physical distance is not that of acquaintances. They are polite and talking and laughing. And they don't look like they are together. Qi Xuan patiently taught. We are not the only ones who want to know what others want. If we can control the situation, cooperation and win-win will be the best. She is alone. Chen Weimo didn't know how they saw it at first glance. But now she only saw Qi Yiran dealing with it alone. Although I am drinking here, I have been observing. If I feel that the atmosphere is not right, I will interrupt. What about me? We can't have 3 people's ears tied together. Qi Yiran smiled and touched her collarbone. Don't be nervous. Look at the people here. Who doesn't look around? How many of them really come to drink? Everyone is the same. Then I borrow her good words, hoping that there are people like me who don't dare to talk to others. This is different from daily communication. She can take the initiative to talk to people for survival and connect with people purposefully. But now she is carrying the purpose imposed on her by Shibo, which seems to be a world of difference. After Qi Xuan left, Chen Weimo drank 8 more glasses by herself. Just after ordering the 9th glass of wine, someone sat in Qi Xuan's previous position. Miss, is there something on your mind? The wine here is all strong liquor. Although it looks good, it's easy to get drunk. The man had a nice voice and was a head taller than Chen Weimo. I can't get drunk. I'm being nosy. It turns out that you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. He ordered a glass of the same wine as Chen Weimo and introduced himself. I'll Olaf. From the Kingdom of Toxic. Just call me Il. My friends all call me that. Chen Weimo. Il seemed not to notice her indifference and smiled. Are you from the Scott Federation? Chen Weimo then turned around and looked at him seriously. I'm not investigating you. Er hurriedly explained. Your figure is quite standard. And your movements are natural. Oak Auction never allows people from the Stella Empire to participate. So you should be from the Scott Federation, which is closest to Stella. What the hell is he talking about? Chen Weimo followed the direction of his hand and looked at the man and woman on the right. Although they were both wearing formal clothes and masks, their proportions were a bit out of balance. There are so many creatures in the interstellar space. In order to look more friendly when interacting, many people will dress up in advance and slightly match the image of the host. Er explained. Miss, don't you know? The image of people in your federation is still quite popular. Chen Weimo stared at Er's eyes. What were you like originally? No face was visible. Only a pair of deep blue eyes, like a thin cloud in the clear night sky, giving people a sense of purity and tranquility. This feeling was somewhat familiar. You are not thinking. Do I have a tail or a cow-headed horse-faced monster? Er laughed unabashedly and sat closer to Chen Weimo. I should be pretty good in the aesthetics of your federation. You won't hate it. If you hadn't said the last sentence, maybe I wouldn't hate it so quickly. Chen Weimo drank the 9th glass of wine in one gulp. Sorry. I'm so abrupt. Yil didn't apologize at all. I hesitated for so long before coming here. I'm a little nervous. What's the matter? Of course I have something to do. Who would come to such a ghost place for no reason? Yil ordered a non-alcoholic drink for Chen Weimo and pushed it to her sideways. The items auctioned this time are actually not very interesting. But I have to make a trip because someone asked me to. Don't run away and lose your life. Don't worry about me. I'm just here to show my respect. It doesn't matter if I can't take anything with me. You have a good attitude. Of course. I'm not like the people over there who insist on having a digital brain. I've been eavesdropping for a long time, and they are really determined to get it. So he thinks he is also here for that brain? Or does he just want to exchange information? Chen Weimo. Oh, said. Don't be so calm. I'm just reminding you kindly. Yi came close, his breath almost brushing her ears. There's a young man in there. But he's been looking at you. Chen Weimo wanted to turn around, but he held her shoulders down. Don't look now. They're all over there, looking fierce. I see he's not very old, and he hasn't mentioned you to anyone around him. So even if there's a problem, it's not a big deal. Yi's fingertips lingered on Chen Weimo's shoulders and neck, sometimes close, sometimes far away. It's easy to make people worry when you drink alone outside. Go back. When silence fell, there was no awkwardness between the two. Chen Weimo took the half-drunk wine and drank it all in one gulp. I've heard that animals release hormones when they're in heat. And both males and females will be dominated by their nature. I don't think I will ever experience this in my lifetime. So you don't have to disturb me in this way. Yi's eyes lit up. So you still have a good impression of me, right? Don't give me that. She is not rich in emotions. And there is basically no one who has a good impression of her right away. I don't know what the principle is, but it's nothing more than controlling the brain. It's useful for others. But I have a brain disease. It would be bad if I get angry and hurt you. It's okay as long as it works. Yil's eyes were smiling, and his tone was happier. My honor. In another corner of the bar, Ji and Mu Fenghuo were watching the show with their hearts beating like drums. She is very involved, even drinking other people's wine. Chapter 38. It's time for dinner, and she hasn't come back yet. Ji nudged Mu Fenghuo with his elbow. You go call her back? Why don't you go? Mu Fenghuo remained motionless. How can I do this? Then I will feel comfortable? Qi Yiran and Qi Yishuan joined Meng Liji after completing their mission there. However, they didn't intend to interfere in Chen Weimo's affairs. Captain, what did you find out? Qi Yiran asked. Meng Liji leaned on the cushion and stretched out his body. The light in the corner was dim and unclear. At least two groups also want fusion agents, so they have to fight off the court. What about you? People from Ashuna also came, and they also want fusion agents. But the strange thing is that they came in two groups. Ashuna and the Federation did not have much contact. More than a decade ago, they had a trade dispute and had less contact since then. The source of the conflict was that Ashuna's domestic factions were fighting each other, and their external statements were repeatedly inconsistent. After so many years, it seems that this situation has only increased. Are you trying to take advantage of this? Meng Liji looked in the direction of Chen Weimo from time to time, speaking in a casual tone. Yes, there are many people who want the fusion agent this time. But I think it is a good thing not to form an alliance now. It is the best strategy to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. I think so too. But if so, we have to distract our attention and keep an eye on many people at the same time to prevent them from sneaking up on us. Qi Yiran's tone was gentle, but he was not very optimistic about this action. There is nothing we can do about it. If we get involved early, we may not be able to see the whole picture when we are in the mountains. Qi Yishuan casually ate a piece of snack. More relaxed than the other two, let's be open-minded. Since we're here, the worst that can happen is that we all fight. It's not like we can't fight. But now the best fighter among us is drinking with others over there. Qi Yiran said faintly. How much have you drunk? The 32nd cup. Meng Liji counted accurately. 32? Not drunk yet? Qi Yishuan was slightly shocked. But I just wanted to ask. Who is the man next to you? No one knows. No one has found out. Qi Yishuan was even more surprised. It seems that they didn't talk to anyone. Just playing by themselves. Ji explained that it's not that he didn't find out. Everyone here is very cunning. But that group of people directly closed the cooperation channel and refused to communicate. Then, they are really cunning. They picked a person who talked the least in the whole audience. They were talking in a low voice, and suddenly saw Chen Weimo put his arm around the man's waist and left his seat. Hey. He's moving. Where are you going? Oh, Ji suddenly became excited. She wasn't coming this way. They saw Chen Weimo half helping and half lifting the man to the sofa on the other side, and casually throwing him back to the group of people. The man was already half drunk, falling on his friend, and was still trying to get up and grab Chen Weimo's hand. And Chen Weimo leaned over slightly, held his hand, and helped him take off a ring with his backhand. Afterwards, she walked towards Qiran and fell on the sofa, not caring about the restraint of the dress. Thank you for your hard work. Qiran smiled and touched her hair. Who is that guy? You've been talking to him for so long. Qixuan also squeezed next to her and asked. He said his name is Ear, and he's here to join in the fun. Are you just here for fun? Qixuan waved his hand in front of Chen Weimo's eyes, and found that she had closed her eyes. Is it so tiring to talk? No. Chen Weimo's voice was full of fatigue. I'm resisting his temptation. It's very tiring. Oh Ji and Mu Fenghua seemed to have heard something extraordinary. They were so excited that they fell silent and forgot to breathe. What are you talking about? Have you drunk too much? Qixuan gently patted her face. And it didn't seem to be red or hot. Literally. He can affect people's emotions. Maybe you who have perception can understand it better. You mean he is making you like him? Mengleji suddenly asked. Not hurriedly or slowly. Not discerning emotions. Almost. Then you. I asked him to try. Did it work? Oh, Ji asked excitedly. Then he drank too much. Mengleji leaned back and asked calmly, Are you not disgusted by his nerve invasion? It's okay. It's done without anyone noticing. And it's very gentle. Chen Weimo recalled that she didn't feel any discomfort. If she didn't trust the heart-to-heart relationship between people, she wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. Different from Mengleji's sense of connection. And different from using the stone as a medium to share emotions. Ear's actions were like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Or, in other words, boiling a frog in warm water. This is not a good thing. Ear and his men are neutral at best. Although they are here for the antiparticle generator. They don't need it. So they won't go all out. Chen Weimo recounted the result concisely. The machine waiter brought 6 glasses of wine and interrupted her. She drank too much wine. Although she didn't get drunk, the alcohol made her throat dry. She picked up a glass and poured it all down her stomach. Mengleji was still thinking about Ear. What he couldn't do no matter what. Someone could easily get results with a try. He picked up a cup casually and just put it to his mouth. But was stopped by Chen Weimo. Let's go back. Chen Weimo squeezed Mengleji's hand. But the force was not strong. And it was even trembling. You? Qiran could see that something was wrong. She turned sideways to take a closer look at Chen Weimo's condition. And suddenly, there was a sound of broken glass behind her. A person fell in the debris. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. And a sudden panic of fear spread immediately. And it was not just him. There were 4 more people not far away, with similar deaths. 5 people got into trouble in a row. And someone immediately responded, There's something wrong with the wine. Who's in charge here? The poison took effect almost immediately. She felt like a sharp knife cutting inside her body. And every heartbeat made the pain more intense. She felt like this, not to mention others. But she took advantage of the chaos and mixed the remaining 5 glasses of wine and redistributed them, pouring 6 glasses evenly. Anyway, it was a random poisoning. She didn't drink it. Go back to the room. We brought the antidote. Mengleji helped Chen Weimo up. But the bar door was blocked by a group of robot guards. Please be patient. Guests. We will investigate quickly and give you an explanation. What do you mean by this? Are you locking me up here as a suspect? Someone rushed out, but was immediately blocked by the guards and fell to the ground. Please don't get excited. Please stay where you are. The machine had no mercy and was just doing its routine work. The man was humiliated in public and wanted to struggle, but was kindly held down by someone beside him. Oak's people will never allow anyone to cause trouble before the auction. If you step out now, you will only be treated as a suspect. They will kill people without reason. So what's going on now? Whatever they say is the truth. Do you think there are any other options now? Can't you see the weapons in their hands? What are you going to do to resist? Throw wine. Captain. I'm fine. Sit down. Chen Weimo secretly pinched Mengleji's hand and moved to the outermost position. If something unexpected happens, she will be on the outside. So it will be convenient for her to act and protect. Don't be so stubborn. Mengleji lowered his voice. He was a little dazed just now. Captain, Qiren also held Meng Liji down. If some people find out about our differences now, we will attract more attention. She knew best what the outcome of being the target of public criticism would be. Qin Weimao quietly felt the way the drug worked in her body. The process of not being able to die, but only feeling the pain of being cut by a knife gradually made her sober. Who would do something that would cause such a stir in public? Kill 1,000 enemies, and lose 800 of your own. Unless he was trying to test the waters. Qin Weimao was not unaware that the young man who was always peeking at her, as the heir said, was still looking at her just now. But the group of people were really calm. From the death to the blockade, they didn't even glance at her. In just 20 minutes, a butler in a suit and leather shoes entered the bar. Dear guests, I am Muda, the logistics manager of Oak Auction. Due to our negligence, we have caused some trouble to you. Now we have found out. Please forgive us. His tone was so stiff that people could not tell whether he was a carbon-based creature or a robot. But it didn't matter. The next second, the robot guards behind him gathered on the 2 sofas in the southeast corner and surrounded the 4 people. The deceased's wine was added with drugs that rapidly increased the pressure in the heart and caused various organs to fail rapidly. So the speed of death was extremely fast. We checked all the surveillance and used various motion recognition technologies. It was basically confirmed that they were the murderers. Muda folded his hands on his abdomen, standing tall like a stone pillar. If Oak convicts so casually, it will really ruin his reputation. One of them sneered, not panicking at all when being pointed at by countless guns. You don't have to feel wronged. Muda bowed slightly and waved his hand to release a screen of light. The image is not a real imaging record, but a trace of the path of the restored drug. We use multimodal quantum imaging to restore the source of the drug from the time coordinate the wine glass, the air, and your sleeves. Although the particle pattern of the image is abstract, it is clearly expressed. He passed the bar where the robot waiter was preparing drinks. The powder fell off his clothes and randomly landed in most of the wine glasses. The man's back teeth clenched, and he stood up suddenly. Although he couldn't see his expression clearly because of the mask, he was completely different from the calmness just now. But he didn't do anything impulsive. His brain was working quickly, and he looked in another direction. Does the guest have anything else to say? If not, it's time to send you away, Muda said in a deep voice, then smiled. But he didn't really give him time to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, the robot guard started calmly. Blood spread everywhere from this circle of sofas. The sound of gunfire was not as loud as the sound of people falling to the ground. Oak Auction always creates a worry-free experience for you. But the way of service comes from mutual respect between both parties. I hope your next journey will be smooth. Dear guests, please continue to enjoy. Chapter 39. Everything is back to normal. The robot quickly cleaned up the mess without leaving a single drop of blood. Oak's people are really quick. Qiren's voice was unusually cold. She ignored everything and stood by and watched. Qi Xuan's tone was also unfriendly. Did they really do it? This kind of thing can be easily forged. Right? No. The man just now seemed to be unaware. But he is definitely involved. Mu Fenghua naturally noticed that the direction he was looking at before his death was the group of people who were bidding for the digital brain. However, the group of people didn't even look at him. Who would still want to eat and drink here now? Once the blockade was lifted, more than a dozen people left. Go back. Meng Liji saw that Qin Weimao was sitting quite steadily, and a nameless fire in his heart was ignited again. Weimao? Yi Er came over with a smell of alcohol, and his friends didn't stop him. You can go back by yourself later. I don't want to bother with you. After saying that, they walked away with their arms around each other's shoulders. They didn't show the fear of surviving a disaster, nor the heaviness of the loss of life, but were very relaxed. What are you doing again? Qin Weimao wanted to shake off Yi Er's hand, but she didn't know how to use force on a drunk, so she didn't break free for a while. Meng Liji grabbed Yi Er's wrist and said impatiently, Sir, you've drunk too much. Yi Er only had one person in his eyes now. He nodded and moved closer, but Ji was pulling him from behind, so he stood sideways in a funny way. You don't feel well. I help you. Yi Er's lips curved deeper, and he felt better when he saw Qin Weimao's increasingly surprised look. How is it? I said I could help you. The pain in Qin Weimao's body gradually disappeared. How did you do it? I can't heal you. I can only trick your brain so that you don't feel the pain. But the damage in your body still exists. Remember to treat it in time. Qi Yiren and Qi Yishuan looked at each other in the back. In this situation, the task of stopping people was naturally left to the men in front. But they didn't expect that they were useless. The man named Yi still approached Chen Weimo and said some unclear words. It's fine that Ji and Mu Fenghua took the opportunity to eat melons. Even Meng Leji saw it. You do that to my brain. Chen Weimo couldn't tell what was wrong. I know you. Everything about you. Maybe even better than you know yourself. Yi put his arm around her shoulders and whispered in her ear when she was in a trance. Do you want to come with me? His eyes were clear. How could he look drunk? As soon as he said this, he was grabbed by the back of his collar and his neck was strangled. Mr. Yi should pay attention to social distance. You're easy to get beaten if you do this. Qi Yishuan became more and more rude. She had to come. And the three men next to her were dumbfounded. Yi was not annoyed. And stepped back with a smile. Looking at Chen Weimo, who was separated by several people. And waved, I wait for you. He left quickly. Leaving Shibo in a mess in the wind. Chen Weimo. Look at me! Qi Yishuan squeezed her face. You can't really be bewitched by a man. If you want to sleep. Maybe you will never see each other again in this life. But don't delay business. Shut up. 2. Meng Leji flicked her head without hesitation. Being poached in public. And the person involved was in an abnormal state. What kind of thing is this? But that Yi seemed to be able to do extraordinary things. Chen Weimo was already the strangeness of the Federation. And he could deal with this strangeness. Chen Weimo's mind was still on Yi's words. And he didn't pay attention to the movements of the people around him. Chen Weimo? She came back to her senses and met Meng Leji's scrutiny. She suddenly felt guilty and lowered her head. Let's go back. She drank the antidote. But she could no longer feel the pain. So she didn't know if the medicine would work. Now her mind was still on Yi. What did he mean by knowing everything about her? He could control hormones to affect emotions and blind the brain's perception function. Does that mean that he had already figured out why she was different? Chen Weimo was dragging on in the Federation, rejecting all medical technology. It's only been a few hours. And someone has seen through her? This is impossible. But it's possible. She was very upset. And the empty bottle of antidote broke directly in her hand. Meng Leji, who just opened the door and came in, was stunned for a moment when he saw her holding a handful of fragments. And then closed the door, as if nothing had happened. Can you tell me what happened? Chen Weimo's mind was in a mess. And after a long time, she slowly spoke. Can you connect my brain again? She tilted her head to look at Meng Leji. Her hair messed up by distress was scattered in front of her eyes. And she didn't know how embarrassed she was now. Meng Leji looked at her calmly. From confusion to the murderous intent that could not be hidden in an instant. And then to the pain of desperately suppressing anger. He took everything in. Why? Chen Weimo suppressed the involuntary emotions after her mind was invaded, which consumed more energy than a big battle. She wanted to drink a glass of ice water to calm down. But her outstretched hand trembled uncontrollably. Why can't I do it? Meng Leji held her wrist. His palm was warm. But it was cold to the touch. I didn't do it. Not you. Captain, are you still going to play dumb with me? Didn't you have a guess in your mind a long time ago? Under the control of that emotion. Looking at the fragments in her palm. She wanted to stab it hard. But her skin was unbreakable. Which made her even more irritated. But Meng Leji helped her to patiently brush away the fragments that were stuck to her palm due to sweating. It would be strange if I didn't think about you. He tried to connect. But was rejected, using stones as a bridge. It only went a little deeper, and that IL worked from the body. Not directly targeting the brain. And it actually worked. It was obvious where the problem was. Before I met you, I had also seen various species of creatures in the interstellar space. The knowledge I had formed in school suddenly had no limit. And even I would panic sometimes. So I would look up ancient civilizations, like Alicia, to try to strengthen my own power. After meeting you, you made me feel that the capabilities and technology that our Federation is proud of may really be a very insignificant existence in the vast universe. If we are not careful, the Federation may be destroyed by such power. Chen Weimo looked up at him. This was the first time she heard the Federation people's real fear of her ability. Although she had known this for a long time. Meng Leji continued, although I feel sympathetic to the unknown power of the outside world, I always understand one thing. Existence is objective. I cannot change existence. I can only move forward and find more existence to restrain each other. Have you found it? I'm still on the way. Chen Weimo narrowed her eyes slightly and retracted her hand a little. Existence may not be changed, but it can be destroyed. Meng Liji naturally noticed this retreat, but he did not move forward. I don't know. I don't want such a day to come. Existence is a beautiful thing. Captain. Chen Weimo interrupted him and stared at him. What's wrong? Nothing. I just didn't expect you to be so idealistic. Chen Weimo returned to normal. All his emotions had been exhausted by Meng Liji's words. How did you get to this position with your personality? You are destroying the bridge after crossing it. I just comforted you. And you mock me like this? I want to sleep now. I have to work hard tomorrow. Okay. Meng Liji left her room and stood in front of the closed door for a long time before leaving. Because of the commotion in the bar, they did not choose the food here, but only drank the nutrient solution they brought with them. As soon as it got dark, everyone basically went back to their rooms to rest. Only Meng Liji sat on the sofa in the living room without even turning on the light. I guess we will have to fight hard tomorrow. Why don't you conserve your energy? Your brain is very useful in this kind of situation. Qiran was wearing her pajamas, leaning against her door. How can you sleep at this hour? Do you think everyone is like Oji, sleeping wherever they fall down? Forget it. It's all because of what happened with Chen Weimo today. Qiran directly exposed that she and Meng Liji were not always so kind when talking. What did you say in her room today? She asked me if I would kill her in the future. You will definitely say you don't know. Meng Liji smiled bitterly. I really don't know. Not knowing is hesitation. Hesitation is inability. With your dithering personality, do you still imagine that you can decisively take action? Qiran changed his usual expression, without a smile on his face. Iran, you must have thought about her past and her future. Of course I have to think about it. Qiran was very calm and emotionless. I have so many things to think about every day. And she is not the only one. But what's the use of thinking? You have to do it. Brother. If you don't want her to die, work hard to not force her to death. Is it useful for you to sit here and feel sad? But maybe. It's too late. I know. Qiran's tone also sank. She hadn't told anyone since Chen Weimo was attacked. It's not a good thing to be noticed by too many people. But none of us expected that video. The result of her injury was not unexpected. Meng Liji was even more pessimistic than Qiran. That day she asked me why I thought someone would want to kill her. She asked Meng Liji's thoughts. Not why. She is very smart. But not smart enough. We can't let her get into trouble now. Of course. The auction will officially start at 9 in the morning. Under normal procedures, the 3 items can be finished in 1 hour. If the items fail to be sold, Oak will destroy them on the spot. Of course, there has been no items that have failed to be sold so far. Oak's products are definitely fine products. And each one is a rare item that people fight for. Chen Weimo slept for nearly a circle and was pulled up early. She was sleepy. And even the dress she was wearing was arranged by Qiran. Do you really want to fight in this? She asked. You can only wear combat clothes when you leave this place. It's better to follow the rules in their territory. Qiran thought for a moment and added. It's best to fight outside. It's spacious and not easy to get hurt by mistake. We can't decide this. Meng Liji put on the mask and said. It's not difficult to spend money. Once we get the things, we just need to defend. Do you really want to spend so much money to buy it? I can't lose in terms of spending money. Chapter 40. The auction venue is very spacious and decorated in a simple and elegant style, without any modern technological elements. The auctioneer is a 9-legged creature of the opposite sex. Yesterday, I heard from the air that it has no visual senses, but all its tentacles can keenly perceive the outside world and then form a complete picture in the brain. And it is not a two-dimensional perspective. Although it stands in front of you, it can see every corner in front and behind you. Each group of guests will be arranged together, irregularly spaced, and each group will be separated by a considerable distance. Shibwa arrived the earliest, and they watched all the guests enter and take their seats one by one. Chen Weimo silently observed everyone. After yesterday's farce, few people were relaxed, except for Ir and his group. However, she seemed to see a familiar figure. He was taller and stronger than a few months ago. She was not sure, and even turned her body to take another look. What's wrong? Qiran asked. I think I know him. I think. When Chen Weimo turned around, Her eyes met that person's. He was also watching. He stole the technical data from Lan Ming Star when he went there to buy things. And drove away my aircraft. It was the probing glance that made Chen Weimao confirm. It was Mei Chen. Perhaps he had received a gene injection or something similar. And his appearance had changed a lot in such a short time. Isn't Lan Ming Star ruled by machines? Mu Fenghua was familiar with this. You mean he copied the data that the machines used to form their own consciousness? It should be. I didn't know anything at the time. And was hunted down by the whole country. So what is he doing now? Mu Fenghua recalled. Are they bidding for the digital brain? Although I don't know what organization Mei Chen joined. The needs are basically the same. Freedom Technology is a spontaneous civilian organization that recruits technical geeks from all over the interstellar space. Meng Liji gathered all the clues he collected last night and found out the origins of most people present by following the clues. Our goals, and there should not conflict for the time being. He didn't say anything absolute. According to Chen Weimao, if this organization allows this kind of collection activity to happen, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no conflicts of interest in the future. But that digital brain. I thought about it for a long time. What's so special about it? Ji covered his mouth and asked Mu Fenghua in a low voice. There are so many intelligent technologies in the interstellar space. Isn't the digital brain a bit frustrated? The collection introduction said that the point is not how much information it stores, but that with it, you can easily access or break through any virtual defense line. It sounds amazing, but I haven't heard of anyone using it. Isn't that just a blank check? Ji's mouth twitched downwards. He didn't have much trust in something that hadn't been put into practice. It's hard to say, since it's the kind of organization the captain said. Maybe there are people who know about it and know that this is a good thing that has been buried. Or maybe the thing they made just happened to lack such a part. When it comes to technology, Mu Fenghua always talks more. The first option was the digital brain. The nine-legged host used one of the tentacles to lift the curtain. Inside the transparent cover was a very simple square box connected to several interfaces. What is it? I think I've seen it in a museum? Ji looked disgusted. But someone was determined to get it. 3 groups of people bid continuously. From the initial 100,000 to 28 million. Not expensive. Mu Fenghua held the mask. And suddenly felt itchy in his heart. 30 million. Someone else raised a sign next to him. Chen Weimao looked at Mei Chen. They seemed to have given up bidding. If they only came for this, it seemed that they would have to rob it. In the end, this unremarkable digital brain was bought by someone from the planet Anqua for 53 million. The organizer sent out a neat team to pack the collection and solemnly handed it to them. Chen Weimao quietly stepped on the ground and pulled their sofa back a little. She estimated their exit route, and most of them would take the aisle in front of her. To avoid being splashed with blood, the whole audience was watching the show silently. Except for the Anqua people who were happy and returned with a lot of things. As soon as they got the things, they didn't continue to listen to the auction later and left during the intermission. Mei Chen and his group followed closely behind. Chen Weimao fixed his eyes on him this time, examining him openly. Mei Chen did the same. Almost as soon as he stepped out of the auction hall, a few muffled sounds were almost insignificant in the music during the break. If many people were not paying attention to the follow-up, they would probably not have noticed it. The sticky, transparent blood that only belongs to the Anqua people flowed slowly. This was the first time Chen Weimao saw Mei Chen take action, and he was like a different person from the cowardly look before. He put away the gun neatly, picked up the collection from the blood, rubbed the blood on his body, and handed it to his leader. After doing this series of actions, he looked back. His eyes were empty and emotionless. However, the people from Oak Auctions didn't care about this one-sided massacre at all. They only sent out a few cleaning robots to clean the floor. Who is the organizer here? Qi Xuan asked in a deep voice. She turned it upside down, but couldn't find out who this place belonged to. It was so mysterious that it seemed like it didn't exist in this world. No matter who it is, we are just playthings in their eyes. Qi Ran sneered. It didn't matter whether they lived or died, or who took the things away. They just wanted to see the live performance of people robbing for these little things. The countdown to the next auction was not affected at all. Relax. You can escape from the insect beast's mouth. Can't you deal with these few people now? Meng Liji turned his sleeves and leaned lazily on the sofa. I was just thinking. Since you have to fight, why do you spend money? Qi Ran rarely joked. If it is recorded in the future, I will know every account clearly. Isn't this your job? As the music gradually stopped, the nine-legged host finally unveiled the fusion agent. In a small safe, there are only 3 bottles of solvent, each with only 5 milliliters. Starting price, 30 million. This is the price of the previous lot when it was bidding high. Captain, do you have any money left? Oh, she couldn't help laughing. Your captain is so poor that I only have money left. Mengleji had time to reply to Oji's nonsense, and raised his card at the same time. 40 million. Chen Weimao has lost the concept of money when he is with this group of people. When they mentioned these numbers, it seemed that they were really just numbers. The auction of Gene Fusion Agent was much more lively, with 5 or 6 groups competing for it. Chen Weimao looked at the other groups. There were the 2 teams of people from Ashuna mentioned by Qiran, and the wandering people from unknown stars that Mengleji had inquired about. They did not dress up in human form today, but showed themselves in huge, ugly and craggy prototypes. There were many competitors, but victory was never determined by who had more people or who was bigger. She was only staring at it for a moment, and Mengleji had already called out 490 million, and no one took it. She choked on a mouthful of water. Congratulations to the customer for winning the Gene Fusion Agent. Congratulations. The same process used on the Anqua people was repeated on them. When leaving the venue, Chen Weimao was the last one to leave. A group of people who failed in the bidding followed behind him, led by the aliens, with fierce eyes. They were not polite at all, and before they completely walked out of the venue, they took out the guns hidden in their dress clothes. But before they raised their guns and aimed them, Chen Weimao had already appeared in front of them. Her figure was reflected in the pupils of those people. The next second, their gun-holding hands collided with the soles of her feet. The intersection of forces made a dull collision sound, and the hand bones were instantly deformed. But Chen Weimao's figure did not stop. She stretched her arms and took away 3 guns from 3 people. The guns of the remaining 2 people were in the hands of Oji and Qi Yishuan. Those who could make wailing were no longer threatening. Chen Weimao held the gun barrels and looked at the people of Ashuna behind him without looking away. She exerted force with her palms and directly deformed several guns. Oji and Qi Yishuan did not kill them, but just knocked them unconscious, and then cautiously left the auction. It's probably not over yet. Mengleji walked in front, and he did not interfere with what was happening behind him. He stood still in the courtyard, waiting deliberately. Sir, please wait a moment. Both teams of the Ashuna people came up to intercept, but immediately stated that they had no ill intentions. Can we talk? We don't want to fight either. We bought it reasonably. Why should we discuss it with you? Qiran asked calmly. Everyone comes here because they want something. How do you know that I don't have what you want? Although they acted very politely, if they were not dealt with, it would be difficult to leave peacefully. Mengleji agreed. Chen Weimao remained silent. She noticed that there were 2 robots following the Ashuna people, and they had not yet switched from combat mode to normal mode. If she fought these 2 weapon intelligent machines head-on, she might not be able to get the upper hand. We can only make a quick decision. I have already talked to this lady yesterday. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Xiao Lai, doing some medicine business in Ashuna country. Mengleji looked at the other person. He was not as easygoing as Xiao Lai. He even had a sour face and exuded a reluctant atmosphere. No lookiness. He was more concise and clear. Xiao Lai continued politely. As a businessman, you will not get up early without profit. Everything can be discussed. There is no need to tear your face. I am also asking sincerely. If you can transfer a fusion agent to me, I will accept any price you offer. Nolukinus did not speak, but it seemed that he meant the same thing. Xiao Right said again, everyone saw it just now. The previous group killed so quickly. It was actually completely unnecessary. Sit down and talk. It will be good for everyone. Mengleji leaned back slightly. Do you think I will be short of money? I will accept barter. Then what can you give me? Xiao Right liked this kind of straightforward negotiation very much. He crossed his hands on the table and smiled. The technology you have mastered is already top-notch. Whatever I give you will only be icing on the cake. But look at the 2 intelligent machines behind me. They are equipped with automatic overlapping engines. They can make their own judgments and make the best solutions in an emergency without instructions. In other words, they can be both rational and obedient. So, Mengleji didn't hear any superiority at all. Xiao Right quickly said, this can make up for the defects of your intelligent machine. He raised his hand and pointed at Chen Weimao. Her move just now was indeed very impressive. and the hardness of the material is rare in the world. But her brain engine, that is, the central control part, is a bit backward and cannot assist in making interference-free judgments. Chapter 41. Chen Weimo was completely dumbfounded. How did he come to this conclusion? He thought. He was also an omnic. Because there was something wrong with his brain? But she did not refute, but listened quietly, standing very stiffly. What do you think? Meng Leji did not move, but his tone was a little deeper. You investigated me without authorization? No. 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 You misunderstood. Xiao Right shone with confidence. Just now when you were defending, my omnic made a judgment on the spot. Excuse me. This one you brought is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. It is neither as flexible as humans nor as objective and calm as machines. Really? Meng Leji's voice was flat, and no emotion could be detected. Then how do you think we can improve it? Qi Ren asked, also looking at the joke. I'm in the medical business. For combat things, I only need to be able to protect myself, so I won't hide anything. Xiao Right was very calm. Nolucanus wanted to interrupt, but he observed Shi Bo's reaction. The other party did not resist, so he finally agreed temporarily. You must have been fighting for years, so you have developed this skill. So, Meng Leji suddenly stood up, and the pupils of the two teams of Ashina lost focus, sitting there in a daze, unable to say a word. It's a waste of time. No wonder Ashina is getting worse and worse, really not wanting to listen to their nonsense anymore. He directly connected the perception and temporarily made them lose their ability to move. The two mechanical guards then took action. As Xiao Right said, they can indeed perform actions that benefit the owner without instructions. But unfortunately, their actions this time are based on wrong judgments. Chen Weimo punched the heads of the two machines one by one, and dismantled their core parts. But the materials used were indeed worthy of their boasting, and her fists were bruised. The technology is not good, and the brain is not good either. Mu Fenghua gave an accurate evaluation. Let's go! Qi Ren looked at the time. The third auction should be over soon. It is easy for people to gather outside after the auction. But before entering the airport, there was a commotion in the direction of the auction hall. At the same time, Chen Weimo's danger radar was forced to turn on. She pushed Mu Fenghua away and dodged sideways. A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground behind her. Several men in black came out from behind the aircraft. Mei Chen, you got a little leader? Chen Weimo didn't want to argue with him, but she didn't expect him to come to provoke her. Although Mei Chen didn't fire the gun, he stood in front, tilted his head and smiled, and took off his mask. Sister Weimo, I knew you could escape. Fortunately, you were there at the time. Otherwise, I would not be able to escape if you were the only one chasing me. Did you receive the money? Chen Weimo didn't say a word to him, rushed over and kicked him in the chest. And the gunmen nearby couldn't react at all, and were also knocked to the ground. A little blood flowed from the corner of Mei Chen's mouth, and he wanted to get up, but a sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. I thought that the gene injection could at least withstand a few of your attacks. He smiled bitterly, and every breath was piercing pain. 2 ribs were broken. Will you show mercy? Anything else? Don't leave in a hurry. Don't you want to see what's going on behind? No. Chen Weimo left him a resolute back. She really didn't know what the point of delaying was. It was just asking for trouble. Meng Leji didn't see the digital brain they had taken away, and there were 2 less people. He glanced at them, and seemed a little unbelievable. And he turned around suddenly. Dozens of Chen Weimo rushed over here. The same figure, the same speed. Very strange. Antiparticle? Mu Fenghua was the first to react. He had never shown such a panic expression, and his brain was working rapidly. Antiparticles are the mirror images of particles, which are copied in different ways according to the appearance of particles. It seems that someone has used Chen Weimo as a prototype and copied dozens of mirror images of her. Chen Weimo, you can't attack. Stay away. It will annihilate and explode. None of us will survive. Once a particle and its antiparticle collide, the huge energy stored in them will be released instantly. Chen Weimo didn't understand, but she caught the key information that prohibited her from taking action. She suppressed her fighting instinct. However, even if it was a fake Chen Weimo, she was still very fast. So fast that they had dispersed Shi Bo and others just after Mu Fenghua finished giving instructions. Every second seemed to be stretched. Every time Mu Fenghua took a breath, He felt as if he was suffocated. He pulled Chen Weimao and ran to the spaceship. As soon as the aircraft left the ground, there was a violent explosion outside. He thought he was dead, even though the spaceship was in high-speed flight mode and Gu Kushing disappeared from sight. The sound of his heart beating wildly was still hitting his eardrums violently. The prototype is not Chen Weimao, right? Meng Leji looked at the person standing in front of the window, thinking. Mu Fenghua finally reacted. The scene was so chaotic just now that he didn't know how many Chen Weimao he bumped into. Not to mention the real person walking side by side with him. Then the other party used Chen Weimao's virtual image to replicate it? Chen Weimao looked in the direction of Gu Kushing, without saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ahem. I say, are you doing this to your teammates? A strange voice appeared on the aircraft. Oh Xi and Qi Yishuan responded immediately. And Meng Leji also fully activated mental protection. Ye poked his head out from somewhere. Are you still guarding against me? You all brought the wrong person. He can't do anything. But he runs fast. Chen Weimao didn't look back. Still looking outside. Mu Fenghua suddenly felt that the world was stagnant. He pulled Chen Weimao over. And the other party didn't resist at all. With an indifferent look on his face. If the antiparticle image is not generated based on actual particles, then it will not exist for too long, and will still return to particle mode. That's why they released antimatter so recklessly. They knew from the beginning that it was impossible to encounter the corresponding particles. He pulled the wrong person. Meng Leji's face changed. And he turned to question Yi. Then what are you doing here? Of course, to get some antimatter. Yi was righteous, and took out a device from his arms, and put away the fake Chen Weimao. You didn't see that the group of people who got the antiparticle manufacturing machine just now not only killed a lot of people, but also released a lot of Chen Weimao immediately after they appeared. I thought, since I can't compete with others, I just follow someone randomly, and take advantage of the opportunity. He said it very easily, but Meng Leji knew that it was difficult to do. The man in front of him avoided everyone's attention and boarded their spaceship, and was able to accurately know where the real Chen Weimao was in that situation. You knew that Chen Weimao was fake but didn't stop him? Meng Leji began to put pressure on him. But his mental control seemed to have no effect on Yi. Is this mental power? Ir turned a few strands of hair on his forehead. Nothing more than that. He looked at Meng Leji thoughtfully, and then smiled absurdly. It seems that you are immune to me too? Now is not the time to target him. Meng Leji turned around, and turned the spacecraft around. I advise you not to return all of them. Ir ignored the others, and only talked to Meng Leji. Why did the other party create this chaos? Is his target only Chen Weimao? There were actually 3 groups of people from Freedom Technology. But it is estimated that there was internal discord. One group was thrown away as a pathfinder yesterday. One group robbed the digital brain today. And the other group's target is the antiparticle. Meng Leji did not stop the aircraft, and spoke his conjecture very calmly. Or it was the 2 teams of not-so-smart people from Ashuna who reminded him. They confirmed Chen Weimao yesterday. But today the first shot was aimed at Fenghua, because he was the one who was most likely to quickly realize the principle of antiparticles. They detained Chen Weimao. Perhaps not to snatch the gene fusion agent, but to target us. The concealment of identity is the respectability that Oak gives to every visitor. But some people are not fools. They knew about Shibo, so they attacked Mu Fenghua from the beginning, and also took advantage of the fact that they didn't want to cause trouble, and just tried their best to escape to create chaos and intercept Chen Weimao, so as to lure them back and fall into the trap. You know you still have to go back? Yi was a little surprised that Meng Leji figured out the whole story so quickly. But he was still determined to go back. Do you know what they want you to do? I don't know. Meng Leji opened Chen Weimao's location. But no matter what, I won't leave anyone behind. Captain, she doesn't seem to be on Guka Star anymore. Mu Fenghua looked at the coordinates of Chen Weimao's high-speed movement and immediately adjusted the direction. Did she steal someone's aircraft and run away? Follow her first. Yes. Qi Yiren silently observed Yi. Where are your friends? They went to chase other antiparticles. It doesn't matter. Go wherever you want. Then why did you come to us? Of course, it's for Chen Weimao. Qi Yiren immediately pointed his gun at the back of his head. What's your relationship with her? Relationship? Yi was not panicked. It hasn't happened yet. I am interested in her unilaterally. She didn't reject me directly because she couldn't figure me out. What's your purpose? Curious. Aren't you curious? You don't know anything. Do you? Yi turned around, looked into Qi Yiren's eyes and smiled. Her background, her structure, her ability. Don't use such words for her. Ran interrupted him coldly. Structure. She didn't like this word. It's useless to escape. Can escaping erase her past? Prepare to cross the wormhole. Sit back. Mengliji was too lazy to argue with Er. The most urgent thing was to find Chen Weimao first. You also sit down. The third seat at the back. Er was very obedient at this time. After all, this was for his own good. Chen Weimao's position stopped at a 33 star outside the Scott Empire. A barren star covered by primeval forests. Her speed here has slowed down to a negligible level. Captain. After going down. Oh, she asked tentatively. Total annihilation. Chapter 42. Chen Weimao saw Mu Fenghua dragging a person who looked exactly like her and running away. But she gave up trying to stop him. She listened to Mu Fenghua and didn't take action. But as they kept pushing and colliding, she realized something was wrong. She was a little far away from Shibo and the others. And there were several herself between her and the closest Mu Fenghua. A few more people gathered behind Mei Chen. Another group that had no contact with them yesterday. At this time, they set up a row of uneven weapons. Forget it. There must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. And whoever can run away is the best. Chen Weimao turned her back to Shibo and ran to the weapon rack aimed at the aircraft group. She took out the micro-energy shield given by Mengliji, adjusted it to the strongest mode, and threw it out with force under the blessing of her own rapid movement. Although it may not be able to completely stop the weapons that have been loaded, it can at least ensure that people can leave safely. As for herself, under the double attack of unknown weapons and light energy guns, she chose the one that would not kill her. A powerful momentum pushed her away. The weapon hit by the energy shield deviated from its original direction and attacked the few open spaces on the apron. And a huge pit appeared instantly. Chen Weimao felt that her head and body were not connected the moment she regained consciousness. And part of the middle seemed to be buried under the frozen soil in the severe winter. But at this moment, the feeling was no longer important. Other visitors were also approaching the airport. She took advantage of the chaos, rolled into the pit to avoid sight, and crawled to the nearest small aircraft. Her consciousness was about to fail to carry her heavy body. She started the aircraft. But in the reflection of the window, she saw a large area of exposed skin from her neck to her left shoulder, which was dark red like iron forging. And it was like the surface was extinguished and the magma was surging inside, with dark lines and cracks. She had never seen such injuries before, and she realized that her throat seemed to be stuck, and she couldn't make any sound. She was still alive. Chen Weimao was secretly glad at this moment. But maybe it was soon, and she would have a last burst of life. She randomly selected the nearest wormhole and decided to cross it. Since entering UN-33, Mu Fenghua has turned on the stealth mode of the aircraft. The surface of the planet is covered with too much vegetation, and the scan results show that there is more than just Chen Weimao. If we get too close to the forest, the vegetation will move abnormally, and our position will be exposed. Mu Fenghua said to Mengliji. How many people will go down to find her? And how many people will stay up there to meet her? Okay. You keep an eye on the movements of others, and keep in touch at any time. Captain. Mu Fenghua has always been a technical support assistant. But today he doesn't want to. Can I go down too? Mengliji looked at him deeply. Yes. Be careful. Yes. Also insisted on following him. So Qi had to stare at him. The people from Freedom Technology did not hide their route of action, and left very obvious traces of wheels wherever they passed. Mengliji released his perception. There are 3 and 4 people at 400 meters and 500 meters in the east and west directions respectively. It seems that our direction is correct. Of course it is. We are surrounded. Complained. No one paid attention to him. Mu Fenghua looked at Chen Weimao's coordinates and couldn't help frowning. She can attack or defend in this position. With her ability, she can run away. But she has been lingering in a very small area for a long time. Since she can rob others' flying tools and escape from Gukushing, she can naturally do the same thing again. But she is still here. It means that she may have lost the ability to escape. Attack directly and clear out those who are blocking the way. Although Mengliji did not intend to show mercy to the enemy, he still felt that something was wrong. There are far more people from Freedom Technology here than on Gukushing. When did they start thinking like this? After getting the antiparticle generator, they almost immediately created chaos in the image of Chen Weimao. If the extra people came to support, it would be reasonable. Then the previous targeting. What was it for? Chi-Xuan got permission and released the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. She was finally able to use the mecha to remove the weapons secretly deployed on both sides one by one, including the people. Without any hesitation, the front was no longer a forest, but a semi-open land, with huge gravel and stones scattered on the knee-high grass. Chi-Xuan drove the mecha to cover the rear for the others, both to deter the other side and to attract attacks. There were more and more bloodstains on the grass, and there were also mutilated corpses with half of their bodies destroyed by weapons. What happened here in such a short time? Chen Weima's coordinates stopped behind the boulder. Meng Leji suddenly didn't dare to go over. Mu Fenghua felt a burning sensation on the back of her head, and didn't care about anything else. So she rushed over. Chen Weima leaned against the stone, her eyes dull. The pain continued, but she became numb instead. While she was fighting with someone, she heard the familiar sound of a mecha in the distance. She twisted the last person's neck with a fierce move, and then sat down relaxed. So she was not surprised to see Mu Fenghua. However, the other party was not so calm. There were corpses piled up beside Chen Weima. Some of them were intact, but more were broken arms and bones. And she herself was soaked in blood. Mu Fenghua looked at the scar on her face from the forehead to the right jaw, almost running through her entire face. And the wound on her neck was unprecedented. Although the person was still alive, he was not sure how long he could live. He squatted down and didn't say a word for a long time. Originally, Chen Weima's voice was damaged and she couldn't tell him what had just happened, which made her very irritated. But the other party didn't say anything. She used her right hand to pull out a severed head from the corpse beside her, with several wires still attached to the neck, and threw it to Mu Fenghua. She picked up another severed limb and showed him the shin bone inside. It was not the yellowish color stained with blood, but a light sky blue. She was not fighting ordinary humans. Her Uzi knife and the newly made short knife were broken on them, and the other weapons she carried with her were not very effective, just like when used on her. This was the only way. Fighting with bare hands to this extent. She originally wanted to defend at this position until no one came forward, but she didn't expect that Shibua's people would arrive faster than she thought. But she didn't know if it was a good thing. She couldn't understand why the people from Freedom Technology had to fight her to the death even if they made such a commotion. But if they were not just targeting her, then maybe it made sense. If she could come up with this idea, how could Meng Leji not think of it? She looked at Meng Leji, who walked into the trap, and moved her lips. How many people are there? You look fine? Or are you confused by the pain? Er spoke to her first. The injuries don't seem to be fatal. Oh! What's wrong with your neck? Is it broken? Can't you speak? Do you have any food left? Meng Leji squatted down and checked her injuries. Her breathing was steady, but in addition to the two horrific wounds on her face and neck, her left hand and right calf were twisted and bent at a weird angle. She seemed to be unconscious and tried to use one hand to gesture how the previous battle was going. Leave here first. He carefully avoided the wound and picked her up. But the person in his arms had a strong desire to fight. He was very dissatisfied with being treated as a wounded person and tried to jump down. If Yixuan knew that you were lame and despised her mecha, you would not be able to live in peace for at least a month. Chen Weimo, that's not what I meant. I just think that in this situation, a full combat force should not be occupied. But she couldn't speak, and her eye contact was ineffective. Chi-Xuan detected a group of people approaching in the mecha cabin and reported it to Meng Leji. Got it. Bring 2 alive, and don't keep the rest. Meng Leji simply instructed. Chen Weimo couldn't move her neck, so she could only stand like this. But it didn't stop her from silently pointing out the situation. Don't move. I haven't told you your problem yet. Chen Weimo stared at him with ignorant eyes. My problem? What problem do I have? When you were on Gukushing, were you really unable to escape? Or did you not escape? Meng Leji had some barrier-free communication with her. He felt that the situation at that time would not force her to a dead end. Mu Fenghua stared at Chen Weimo closely. But you can tell from her expression. I don't need to sacrifice myself to illuminate the noble behavior of others. Meng Leji said word by word. I ask you, have you thought about how to escape from them? Chen Weimo originally wanted to say, come one and beat one, and outlast them. But she felt that the atmosphere was not right. So she tactfully did not react. It was a fact that she was unable to move. Even if she did not feel that survival was impossible, the person who was rescued would be angry with the rescuer because of guilt. gratitude, or a series of complicated emotions. She had seen that kind of scene before, and now it was her turn. She chose to keep quiet, but in Mengleji's eyes, this kind of silence was like a stubborn donkey who was too lazy to argue with others. So he simply stopped talking. Now you are not the only one. He looked into Chen Weima's eyes, and silence was more terrifying than words. Hey, that little sister seems to be coming. I go get her. Er quickly fled from the scene of the superior's scolding, ran 2 steps, and took a person from Qi Yishuan's hand. These two are human, I'm sure, not intelligent machines or modified. He used his ability to sense a circle and shouted to Mengleji. The 2 people couldn't struggle, and they were not loyal enough to commit suicide. So they knelt down in front of them obediently. How many of you came? Mengleji was still holding Chen Weima, and didn't seem to want to ask too many questions. There are only 2 of us. No more. They were dejected. They had been ordered to bring their omnipotent machines and cyborgs, but they didn't even fight one person. They saw that these valuable weapons were torn to pieces by Chen Weima, and she had a few reinforcements to help her. The mission failed immediately. They wanted to make a desperate attempt, but it was like an egg hitting a stone when facing Qi Yishuan's mecha. Where are your people on Gukuxing? Mengleji asked again. They didn't come. We received the order temporarily because we are closest to Gukuxing. What's the matter with the intelligent machines and the cyborgs? The man looked embarrassed and didn't want to say anything. Qi Yishuan couldn't bear it for a second and stepped on his face directly. What qualifications do you have to linger here? She saw Chen Weima's injuries from a distance in the mecha, and it was a different feeling to see it with her own eyes. A good person was tossed like this after a while, and she had no place to vent her anger. We don't lack technicians. They did it all by themselves. I really don't know who they are. I'm not studying biomechanics. We are here. Chen Weima was listening carefully, and suddenly he became alert. He turned his head and saw a piece of charcoal-like debris falling from his neck. Qi Yishuan also realized the danger behind him and took out the energy shield as quickly as possible. But it was too late. The man was hit in the upper body. The remaining legs twitched a few times and then stopped moving. The other party's shooting was extremely accurate. It was not a large-scale attack, but just to silence him. It was also a provocation. Mengleji saw a circle of people suddenly appearing around him. At least 50 or 60 people. But he did not react and walked back as if no one was there. At the same time, those people fell down exhausted, and there was no movement. Your mental power can kill people directly? Had no preference for life and death, because this mental attack was not aimed at him. So he did not understand the specific situation. But if you look into the brains of those people, you can get a glimpse of the truth. Mengleji had the intention to kill, so there was no need to say more. He saw the abnormality on Chen Weima's neck and just wanted to get back to the spaceship as soon as possible. 1 hour later, on the deserted Un-33 star, tell the leader that the test data is out. These people's nerves suffered a violent attack, and they were almost killed instantly. The man examined dozens of corpses, calm and composed, without any grief for losing his companions. Received. Whose data is this? Mengleji, the captain of the Shibua mobile team. Chapter 43. You see? This part of her neck is completely necrotic. You have to dig it out before new flesh can grow again. Suggested to Chen Weima's injury. Do you know about trauma? No. Then shut up. Without a specialized doctor and the strangeness of the injury, Qi Ran, a part-time medical soldier, did not dare to act rashly. There is no problem with breathing, but she can't swallow. That means she can't drink the nutrient solution. And the only way to relieve the pain before has also been eliminated. Mengleji took out a needle from the medical bag. I asked someone to make it with special materials. Can you try it? Qi Ran used it without saying anything. But the needle could only enter the surface of the skin and still broke. The microbone shaping device can only assist outside the skin and blindly restore her broken bones. The wound on her leg is even more horrifying. It is hard to tell what caused it. It doesn't look like it was caused by a weapon, but it feels like a beast biting it. Chen Weima looked at the people around him, who were busy but had no idea what to do, and even wanted to comfort them. She could feel that this time the recovery was much slower than before, but maybe it would get better over time. But it was obvious that Shibo could not accept this way of recovery. She grabbed Mengleji's arm and signaled him to be quiet for a while. You go out first and let her have a good rest, Mengleji said to the others. But he did not move. There were only 2 of them left in the medical room. Chen Weima typed on the light computer with one hand. Why did that ER follow you? He said he came for you. Ming Liji also wanted to find an opportunity to test him in the future. Their abilities can be said to be complementary. Mental power can be considered a physiological function to some extent, but its influence on human emotions is far less than that of ear. Ear is like a biological weapon, but if used well, it will be of great benefit. Chen Weimo wrote another paragraph. That freedom technology seems to know my structure. The people they sent over are like tailor-made for me. They are very difficult to deal with. And I tore open the muscles of my calf and found that my bones were also a little blue, but not as dark as theirs. Just as they were talking, Ming Liji suddenly stood up, startling Chen Weimo. Ming Liji's eyes contained some indescribable emotions. He finally knew how that strange wound came about. It turned out that he tore it himself. She was more decisive than others and had the guts to do it. You don't seem to be surprised about your origins. His carotid artery was beating violently, and he tried his best to suppress his tone. Chen Weimo was very calm, now that things have come to this. What can I do? You just accept what others have done to you and do the same to yourself? It's okay as long as it works. If you need to, you can also cut me open and see. The room fell into silence, as if time had stopped. Ming Liji found that his anger was just a repetition of the old tune, repeating over and over again without the person concerned paying attention. You don't have to test me like this anymore. Take good care of yourself. Your body is your own. Chen Weimo watched him leave. His back looked a little tired. Not long after, Shi Yiran came in. He gets emotional easily over details. Don't be surprised. She started to explain for Ming Liji. He just doesn't want you to treat him like an object. I know. Chen Weimo typed silently. She didn't regret what she had done or said, but she also felt that maybe she shouldn't be so direct. Shi Yiran smiled. She admired Chen Weimo's decision, which was better than Ming Liji's. I have some thoughts about today's matter, and I want to ask you. Chen Weimo looked at her. Perhaps Ming Liji should have said this himself. Everything happened so fast today. We were almost pushed forward one by one, without any initiative to move forward. But now, looking away, do you feel anything strange? Chen Weimo, I was also wondering. What are they after? Although their weapons are sophisticated, since they know our identities, the gap between them and the Federation's military force is still obvious. Shi Yiran agreed indeed. So I want to ask if you saw anything unusual when you were fighting alone there? Chen Weimo recalled carefully. They have been chasing me. I don't know how many people there are, but they didn't come together. There were about 4 waves of people. 6 at the beginning, 8 in the second round, 12 in the third round. And there were more people like me at the same time, increasing the intensity steadily little by little? Yes. It was like testing her combat limit. Then later, you were suddenly surrounded. What do you think? Chen Weimo's fingertips paused, hesitating for a long time. I just think it's unnecessary. After seeing the combat power of Qi Yishuan's mecha, they still chose to besiege. Really just to die. There is a common situation that you may not know. The interstellar space has coveted the Federation's mecha technology for a long time, and many people will try to get the core secrets. Qi Yiran gave her a brief introduction and observed her reaction. But Chen Weimo didn't seem to agree completely. Qi Yishuan ended the battle with almost no powerful weapons. They didn't even have time to observe secretly. Maybe there are other purposes, but they are not our top priority right now. Qi Yiran talked to herself. It was obviously her who started it, but she took the initiative to deny it. She gently touched the wound on Chen Weimo's face. I remember your wounds healed very quickly. The previous minor injuries disappeared in an hour. Why is there no change now? Chen Weimo's face was always burning, but compared to other parts, it was not worth mentioning. Maybe it will be healed tomorrow. No rush. Okay. Then you rest first. It will take 2 days for us to return to the Federation, so don't worry about anything else for now. But the next day, Chen Weimo's injury had not improved significantly. Qi Yiran repeatedly confirmed with her the healing time and related details in the past. And this situation has never happened before. The external application medicine didn't work, and even the irradiation in the treatment cabin didn't have the corresponding effect. Do you feel any other discomfort? Mu Fengwa came to ask her, which was now beyond the scope of medicine. Yesterday, Qiuxiang didn't get a clear answer when he asked her remotely, and the other party was also at a loss. Not at all. Except for normal pain. Mu Fengwa used the equipment on the spacecraft to test Chen Weimo's skin sample. The cell activity has been greatly reduced. According to human common sense, she should be dying and in a coma. But she is still fine now. Chen Weimo saw that he kept frowning and didn't speak. So she poked him. Did that ear say anything? Ear said he came for her. But he hasn't come to see her alone until now. Mu Fenghua's expression changed. Don't pay attention to him. But Chen Weimo didn't give up. Does he have a way? Under Chen Weimo's gaze, he finally couldn't hold it. Ear said that he asked you to go to Crystal. To find someone to repair it. What is that place? A crazy place that advocates the transformation of the body. Obviously, all people are born as carbon-based creatures. But they have to turn themselves into machines. Or forcefully break through the limits of the human body. And even when they are not damaged and do not need to be transformed. Mu Fenghua's disgust was beyond words. Er wanted to send you there for human experiments. And Oji was so angry that he punched him directly. So where is he now? He's sleeping outside. Mu Fenghua was furious. This kind of ridiculous suggestion is just about giving birth, but not raising the child. I think it's okay. Mu Fenghua pressed the delete key frantically. I'm serious. I got here this way anyway. It's better than now. No one in Shiba wanted to break this window paper. Human experiments are too unethical, and the process is usually very tragic. To put it bluntly, it means that people are not treated as human beings. But Chen Weimo didn't seem to take it seriously. He accepted the reality very quickly, and tried to survive with it. This mentality can indeed survive in all kinds of turmoil. But it is a bit cruel. The captain has been sulking alone since yesterday. And he seems to be even angrier after hearing what Ear said. Mu Fenghua whispered. He rarely talked about people behind their backs. And he was a little unfamiliar. If you agree with Ear, he might be angry to death. Can you help me call him in? Even if you are a patient. You can't. Mu Fenghua hesitated. But he really had no other way at the moment. With Chen Weimo's current condition, even if he returned to the Federation, it would be unlikely to find a treatment. Although Qiu Xiang is powerful, transforming people is not his field. Chen Weimo typed another line of words. No matter what, it is my decision. And it has nothing to do with others. No one needs to feel guilty towards me. Is this just to persuade Mengleji? Mu Fenghua lowered his head, his expression unclear. If you want to go to Crystal, I will help you. Thank you. After Mu Fenghua left, Chen Weimo laid down, looked at the boring ceiling, and touched his neck. It is no longer skin. It feels dry, and has no rebound power. She recalled the entire fight in detail. The group of people were ruthless, and almost everyone would hit her heart and head. And she did not dodge them all. If the people of Freedom Technology could make a cyborg similar to her, then naturally, they knew her structure and weaknesses better than she did. Or perhaps, since leaving her home planet, the damage she suffered was unprecedented. And she survived every time by relying on her strong physique. Perhaps her physical limit has been reached, and her recovery ability has been destroyed. After her throat was damaged, she couldn't eat and had lost her strength. It was just that she was trapped in bed and didn't have to move. So she saved a little energy and looked in good spirits. But only she knew that this was not a solution. She could die in battle, but she couldn't starve to death. Besides, she didn't want to die at all. She wanted to live well. The door was suddenly opened, and Mengleji stood at the door with a gloomy face. Have you thought it through? Chen Weimo also looked at him stubbornly. He ran. Oh, she will go back to the base to deal with the follow-up of the fusion agent first. And I? Fenghua and Ishuan will take you to Crystal. Ah? So happy? Chen Weimo thought she would have to quarrel in silence. Chen Weimo. Mengleji suddenly called her full name. You are responsible for your own profits and losses. Chapter 44. That was the last sentence Mengleji said to her. And then he just packed up his things silently and planned his route. Although he left a harsh word that seemed to draw a line, Chen Weimo had to admit that he was so considerate that it was a bit overwhelming. In fact, everyone knew that Chen Weimo's condition was not suitable for delaying any longer. So they set off quickly and took a small aircraft to change their route. But because they were unfamiliar with the place, they had to leave Chen Weimo on the aircraft, and Mengleji went to investigate first. Er still followed him shamelessly. But other people ignored him. And he didn't care about these cold faces. And he was very tactless to bother Chen Weimo. Look, it's like this. He took a small drawing board and drew a simple and ugly human brain structure. Other people's brains. Here are complete. But yours? A small piece has been neatly cut off. Chen Weimao blinked. She knew there was something wrong with her brain, but she didn't know where it was. Ir continued, for example, I have 2 buckets of water, which need to be divided equally between 2 people. Now one of them has killed the other. So he gets the 2 buckets of water. The part responsible for your emotions has been cut off. So the original growth momentum is given priority to the part responsible for rationality. Don't I have emotions? She even found it funny to ask this question. After being here for a long time, I can't see myself clearly because of their biological classification rules. Yes, but it's not that strong. You seem to be quite calm and cool all the time. Ir lay on the bed, recounting their brief past. You are also afraid and considerate of others. If you are a person who has been transformed and lost his humanity, then I will not have any influence on you. But why? Since they have transformed me, do they still want to keep this part? Wouldn't it be better to give priority to all forces? Ir smiled and said, You ask me. I don't know. Then why are you interested in me? Chen Weimao had been wanting to find a time to ask him, but she only had time after this series of events. I knew you were different the first time I saw you, Ir said seriously. I have seen many creatures, most of whom are parasitic in a fragile body, unable to control their minds, and just deceived by their brains and bodies to spend their lives. But you know the source of your emotions and how your physiological functions work. Your sensibility is not dominated by rationality, and vice versa. Because I was not born like this. I was artificially transformed. That's not the reason. I have seen modified people before, but their heat control is not as precise as yours. The word heat control sounded strange to Chen Weimao. In Ir's eyes, she seemed to be just a dish with moderate taste. But it doesn't matter. She doesn't care. If I go to Crystal and am also transformed into a pure tool without emotions, what will you do? Ir smiled and said lightly, Your friends will not let this happen. But for some reason, Chen Weimao felt that he was a little disappointed. It was as if he was waiting for the moment when he lost his ability to act and became a plaything of technology. But he really appreciated the boundaries of observing himself from the perspective of God. She couldn't understand Ir's intention. Your captain has been out to investigate the situation for 2 days, and he hasn't come back yet. Don't tell me he died outside. When Ir mentioned Mengliji, he always had a sarcastic tone from time to time. Chen Weimao heard from Qi Yishuan that the 2 of them had tried to test each other, but no one got the upper hand. And then they hated each other. She said she often saw them staring at each other quietly, which was very strange. Qi Yishuan couldn't understand Mengliji's level of mental power, so she didn't know what happened. And Mengliji would not take the initiative to mention it. Yishuan is still outside. Be careful that she will beat you again when she hears it. TSK. Ir was disdainful. Although he couldn't beat Qi Yishuan, he was very resistant to beating. So this was not a problem at all. He just had fun talking. Crystal was not a dangerous place. Although the popular things here sounded scary, the essence was still business and money was the most important. As long as Mengliji pays the right amount, there will be no problem finding a reliable and skilled biomechanic. He has been looking for so long. Probably because he wants to find a regular and safe one. Or maybe his ridiculous pity has come back again, and he can't bear to see the live experiment with his own eyes. Qi Yishuan knocked on the door. Ready to go, the captain said everything has been arranged. Let me take you there directly. But after turning around and going into the deepest part of the dilapidated alley, there was no living person, and Qi Yishuan felt a little scared. She held Chen Weimao in her arms. Her steps heavy. If the captain hadn't given me this position, I would have thought it was a tough job. Maybe it was. Ir quietly added to the atmosphere, pushing open the rusty door. It creaked. It wasn't the world Qi Yishuan had imagined. It was still shabby. The narrow corridor had no lights, and she accidentally bumped into a basket of things. She stepped on it, and it was still a little soft. She looked down and saw a pile of broken arms and legs. Captain, what's going on? Qi Yishuan took a breath, because he was holding Chen Weimao in his hands. He had to use his feet to respectfully move these limbs aside. Mu Fenghua appeared at this time. He looked unhappy, and when he met Chen Weimao's gaze, he immediately turned his head away. That doctor has a bad temper. Yishuan, don't argue with him. It was a bit difficult for him to say the word doctor, so he reluctantly called him that for now. I say, who are you looking for? You can't even guarantee basic hygiene and safety. Right? Qi Xuan lowered his voice and asked. Are you being deceived? This man used to be a professor at Crystal Mechanical University, named Quilion, and his research direction was biological function enhancement. But later his research results were stolen, and he was framed. And he fell into poverty. He makes a living by doing illegal business in places like this. Can you believe it? The captain has tried many people. And he can do it. But he didn't say in detail how he tried it. Using mental power to deeply affect other people's brains has always been a controversial behavior in the Federation. This time, the captain broke all the rules that could be broken. Even if Meng Leji said it was okay. It was hard for Qi Xuan not to have doubts in this situation. It was only when we entered the final laboratory that it looked decent. Although it was a bit shabby. The various instruments were still complete. There was a handwritten banner hanging on the wall, which was out of tune with the sense of technology around it. My past, present, and future are all created by me. I am my maintainer and service provider. My existence is infinite. Meng Leji was talking to a person with a metal body. When he saw someone coming, the person did not move his body. But the shell from his neck began to rotate regularly and finally, driving his head to turn completely around. She? Why is she as thin as a chicken? A cyborg? Although he judges people by appearance, it seems that there is something about her. He opened the panel, and dozens of mechanical tentacles immediately extended from the test bench. Lie down. Qi Xuan put Chen Weimo on the table, and then he and Meng Leji stepped aside. Her injury has not improved at all? Meng Leji asked in a low voice. 2 days later, he saw that the scar on Chen Weimo's face did not seem to change. Yes. I can only say that it has not worsened. But I think she's in good spirits. How can she be fine without energy for 2 or 3 days? As Meng Leji said, the data showed that Chen Weimo's physiological functions were close to the warning value. Although Chen Weimo knew that her normal level was different from others. The scan results were still not optimistic. The headlights above her head made it difficult for her to open her eyes. And as the cold equipment touched her body, she slowly closed her eyes. She never wanted to be recorded by the Federation. But at this moment, she was so clearly displayed in front of Shibo. This Quilion only has his original face. The rest of his body is already a mechanical prosthesis, which is somewhat similar to Zhonghe. His eyes narrowed behind the heavy micro screen. Is there a problem? Mu Fenghua asked. Her throat tightened, unable to hide her nervousness. Her craftsmanship is good, isn't it? It's very sophisticated in all aspects. Oh, that's it. Quilion lowered his head, looking across the screen to re-examine them. In order to maintain the appearance without making major changes to the genes, you simply enhance the physiological limit. You are really cruel. They didn't know what he was talking about. But Meng Wei's words suddenly echoed in their ears. Nearly 95% of the muscles in the body have repeatedly burst, ulcerated and healed. So do you have any solution? Meng Leji asked. Yes. Yes. It depends on what you choose. Quirion sat on the swivel chair and turned around leisurely. Demand promotes production. You can certainly ask for customized services. In her case, he quickly switched the screen. Page 1, failed skin, muscles, and bones are all replaced with mechanical prostheses. The transformation time is 3 to 4 days, and the success rate is over 90%. Of course, this is different from your initial production process, but the final effect should be good. Page 2, change genes, reshape the brain. The transformation time is uncertain, and the success rate is 60% to 70%. It is not difficult to move the gene chain, but her basic structure has been changed. If she moves one hair, it will affect the whole body. In addition, the brain tissue is defective, so the uncertainty is relatively large. But once it succeeds, it will definitely be stronger than before. Page 3, reactivate cell activity and stimulate some brain structures. The transformation time is about 10 days, 48 hours up and down depending on the physical condition of the experimental subject. And the success rate depends on the actual situation of the experimental subject. This is what you are more familiar with. It uses some physical methods to directly stimulate from the outside world. I won't introduce it in detail. However, the people in Shibuya didn't understand it. They looked at each other, but no one dared to expose it in front of Quilion. A stranger. Chen Weimo silently stretched out his hand and made a 3. Quilion saw that the others didn't say anything, so he was not surprised. Everyone wanted both. He stood up and went out. You guys negotiate. The price is the same. It's better to give a result quickly. Otherwise I'm afraid she will die on my test bench. That physical method doesn't sound very comfortable. Chen Weimao. Qi Yixuan actually felt that none of them would work. What kind of biomechanic? He didn't seem to give the corresponding respect to the life of the organism. Then what do you think we should do? You're already lying here, and you're still thinking about changing places? Ear felt that these people were really hesitant. If Chen Weimao hadn't been unable to speak now, she would have made the decision long ago. While they were talking, Chen Weimao tugged at the corner of Meng Leji's clothes. Who was closest to him? Chapter 45. To be honest, I can't even ask her why she insisted on choosing the third option. You can't bear it. Right? Who wouldn't? Mu Fenghua and Qi Yixuan sat on the roof, looking at the strange scenery of this strange planet with impatience. 70% of the population of Crystal has mechanical prostheses, and at least half of them have undergone functional transformation. At first, it was because of the war, and the gaps of injuries were too large, so they had to do it. Later, it evolved into a pure pursuit of power. In the center of the capital where they are, there is a very eye-catching, towering ring arena that can accommodate 100,000 people. That is where they can legally release their power. They cannot evaluate and discard some things that others think are important in exchange for what they think is important. Universal values are built up by personal values, but they cannot deny everyone's ideas. So how can they be universally applicable? Moreover, they are people from two different worlds. Huh? Where is the captain? Qi Yixuan asked. And he could not see him anywhere. I'm going to report back to Iran. Mu Fenghua glanced at Ir, who was resting with his eyes closed not far away, and deliberately lowered his voice and said, The fusion agent has been sent to Uncle Meng and the others, and the results should be out soon. The aggressiveness of the insect beasts has been greatly increased, and they have been stimulated to go crazy and attack the human race. This will soon not be a problem that they can solve by just a few people. Mu Fenghua's face became heavier. This may be their last free time. Qi Yixuan sighed. I have never taken such an awkward vacation in my life. Chen Weimao is still in there, being tortured. Meng Leji went to reply to the message, but he did not do it just to avoid people. No strangers are allowed to enter during the experiment. He leaned against the outer wall and heard Chen Weimao's painful and suppressed voice for the first time. Even if there were no acquaintances around, she would not scream out in pain. But being able to make a sound is also a good thing. He could only think so. After a whole day, Quilion came out of the house. When he opened the door, he was startled by Meng Leji standing beside him. Why? Don't you trust me? No. I just came to see how she is. I told you that no one can enter before a round of transformation is completed? Yes. But? It's useless for you to enter. It's strange that she can respond to you. Meng Leji grabbed Quilion, who was about to leave. Although Quilion accepted all orders, he was also afraid of people making trouble. What's more, the person in front of him was polite, but he dared to fight against his mechanical prosthesis with bare hands and made him unable to move. I'm afraid he is not a good person. However, he had been in the business for so many years that he had already mastered the first two words of strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If he pulled his face and added that he was asking for something from him, it would usually work. What's the matter? Want to return the goods halfway? How is she now? Quilion looked at the other person's expression. He could see that she was not here to repair the weapon, as he had thought at the beginning. You outsiders are just hypocritical. Since she is the same as you, why did you transform her? Since you have used her, why invest too much emotion? But she is different now, and you are reluctant to let her go. Is life more important or your moral defense line more important? Every word was so precious that Meng Leji was speechless. Quirion did not give him the opportunity to explain and continued, You seem to be a manager, but you probably haven't done anything big. You are not as decisive as the one inside. Forget it. If you want to go in, go in. Let's make it clear in advance that the money will not be returned. If anyone dares to make trouble, he will kill the experimental subject directly. No one should think about it. Chen Weimao had a long dream. In the dream, she seemed to be injected with a source of energy, and the heat and pressure continued to spread. The tearing pain penetrated the inactive surface endlessly. Then she was thrown into some kind of liquid, like countless needles piercing her skin at the same time. She couldn't tell whether it was burning or biting cold, and she couldn't escape. The temperature flowed straight from her body like a trickle. Maybe blood. Maybe something else. Anyway, it all dissipated together. The most terrifying thing is that when she woke up from the dream, she found that it was not a dream, but everything she was experiencing in reality. She was immersed in a 2-meter-high transparent container, with only simple breathing equipment. She was numb and stopped struggling, floating and swaying like a krill as the microwaves of the equipment changed the water. She opened her eyes slightly, and it seemed that there was a person standing outside, but she couldn't see clearly. The first day's transformation project was to stimulate the heart and brain, and stimulate new activity on the original basis. If it was effective, it would immediately assist with enhancement. Means, Quillian said. No destruction. No construction. So this is what he meant. Meng Liji almost fled. In the final analysis, he was unwilling to admit that he had turned Chen Weimao into a festering ghost. No matter what the purpose was. He sat at the door, silent for a long time. Then, he dialed the light brain. Captain Meng, are you back? Meng Wei was drinking tea leisurely on the light screen. Not yet. I'm in Crystal now. And I have something to ask Professor Ming. Crystal? Meng Wei's eyes suddenly widened. And he remembered something. It's for that little girl. Right? Yes. Meng Liji and his father have always contacted Professor Ming for everything. Does Professor Ming know about the Federation's genetic movement? After Meng Wei told him about the test results at home last time, Meng Liji remembered the changes in the direction of technological development over hundreds of years in the history of the Federation. Since human genetic modification became a trend in the Federation 300 years ago, human lifespan and physical endurance have been greatly improved. When basic survival support is enhanced, human desires are also magnified. The rich have their own way of reform, and the poor have their own way of making do. But with differences, there will be desires and oppression. Social vicious incidents are frequent, and power has become the chariot that dominates reason. Until 100 years ago, local civil unrest broke out in various parts of the Federation. Although the Federation soon restored peace under the suppression of various legions, the genetic reform movement has continued for 60 or 70 years since then, involving human rights, technology, philosophy, and other aspects. Due to the wide range of interests involved, it was not until 30 years ago that human genetic modification was completely banned by law. Many radical researchers were dissatisfied with the federal government's one-size-fits-all decision and fought for cruel genetic experiments on animals and plants under condemnation. There are still disputes to this day, and today's gene needles are the remnants and extensions of the achievements of that time. Biopharmaceutical companies use more gentle technology and a form that is more easily accepted and recognized by the public to package and make profits. But compared with the most glorious time, the effect of gene needles now is just a drop in the bucket. I know. Are you sure she is a cyborg? Meng Wei asked. Almost. You have to be more rigorous about this matter, and have data to support it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get up. I tell you. Ms. Luo Guiying pushed him aside and appeared on camera herself. Where is Chen Weimao? The effort to get that scene out of his mind collapsed instantly. Meng Liji took a deep breath. She was injured before, and her body's tolerance reached the critical value, and she couldn't repair herself. She is receiving treatment again. Meng Wei rushed over again. Did you send her for human experiments? The scene was very awkward for a while. Luo Guiying came out to smooth things over. There is nothing we can do about it. How is she now? Not very good. Very bad. Seeing Chen Weima's look, he was not even sure if it would succeed. Do you think she was created by the Federation? Meng Wei also calmed down and asked. There is no right or wrong in this matter. If they were not forced by the situation, they would not do such a thing. Chen Weimao and we share the same roots. She spoke the same language and had the same habits as us before she came to the Federation. Meng Liji had already made a guess in his mind. But she doesn't know her age, so she doesn't know when she was modified. Meng Wei recalled, I have also experienced the days when genetic modification was abolished. And I know some people. Who do you want to find? Are there still people who strongly demand the retention of human body modification? There are indeed not many. Everyone knows the current situation and has basic scientific and technological ethics. Human experiments are too cruel, and not many researchers can persist in doing them. I remember that time. Meng Wei glanced at the people around him, trying to get confirmation. Does Wu Fujia? the chief technology officer of Icaro's Pharmaceuticals Group. Not want to abolish it. Luo Guining echoed. It was him who openly resisted and was finally expelled from the Federation and will never be accepted again. Where is he now? He died the second year after leaving the Federation. Mingwei didn't like to talk about such heavy topics. He knew too much. And when he left, he secretly took away a lot of information. He was secretly hunted by the Federation and died in Crystal. Meng Leji's eyes moved slightly. He came here? Luo Guining continued. Not many people know about his affairs. Crystal has always liked these things the most. They saw the unusual movements of the Federation and specially took Wu Fujia over. But he couldn't resist the assassination. He died there before he could make great achievements. Then what information did he take away? Wu Fujia must prove himself with something valuable before he will be accepted. That is to say, Crystal has already mastered some of Wu Fujia's information. As for how much he has mastered, it depends on how far the game between them has progressed. No wonder Quilion quickly figured out Chen Weimo's situation and gave a transformation plan very quickly. It turns out that they are from the same school. Captain Meng, I have one more question. Mingwei rubbed his face completely on the screen. If you have evidence to prove that Chen Weimo is the illegal result of the federal people, what will you do next? What is the purpose? Justice does not need a purpose. But what is used to carry the truth? Meng Leji did not answer immediately. You are now investigating the abnormalities of the star beasts. If you add the matter of human body transformation, everything will be clear. I have plenty of time. Okay. You decide. Mingwei stopped there. That. Luo Guining hesitated for a long time, but still asked, how far has the minor transformation progressed? I also want to confirm it. Meng Leji has no knowledge of this field. He is now blindfolded and led by Quilion. Does the transformation of human body functions really need to destroy the skin all over the body? Luo Guining did not expect this to be the case. She could only advise, keep an eye on it. If it is as you said, whether she can hold on depends on herself, not on whether her skills are good or not. Chapter 46. For the next 3 days, Mu Fenghua and Qi Yixuan were both sent out. Lian Yi went to the city center to inquire about the news. Meng Leji told him that if they wanted to know more about mental power and Chen Weimo, they could only cooperate. And Chen Weimo was finally fished out of the pool. The moment she regained air, a burning sensation spread through her trachea into her body. But it was much more comfortable than soaking in the alternating cycle of special acid and alkali liquid. Quilion gave her 2 hours to rest. And then she would enter the next course of treatment. Her external injuries had all healed. Her skin was translucent, and there was no sign of her past suffering. But she still had no strength. And even her fists were limp. She hadn't done anything. But she was just very tired. Quilion didn't treat her as a person, but as a piece of meat on a chopping board. He threw her a blanket as the last human care and left. She could only rest on a small stool by the wall, stepping barefoot on the unclean floor, watching the water from the washing solution drip down her hair onto the back of her feet. There was a sound of anxious footsteps in the corridor. Chen Weimo didn't even want to raise her head, but she thought it must be Meng Leji. Quilion said the first stage was successful? Meng Leji panted, carefully checked her up and down, and helped her wrap the blanket tighter. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Uncomfortable? She didn't feel comfortable anywhere. Captain. She spoke. Her voice was light. I'm here. I'm so hungry. She hadn't eaten for a long time. Quilion told her that her structure was very delicate. After some functions were damaged, her body would focus all its energy on basic survival and adjust to the lowest consumption mode. So without any food, she could still maintain a normal appearance on the surface. But inside, she had actually slowed down from a normally functioning machine to only the core system working. Meng Leji took out the nutrient solution he had prepared in advance. But seeing that her outstretched hand was shaking, he simply brought it to her mouth. Did he do anything to your brain? He asked. Probably not. He has been focusing on improving my limb function. Chen Weimo wanted to take Meng Leji to the operating table to see the test records. But before he could stand up completely, his calves became weak and his body leaned forward. He was about to fall to the ground, but was caught in time. What are you doing? Meng Leji didn't know her current condition and was even surprised. Is this the success that Quilion said? The frail and weak Willow didn't match Chen Weimo at all. He looked at the person in his arms and felt inexplicably irritated. I changed my skin. It's very tiring. Chen Weimo said briefly. She didn't want to tell Meng Lizhi how she changed it. Or else, he would start nagging again. She suddenly remembered something and pushed Meng Lizhi weakly. Don't get so close to me. The strong alkali liquid on my body has only been diluted, not completely washed off. Meng Lizhi naturally knew that his hands had already turned red. Just this little residue can make people feel itchy and painful. And Chen Weimo has been in this environment for several days. Quirion said. Because you have a good foundation. If everything goes well, it will be almost done in 5 days. How will he spend these 5 days? Why do you have to choose this treatment method? That day, she pulled at the corner of her clothes, unable to say a word, and looked at herself stubbornly. Although Meng Lizhi did not major in science and engineering, he also had a general understanding of it. The 3 options given by Quirion each had their own pain. But it was obvious that the mechanical prosthesis would cause the least harm to her. The second method of transformation from the root is dangerous. But the process is not as bloody as it is now. And it will not be worse than what she is now. Chen Weimo wants to keep herself. She only wants to recover, not change. This is the only thing that belongs to her from the past. And she can't lose it again. What are you doing these days? Chen Weimo tried to start a conversation awkwardly. Part of Crystal's technology comes from the Federation. Meng Lizhi only said this sentence. And she knew it. Then you guys be careful. She felt a little uncomfortable. Thinghua has temporarily modified the appearance of our mecha, so it won't be recognized. I do it as soon as possible. Take care of yourself first. Meng Lizhi wiped her hair with a rag blanket. Don't die on his lab table. You won't die. If it's all external stimulation of the body's renewal, then she can bear it. It's no big deal. She used to dream, and she had a much harder time in her dreams than this. Chen Weimo lowered her head slightly, but still couldn't help muttering. You went to investigate human body modification. Is it for me? Yes. If it's too difficult, don't do it. Don't you always want to know? Meng Lizhi knew it well. She lived in the Federation so humiliatedly just for her true origins. She thought that one day, she would be able to unravel the complicated information. She agreed to her invitation to join Shibua, hoping to have the opportunity to get close to more senior people. Everyone in Shibua understood. There will be other breakthrough points, such as the person who wanted to kill me. Chen Weimo raised her head and looked into Meng Lizhi's eyes. This is my own business. If you say so, then I'm in trouble. Meng Lizhi was not surprised by Chen Weimo's reaction. Investigating human body modification is to maintain the dignity and spiritual value of the human community, which is conducive to long-term development. For behaviors that endanger human health and safety, we must. Captain, I have a headache and can't sit still anymore. Chen Weimo fell down. But she knew Meng Lizhi would not let her fall. Who did you learn this from? Meng Lizhi laughed. Chen Weimo stayed quietly for a while, and then heard Meng Lizhi say, we have been here for too short a time. So the fastest way to get the information is only the 36th fighting tournament this year. The one in the city center? Although Chen Weimo's arms and legs were not very agile when she came, she also saw the huge building that was hard to ignore. In the shabby city of Crystal, the strange, new, and extremely prominent arena seemed like something from another world. The winner can obtain the newly released transformation data. This should be very backward. Right? Yes. But yours is a backward transformation model here. Chen Weimo, that's right. Mechanical prostheses are popular in Crystal now. Yixuan and Fenghua have already made it to the top 50. Using mecha? That's right. The rules of the fighting competition are extremely loose. As long as you can win, it doesn't matter what you use or what you do. What is it you're doing? She suddenly remembered that there was another person. Meng Lizhi smiled with an ambiguous meaning. You know when you see him. The door was pushed open with a thump. It's time. It's time. The irrelevant people are gone. Quilion said this to Meng Lizhi, but he was stunned when he entered the room. Why are they all on the ground? What are you doing? Are you pretending to be pitiful and trying to lower the price? I won't give you less money. Meng Lizhi helped Chen Weimo up. But you must also ensure your professionalism and accuracy. What do you mean by that? You are questioning me. Quilion immediately got angry when he heard this. You know it very well. Meng Lizhi left after saying one sentence without any explanation. If he tricked him, this academic geek would definitely not be able to sleep in the second half of the night, and would be very careful with every step. Quilion was so angry that he turned around and asked Chen Weimo anxiously, what did you say to him just now? Chen Weimao looked at him in confusion. Forget it. This girl's patience has reached this level. What else can she complain about? Quilion recalled the whole process carefully. And there were no mistakes. Hurry up. Get on the stage. Don't delay the progress. Or you say it's my fault later. He didn't think about it anymore. And just got to work. The accumulation of skin durability has not been completed. And there are other ways to enhance it waiting for her. Qi Yixuan had just finished a fighting match and was resting in the backcourt. Mu Fenghua came up. It's cruel enough to tear off his limbs. He knows mechanical knowledge. And he wanted to destroy the basic survival reserves on my mecha right away. He wanted to kill me. So why did I keep him? Qi Yixuan said unhappily. It's his claws that have damaged my mecha in several places. You can help me fix it later. Okay. Mu Fenghua agreed honestly. But the materials are not enough. Do you know where to get better materials? Asked Ear. Hasn't he been hanging out on the streets? He can't stay there anymore. He flirted with a few girls. But they turned out to be good players in fighting competitions. He is being hunted now. Then wish him good luck. Let's do it ourselves. When Qi Yixuan thought of the brave individuals on the field, she was worried for Yi. Where is the captain? I haven't seen him these days. Mu Fenghua whispered. He has contacted someone from the Mechanical University. He uses the identity of Uncle Meng's special reporter of the Star Nature Conservation Association to follow the school leaders, to watch the fighting games all day long. Sitting on the judge's seat? You are worthy of being the captain. Qi Yixuan sighed. She fought all day long. But the captain went out to eat and drink. Is he good enough? He doesn't know any natural science knowledge. And he is not afraid of being recognized by others? It's mainly because he's good at praising people. And everyone loves him. And the captain said that he used his mental power to influence people. And what they saw was not his real face. Qi Yixuan, his performance these days really doesn't seem to be just at the Super 3's level. There's no need to report this kind of thing. That's right. Let's just play well. We try to get this done before Chen Weimao recovers. Mu Fenghua was rarely so motivated. Since she joined Shibua, our workload has been extremely uneven. She moves too fast. She goes straight to the action when something happens. She's almost our bodyguard. Qi Yixuan also felt the same way. Even Oji, who is engaged in melee mecha, is a step slower than her. The next match is a 4-person free-for-all. We are finally going to meet. Who will win? Qi Yixuan smiled and said, Can you beat me? Why don't you try? 2 more people came in from the backcourt. And they were their opponents. The 4 people's eyes met, which was a silent test. But the 2 did not stop and went straight to the court. They have a gravity cannon on their right arm. Mu Fenghua looked unfriendly. Isn't that thing very big? Are you sure? The structure is correct. The gravity cannon will use the gravitational field to control or destroy, attracting or pushing the target away. Don't use the normal mode when you go on the court. Okay. Chapter 47. To be honest, I like the 4-person melee the most. Forming an alliance quickly, breaking it down quickly, and then turning around to fight with the allies just now. This is the most tactical game. Salifa, an optics professor at the Mechanical University, watched the 4-person melee on the field and sighed with admiration. 2 fully transformed humans and 2 mechas. The 2 men are not at a disadvantage. Compared with mechas, humans are more flexible. And if they are equipped with suitable weapons, they can naturally compete with them. Reporter Jia is right. You are well informed outside. Have you ever encountered such a thing? Yes. Their skin is very strong. Some can even tear metal with bare hands. Cyborgs? Then I don't know. Although reporters are close to the battle, they never get involved in it. If I knew too much, I would still be alive to watch such a wonderful fighting match. Salifo smiled happily. Keep watching. Mengleji had a smile on his face. But his heart was not at peace. The appearance of the gravity cannon reduced the mecha's offensive advantage by half. And Qi Yixuan and Mu Fenghua could not play freely. And Mu Fenghua's left wing had been cut off. He didn't think they would lose. But the damage to the mecha might affect the future. They were unfamiliar with the place. And there were not many materials that could be used for the mecha. Besides, Qi Yixuan's mecha had been damaged in the last game. Who do you think will win? Reporter Jia? Salif had to express his opinion while watching. I think the mecha will win. Oh! Didn't you favor the cyborg just now? I don't know as much about machinery as the professor. But I have seen a lot of actual combat. Mengleji smiled. The gravity cannon has a certain impact on the accuracy of the mecha's attack. and the two mechas have indeed suffered. But seeing the situation, the mecha quickly adjusted its strategy and chose close combat. In this way, even if the attack is inaccurate, it can use the momentum of the body to immediately launch the next attack. Reporter Jia is really as clear as seeing fire. Salif nodded with satisfaction. No wonder the association sent a reporter here. I guess President Ming must be very satisfied with his favorite student. Professor, you are too kind. As soon as the words fell, the two cyborgs were eliminated. Mu Fenghua's mecha was severely damaged and automatically admitted defeat. Today's game. I think all four of us are no longer viable. Salifo stood up to leave, and Mengleji followed him naturally. Is there anything wrong with the winning mecha? Mengleji asked knowingly. The fuselage is damaged and can't be repaired in a short time. That's a pity. Qi Yishuan and Mu Fenghua got out of the mecha and looked at the two fiercely. This is not a fight. Isn't this just dismantling the machine on the spot? Mu Fenghua said angrily. He didn't want to admit defeat. But there was really no need to let the mecha be damaged by his own people again. No way. There are no rules in fighting. We are not used to the rules here. Qi Yishuan admitted it. Her mecha was better than Mu Fenghua's, but not much better. Even if Mu Fenghua helps to repair it now, it may be too late. Forget it. Let's go first. The next game is tomorrow. Let's try again. Just in case it works. Mu Fenghua was a little discouraged, but she would never let her emotions affect the normal work progress. After leaving the stadium, some enthusiastic spectators came up to greet Qi Yishuan. But through the crowd, she saw the two opponents walking towards her from a distance. The damaged part has not been repaired yet, but two knives have been temporarily installed. But they bumped into someone after walking only 2 steps. Don't you have eyes? They were already in a bad mood after losing the game. And the gravity cannon they spent a lot of money to install was also removed by someone. So they had no place to vent their anger. Sorry. The man was much shorter than the two cyborgs. And he was wearing a hood. He didn't even raise his head. And he apologized perfunctorily and wanted to keep walking. This made them even angrier. Don't you even have a good apology? I did. Is that your attitude? He raised his knife and chopped at the man. Even though this was a busy city, the man still lowered his head and only raised his hand. Everyone thought she was dead. But the knife, which was longer than a man, fell into the man's hand and suddenly broke crisply, like a child's toy that could not withstand the play of adults. The cyborg saw that this ordinary little dwarf had amazing strength and did not react for a while. It was just a second or two of hesitation before a solid fist landed on his stomach. He was hammered out like a sandbag, without any resistance. The other man did move. But just as he started, his intact mechanical prosthesis was crushed by her. Anything else? She asked calmly. The man fled in panic, taking his other shattered companion with him. The hooded passerby glanced in the direction of Qi Yishuan and walked away. Sorry to bother you. She looked up and saw 2 people who looked well-mannered. Are you from outside? Yes. I came to watch the game. But I didn't make it. Oh. Salifo looked at the strange woman. The 2 you just beat are the contestants. Really? It seems I don't need to watch anymore. Salifo likes this kind of capital arrogance. Let me introduce myself. I am Salif, a professor of optics at Crystal University of Mechanical Engineering. Would you like to participate in the next game? Are you the organizer? No. But I know someone from the organizer. As long as you agree, you can directly join the next round. Why should I participate? To meet new friends. And there will be prizes if you win. What prizes? It seems like a complete tourist. Salifo patiently explained. The scientific and technological achievements related to biological transformation are something that many places are eager to get. Do you have money? If you win, of course you can sell it for money. How much? Salifo's forehead was bulging with veins. This depends on the buyer you find. Buying a building should not be a problem. She thought for a moment. Okay. What's your name? I save a seat for you. Chen Weimao. In an inconspicuous street corner, Chen Weimao stood on the steps, kicking the dirt on the ground out of boredom. The sound of running came from the path next to him. Didn't you say 10 days? Today is only the 8th day. Qi Yishuan asked excitedly. When she saw Chen Weimao just now, she was so surprised that she almost exposed herself and wanted to go up and talk. But Mengleji connected their perceptions and asked them to meet here. Is your brain okay? Can you accept the captain's perception? Mu Fenghua asked. No. I still hate this feeling. Chen Weimao looked uninterested. Meng Liji was a little later than the others. Salafo was not easy to dismiss. He dragged Meng Liji to discuss this powerful passerby for a long time. Meng Liji was also very interested on the surface. But he was already impatient in his heart. Are you all right? He lifted Chen Weimao's hood with one finger and looked carefully up and down. Soon. What kind of answer is this? But Chen Weimao said no more. Quirion actually asked you to come out. I haven't paid the balance yet. Er just went back. I left him there. And Quirion asked me to come out and move around. She didn't say that it was Er who told her that Qi Yishuan might be in trouble because he faced a difficult weapon in the fighting competition. So she showed up at such a good time. But who would have thought that it would be like this? Chen Weimao walked in the front. Walking a little hurriedly, back in the deserted, dilapidated alley, she lost her balance and fell into the waste pile on the side of the road, spewing out a large mouthful of blood. It's okay. Before others could show their concern, she hurriedly explained vaguely. The waste in my body has not been completely excreted after the last round of experiments. What waste? Qi Yishuan couldn't understand what kind of waste there could be in the human body. There was also a sticky solid substance in the pool of blood. Mu Fenghua quietly pulled her, signaling her not to ask any more questions. He had read Chen Weimao's test report, and there were high and low pressure tests near the end. He knew he couldn't judge her with common sense. But at that level, even Chen Weimao's internal organs and blood should be difficult to avoid balance risks. Chen Weimao herself certainly didn't want to say it. Meng Liji helped her calm down. No wonder Chen Weimao's resistance was not as strong as before when he just connected with her perception. He thought that her brain was also perfect after recovery. Would he make her already unbearable body worse? It won't be so fast. Take your time. Chen Weimao struggled to stand up by holding on to Meng Liji and the wall. Then you still agreed to fight in the next round? You can't go. Meng Liji denied it directly. That's right. And me. I haven't been eliminated yet. Qi Yishuan agreed, although she was not confident. It was Quilion who asked me to move more to facilitate recovery. Chen Weimao quoted the doctor's motto to try to shut them up. And your mecha should be more difficult to repair than ordinary ones. So be a little more housekeeping. Is it easier to repair you than to repair the mecha? Mu Fenghua went over this sentence in his mind and immediately felt guilty. I know what I am doing. Chen Weimao said again. You are the least qualified to say this. Meng Liji complained silently. He couldn't just tie Chen Weimao up and stop her from going. What's more, what could he use to tie her up? I asked Quilion privately, and he did agree that Chen Weimao should do intense activities now. On the one hand, it would help stimulate cells. On the other hand, Meng Liji guessed that he should also want to secretly observe Chen Weimao's recovery and record experimental data. After all, there are not many people who come to him for this kind of experiment now. Late at night, Chen Weimao was still awake. The burning pain in her body subsided a little, and she felt hot even when she turned over. She went to the roof to get some fresh air. The fighting competition actually hit her right in the face. She spent the 2 months under Zhong He's guidance, and she didn't know how many cyborgs she had dismantled. Thinking of this, she sent a message to Zhong He. I came to Crystal to fight. Soon. Zhong He responded. Not bad. He didn't wake me up when I was sleeping this time. 1. The fight will officially begin tomorrow. Oh. Why did you go so far to fight? Aren't you working in Shibua? I came here to fix myself and win another prize. 5 minutes later, a video call came in. Show me. You didn't turn into a robot? Zhong He looked up and down and breathed a sigh of relief. I was originally a cyborg. I broke to the limit before, so I came here to update. Zhong He did not show any surprise, and was silent for a moment. Confirmed? Yeah. He had guessed it before. But since he was far away from the Federation, he didn't need to make it clear and cause trouble for himself. Although he specialized in mecha, he was not completely unfamiliar with other branches. The intersection of biology and mecha inevitably involves scientific and technological ethics. He didn't like to participate in such a debate that would never lead to a correct conclusion. If you don't understand something, you can ask me, although I may not know it. Okay. Chapter 48. After one night, the discomfort has not disappeared, but it is much more comfortable than when she just got off the experimental table. Chen Weimao persuaded Qi Yishuan with both emotion and reason, and finally persuaded her to withdraw from the competition. Talking so much is more tiring than fighting on the field. The mecha is precious on the one hand, And she thinks that since she can still move, she should solve her own problems by herself. Qi Yixuan and Mu Fenghua sat in the most inconspicuous corner of the audience. Although they didn't have to go on stage again, they still stood guard to prevent accidents. Ming Liji still wore his shabby glasses and followed Salif to watch the game. When Chen Weimo was waiting, people passing by looked at her sideways without hiding their eyes. "Are you the one who parachuted in?" A three-legged robot came up and greeted him unhappily. "I have never seen a privileged person who joined the competition halfway. What can these thin arms and legs do?" Chen Weimo looked up at the other person, who was twice as tall as herself. "Are you my opponent?" "Exactly. Hello." The bland response was like a punch on cotton, more painful than an obvious provocation. "Hey, don't mess with her." Someone next to him stopped him from finding fault. Yesterday she beat the previous contestant to a pulp. She was specially invited. "Really? She? I saw it with my own eyes." "You be fine later." "You must be kidding. Do you know how much the material of this outfit cost?" "It's military. Being more careful will never hurt you." Chen Weimo's only two weapons were destroyed, so she had to fight with bare hands. Standing in the center of such a grand scene, being watched by tens of thousands of people, she was still a little uncomfortable. She looked at the other party, and there were 2 rows of sharp blades on both wings, thin and sharp, exuding coldness. "Isn't this a ready-made weapon?" Chen Weimo's gaze was too scorching, staring at the other party and wondering whether to take the initiative. "No matter. I won the initiative and beat this guy who looked stunned." He kicked the ground violently, at a very fast speed. His arms, that is, metal wings, extended twice as long in motion as in a static state, plus 3 legs, like a metal ball. There are so many species in the interstellar space, and Chen Weimo has long developed the concept of equality of all things. But what is in front of him is objectively strange. She only dodged slightly when he attacked, and elbowed the key part where the wing connected to his body, with enough force to tear it off in half in an instant. She immediately retreated 2 meters, holding the large number of sword feathers in her hand, waiting for his next attack. If she hadn't wanted to take this thing, she would have won just now. Qi Yixuan sighed silently, showing off. "Envy? Stop talking." Chen Weimo was very comfortable, but his opponent was furious when he saw that his proud sword wing was taken away. He took out all the guns on his body and fired. Chen Weimo didn't want to make such a big move after recovering from a serious illness, but reality didn't allow it, so she had to avoid it as much as possible. Fortunately, it was not a strong penetrating weapon. She cleverly shuttled through the rain of bullets and appeared in front of the opponent almost instantly, punching his chest control system. Chen Weimo wins. Advanced to the top 6. It didn't take much effort. Chen Weimo checked the result on the bulletin board, put her hands in her pockets, and turned to leave. She had to think about where to get a handy weapon. It would be best if it was a knife. The knife could be hidden to catch the opponent off guard. If you carry a gun, the enemy will be on guard from the beginning. Before leaving the center arena, her light brain received a message. "How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Chen Weimo didn't dare to look up in Ming Liji's direction, for fear that he would be suspected. Yesterday, she had a flash of inspiration and pretended not to know Ming Liji. When she realized that she had done the right thing, she praised herself in her heart. Everything is fine. The next game is a 3-person game, and the 2 winners will compete for the final championship. She will definitely be investigated privately for doing this today. But she didn't expect that someone would block her when she left the stadium. Why is it that the custom here? Is it to provoke in public? If a player is injured, the others will automatically win, right? Chen Weimo looked at the man and woman and asked. "Yes, but we are not here to cause trouble. We hope to cooperate." The woman spoke directly. "I am Ai Xinghe, and this is my brother Ai Guan." "Cooperation on what?" Chen Weimo saw Qi Yixuan and Mu Fenghua passing by. She casually touched her ear and turned on the microphone hidden in the ear canal. The siblings invited Chen Weimo to a secluded place. "Your strength is obvious to all. We know we can't beat you. Yet there is no necessary reason to get the prize. We will not come up to disturb you casually," Ai Xinghe said frankly. "We need that information to save people." "Human body modification?" "Yes, to save the modified people." Chen Weimo remained calm. "There are people doing this everywhere in Crystal." "Right." Ai Xinghe remained silent, and Ai Guan also looked embarrassed. "We don't have money." Chen Weimo suddenly thought of a question. She had been so painful these days that she had forgotten. How much does it usually cost? It depends on the materials used to install a mechanical prosthesis. The minimum is 700,000. And the maximum is unlimited. Renovations that preserve the original appearance are more expensive, generally costing more than 80 million. Chen Weimao took a breath. She didn't pity these two people. She just thought that she worked hard from dawn to dusk and finally owed tens of millions of dollars. She couldn't pay it back even if she was dismantled by weight and sold for specimens. Who do you want to save? Save my other brother. Ai Xinghe gritted his teeth. If he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, who would be willing to tell outsiders about the bitterness of his family? It's Ai Guan's twin brother. He was tricked into working and ended up being reformed. Failed? Yes, his life is in danger. And he is now relying on hallucinogens to survive. Wouldn't that make his mental health worse? Ai Xinghe's expression aged a bit in an instant. Of course I know. But if he doesn't use that thing, he can't hold on. Chen Weimao should be the one who knows what she is talking about best. Who did it? Freedom Technology. Hate cannot be hidden. After Ai Xinghe said this name, Ai Guan next to him was cursing with his face. What a coincidence. Chen Weimao calmed down instantly. You and I will not be in the same group next time. Right? Let's talk after you win. She didn't want to say more now, so she turned around and left. When she returned to the laboratory, she asked Quilion to re-record the data of various body functions. Compared with yesterday, there was a great improvement. Even Quilion sighed that she was really a cyborg chosen by God. It was even a pity that there was no data from her before. Otherwise he could compare it to see if she had improved more. Although Chen Weimao didn't need this kind of praise. Being tough is her gift, not something she was born with for transformation. Meng Liji came back with Qi Yishuan and Mu Fenghua. Judging from his expression, he must have known what happened on the way. Do you believe what they said? Meng Liji asked. Not completely, since he was able to play in this schedule. And he didn't have powerful prosthetic limbs. He was not a fool. Chen Weimao specifically inquired about it. The weapons these two people used on the field were quite rare and expensive. You have money to make weapons, but no money to save your brother? And it just happened to be Freedom Technology. So what do you want to do? Chen Weimao said, let Ear help me keep an eye on them for the next 2 days to see if we can find any clues. I've told him. And he's already gone. Will he listen to you so easily? Meng Liji hesitated for a moment. His expression subtle. It's not a difficult task for him. Seeing that Meng Liji didn't speak, Chen Weimao moved closer and whispered, Captain, how much did it cost to transform me? Why? You have to pay me back? Of course I have to, Chen Weimao said with a stiff face. I start by deducting it from your monthly salary. Meng Liji raised his lips slightly, but said nothing. Is it a lot? I did some calculations in my head. And if I leave you a portion of your living expenses every month, you may have to work for me for free for 193 years and 7 months. What does that mean? I have to provide you with floor heating after burying you in the ground. And purify the air after cremation? Chen Weimao suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. Breathe. Meng Liji kindly reminded her. Chen Weimao didn't know what her expression was now. But the other party's faint smile was like a gentle knife, cutting her blood. Just kidding. I won't let you pay it back. I want to save you. What does it have to do with you? Meng Liji smiled lightly and patted her shoulder. It's considered a work injury. It's not a problem to support you. I have plenty of money. Captain, you? She wanted to ask. Are all the properties she holds legal? My ancestors were rich. My parents are capable. And I have a promising future. Meng Liji answered her question as if he could read her mind. Although that was what he said. Chen Weimao couldn't really let it go. They still had to settle their own affairs. At most, she would work hard. Don't be so desperate in the future. I want comrades. Not a death squad. Chen Weimao, The 3-to-1 competition was not difficult. The other two heard about Chen Weimao and joined forces to attack her. But with absolute strength. The number of people was not very important. Chen Weimao quickly qualified for the finals. Ai Xinghe is also like this. Chen Weimao didn't know why Ear was so good at this kind of investigation. Anyway, the investigation was very thorough. Ai Xinghe and Ai Guan lived in the most remote, cheapest, and least crowded abandoned building complex in the southwest of the city. It took 2 hours to walk from the stadium to where they lived. But these two people never spent money on taking a car. And they would pick up some useful things on the road. The food they bought was more than 2 people's portions. And they always brought medicine back. But the types of medicine were too diverse. And it was difficult to determine what the corresponding symptoms were. It does contain hallucinogenic neurological drugs. When they closed the door, Ear could hear faint shouting and collisions from outside. After listening to a long list, Chen Weimao and Meng Liji stared at Ear quietly. What's wrong? Ear touched his face. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Am I handsome again? That's all? Meng Liji asked back. It's already very impressive. Why are you still not satisfied? You haven't used your ability at all? Chen Weimao also questioned. Ear's calm face suddenly broke into a big smile. Of course I did. I looked at all 3 of them. Sure enough, he would not miss the opportunity to find out about other people's emotions. That woman is always sad. The brother is always angry. And the other one is always in pain. The pain is so severe that his nerves are no longer normal. Is he really a cyborg? Yes, but not as thorough as you. Just at the beginning. He can't stand it anymore. Ear squatted in front of Chen Weimao and drew circles on her knees. I went in and felt it. It's only 1/3 of yours. After going in, Chen Weimao knew what he meant. It was not about entering the house, but sharing perception. But how did he make the comparison? You? I often accompany you outside. I know your pain. Ear turned his head slightly and looked at Meng Liji provocatively. Chapter 49. Don't do such boring things in the future, Chen Weimao said unhappily. I know. It doesn't matter if he is rejected, but it makes Meng Liji unhappy. And Ear is in a good mood. Chen Weimao didn't see the childish calculations between the 2 of them, and his mind was full of the person who was transformed. If there is really such a person, then AI Xinghe didn't lie. In fact, it's okay to copy the data to them. But how can we save them? Unless the experiment is completed. It is impossible to go back to the past. Ear also said that the man's thinking and nerves were severely damaged. If he lost his clear desire to survive, how could he survive under such strong external forces? Either he would die or be transformed to death. He seemed to have no way to survive. Do you want to help them? Meng Liji saw that Chen Weimao didn't speak. So he asked. It's useless to help. The man won't live long. Ear told the truth. Even if they knew what to do, would they do it? Unless you give them money directly, and let them find professionals to do it. But maybe they should have the right to know. Chen Weimao looked at Meng Liji, asking for advice. Do it if you want to, but don't show mercy in the arena. Got it. The fighting finals were packed on the day, and it was rare for Crystal to have the last 2 contestants not transformed in appearance. One was extremely strong in physical fitness and stood out without weapons, and the other relied on a set of exquisite weapons to fight to the end. Although the theme has changed, it is still worth watching. Meng Liji said that AI Xinghe's most special weapon is the space folding device, which is tied to her other conventional weapons. No matter the knife or gun, she can attack the target accurately without direct contact under her skilled operation. He has seen AI Xinghe's competition. His physical fitness and aim are not top-notch, but his combat awareness is first class. Many times, he can't dodge in time, and subconsciousness is always the best solution, combined with the folding space to make up for the gap. It's pretty good overall. Meng Liji can praise it, which means there are difficult places to deal with. Chen Weimao stared at the space folding device with undisguised curiosity. Are you interested in it? AI Xinghe shook his head. When I win, tell me where you got it from. Chen Weimao said it in a positive way. What if it's me? AI Xinghe took the initiative, and the micro-energy shield instantly rose to protect the vital parts, disappeared on the spot, and shuttled in front of Chen Weimao in a flash, with the sharp blade only a finger away from her neck. Chen Weimao admitted that she could not judge where AI Xinghe might appear, and could only rely on the-spot reaction to avoid danger. But she didn't expect AI Xinghe to choose close combat right from the start. Maybe it was because she saw other people trying to suppress her with guns in the previous few games. But she was immune to physical bullets. She brought this upon herself. Chen Weimao clamped the blade with her backhand, and AI Xinghe was immediately unable to pull it hard. But she reacted quickly, and used the folding device to appear behind Chen Weimao. Why didn't she fight? Mu Fenghua asked in confusion in the stands. The knife can be taken away, but there is no time to fight? Qi Xuan raised his eyebrows. Are you betting? At the end of this game, AI Xinghe's weapon and person will be intact. Chen Weimao was aware of the movement behind her, But she did not turn around and made a beautiful knife flower. The knife was made of good material. And there was even a totem on it. But she did not recognize it. She had to remember it now, so that she could ask after the game. Ai Xinghe took out a weapon with a very wide muzzle from somewhere, and pointed it at Chen Weimo. The moment she pulled the trigger, she was shocked by the recoil and leaned back. But she disappeared immediately, and appeared at the other end of the field. This time it was an energy wave attack. Chen Weimo flew to avoid it, and stopped. Ai Xinghe appeared in front of her again, carrying a heavy iron chain. Unfortunately, Chen Weimo didn't want to waste time anymore. Neither speed nor strength could trap her. The only reason why she allowed this kind of harassing attack was that she wanted to see how to use the space folding device. Ai Xinghe didn't seem to have received any special training. He was quite ruthless, and tried to kill with one blow. If this folding device was placed on someone else, the utilization rate should be higher. The moment Ai Xinghe approached again, she shattered the energy shield with one punch. This is all thanks to Mengleji and the others. She didn't understand it at all before, and she didn't dare to attack it rashly when she encountered it. Later, following Shibo, she gradually understood the difference. Small visible energy shields like this are mostly used to defend against physical attacks. The principle is basically to restrain and materialize energy. This is also the only shield that her brute force can deal with, as long as she stops controlling her strength and goes all out. This kind of shield can probably be broken. Obviously, Ai Xinghe didn't expect Chen Weimo to be able to do this. After a moment of surprise, her weapons were stripped clean by Chen Weimo, and she was knocked to the ground. I used to be so poor that I always coveted good things. Although I'm not that rich now, I still have this habit. Sorry. Chen Weimo played with a space folding device in her hand, and found a row of inconspicuous numbers. She then placed the other weapons neatly on the ground. You have a lot of things on you. When I was the richest, I only had 2 knives. But now I have none. This was the most careless defeat of Ai Xinghe. No matter how miserable or embarrassed he was in the past, he could still fight back and forth for a few rounds. Today, it turns out that I was fooled from the beginning. Tell me, where did you get the space folding device? Ai Xinghe lay on the ground, his throat sour. You promised to give it to me? I will go to the upper stand to receive the award later. You wait for me at the corner of the street. Chen Weimo climbed to the highest stand under the guidance of the staff. The award ceremony will not be shown to the audience. All non-large-scale fighting competitions that are not held throughout the year will come to an abrupt end after the winner is decided. Chen Weimo likes this kind of neat and tidy competition system. The stands were closed rooms with a huge floor-to-ceiling window and an excellent view. That Salif was there too. But there were a few other people, and he was obviously not the protagonist. Fortunately, Mengleji was there too. But Chen Weimo would not take the initiative to see him. I haven't seen such an exciting match in a long time. Someone came up to shake her hand. I am Thorn, the manager of the fighting match. This is Tristan, the president of Crystal Mechanical University. And this is Luowen, the investor of the event. You have already met Professor Salif. Chen Weimo gestured one by one. There is no mechanical modification in this final. Although it is not in line with the original intention of holding the competition, we welcome all strong people. Luowen pushed his glasses, without a smile on his face. Tristan came out to help. Not using technology to disguise strength is a kind of strength in itself. I think this player is not limited by the body, which is a kind of talent. The flesh composed of protein has natural limitations, which will disappear sooner or later as time goes by. Luowen obviously didn't like this kind of praise. Since our wisdom can help us build a stronger shell, then it doesn't matter where the soul lives. Strength is the ultimate. What? What? East? West? Chen Weimo looked puzzled. She just came to get the information and leave after getting it. What are these uncles talking about? Tristan smiled at Chen Weimo. Don't mind it. Manager Luowen's brain is a semi-mechanical structure. He speaks directly, and directly refutes any dissenting opinions. Luowen added, wisdom can generate power. But stronger power requires more perfect wisdom. This is the general trend. Wisdom is a God-given instinct, and retaining our ability to think is the bottom line. Tristan's smile is still there, but the smile is a little lighter. Man is his own creator, and cannot be violated. This contestant. What do you think? Seymour's theory is just a disguise of human weakness, and it is not suitable for far-reaching development. Contestant. Don't you think so? Chen Weimo. Hey. Oh my! Is contestant Chin from outside? Soren's face turned green, and he hurriedly came up to smooth things over. Are you leaving soon? Then we have to hurry up and give our prizes. Chin Weimo didn't say a word, and after listening to a weird argument, she got the experimental data on human body modification. With Thorn's help, she didn't have to listen to such strange things for long before she could leave. I thought Mengleji would continue to deal with it, but I didn't expect him to leave with me. Captain, what are those people doing? Chin Weimo asked in a complaining tone. Mengleji took off his glasses and pinched his eyebrows. It's a bit complicated. Crystal's mechanical transformation trend is not completely consistent. For example, Luowen supports the mainstream concept, thinking that strength is justice, and it is meaningless to be entangled in the body form. The principal advocates moderate and balanced transformation, which is Seymour's doctrine. As he said, natural thinking power is where the soul is. Do you still remember the words hanging in Quillian's room? Chin Weimo recalled and had some impression. She thought he was being weird before. I've been listening to them quarreling for several days. Mengleji smiled bitterly. Thank you for your hard work. Chin Weimo patted him sympathetically. What did you find out? I didn't pretend to be a reporter just for this information. Ah? Mengleji smiled and didn't continue talking about this topic. He copied a copy of the information for Chen Weimo and handed her a spare computer. The street corner where she and Ai Xinghe had agreed to meet was some distance away from the stadium. When she arrived, Ai Xinghe and Ai Guan had been waiting for a long time. The two of them were obviously relieved when they saw Chen Weimo, but when they saw Mengleji beside them, their expressions were a little strange. Here is the information. Chen Weimo picked up the optical computer to show her, but did not hand it to her immediately. Space folding device. Ai Xinghe lowered his eyebrows. I picked it up on an unknown deserted planet. Did you pick up the knife too? Both. But Mengleji clearly told her that only the Federation could make the space folding device in that shape, and the Federation would not let such things drift around freely. If something goes wrong, the Federal Army will remotely destroy the corresponding equipment. Okay. Chen Weimo reached out and handed over the optical computer, but whispered in a voice that only Ai Xinghe could hear. Keep it well, and remember to erase the number. Ai Xinghe's hand paused and took it, but the next moment, she grabbed Chen Weimo and Mengleji with both hands at the same time, and the two disappeared instantly. Chapter 50. Mengleji stepped on a cylindrical pipe that was only as wide as his wrist, and his body swayed slightly, and was pulled back by Chen Weimo. He almost fell from the roof of a 100-meter-high building. Does that space folder teleport randomly? Chen Weimo was a little angry. She had kindly advised Ai Xinghe to be careful in private, but she was sent away. This was a dangerous building far away from the downtown area, and she could not see the two siblings at all. Yixuan and Fenghua are nearby. Mengleji suddenly felt that the two of them might not be able to stop the slippery siblings. And he would definitely not care about such embarrassing things. There. Really? Chen Weimo suddenly pointed in a direction and pulled Mengleji to let him look. But Mengleji's eyesight was far worse than Chen Weimo's. Or it should be said that normal people could not see that far. Hold me tight. Huh? Mengleji didn't react. Her hand was placed on her neck by Chen Weimo, and then the whole person lost weight instantly. She jumped directly. The air whistled in his ears, and Mengleji was also surprised that he had the leisure to look at Chen Weimo. She jumped off the building with a determined look on her face, and she even hugged herself horizontally during the fall. That's it. He actually wanted to laugh a little. The pull of gravity was not easy to dissipate. Chen Weimo's legs seemed to be under 1,000 pounds of pressure, and the solid ground under his feet was smashed and cracked. Chen Weimo put Mengleji down and immediately ran in the direction of Ai Xinghe. Mengleji couldn't say a word, but he followed consciously. After Ai Xinghe and Ai Guan teleported Chen Weimo away, Qi Yixuan and Mu Fenghua nearby immediately showed up to intercept them. But Ai Xinghe was already very familiar with the space folding device. Even when threatened with weapons, she could still escape smoothly. Sister, why do you have to take action? Didn't she give us the things? Although Ai Guan followed him to escape, he felt that his escape was inexplicable. I don't know what she means, but next to her is the captain of Shibua, so we should just run. Ai Xinghe recognized Mengleji, a famous figure in the Federation, at a glance. If he found out that his weapon was forbidden to be held by civilians, who knew what would happen? He could just run away now. The interstellar world was so big, and the Emperor was far away. He would never meet him again in this life. Pick up Xiao Qi. And let's get out of here. But although the interstellar world was so big, Chen Weimel ran faster. She ran more than a dozen blocks, turned a corner, slid down with her feet, and knocked down the brother and sister. At the same time, she pressed down AI Xinghe and took the folding device. You have something to say, but you have to fight. Right? Chen Weimel easily held the two people, and no matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape. AI Xinghe saw Chen Weimel suddenly appear, and began to wonder if he had teleported her to the wrong place. How could she come back so soon? You? What do you mean by you? It's just a prohibited weapon, isn't it? Chen Weimel didn't want to arrest them. He just wanted to reason with them. You know? You didn't even know that the serial number disappeared. It's hard for me not to know. When Mengleji arrived at the scene, he couldn't help laughing. She always gets serious about some strange things. This time, and last time on Collison Star. Forget it. If you are not stupid or deaf, and you don't want to be a master, you are so far away from the Federation, and you don't have to abide by some rules. He tapped Chen Weima's back and said to AI Xinghe, she just wants to make it clear to you. She has no ill intentions. Chen Weimel let go of him, sat cross-legged on the ground. His anger gradually subsided, and threw the space-folding device back to the other party. You are also from the Federation? Otherwise, why did you suddenly turn hostile after seeing Mengleji? Yes. It's a small place on the deserted planet. AI Xinghe didn't feel guilty. She was only trying to protect herself and didn't hurt anyone. It was just that she was powerless under absolute suppression. She was a little confused about her useless efforts. Sister, brother seems to have run away. After being released, Aiguan rolled to the side to guard against it. But the light on his wrist gave him a shock. It was the monitoring equipment they brought to AI Chi that sent an alarm. What? AI Xinghe stood up and wanted to leave immediately. But because of Chen Weimel, he looked at her half-pleadingly. Let's go! Chen Weimel didn't want to do anything to them. The transformed brother sounded like he was still able to move, but he just had mental problems. Chen Weimel felt sympathetic about their affairs. On the one hand because they had all suffered unexpected disasters, and on the other hand, he also wanted to see the progress of other transformed people. The information one would definitely not have real image records of the experiment. But then she thought, what's the difference between her and those people in being curious about others when they are most helpless and embarrassed? She now has the opportunity and energy to be curious about others, just to survive. Forget it. Let's go too. Things here are over. When we return to the Federation, it will be Finian's Day, and the whole Federation will have a 3-day holiday. Mengleji picked up a strand of Chen Weimel's hair, did nothing, and put it down again. What fun! To celebrate the suppression and recovery of the 6th Military District 100 years ago. It is actually a family holiday until now. What are we going to do after the holiday? Mengleji smiled and said, are you tired? Have fun for a few days, and then think about the future. Chen Weimel was not so curious about the future work. She just didn't know what she should do when she was free. Does the base still need to be stationed? She asked. This year it's Iran and Ishuan's turn. And it's just right that the two sisters will spend the holiday together. Oh, the only job I can think of is taken by someone else. If you go back to Hughes, there will be activities in the city all night, so you won't be bored. Mengleji rubbed his forehead unconsciously. He didn't mean to say this, but suddenly said something that didn't mean it. I'd better go back and hug my silver leopard. Chen Weimel didn't want to join the crowd. Laojua sent me its latest situation. He can't control it anymore. It would be risky to keep a star beast in an ordinary person's home. If you need it, you can leave it at my house. Let's talk about it later. Okay. Qi Yishuan was unhappy on the way back. She had used the space folding device before, but it was a great shame to let two people with no signs of training escape from her hands. She was slack. She looked out the window in silence, replaying the scene in her mind over and over again, trying to find the flaws. The stars outside the window were so bright that they did not catch her eye at all. Mu Fenghua also knew what she was upset about, but there was no need to comfort her. He knew Qi Yishuan's character. He had the leisure to take a good look outside. When driving a spaceship, the scenery outside was never boring. It was just that there were two tiny moving light spots in the far distance. Mu Fenghua opened the telescope and zoomed in to the maximum magnification. Captain, AI Xinghe's spaceship was attacked. There were small fights everywhere in the interstellar space, and he didn't know whether he should report it. But since it was an old acquaintance, it wouldn't hurt to tell him. Chen Weimo came over first, and she was unusually interested. Who hit him? You can't tell. AI Xinghe's spacecraft was hit and fell towards the nearest planet, and the pursuing spaceship was still chasing it. Go over and take a look, Meng Liji said. If you can help, it's a good thing. 3 lives are saved. Besides, he intuitively knew that the attacker was also an acquaintance. The unnamed planet was a barren planet covered with loess, and it was in full view. AI Xinghe's aircraft and another one landed on a very conspicuous flat ground. Meng Liji activated his mental power and found 5 living people on one of the aircraft. He just came to confirm. There was no need to put everyone into combat. He directly controlled everyone. The 5 people suddenly stopped moving. The door of the spaceship was open, and there was a body lying in the corner. When they entered the cockpit, the blood just flowed to their feet. AI Guan was nailed to the wall. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was looking at the door. AI Chi, whom he had never met, was also lying on the ground. Half of his head was burned and exposed, and one of his eyes was so fused that he couldn't open it. Meng Liji lifted the mental blockade of AI Xinghe and AI Chi, and they both regained their freedom of movement. AI Xinghe fell to the ground in an instant, and a large piece of her back had been cut. She couldn't explain what had just happened, but she felt like her body was weighed down by 1,000 pounds, and she couldn't even tell whether she didn't want to move or it was objectively forced. When reality returned, she immediately crawled to see AI Guan. The residual warmth was still there, but there was no response from him. She listened to the rumbling sound of her lungs, and the cold face in front of her was distorted in her sight like a tide. She fell back and knelt in front of AI Chi, although AI Chi was still alive. He babbled hoarsely for a long time, and could not say a complete sentence. His eyes could not focus, and he gradually stopped breathing. Although Qi Xuan was still thinking about how to capture her, he couldn't help but comfort her when he saw that she had suddenly lost her loved ones. She squatted down and touched AI Xinghe's back. The moment she was touched, AI Xinghe's world finally collapsed. She screamed hoarsely and threw the still motionless murderer to the ground, thrusting the dagger in her hand in and out again and again, until she no longer had the strength to raise her arm. No one in Shibuya stopped her. Is it someone from Freedom Technology? Chen Weimo waited until she stopped sobbing and her eyes were empty, and she was crying quietly. Then asked, Yes. They came to chase Xiaoqi, and Xiaoqi escaped on his own. Was it like this when he escaped? Yes. AI Xinghe answered whatever was asked at this moment. Chen Weimo glanced at Meng Liji, hesitant to speak. But Meng Liji took the initiative to ask AI Xinghe, Are you willing to go with us? AI Xinghe looked up, and tears as big as beans rolled down unconsciously. She seemed to be a little confused about whose voice it was, and didn't know who to look at. Don't worry about what happened before. Now we can't be sure whether the people from Freedom Technology are only coming for your brother or want to eliminate all the insiders. At least it's safe for you to follow us. Let's go! Qi Xuan's eyes were level with hers, and he whispered. Then AI Xinghe came back to her senses a little. My brother. If you want to collect the body? No. AI Xinghe quickly denied. Even if they are dead, they must not fall into the hands of others. I would rather die without a complete body. Chapter 51. Qi Xuan repeatedly confirmed with her whether to really blow up the bodies of her 2 brothers along with the spacecraft. AI Xinghe said that since Freedom Technology had tortured his brother into that state, who knew if he would be taken away and reused after his death? At least there were still a few people buried with him, which was not a loss. The aircraft left the ground, and the explosion on the ground quickly shrank in sight. Chen Weimo and AI Xinghe sat opposite each other in silence. She opened the human body modification information and read it quietly. Non-mechanical human body modification usually includes 3 major parts: nervous system modification, removing the limitations of human perception and thinking ability, and expanding usability. Gene editing, used to enhance tolerance or improve personality defects. Physical function enhancement, used to enhance the strength, endurance and other physical properties of skin, bones, etc. What she did in Crystal was mainly functional renovation, assisted by secondary stimulation of the nervous system. This document beautified the process and wording so much that she couldn't bear to read it. That sounds good. But then all the strong corrosiveness, strong pressure, and strong external force she endured were in vain? Holding back her nausea and rolling her eyes, She went through the entire test process. Human body modification will divide the test subjects into 6 levels, S+, S, A, B, C, and D. The first 3 levels are basically usable materials, and the rest are failures with congenital defects or insufficient endurance. Based on the appearance, someone like AI Chi who has lost his recovery and language ability should only be a C. And her is an S+ level with a success rate of only 3%, and can go to the battlefield and perform various complex and dangerous tasks. So, has she been abandoned now? Chen Weimao was a little absent-minded. Anyway, I still want to thank you for giving me that information. AI Xinghe was still crying, looking calm and depressed. Although I haven't had time to use it yet. Did your brother get cheated? Yes. AI Xinghe's eyes finally showed other emotions, no longer completely dull, and a little resentment ignited. About a year ago, they specifically came to our deserted planet with almost no supervision to cheat the poor, and many young people followed them. Xiao Qi was the same. How did he escape? I don't know either. He didn't contact us for 2 months after he left. Suddenly one day he contacted me with an unfamiliar account, told me a location, and then lost contact in a panic. I felt something was wrong. So Xiao Guan and I went out of the Federation to find him. Was he able to speak at first? AI Xinghe recalled the scene of seeing AI Chi again, and his voice choked again. When I found him, he was already like this. And he kept talking nonsense and talking nonsense. Later, he couldn't say a word, and all he said was meaningless. What did he say? Something like fire, pain, and a lot of blood. I don't know what he was talking about. The only thing he said that I could understand was that he was being experimented on. That's why I went around the world to ask about human body modification. He must have been frightened out of his mind by the scene during the experiment. And coupled with the continuous pain, his nerves collapsed. There was no other useful information. That free technology has many participants in the Federation. AI Xinghe looked at Shibo's people as if they were saving his life. They are not legal? There are supporters of free technology in many places. Not just the Federation. Yi suddenly spoke. He lay on the ground, but didn't look at AI Xinghe. In the end, these had nothing to do with him. How can an organization that generously shares the technological achievements monopolized by the rich be boycotted? You still count on the Federation? He slandered in front of Shibo like this. The Federation will not get any rebuttal. He said the truth. The Federation will not drive away such a large civil organization because of 1 or 2 cases involving civilians. What do you want to do in the future? Qi Xuan asked her. What to do? The 3 siblings have been without parents since childhood and make a living by picking up scraps. In order to go out and find her brother, she sold all her belongings, which were not much, and asked someone to exchange the dilapidated house she built for a dilapidated aircraft. Now she has nothing except the damaged weapons on her body. If you want, I can recommend you to the military academy, Mengleji said. AI Xinghe stared at him blankly. I've watched a few of your matches. You haven't received any training, but you have some fighting talent. Although students generally enter school in their teens, you are a little older. But this is not a problem. Mengleji did not ask AI Xinghe to give an immediate answer, letting her think about it slowly. At night, when everyone was asleep, Chen Weimao knocked on the door of AI Xinghe's room. AI Xinghe hadn't slept yet, and couldn't sleep at all. The scene of her brother's tragic death kept appearing in front of her eyes, like a wave in the middle of the night. The only sound in the world was the sound of waves hitting the water. No one wants to punish the murderer. Are you disappointed? AI Xinghe's eyes were full of bloodshot, and her throat was dry and itchy from crying. I know that people like you all consider the overall situation. And the overall situation will not consider the life and death of 1 or 2 people. The desolate planet where she is also a garbage dump for the rich planets. When they send spacecraft to dump garbage, no one will care where to drop it, or whether it will hit a living person. It's the same principle. Are you going to military school? No. I don't have money. She didn't want to owe anyone. If you want, the captain won't let you go to Miller Military School. It's a playground for rich people, and not suitable for you. He means to sponsor you in the name of others, and let you go to Dakoba Military School, which is closest to your home. The military school will pay students a salary, which is enough for you to live. Are you here to be a lobbyist too? AI Xinghe laughed dryly. She thought Chen Weimao would quietly remind her that the numbering was different from that of federal officers. The people in Shibwa are all very good. They won't stand by and watch someone die. Chen Weimao didn't deny it. But it wasn't Mengleji's idea that she came to see her tonight. You can't do anything by yourself. Going for revenge with a grudge will only lead to your own death. So what? Ai Xinghe suddenly burst into emotion. But she didn't scream and shout. She still had her sanity. And she wouldn't cause trouble for herself on someone else's territory. You don't understand how it feels to see your loved ones die in front of you. You are so high-handed when you help others. But it's actually charity. I am also a cyborg. Chen Weimao said calmly. What? Ai Xinghe had been away from the Federation for a long time, and didn't know about the news a while ago. She didn't even know that Chen Weimao was an outsider. I just completed the cyborg experiment the day before you came to see me. Ai Xinghe was dazed for a moment, and lowered his voice. You were sent away by Shiba's people. No. Chen Weimao immediately denied. It was before I knew them. A lot of things happened in between. I was attacked by the people of Freedom Technology. Normal medical methods didn't work. So I had to be cyborg again. Then they. Ai Xinghe's mind was a little confused. Who did you do it to? I don't know anything. I don't know who did it to me. And I don't know why. I'm just working in Shiba now. Ai Xinghe stared at her. As if he wanted to see through her. Survive first. This is very important. How to survive? Live at the mercy of others and be flattering? Like you? Some people don't need to consider issues other than survival. Ai Xinghe was silent for a long time. Your words are really harsh. It's not that difficult to do it this way. What if I can't do anything except survive? Then keep living. If you die, your brothers will really cease to exist. Ai Xinghe collapsed into the chair with no strength. Are you alone too? Yes now. After returning to the Federation, Ai Xinghe agreed to Mengleji's proposal. There are still 5 months before the start of the school season. And she will first go to Oji's company to do odd jobs and save some money. Mengleji originally wanted to return to the Federation and find an excuse to send Ir away. As a result, Ir's various documents were very complete. And it was reasonable for him to stay in the Federation. And there was nothing wrong with it. Chen Weimao went directly back to Lao Shua's house. Lao Shua knew that she was coming back, and prepared the fish she liked in advance. But he didn't know that Chen Weimao's experience during this period was still stuck on the previous things. The 2 people you asked me to check last time didn't take many illegal jobs. But they made a lot of money each time. The account where the money was transferred was transformed through a virtual line. And the source could not be found. Look at this. He handed Chen Weimao a small bag of milky white powder. They have no fixed residence. The people who went to investigate went to their temporary apartment and found that all human traces had been removed, leaving only this. What is this? It is a powder specially used to eliminate biological traces. But the person who did it was probably not very professional. He sprinkled too much and didn't find this loophole. Chen Weimao. So the clue is broken. On the contrary. Lao Shua smiled. He realized that he didn't kill the person, and hurriedly wanted to erase the evidence of his contact with the 2 people. But the most taboo thing in doing this kind of thing is to complicate it. The things he used are too easy to check. Chen Weimao's eyes gradually regained their brightness. This thing is a product of Eder Technology Company. But compared with the ones on the market, it is not a finished product. There are still 2 processes that have not been completed. Which means that the person is not qualified to intervene in the final key technology. Then why didn't he just buy the finished product? The finished product is expensive. 1 gram can be sold for 300,000. If you want to remove the traces of a room, at least tens of millions will be thrown in. So this person has the right to approach the production process of drugs, but does not have high enough qualifications, and does not have that much money. That company is not large. It is not difficult to check one by one. I will do the rest myself. Chen Weimao interrupted Lao Shua. It's already very good. Thank you. It's up to you. If you check it yourself, don't get caught. You are good at fighting. But you need to be careful when doing this kind of thing. Lao Shua did not force it. Her request stopped at this step. But it saved him from the risk of being exposed. And he appreciated it. He asked again, how are you going to spend Finian's day tomorrow? I don't know. I'm not in Hughes these 2 days. I have to visit an old friend. If you have nothing to do, just stay at my place. Thank you. Ah. Lao Shua waved his hand. You are always so polite. What's there to thank me for? I'm quite bored here. I can catch up on the league these days. Miller won the 4th game. And won beautifully. Chen Weimao suddenly remembered something and asked, do they also have a holiday during the league? There will be a lot of interviews. They should still be intensively training during this period. Training? Then why did Lin Qianqing say she wanted to come to her? Chapter 52. Lin Qianqing suddenly sent her a message yesterday. But she didn't reply yet. So she didn't know whether Lin Qianqing would come or not. And she didn't tell him her address. Was he going to sneak out against orders? Besides, what could he come to see her for? What could they talk about? Although Chen Weimao was puzzled, she didn't want to take the initiative to figure it out. She thought about it. She would give herself a day off on the night of Finian's Day, rest for a night, and then go to check the people and things of Edward Technology Company. But she didn't expect that the Federation would mobilize so many troops just for a festival. The whole city was noisy and bright as day. It was impossible to sleep. So let's go out for a walk. It didn't take long to lie down on a small mound nearby. The silver leopard growled at the night sky. The bustle was contrary to its nature, and the sound of fireworks made it very irritated. The fireworks were in various shapes and sizes, like a dream. Some were like dancing catkins, and some were as brilliant as neon lights. Although they were fleeting, they were always blooming. This continuous splendor was so grand that everyone in and outside the city of hues could see it. Chen Weimao touched the silver leopard, trying to calm it down. Why don't we have a festival there? She said to the silver leopard, as if talking to herself. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. It seems that there are no historical events worth remembering. A country that has worked hard for hundreds of years. Everyone is trying to fill their stomachs. Festivals. It seems that there are really no festivals. Every day is the same throughout the year. Is this normal? Of course it's normal. Isn't life like this? Chen Weimao propped up her upper body and looked at the gorgeous reflection of the night sky in the silver leopard's pupils. Give me a response. Ah. She touched the silver leopard's head with satisfaction, stood up and jumped a few times. Chen Weimao, second-class soldier of the 7th Squad, number 364,925, wishes everyone a happy holiday. She looked into the void and gave a standard military salute that was slightly different from the Federation's. We have 16 people, she murmured. The silver leopard was a little sleepy. His eyes were blurry. His head rested on his paws, and his eyelids blinked from time to time. Chen Weimao estimated the distance, took a big step forward, turned right, and walked 5 steps. She jumped back and forth in the invisible grid. Her hair was suddenly blown by her ears, and the roar of the engine drowned out the fireworks in the distance. She watched a small aircraft pass over her head and land on the flat ground not far away. I saw you jumping for a long time, and I don't know what you were doing. Sorry to bother you. Lin Qianqing walked down from the aircraft in a half uniform. How did you find me? It shouldn't be hard for me to find someone. You violated the rules and left the camp. Lin Qianqing did not deny it. Tonight is a small cocktail party. I'm too lazy to participate. I might as well go out for a walk. Why didn't you reply to my message? Chen Weimao ignored him and sat down again. Lin Qianqing was asking for trouble. Seeing the large and docile animal lying at her feet. This is a silver leopard? You keep this? What's wrong? Nothing. He smiled. If a wild creature voluntarily surrenders, it means that the other party is much stronger than it. Is there something? Of course. Lin Qianqing sat side by side with Chen Weimao very naturally. I want to ask you for help with something. What? Help me check an old story outside the Federation. Lin Qianqing took out a small yellowed sketch paper and handed it to Chen Weimao. The painting was of a very beautiful woman with a fluttering skirt. Although it was a black and white painting, it looked dazzling and bright. Who is this? My biological mother. Chen Weimao finally looked at him seriously, and at the same time his brain short-circuited and couldn't think. He is not Gu Qinglia's nephew? That is to say, his mother should be Gu Qinglia's sister Gu Jianai? Lin Qianqing naturally knew what she was thinking. It's just an announcement to the public. I was adopted. My biological mother is an outsider. Chen Weimao remained silent. She was a little confused. Lin Qianqing's mother was an outsider. He was adopted by the Gu family. Although Gu Jianai and his wife died early in an accident, he was raised by thousands of nobles. Gu Qinglai still valued him very much. But Gu Qinglai was very resistant to outsiders, and did not agree that outsiders had legal rights in the Federation. My family is complicated. Just get used to it. Lin Qianqing comforted her. So you want to find her? She died more than 10 years ago. I'm sorry. Why do you feel sorry for me? Lin Qianqing smiled, not looking sad. I want you to help me find out the cause of her death. When did you guess that she didn't die of natural causes? Chen Weimo asked, looking at this portrait. He must have kept it for many years and cherished it very much. And it is still intact. If he knew it a long time ago, why did he check it now? If he just found out recently, did the Gu family hide something so he came to find me? It was a long time ago, but I was still young at that time. And there were some things I couldn't do. Where is your uncle? Why would the adoptive parents tell him about the past in order to make their adopted son wholeheartedly? I found it out myself. Lin Qianqing responded indifferently. Chen Weimo returned the portrait to him. Then why did you come to find me? Anyone who can win the favor of Colonel Meng must not be a mediocre person. Besides, as an outsider, you have different abilities. So when you go out, you can be considered complimentary. I am now a regular member of Shibua and do not take private work. If you don't pay, does it count as private work? Chen Weimo rolled his eyes faintly. Just a joke. Lin Qianqing smiled innocently. And with his youthful and beautiful face, it was indeed difficult to make him angry. If you are afraid of my uncle, I understand. If I were still free, I would do it as long as you paid me. But I am not now. As for why I am in this situation now, it is all thanks to your federation. Chen Weimo spoke softly, and rarely spoke in such a sarcastic way. It is inevitable that you are angry. Lin Qianqing was calm. In the 2 days when your video was exposed, Colonel Ming and Lieutenant Colonel Qi had a debate with a group of scholars at the headquarters. Many people looked down on them for hiring foreigners. And most officers firmly resisted foreigners from entering the army. If they didn't want to protect you and prevent you from being expelled, they wouldn't force you to come in. Chen Weimo had never heard Meng Liji say this. She asked. But all she got was a joke. During your service period in the League, you won some people and seemed to have gained some face. But it may not be the same in front of others. Taking the initiative to challenge you does not mean that you are accepted. Do you need to say this? So that's it. Lin Qianqing put his arm around Chen Weimo's shoulder in a very familiar manner. No one can be trusted. Of course. Me too. Only what you get is genuine. He moved closer, and the breeze from his lips tickled people's ears. No matter what happens in the future, you can go anywhere with your property. Not all places can be lived comfortably with money. Chen Weimo was unmoved. You are talking about an exception. You bought your belongings in advance, which is also money. Lin Qianqing's arms are long and slender, and it is no problem to hold Chen Weimo's whole body. After the League is over, let's go to the Kingdom of Tilts. When did I promise you? Besides, don't you want your arm anymore? Chen Weimo was just too lazy to pay attention to him. Not acquiescing. Don't be so ruthless. Think about it again? Are you so busy in Shibua? Don't ask about military secrets. Just accompany me once. If I'm embarrassed by the people of the Federation, I won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. Chen Weimo glanced at him. Your uncle. Who do the people of the Federation listen to? According to Miller School rules, if a student goes out without permission, he will be punished once and deducted 20 credits. Meng Liji's voice suddenly appeared behind him. Chen Weimo felt a chill on his back and stood up. Just like Ye. He was so subtle. How could she not notice it at all? Colonel Meng, why are you out for a stroll during the holidays? Lin Qianqing was not panicked by being caught. In his opinion, the school's minor rules were just a small matter and meaningless. What are you doing out here? Meng Liji looked at Lin Qianqing, acting like a superior questioning his subordinates, which was completely different from his easygoing appearance in Shibua. Come out to spend the holiday with friends. Friends? What? He's going to find someone to take the blame for his death. Chen Weimo silently took a small step to the side. Are you done? Lin Qianqing looked at Meng Liji, who was holding a bottle of wine and 2 cups in his hands and wearing loose home clothes, and chuckled imperceptibly. We've finished talking, and it's time to go. Meng Liji simply stepped aside to make way. Before leaving, Lin Qianqing bent down slightly, his eyes level with Chen Weimo's. He said nothing and smiled silently. Chen Weimo was left alone here. Why did he come to you? Meng Liji watched Lin Qianqing leave without looking back at Chen Weimo. He still thought, I would take some private jobs to make money like before. What? Chen Weimo didn't want to say it. Although Lin Qianqing came strangely, she also knew that it was not easy to reveal such a secret family matter. And she shouldn't gossip about it with others. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Chen Weimao felt an inexplicable embarrassment in her heart. So she took the initiative to ease it. Is there something urgent that the captain came to see me for? She felt it was too deliberate when she asked. Who would bring wine when they are in urgent need? Meng Leji handed her a cup and filled it up. I brought you a holiday gift. He twisted his body. And the overly nervous Chen Weimao saw that he was wearing a long knife that didn't match his outfit. Chen Weimao reached out to touch it, but was afraid that the wine would spill. So he poured it all into his mouth in one breath. What a beautiful knife. And the weight is just right. The blade looked cold and sharp under the reflection of the fireworks. And the material seemed to be unusual. I found it in the collection at home. The material is the leftovers of my mecha. Meng Leji explained. You only have 2 swords. And they are both gone. I have to give them back to you. Thank you, Captain. Chen Weimao was a little embarrassed. Why did you come out now? I'm the only one at home. My parents are away all year round. I wanted to come out to find you. But you had an appointment. They looked at each other in silence. Hey, Captain. How did you suddenly appear just now without anyone noticing? Chen Weimao thought of another thing. Because you are too focused. Chen Weimao raised his eyelids and decided to ignore his sarcasm. Meng Leji sneered. It's the air. What he said is a bit inspiring to me. What did he say? Chemical hormones and nerve regulation related to emotions, which can be achieved in part with mental power. Haven't you been competing with each other? Why are you suddenly helping each other? Not an enemy. But not a friend either. His voice was a little tired. He is a very confused person. Chapter 53. Early in the morning, Chen Weimao arrived at Meng Leji's house as promised. It was agreed last night that Meng Leji would let Qiu Xiang come and thoroughly check her body to prevent the hidden risks of transformation outside. She finally agreed. Now there is nothing to hide from him about her body data. She really wanted to see what the federal doctors would do when they saw the human body transformation data that came from the Federation and was then beautified. Qiu Xiang had never been so quiet before. He read the information carefully, and his back became slightly loose from being upright. I heard from my teacher before that he caught the last train of the human body modification trend and saw some real cases. Qiu Xiang looked at Chen Weimao with a complicated look, with inexplicable guilt and empty disappointment after the shock. I didn't expect that I could see it too. How old are you? I don't know. Chen Weimao told the truth. No. No. You have to know. This is very important. Qiu Xiang pulled a handful of hair. Measure bone age. Measure carbon. I need to know. Xiang. Meng Leji asked him to calm down. Qiu Xiang stood up and walked around a few times, and asked Meng Leji, are you sure it was the work of the Federation? It's not just the Federation that has this technology. There is no evidence now. But it is very likely. Do you know how serious this accusation is? That. Chen Weimao interrupted quietly. I want to ask a question. Seeing that the two of them were quiet and looking at her, she continued, your gene needle is also a modification to some extent. If it is found that someone is still conducting human modification experiments, will it really cause a sensation? You are all beneficiaries. If that's the case, what are you doing here with a righteous all? Different. Qiu Xiang seemed to have his last fig leaf exposed. Everyone is using a product to gently strengthen their bodies and have fun. There's nothing wrong with that. But suddenly someone throws the corpse of a loud mouse in your face and accuses you of cruelly killing a life. Even if you think the product's birth process is legitimate, you will still feel a little fleeting guilt because of the subtle commonality of being a life. If we put aside human nature, he admitted that the results obtained from human experiments have a leap-forward effect on biology, medicine and many related fields, because the conclusions are more intuitive. There is no need to consider biological differences. Even experimental subjects are easier to obtain than some animals. There are people without money and homes everywhere. Can I ask you for details of the whole process? Qiu Xiang asked with courage. Recalling pain is a very cruel thing. And he shouldn't ask others. Yes. But I was not conscious throughout the whole process. Sometimes I was half-conscious. So it may not be accurate. Chen Weimao agreed frankly. Recording is not difficult. But it is difficult to maintain a rational and objective scientific research mind. Qiu Xiang often stopped writing, saying that he needed to organize it in time. But he just didn't want to admit that he couldn't listen anymore. Except for the scene he accidentally saw on the first day when he broke in without permission. Mengleji's understanding of the entire transformation process was limited to Quillian's oral statement and the written materials, which was very different from the statements of the parties involved. The parties involved were indifferent, as if they were discussing daily life. Skin torn apart, rebuilding bones and blood. How did you hold on? Xiaoxiang didn't dare to look at Chen Weimo again. He had also worked on the battlefield, under the rapid development of the lethality of modern weapons. Either the injuries were not serious with the help of protective gear, or there was no trace of the body. Years of gentle work made it impossible for him to imagine such a scene. And Chen Weimo, like being directly hit, survived tenaciously in the state of a skeleton. It's possible, but it's not necessary. It's okay. To be honest. Chen Weimo looked at the back of her hand, lost in thought for a rare moment. I feel better than before. How is it better? She looked at the small sculpture of a runner beside her. Mengleji said it was made of a rare strong metal from outside the Federation. She stretched out her hand, moved her joints slightly, and directly deformed it. Your hand strength. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Xiaoxiang was somewhat relieved by Chen Weimo's interruption. Then who is better between you and him? It depends on how you calculate it. In terms of mental strength, I have none. In terms of other things, Chen Weimo thought he was looking at Mengleji cautiously. But in his eyes, he could not hide his pride. I can't beat her. Mengleji laughed. Wow. Xiaoxiang seemed to have heard something big. Anything else? Chen Weimo asked him. He asked too many questions, and most of the day had passed. It was the first time that Xiaoxiang was sent away so directly. I think there are no other questions. Don't worry. I will strictly keep personal privacy confidential. As for the human body modification matter, his expression gradually became serious. I will try my best to find out who is doing this secretly. No. Don't take the initiative to intervene in this matter. Although it was Mengleji who said this, Chen Weimo also agreed. He is a pure civilian and can't do such a thing. Although Zhong he didn't say it directly before. From his attitude towards the Federation and the little information he revealed in bits and pieces, Chen Weimo also guessed what the reason was. She couldn't watch another person follow in his footsteps. I have cooperation with major pharmaceutical companies. If I check past cases related to this type of biology, it will definitely be more convenient than you. Xiaoxiang tried to fight for it. He didn't want to sit back and do nothing. If you check it now, it will only alert the enemy. But just do your job well. Xiaoxiang also knew that it would be very abrupt for him to rashly get involved in this field. He, or they, all need an opportunity. He believes in Mengleji. And if Mengleji believes in Chen Weimo, then he will choose to believe it. After sending Xiaoxiang away, Mengleji took Chen Weimo out for dinner. Originally, I thought he would go directly into the city, but he drove to a more remote place. What? Do you want to pick vegetables and make a fire yourself? Although the festival in the city is very lively, there are many more interesting places than Hugh's. I won't sell you out. Mengleji was driving in automatic driving mode, so he stretched his legs and half lying in the driver's seat very comfortably. Chen Weimo leaned on the window and responded without much interest. She had wanted to take advantage of the holiday to go to Edric for a walk. As a result, she spent so much time here today that she couldn't leave until it was almost dark. But facing Mengleji's invitation, she had no reason to refuse. She looked at the sparse vegetation on both sides of the road passing by quickly. Her eyes turned cold, and she asked Mengleji through the window, "What is that place? Why is it fenced off?" Mengleji took a look and said, "There was a spacecraft crash and biological contamination accident before, and it has not been completely cleaned up yet. I was afraid that someone would stray in, so I stopped them. That's it." Chen Weimo suddenly realized. "You've heard of it? I made a little money before, and I wanted to buy a small house outside the city. I saw that the price there was very cheap, but Laoshua told me I couldn't buy it." "Price?" Mengleji sat up straighter. "The land was sold publicly?" "Yes. Laoshua said it was used to fool outsiders. If you buy it back at a low price, the high environmental maintenance costs can be borne by the buyer later." "Isn't this nonsense?" Mengleji naturally realized the seriousness of the problem. Biological pollution can directly cause human mutations. But the land was originally private. After the accident, the government only sent people to deal with the accident and the infected people. And then, they didn't care about it anymore. He has to spend a lot of money every year to restore the soil ecology. But the effect is minimal. So he doesn't want to care about it anymore. and wants to randomly pick a poor guy. Almost. This poor guy is her. Fortunately, she told Laojua in advance. There is no corresponding management department responsible for this kind of thing, and the ordinary people living here know it. Meng Liji immediately changed the subject. Where are you going? Buying land? Qin Weimao also recovered a little from his slack-sitting posture. This is a bottomless pit. Right? There has been no improvement in so many years. No matter what it is. The cost should not be borne by an individual. The seller is also undeserved. But Meng Liji did not expect that he failed to skin his face for the first time in his life. The seller saw that he was a well-known person and thought that he was here to ask for punishment. So he said he would not sell it no matter what. And even directly removed the sales advertisement. I'm really not here to cause trouble. I really want to buy it. Oh, don't make fun of me. I know I'm immoral. I'm trying to make up for it. I swear. I swear. Isn't it enough? I will definitely not sell it to others. If this continues, Meng Liji will become a forced buyer. Chen Weimao pulled him and whispered to him, do you really want to buy it? Let's not talk about whether he will help in the future. He shouldn't pay for the maintenance. If this kind of thing falls on me, the probability of someone taking care of it is always higher than it is now. Okay. Qin Weimao turned around and said to the seller, sell it to me. This is what I wanted. You are? The seller found her familiar and suddenly remembered. You are the foreigner who fought the mecha with his bare hands. Right. Oh. Yes. Yes. You went to work for the colonel. Yes. I have been eyeing this piece of land for a long time. And my captain came with me. The seller's eyes bounced back and forth between the two people. Are you taking me as a fool? Changing his words in front of her. A trap? I'm buying this for her. A holiday gift. Meng Liji echoed. Send her a piece of poisoned land? Qin Weimao, we foreigners like this kind of living environment. The air there is sweeter. Meng Liji, Seller, Really? The seller was a little tempted. If something happened to a foreigner, no one would investigate too deeply. So do you want to buy part of it? Or all of it? He once owned a village's land. If it weren't for that accident, he could have lived a wealthy life with everything he had. It's a pity now. Luckily, his family is rich. Otherwise, he would have been ruined long ago. I want it all, Meng Liji said lightly. And Chen Weimao felt a little heartache. Colonel Meng is so straightforward. Well, I give you another discount. 5 million. Deal? Do you have anything you want to buy that you need to consider the price of? On the way out, Chen Weimao couldn't help asking. Meng Liji really thought about it seriously, it seems. Not. Chen Weimao, Okay. Meng Liji smiled. Wait until the land is cleaned up. I give it to you. I just fooled the guy just now. Don't take it seriously. I don't know when it will be done. Don't be so anxious to refuse. Qin Weimao thought. Yes. After so long, nothing has changed. What can Meng Liji change? Where are we going? It feels like it's been open for a long time. A place for drinking. You like it? Chapter 54. Welcome to the land of Caitlin. Meng Liji pushed open the door. And a strong wood fragrance came from the simple stone house. A melodious chant came from somewhere. But it couldn't cover the laughter. Creatures with different looks and wearing various clothes gathered together. And the end of the room could not be seen. Colonel Meng. It's been a long time since I came. A half-dragon with 3 tails and very thick paws came up to greet him. You only have time during holidays. Meng Liji also seemed familiar with this place. Where's Caitlin? The boss is inside. A lot of foreigners. Qin Weimao sighed. She had never seen so many in Hughes City. And even most of the people here were foreigners. Because the boss here is a foreigner. Her original intention of opening this pub is to give foreigners who have been wronged a place to chat and complain. Then how come you are so familiar with the boss and the waiter? I am also a guest. How can I refuse a guest? Hey you bastard. Get out if you're drunk. A loud voice came from the right side. Qin Weimao looked over and saw a middle-aged woman with 2 small tentacles on her head and dressed in light blue twisting the drunken guest's ears and trying to drag him out of the pub. I'm not drunk. My wife ran away with someone else. So what's wrong with me drinking a little? Wake up. Where did you get your wife? He Li. Throw him out. Caitlin. The little star he liked got married. And he was heartbroken. Someone nearby was watching the fun. What a broken heart. The boss named Caitlin was dealing with the drunken guest while interrupting others. And she didn't make any mistakes in the wine in her hand tray. She saw Mengleji and greeted him. Long time no see. Find a place to sit. Mengleji took Chen Weima to a corner. A place that was not very conspicuous. And Caitlin came over not long after. It's not easy to bring people here. She first brought 2 small cups of purple smoothies. And then handed over 2 handwritten wine menus. What would you like to drink? Chen Weima looked at the words on it and recognized them all. But when they were put together, he couldn't understand. 70% cooked corpse of insect beast. Cold mixed corpse flour. 7-ring steel beast braised in oil. She whispered to Mengleji, "Is this edible?" Caitlin was originally new to the friends Mengleji brought, and looked at her from time to time. But the more she looked at her, the more familiar she looked. You are the Chen Weima who saved people in the league. Right? Chen Weima thought. Am I that famous? She nodded stiffly. I knew it. It's you. We all know you. You are the most promising foreigner in recent years. Today, I treat you. Caitlin's voice was very loud, attracting the attention of people around. Wow. It's true. I finally saw the real person. The face of a queen with a steel body. Awesome. Watch your words. Don't you see who is sitting next to her? Everyone was talking at the same time. If the sound was visualized, Chen Weima would have been crushed to death by now. What are you arguing about? Can't you let them have a good meal? Caitlin yelled at the guests again, although she sounded fierce. No one was angry. She suddenly changed her face to Chen Weima. Smiling, I treat you. We serve you all our signature dishes. You don't have to order. Mengleji also pushed the menu back. What about me? Is your name Chen Weima? Pay. The boss doesn't even organize an event during the holidays. After all, I hired her. Hey. You're so petty. Caitlin looked disgusted. At 9 o'clock, whoever finishes 10 bottles of Cine first will get a free meal. Are you coming? Then why wouldn't I come? Caitlin made a face, smiled at Chen Weima, and went to do other things. Since Chen Weima was admitted to Shibua, she has basically been out, or only interacted with people from Shibua. She didn't know what she was like outside. This boss doesn't seem to be afraid of you. Mengleji laughed. How scary do I look? I thought foreigners would be a little afraid of officers or officials of the Federation. Yes, but Caitlin is not. Mengleji dared to whisper when he saw Caitlin in the distance. She came to the Federation when she was a teenager, suffered a lot, hit a lot of walls, and met a lot of bad people. Later, she worked hard, but when she was promoted, she was snatched away by another Federation person. So she smashed the small company and closed it for half a year. After she got out, she opened this tavern. Because of identity issues? Yes. In fact, that person's workability is not good enough. And the company was bankrupt because of him. Caitlin felt so angry at that time. And her efforts were useless. It was like she had become a different person. She didn't tolerate anyone, and would vent her anger without holding it in. It's better now than then. Yes. She always said before that you have to walk your own way. If someone blocks the way, sometimes you don't have to pay attention to them. Not everyone deserves your respect. Caitlin served the dishes quickly. Those dish names that sounded messy didn't seem so difficult to accept when you saw the real thing. The so-called insect corpse was just a segmented sea creature that had been roasted and retained its original flavor. Chen Weima ate it without worry. But Mengleji beside him didn't eat much. Aren't you hungry? I have to save my stomach for drinking. If I drink after I'm full, I vomit. You're so serious. Freeing the bill is a big deal. Chen Weima, 10 bottles. Isn't that a bit too much? It's okay. Didn't you drink more than 30 cups last time? Last time? Chen Weima didn't realize that he was talking about the time when he was at Gukushing. Now thinking back, she was so nervous that time that she didn't even know she drank so much. Have you ever been drunk? Mengleji asked. No. Alcohol isn't cheap. Isn't it better to drink water? A little bit of alcohol makes you feel erratic? No. Mengleji scooped a spoonful of the smoothie with interest, and seemed quite happy. Chen Weima ignored him, and ate by herself. This was indeed better than most of what I had eaten in Hughes City. Everyone. The waiter took a big speaker and stood in the middle of the room and started to sing. Holiday special event. Drink for free. 10 guests come up and drink at the same time. Whoever finishes these 10 bottles of Cine first will get a free bill today. The name of this wine, it's so greasy. Chen Weimao complained in his heart. Xian means spicy. This wine is bitter and spicy. And it burns my throat. It was created by Caitlin with inspiration from her ex-boyfriend. Meng Leji explained. Is her ex-boyfriend very spicy? No. Meng Leji felt that this questioning format was a bit like Qi Yishuan's. It's that man who can't eat spicy food. And Caitlin wants to kill him. I'm on it. How can I watch you get a free meal while I pay for it? Meng Leji took off his coat and wore only a simple black sweater. He stood in a row of foreigners of different shapes, looking handsome. I didn't expect him to be interested in this kind of activity. At the beginning of the game, he picked up a bottle of wine that was bigger than his head and poured it into his mouth. The water level in the bottle dropped rapidly, and he soon finished the bottle. Chen Weimao herself didn't notice it. She was so absorbed in watching that she forgot to breathe, and only took a breath when she picked up the next bottle. When it came to the third shot, someone next to him had already fallen to the ground, hugging the stool leg to look for his father. Caitlin was also experienced, and when someone was about to vomit, she put a basin in front of his face in time. Chen Weimao observed Meng Leji's condition. It seemed that nothing was wrong. The rhythm was very steady, and drinking was as comfortable as drinking water. When Meng Leji drank the 8th shot, he only had 2 competitors left, and one of them was already unable to stand steadily. He was right. Free bills can really make people excited. Seeing him raise the bottle, before a drop fell, the whole bar was filled with cheers and shouts. Meng Leji's eyes passed over the crowd and fell on Chen Weimao. Good boy. You finally brought someone here. But you don't want to spend a penny. Caitlin smiled and handed him a small cup of specially prepared hangover drink, which can suppress the discomfort caused by alcohol. If you had given me a free bill, I should have been eating with her honestly just now. Meng Leji leaned back in his chair, his eyes revealing a bit of confusion. Are you okay? Chen Weimao stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. I'm drunk and my head is confused. This wine doesn't taste happy at all. Who told you to be so stubborn? But I won. Meng Leji smiled foolishly. Although he sat upright, his collar was a little crooked. Smile more. You look good when you smiled just now. Eat. Chen Weimao rolled up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Because Meng Leji won the game. Some people came up to talk to him under the influence of alcohol. After all, such a high-ranking official is not usually encountered. But more people are still interested in Chen Weimao. You are so lucky to meet a boss who is willing to use you. Hiccup. Chen Weimao held his breath silently, not wanting to absorb this hiccup. She is amazing because she knows how to talk. You didn't watch the video. Who can escape from such a deep water? Who can do it? Well, that makes sense. I am not capable. Don't cry. It's just a salary deduction. You can make up for it by skipping a snack. Chen Weimao handed over the tissue silently. Although she listened attentively, she didn't know how to participate in this kind of conversation. It's not your problem. The situation is not good recently. It's best for us to keep a low profile. Why? She finally asked. Do you know that Xiao Liang from the Border Management Bureau? He's dead. The people who are managing us are very angry now. Xiao Liang? Dead? Chen Weimao's first reaction was, what about Su Xiao? How did she die? He has a beautiful wife. Just one day after getting married, a foreigner with a confused mind on the street touched her several times. He went to stop him, but was killed in return. The foreigner was a scoundrel. He didn't care what he did. Then what? Chen Weimao's tone was a little impatient. What else? The foreigners in that area were strictly examined and many were sent away. It seems that there will be a comprehensive rectification and strict examination in the future. I mean his wife. Oh, I don't know. I originally married someone to rely on. But now my identity is even more embarrassing. I guess. It's terrible. Chapter 55. Meng Leji naturally sat in the passenger seat. He didn't drink and drive. And he didn't touch the automatic driving. Chen Weimao had not been in a very good mood since he heard the news. What's wrong? I drank too much. Not you. Meng Leji's tone was idle, and half of his soul was floating outside. I just heard that Captain Xiao Liang of the Border Management Bureau died. The one you mentioned before? Man-made? Meng Leji immediately sobered up a little. Yeah. Killed by a foreigner. Chen Weimao hesitated. He seems to have married a foreign woman. Do you know him? Meng Leji is always very sensitive to such things. I know him. We were both kidnapped to the Federation together. On the same ship. How is she now? I don't know. Mengleji naturally knew the seriousness of this matter. There has long been a policy in Hughes City to suppress foreigners. But some people think that foreigners supplement the low-level labor force. Which is not a bad thing. The Border Management Bureau is the sword-bearer under all kinds of rumors. And is always criticized for being arbitrary. But in fact, they have no decision-making ability. But now that this accident has happened, the Bureau itself has a reason to exclude her. If you are worried, go see her in the next 2 days. But you have to be careful too. How about I go with you? No need. At this cusp. If Mengleji stands up for the foreigners again, she doesn't know who she will offend. Besides, she also needs her own time to do something. Laojua told her the name of the company. And she had already investigated Edric's production materials and all the researchers. Thanks to the network access framework provided by Zhonghe, she, who came from a backward country and could only fight, could also conduct such a secret investigation. This is a small company, with only 10 people from research assistants to senior researchers, temporarily excluding the 2 senior researchers. There are only 2 of the remaining 3 assistants, 3 junior and 2 mid-level, who are more suspicious. One is Nandong Ijo, a mid-level researcher, and the other is Ma Yu, a research assistant. She decided to start with Ma Yu, a man in his 60s. He is still just an assistant, and is the oldest technician at Edric. He only has 2 work experiences on his resume. The first one was doing garbage disposal research outside Hughes, and the second one was here, where he only worked for 2 years. He also has no academic achievements published. At night, Chen Weimao set off for Edric Company. Although it was a holiday, there were still a few guards left, but they were all tired, like scarecrows, with only a seemingly deterrent effect. But in fact it was useless. She had also seriously learned a lot of knowledge about weapons and equipment in Shibuya these days, and now she could put it into practice. Before entering the ventilation duct, she turned on the body temperature mask. She bought this with her own savings, which were not much, and now her savings amount is terrible. She had already obtained Edric's 3-dimensional skin map, and the pipeline structure inside was not complicated, and it connected all the rooms. The first thing she had to do was to check at which stage the difference between production and storage occurred. This drug would be temporarily stored in the warehouse after each stage was completed, and then taken out to continue production when needed. So there were only 2 possibilities. Either someone took advantage of the fluctuation of productivity after the third to last stage of production, and did not put all the semi-finished products into the warehouse. Or someone directly took some semi-finished products from the warehouse, and then smoothed the records. Chen Weimao made up some chemistry knowledge during the day, and calculated furiously all day. When he was on the verge of collapse, he finally found a discrepancy in the data. The input-output ratio of that stage a month ago was a bit higher than usual. The production log said that the waste rate increased because of the quality problems of the substrate, and the 2 people were the rotating supervisors of that batch of raw material procurement. They have been deducted from their wages as punishment. Now she just needs to access their employee login logs and check them one by one according to the time points. It was her first time doing this, and she was still unfamiliar with it. She hung upside down from the vent and landed lightly on the ground. But the huge and complex facilities made her not know where to start for a while, and she tried for a long time before finding the right storage place. Ma Yu's work was routine and not technically demanding. He handled everything from receiving raw materials, registering them, to initial use. It wasn't difficult for him to steal something, but all the data matched. Although he had accomplished nothing, he was also conscientious. The same was true for Nandong Ijo. Chen Weimao didn't give up and checked everyone else's data. They were all normal experimental losses. Could she have been thinking in the wrong direction? She looked back for a while. Until a year ago. Why did the scrap rate increase a little after Ma Yu worked at Edric for a while? Edric also published several research reports on this issue, and concluded that there had been a pollution leakage accident at the production site, which might affect the quality of the raw materials. She silently recorded the data and returned to the company. But as expected, knowledge is power. The problem that she couldn't figure out was made reasonable by Zhonghe in a few words. For a manufacturer like this, that is not large in scale, and occupies a certain market share with a few products, the technical route must be quite sophisticated. So if there is a problem with the substrate quality, it is definitely not because the substrate reaction type does not match. and it can only start from the content or purity. As for the quantity problem, we can investigate the process before production. For example, transportation. The supervision of small companies is not as strict as that of large factories. The next transportation is at 4 o'clock in the morning on the first working day after the holiday. The driver is named Chin Shu. Although Chen Weimao left Edric, she did not leave the city. She just found a corner to make do for the night. When it was dawn and there were more people, she put on the prepared clothes and went to Su Xiaoxiao's house. This neighborhood is much cleaner than the last time she came. And it is also less popular. It seems that some shops and vendors are gone. From a distance, I saw Su Xiaoxiao repairing the outer wall by herself. The scrap iron bricks were piled up one arm taller than her. But her craftsmanship was not very good. And it looked shaky. Chen Weimao walked up quietly. And with a little help, he was able to arrange the bricks more neatly than she took a long time to do. Su Xiaoxiao shuddered, looked back, and saw that it was a familiar person. So she relaxed. It's you. Are you back from work? She smiled. But there was some fatigue in her smile. Yeah. Chen Weimao didn't know how to comfort people. So he helped her repair the broken wall. But it doesn't look like it's been in disrepair for a long time. It's obviously been smashed. Chen Weimao didn't ask. And Su Xiaoxiao didn't mention it. Stagger them. It's more stable, she reminded. Su Xiaoxiao looked like a lazy young lady. And she had never asked what kind of job she had found. Oh, I saw other people's walls just casually fixed. And I thought it would be fine. That may have steel bars inside. Yours is half a mud wall. Oh. Chen Weimao saw that she was busy and didn't want to help her do too much. She will have her own in the future. She needs to adapt. There was a sound of wind in her ears. Chen Weimao held the wall with one hand and caught the small stones thrown from behind with the other hand. There were a few children making trouble here. She glared at them coldly. And they ran away. Where did these little brats come from? They are from the neighbors nearby. They are just playing around. Playing with stones? Forget it. It's not easy for everyone. Chen Weimao lowered her eyes. Too much tolerance will only backfire. Everyone knows how to pick on the weak. I can't beat them. And I can't yell as loud as they do. I just live my life and not bother with others. What do you want to do in the future? Make money and support myself. Have you ever thought about going home? Chen Weimao finally asked. You were kidnapped to the Federation. If you want to go back, I can help you think of a way. If I can't go back, I don't have a home. Su Xiaoxiao turned her back to her, and her voice suddenly choked. I don't have any home anymore. But she quickly recovered and turned around. But her eyes were a little red. What about you? Do you want to go back? I don't have a home either. So I just work in the Federation. Then let's live together and have a good life. Su Xiaoxiao. A fierce voice sounded. Chen Weimao turned his head, and a three-eyed man ran over here. Where's the remaining money? The date has come. What money? Chen Weimao asked her in a low voice. Su Xiaoxiao's nose was sour. But she gritted her teeth and looked at the man directly. I didn't confiscate your stall. I gave you money last time because you lost too much money, and it was too difficult. Why are you asking me for it again? What's not your fault? If you hadn't provoked a man who was an official for no reason and flirted with a homeless person on the street, and made everyone's life miserable, you should be responsible for this. No, I didn't. Su Xiaoxiao immediately shed 2 lines of tears. She had heard too many such words in the past few days. But she was powerless to defend herself. They only said what they wanted to say. What a mess. Chen Weimao looked at this man as if he was a lunatic. What's wrong with you so early in the morning? Are you talking like a human being? Who are you? The three-eyed man's gaping teeth almost sprayed saliva on Chen Weimao's face. The friends of the bitch are also bitches. All of them are slutty and shameless. What? Can you pay for her? If not, get out of here. Chen Weimao hadn't heard the word shame for a long time. And it was very new. What graveyard did this dregs come from? She felt an inexplicable anger in her heart. She suddenly smiled, raised the steel pipe in her hand to the man, and broke it suddenly. The man was stunned, and wanted to touch it to see if it was a prop. But the next second his neck was strangled and his feet were off the ground. Chen Weimao didn't really want to do anything. She lifted it up, put it down, lifted it up, put it down, like teasing a child. After letting him breathe again, he experienced despair again and again. Tell me how much money you want. No. 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 I don't want money. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving right now. I won't bother her anymore. The three-eyed man apologized very quickly. And when he was put down, he wanted to run away immediately, but was grabbed by the collar. Let me ask you. Do you feel resentful about being investigated? No. No. Not at all. Did Su Xiaoxiao ask the people from the administration to investigate? No. No. Then should you do the same as today? No. He almost broke his voice. Okay. Repeat these questions one by one. Ah? I let you repeat them. Yes. 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 He stood at attention suddenly, his brain working rapidly. I shouldn't take my anger out on Su Xiaoxiao. This is not her fault at all. Speak louder. Let your voice out. Su Xiaoxiao went up to pull Chen Weimo. Forget it. There are so many people watching. I want them to watch. Chen Weimo's hands became stronger. I told you to shout. Didn't you hear me? I shouldn't take my anger out on Su Xiaoxiao. What happened these days is not her fault at all. I shouldn't take my anger out on Su Xiaoxiao. What happened these days is not her fault at all. Chapter 56. Chen Weimo left Su Xiaoxiao's house and returned to Lao Shua's house alone. Unexpectedly, he met Er, who was drunk in the daytime. But he was not drunk at all. And he was just pretending. Are you happy? Chen Weimo saw the lipstick marks on his neck and ridiculed him. We are all passers-by. I still like different ones. Such as you. Go away. Don't be so cold. Er smiled playfully. You can go to save the beauty. Why don't you take a second look at me who is stuck in the mud? Chen Weimo glanced at him, remembering how he taught Meng Liji how to deceive her and hide her breath. She felt a little emotional. Are you watching the fun nearby again? I was just passing by. And it was hard not to notice that person shouting so loudly. Er knew that Chen Weimo would not be really angry. So he came up to her, shoulder to shoulder. The girl is really cute and lovable. And she can arouse people's desire to protect her. This is a good talent. For some reason, Chen Weimo always felt that he was being weird. It won't work. I guess you won't fall for it. Because she and I are the same. What? Il chuckled. You looked very angry just now. How could you resist beating that bastard? You can be angry. But you can't hit him. You still have to convince people with reason. You didn't make much sense. Did you? At least there's no mark on his body. But? Il asked mysteriously. Are you usually very angry? Not much. Chen Weimo thought about it. She didn't even get angry at Mei Chen. The little bastard. And she just let it go. It seems that it continued today. It would be great if everyone was like you. They could control themselves and be reasonable. Er still had a smile on his face. But Chen Weimo heard some emotion in his tone for the first time. It would be boring. How could it be? Someone said before that I don't like to laugh. I'm very serious and boring. Who is it? So that's our beauty? Er was fighting back. He clearly felt that Chen Weimo didn't care. And even missed her a little. I'm leaving the city. What about you? Chen Weimo walked to the familiar fork in the road and asked Er. I'm still in the city. Hughes is really lively, and there are many species to see. It's a good place. Then, goodbye. Bye-bye. The two said goodbye neatly. She had to go back to sleep well, and had to get up in the early morning to keep an eye on Edric's transportation route. Meng Liji also sent her a message, inviting her to eat rare fish meat imported from abroad. But she used the silver leopard as an excuse to turn it down. In fact, the silver leopard has a strong sense of self-management. Although it is a wild and difficult to tame creature, it has been raised at home since childhood and is independent and not clingy. Lao Shuo said that it was born to be a pet. Anyway, I will go to his house as soon as the holiday is over, and then set off to the base together. So this day is not a big deal. Before dawn, Chen Weimo stood on the small mound on the necessary route in the dark in advance. It was not until after 4 o'clock that he saw Edric's cargo truck coming late. Her plan was to run after the car, as it was a small target and would not make much noise. She ran after the car all the way to the raw material factory, and only got closer to observe carefully when the car was being loaded. The handover was formal, and the factory checked it very carefully, and there was no problem. She ran after the car again. Halfway through, the car stopped. The driver, named Chen Shu, opened the storage tank of the raw materials, took out a little, and took out something from under the abandoned stone bench on the roadside and put it into the tank. Then, he restored everything to its original state and drove back to Hughes. Chen Weimo waited until the car drove away before looking at the stone bench. This should be the location he arranged in advance. The things are hidden very well, and no one will notice it. Chen Weimo took out something and put it back. She checked the time. Ran back to Lao Shua's house. Pressed the things on Lao Shua's table. Sent a message. And ran to Meng Leji's house. As soon as Meng Leji opened the door, he saw her dusty, with visible sand in her hair and clothes. What are you doing? I ran here. Do you still need to exercise? I don't have a car. Meng Leji suddenly realized. What about you before? I walk here. I got up late today. So I ran here. Meng Leji smiled. Don't worry. There's no time to ask for it anyway. Go take a shower first. It's strange to come back to the base dressed like this. Oh! Because the previous file wrote that the permanent address was Meng Leji's home. He also prepared another set of daily necessities. Chen Weimo sighed. Worthy of being the captain. He thought of everything. So that he would not be afraid of someone deliberately finding fault. When she came out of the shower, Meng Leji was still working, with dense light and shadows reflected on his face. His expression was calm and distant. Only when he saw Chen Weimo did he soften a little. Had the previous investigation results come out? Chen Weimo felt that it should not be optimistic. I guess so. Meng Leji pushed over a plate of fruit. Yes is yes. No is no. What is the result? She expressed her confusion with a silent gaze. Do you remember the human corpse we brought back from the Hesting Pentastar? Meng Leji asked. Yes. It was also a modified person. We found traces of his past actions outside the Federation. Meng Leji swiped a virtual image to show Chen Weimo. The Scott Empire has a very famous media organization that specializes in exposing and secretly photographing large organizations and business and political celebrities. We used portrait restoration scanning to find him in a photo taken 2 years ago. The photo shows a group of neatly dressed people surrounding a spring of lavender water. Some taking samples, and others on guard. Scott Empire's Serafio Biotechnology Company was caught secretly requisitioning a rare water source. Look at the lower right corner. Chen Weimo followed the man. Scott's people went to Hesting to conduct a biological fusion experiment. And they also let the insect beast run wild. Meng Leji said calmly, Weimo, when it comes to the affairs of other countries, don't easily use the country as the subject to summarize. I'm sorry. It's okay. Just don't let outsiders hear it. He pulled out another file. This is Xiang's summary of your transformation report. Your oral description and actual data are combined. And the results are highly similar to the detection of this person in Serafio. What do you mean? Highly similar? It means the parameters and performance are similar. Then I may be derived from Scott? No. I believe in your judgment. Chen Weimo's eyes slightly strayed. She didn't know how to respond to Meng Leji. But Meng Leji continued to talk about business as if nothing had happened. As you said, Serafio was conducting biological fusion experiments in the insect bee's swarm. But it should not be intended to threaten anyone. In the past few years, there have been sporadic similar records in the surrounding planets and countries. But because we took the initiative to investigate, they were afraid that the matter would be leaked. So they stimulated the insect bee's tide and wanted us to die in Hesting. After all, no matter what the purpose is, it will eventually cause border defense to be blocked, which is a serious crime everywhere. But Chen Weimo felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out yet. But why did they stimulate the insect bees so promptly? If they had injected the virus early, the insect beast would have set out to find energy and food. Yes. Why? My parents reviewed the communication and cooperation with all institutions. The only time they could reveal the acquisition of samples should be when they tried to obtain the production plan of Polydennis Biosafety Company. Because it is a federal company. They said a little more? Meng Leji said so much. But his eyes were not disturbed at all. No disgust. No anger. As if he was not surprised by what happened. The results of the technical tracing of the fusion agent are also concentrated in the Federation and Scott. Polydennis and Serafio have always cooperated closely. And it is normal to have such an undisclosed joint project. What happens next? It seems that the matter investigated by Shibua has been solved. But this result seems to be useless. Meng Leji did not answer, but asked Chen Weimo a question instead. Why do you think they chose insects as experimental creatures? There are already so many verified small creatures. Why do they risk getting close to insects? Chen Weimao didn't know. She just thought that they would do this to their own kind. And it seemed that there was nothing wrong with sending a few worthless modified people to a dangerous place. Besides, if someone wanted to study complex creatures, like insects, to overcome defense problems, or deliberately use them, it would be normal. Forget it. Nothing. Mengliji did not force an answer. Let's go. It's time to go back to the base. This kind of thing does not need to be reported. And there will be no result if it is reported. If there is no evidence that can shake the foundation, then they will remain silent to the end. Oh, by the way, have you checked Freedom Technology? Mengliji suddenly asked. No. What's wrong? Chen Weimao has been busy with Edric's affairs these 2 days. Their leader came out to make his first public speech. He is a former senior pharmaceutical engineer of the Federal Icaros Pharmaceutical Group, named Tang Yi. Mei Chen was standing 2 body lengths behind him. This shows that Mei Chen's status is very high. Do you remember what Mei Chen did before? It has only been 2 or 3 months since they broke up on Liaoning Star. How could Mei Chen climb so fast in such a short time? Didn't he just steal the technical core of the autonomous consciousness of the machine? Chen Weimao searched for the speech now. It is very popular on the Star Network now, ranking only after the League. The content of the speech is in line with the consistent theme of Freedom Technology, which is to share all technologies, reject technology monopoly, and break class barriers. On the way back to the base, Chen Weimao kept watching. The explosive publicity of Freedom Technology caused controversy in many places. Many countries immediately banned the organization, and some welcomed it. But there were a few. Most planets are still watching. Generally speaking, the real purpose is carried out in chaos and disorder. Don't worry. Mengliji saw that she was holding several screens, and was also very tired. Well, she used to publicly support human body modification. Chen Weimao saw her information, and she did not hide this at all. The irritation that quietly crept up in her heart reminded her that she couldn't use her own values to measure theirs. Otherwise she would fall into the trap of empty criticism. Haven't you arrived yet? Chen Weimao asked Mengliji. She needed to find something to do now. It's still early. Mengliji glanced at the navigation route from a distance, and suddenly walked quickly to the operating table. What's wrong? Chen Weimao followed him. They were no longer in the Federation. Chapter 57. Someone has placed an application wormhole in the Federation. Mengliji quickly guessed that there would inevitably be mysterious light sources flashing during navigation. But there was no obvious wormhole crossing phenomenon just now. There should not be many people who can do this technology. He immediately adjusted the navigation direction. But the communication positioning was suddenly blocked. It is rare to dare to kidnap people directly in the Federation. He turned on the backup facilities and established a temporary anti-interference mechanism. This is 328 light-years away from the Federation. The nearest planet is Master Way, and it is the only one. Will someone be waiting for us there? Chen Weimao asked. Of course. Mengliji smiled without panicking. But if the worst happens, all our paths will be arranged. He scanned the wormhole again and found that the nearest one was collapsing. Or to be more precise, being recycled. Someone is nearby and has turned on the stealth mode of the spacecraft. It is like the silence of a beast before it pounces, waiting for the moment when its prey reveals its flaws. I can't go back for now. It will take another 4 hours to reach the next available wormhole. My aircraft is not equipped with many weapons, but it is fast. Mengliji sat in the main driver's seat and told Chen Weimao. Sit tight. We have to escape soon. After traveling for more than 3 hours at the original speed, Mengliji suddenly turned the aircraft invisible and moved forward at full speed. The action changed slightly, and the aircraft was attacked. But the attacker could not be seen. The shielding effect of the opponent was set very well. Fortunately, the aircraft in Mengliji's collection had better defensive effects than many military aircraft, and the short and intensive attacks did not work. He saw the right moment and crossed the wormhole. Although it was a recorded wormhole, no one had actually passed through it, and he didn't know where he would arrive. He could only leave it to fate. As soon as he passed through the wormhole, the spacecraft was affected by the huge gravitational force, and it broke through the engine power and fell rapidly. Mengliji urgently opened the energy shield to protect the aircraft, and in the case of weightlessness, he signaled Chen Weimao to launch the ejection seat to escape together. But in the air, Chen Weimao did not open the parachute, but rushed to Mengliji, wrapped her arms around him, and did not open the life-saving equipment until she was very low. although both of them landed safely. They were covered in mud because they opened the parachute too late. Mengleji sat on the ground and sighed. Why didn't I think of training you to use the whole set of equipment before? I neglected it. Qin Weimo wiped off a handful of mud without caring. I'm afraid of being attacked in midair. I can still help you block it. She looked around. There were no signs of living things, but there seemed to be man-made buildings in the far distance. She was about to get up when Mengleji pulled her back. I said before that I don't need a death squad. And now I add that I don't need a meat shield either. Qin Weimo saw that he looked tense and gloomy, and didn't know where he had done wrong. But he admitted his mistake in time. But Mengleji's face changed several times, thick as fog. And after hesitating to speak, he still relaxed. We don't know who the other party is now. Nor do we know the purpose. If we leave rashly, we will only be pursued unilaterally. You mean we should lure the snake out of its hole here first? Yes. We see what happens. Qin Weimo and Mengleji approached the city using vegetation as cover, trying to avoid open areas. The accessible area was empty. All were robots. Adjustments have been made based on your language. Hello. This is the country of Rex. There is no food, liquid or other supplies stored here, and it is not suitable for organic organisms to survive. If you are not well prepared, please return the same way and come back next time. The robot's prompt was very blunt, but it also aroused Mengleji's interest. Not suitable for organic creatures? Then who are the people here? This place is ruled by digital life, and I act under their orders. Qin Weimo looked at Mengleji, his eyes full of ignorance. What is digital life? We are just a short visit. All consequences are at your own risk. Please let us go. Mengleji told the robot a disclaimer, and went in. After entering the city and walking around for a few times, Mengleji took Qin Weimo into an alley with a retreat route, his face a little solemn. If this is also the location arranged by the people who attacked us, then I have been suppressed. What do you mean? Digital life uses virtual data as a representation of life, and it is a life without entity. Then my mental power has no effect on them at all. Qin Weimo understood. Then we will fight hard. This familiar experience made her smell the scent of old friend. She was already itching to do it. What is mental power? A mechanical female voice sounded, but there was no one around. Qin Weimo held Mengleji behind him and looked around vigilantly. I'm here. Look at the wall. There was nothing on the wall. Come out. Qin Weimo threatened in a low voice. Am I not right in front of you? This wall is me. Digital life. Mengleji chuckled. No wonder all the building materials here look unusual. It turns out that there is data flowing inside. Then the two of them are in the public eye. There is no need to hide it all. What? Qin Weimo didn't react. She looked at Mengleji, and then at the wall. Is this a person? No. Is this a life? She couldn't utter a word for a long time. It's so big I can be big or small. The voice was full of pride. I can be this building. Or a camera. I can be everywhere. Are you the only one here? Mengleji asked. No. There are many people. Qin Weimo suddenly felt a chill on her back. How long have you been like this? More than 100 years. Let me check. The voice paused for 2 seconds. According to our time here, I am 134 years, 8 months and 9 days old. A country of immortality. Mengleji added a little help. Yeah. That's pretty cool. What if the power goes out? Qin Weimo asked the biggest question in his heart. Energy is for robots. We don't need it. Then you can survive with 2 wires? Why do you say such unpleasant things? Sorry. We are outsiders, and don't understand it very well. We find it very new and offensive. Mengleji apologized for her. Forget it. Forget it. I am so old. I won't bother with you young people. The voice finally introduced itself. I am AI. The wall was originally just gray. And suddenly it flashed, showing a symbol they didn't recognize. This is our language here. Pronounced as AI. Joshua. This is Ling. Qin Weimo's eyes widened slightly. Who? She suddenly remembered. Reporter Jia. How can this person lie without blinking? Ah. Hello. Hello. What are you doing here? AI asked. The aircraft is broken, and I want to go into the city to find tools to repair it. But I didn't expect there is no one there. Then I sent a robot to go with you. It's no big deal. Don't worry. Mengleji declined. I'm more interested in this place now. Ah? Do you also want to become a digital life? Then go to the transformation center. There will be robots to help you, AI directly suggested. A block suddenly collapsed at the end of the alley. Mengliji and Chen Weimo stared at that direction vigilantly. Only 2 robots came out to clean up the mess. Don't be nervous. It's normal for it to fall into disrepair after so many years, AI explained casually and returned to the previous topic. If you want to go, you have to consider the time. Everyone's consciousness conversion time is different. If you are in a hurry to leave, you'd better not go. Can anyone do it? Chen Weimo asked weakly. Yes. It's not difficult. So you all had bodies before? Did everyone volunteer to become digital life? Chen Weimo began to be curious. She thought it was pure program code like Longming Star. But she didn't expect it was once a carbon-based creature. Of course. But as for me, I can't say whether I volunteered or not. I was dying at the time, and becoming a digital life was my only way, AI recalled, saying whatever he wanted. I couldn't walk before, and I was sick every few days. So I didn't live long. After connecting my consciousness here, I feel much more comfortable. Hey, that's good. That's right. No more physical pain. And eternal life. Mengliji didn't say anything since he heard AI ask him to go to the Transformation Center. Transformation Center. How to transform? Copy consciousness? He asked calmly. It's complicated, but it's almost the same. Do you understand this? I've heard of some. Are there many digital life forms out there now? It depends on the place. Some are beyond the technology, and there are none at all. Some are in small numbers. This is the first time I have encountered a scale like yours. Alas, sooner or later, everyone will realize the benefits. AI sighed. Then don't bother me for now. Let's go shopping. Mengliji pushed Chen Weimo away. AI is quite optimistic. Chen Weimo whispered in admiration. Be careful. We may be targeted. Huh? Mengliji took Chen Weimo to the other side of the city, where the facilities looked newer and neater. Do you think a person who can't walk would rather live forever or run and jump? Chen Weimo felt something was wrong. She wants complete health. Right? Mengliji lowered his eyes. His meaning unclear. Maybe I'm overthinking. You're not overthinking. Another voice sounded from behind. She just wants to transfer her consciousness to you. Chen Weimo wanted to destroy this place. Why do you speak suddenly, leaving people unprepared? Who are you? Mengliji asked. Meng. I just heard you and AI talking for a long time. And I even destroyed a wall to remind you. You said she wanted to occupy our bodies? Yes. There are a total of 70 or 80 digital lives that have existed here for 100 or 200 years. Some of them regretted and wanted to regain their bodies, while others felt that maintaining the status quo was the general trend. Like AI. She is the former. Those who take the initiative to talk to you usually have other ideas. Then why didn't you talk to us anyway? Chen Weimo sneered. I mean, well, I'm afraid you've been fooled for a while. Meng's tone was high, and he defended himself fiercely. If she gets a body, what does it have to do with you? Mengliji asked back. Of course. What if she regains her body and destroys this place? I'm not afraid of the destruction of outsiders, but I'm afraid of the betrayal of the people who are familiar with the structure and lifeline of this place. They are all virtual things, and they are still assigned. Idle. Then how will you stop the other party? Cover. Make his consciousness disappear completely. Without arms and legs. Can you still fight? Alas. People. Chapter 58. Chen Weimo and Mengliji were walking on the street in silence. Although it was daytime, it was eerie and strange, and this silence made it even colder. Occasionally, robots passed by, looking straight ahead, moving in the direction they were set to. Chen Weimo didn't know what digital life usually did. Did they just shuttle through the data lines like this, looking at the unchanging scenery outside for thousands of years? They were pretty bored here too. Is there really no one here? Chen Weimo asked. She had always envied Mengliji's living radar function. There is indeed no such thing near us. Using mental power to explore the world is different from using eyes to see. The world here is empty, with only one person beside him. Mengliji tilted his head and stared briefly. When a robot passed by him, the mechanical joints hummed and suddenly raised its right arm towards him. The micro needle pierced his clothes, but the connected arm had been broken off by Chen Weimo. Don't be distracted while walking, she instructed. Yes. Although the mechanical arm was broken, the robot was indifferent and just walked over as if nothing had happened. It was not set to take the next action. It seemed that it didn't matter whether it succeeded or not. It was just a test. If you really want us to die, just bomb us directly. Why bother with so much effort? Mengleji took out a small interface from the space storage device and plugged it into the robot just now. He didn't follow, but turned on the optical computer. After a few minutes, a series of data was transmitted. What is this? Chen Weima came over curiously. It was all digital codes that she couldn't understand. A new toy. I just got it during the 2 days of vacation. Mengleji even showed her the results. It can break through most virtual defenses and obtain raw data. So what does it say? Commands? Mengleji pointed at 2 lines. But seeing the blank look in her eyes, he realized that she probably didn't understand these. There is only this one command. The previous ones were either cleared or there was none. It may not be a machine originally produced here. Then, is it aimed at you? Chen Weima rubbed her knuckles unconsciously. After all, this thing can't pierce her skin, and the medicine inside is likely to have no effect on her. Maybe? Mengleji responded lightly, and he didn't seem nervous. Who did you offend? There are many. Mengleji flipped down a few more codes and laughed. Look, the order is to capture alive. I have done good deeds all my life, and this is what I deserve. Since we've captured them alive, let's just run. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of robots appeared in front of him, their weapons already revealed. Capture them alive? Chen Weima confirmed with him. At least the one just now was. Mengleji handed a few more interfaces to Chen Weima. Don't rush to completely damage them. It takes 3 minutes for the data to be fully transmitted. Okay. If it was a robot of the same level as the one just now, Chen Weima felt that it would not be a problem to dismantle it completely. She and Mengleji walked straight towards the group of machines. It was not difficult to deal with them simply. But suddenly 2 or 3 robots switched to micro-beam cannons and fired without any rules. Not caring whether people survived or whether other robots could work normally. Chen Weima glanced at Mengleji while dodging, and seeing that he could handle it, she approached those unusual machines with peace of mind. When it comes to delicate work such as connecting the interface during operation, she has a higher success rate. The instructions received by this batch of robots are very messy, and they do everything. Chen Weima's fight was inexplicable and messy. After a few long minutes, she could no longer bear it and tore them into pieces. When she turned around, Mengleji was gone. Just now, she vaguely saw that he seemed to lead several robots into the alley. Chen Weima chased after him, but they were only broken fragments. No people, and no blood. Captain? She asked in a low voice. No one responded. She shouted a few more times. Still silent. It was such a small place. Where could he go? Her mind seemed to be ignited by a tiny spark, and the chaos was filled with heat. Did you see that man just now? She started talking to the wall, and as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she covered her face and regretted it. Is she crazy? She stood on the wall at the dead end and looked down. Captain! Mengleji! She was not afraid of hearing her real name. She couldn't care about it now. She suddenly remembered a place. The transformation center. Now the 2 of them were like ants in the palm of their hands, and they were under the sight of others wherever they went, and they couldn't escape. Who knows what tricks the digital life here will use to kidnap people. It is also possible that the culprit who forced them here did it. Yes. Then his life should not be in danger. Chen Weima calmed down and ran in that direction. Not long after running, there seemed to be a muffled sound of collapse nearby. She immediately turned around. After turning the corner, she was hit in the chest, and the smell of blood and raw earth instantly enveloped her. She froze in place, with her arms raised in a vein. Memories and reality suddenly overlapped, and the continuous screams of pain gradually rose in her ears. Live well. What? Her thoughts stagnated, and she subconsciously asked with uneasiness and doubt. Leave here first and find a damaged building. This was Mengleji's voice, pulling her back to reality. Yes. Although she didn't know why, she did it first. Mengleji was a head taller than her, but she had no pressure at all to hold him, and it even turned into forced dragging. When they found the place, Mengleji had fainted, with a horrifying wound on his right shoulder, and blood dyed half of his body red. Medicine? Yes. They all brought it. It should be no problem to stop the bleeding. Fixing belt. Chen Weima tore off Mengleji's shirt. Barely enough. People are still breathing. As long as they are alive, it's fine. When Mengleji woke up, It was already dusk. Here, the intersection of day and night is a sky full of blue and green light. The strange sunset shines into the house, and on his face, Mengleji, who is still unconscious, thinks someone is coming to take him away from this world. How long have I slept? He saw Chen Weimao kneeling obediently beside him, looking even more listless than him. More than 3 hours. Federal time. Chen Weimao was not happy. She barely raised her eyelids. It's okay. It didn't take too long. Mengleji wanted to raise his hand to rub his eyes, but the sharp pain in his right shoulder suddenly attacked his brain, which made him a little more awake. He stretched his neck and saw that his upper body was tied up and naked. Why are you covered in blood? Mengleji's voice was still weak, but he also noticed that something was wrong with Chen Weimao. Yours. In addition to the hole on your shoulder and arm have slight fractures and fractures. Don't move. What's wrong? Did something happen? Captain. Don't die. Mengleji saw that she looked serious and her eyes were bloodshot. The heartbeat that he usually didn't feel had a strong presence at this time. You saved her life. He raised his other hand, which could move, to her face, and then to her neck. You didn't wipe the blood. It looked scary. But the blood had dried long ago and couldn't be wiped off. Okay. Let's talk business. I use my mental power to connect with you temporarily. Don't make a fuss. Don't get excited. And don't hit me. Mengleji held her hand and looked at her quietly. Although Chen Weimao didn't like this feeling, he endured it and remained calm. I ran away on purpose just now, because the robots were sent by at least 3 groups of people, some of whom wanted to force me away alone. So I left. After dealing with those people, Mei appeared and said he would take me to a safe place. Although I never believed him, I still followed him. After entering an empty warehouse not far from you, he said it was done by AI and wanted to take me to the transformation center. But I couldn't hear the fighting outside, so I thought he must have changed the building's properties to improve the sound insulation. I knew he wanted to do something to me, but no matter what, he would keep me alive because he needed my body. Chen Weimao suddenly raised his eyes, and the hand that was originally resting on his palm took the initiative to hold it, exerting force mercilessly. It hurts. It hurts. Mengleji couldn't shake it off, so he had to beg for mercy. I'm a wounded person after all. Please be gentle. I want to take a gamble and force the third party behind me out. Third party? Chen Weimao thought about it. Those crazy robots that shoot unconditionally. Mengleji finally spoke. Meng seems to be determined to get me. His body can be treated even if it is damaged. So he will hurt me, but not kill me. If I go to find him, it is feasible for you to leave. Chen Weimao's tired eyes rose with disbelief again. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? 2 voices sounded at the same time. Chen Weimao's body suddenly tensed up and immediately entered combat mode. When did you start wanting to kill us? Mengleji was not surprised and asked this strange voice. Chen Weimao was a little numb, pointing to the wall here, and asked silently, just him? Can speak now. Oh, you didn't refuse to go to the transformation center. If you don't refuse, you may be tempted. People's desire for eternal life can never be estimated. Are you sick? I can easily destroy your place. Who wants to stay here? Chen Weimao seemed to have heard some joke, thinking that everyone regarded this thing as a treasure. Consciousness does not disappear with the disappearance of the physical object. We can go to all parts of the world. If you want to go out, you should have gone out earlier, and you won't be waiting here for the living to come. Mengleji pinched her quietly, indicating that she should not really anger this person. The voice was silent. It was said, he is a loyal supporter of digital life. It's not that no one came before. Some people wanted to live forever, but they were all eliminated by their faction. There were also those who wanted to maintain their original bodies, but this group of people did not want to coexist peacefully with them. It would have been fine if they simply left. But they also destroyed all the mechanical equipment brought from here. They dominated this land like ghosts. But they were completely cut off from the outside world. They have existed on this isolated island for more than 100 years. I want to leave, and I need your help, Mengleji said bluntly. But if I kill you, I don't need to spend any extra time. Chapter 59. It is said that people have to bow their heads under the eaves. But Chen Weimao hates being threatened the most. Mengleji calmly responded, but I will find Ming before you kill me. What's the point of going to the transformation center? Who controls it? And what can Ming do? It's ridiculous. If they are not sure, Why would they persist in deceiving living people? Have you confirmed it? If you are really not afraid of people going, why did you show up to stop me? Chen Weimao glanced at Mengleji. How do you know this? We have all been here for the same amount of time. How did he know? He was trying to trick him. Mengleji silently passed the message in his mind. And he didn't expect Chen Weimao to listen so attentively that he didn't even retract his hand. What do you want to do? The voice disappeared for a while, and then reappeared. What's your name? Yen. Who put the gravitational device outside the wormhole? They put it there. And they waited hopelessly for the living people passing by every day. And they didn't know what to do. After verifying his idea, Mengleji said, I need a flying machine that can pass through wormholes. Is it that simple? You don't want some people to recover their bodies. As long as we leave, you won't have this concern. This matter is not complicated. Mengleji's words make sense. Yin doesn't think killing them is the best choice. Not to mention the sick man. Just looking at the battle formation of this woman just now. It may not be a joke to destroy half of his city. Okay. But I can only help you block Meng and AI. You can deal with the other group of people by yourself. Of course. After Deng Yan's voice disappeared, Chen Weimao remained alert, fearing that someone would show up again without anyone noticing. We are all here. There is no place to hide. Mengleji was now very calm. This place was less private than if 800 cameras were installed. There was no other way except to accept it. Captain, there are 3 groups of people now. One wants the body. One wants to kidnap us alive for unknown reasons. And the other wants us to die directly. Why did you go straight to the last one? Are there any room for negotiation for the other 2? Chen Weimao, that's not the case. You can't let him in and take up half of the brain. One body with 2 souls. Right? Then why do you dare to ask him for a spaceship? Aren't you afraid that he will do something? Chen Weimao asked again. Your spaceship has an energy shield, so it shouldn't be too seriously damaged. Right? We each have 1 spaceship, so we won't be wiped out at once. Seeing her pouting in disgust again, Mengleji chuckled, his shoulder aching, and he hooked up again. Check carefully before boarding the spaceship. We don't have many weapons, and I can't use the mecha in my current state, so I can only find another way to get rid of those people. Speaking of this, Chen Weimao unloaded Mengleji's optical computer and planned to look at the data sent. After flipping through it for a long time, he remembered that he couldn't understand it very well. Is it this? She asked patiently. Would you like to learn these when you return to the Federation? Can I learn it, too? What's wrong with that? A faint smile appeared in Mengleji's eyes. In addition to the Mecha Masters required courses, other students can also take elective courses. Have you learned all of them? Basically. But I didn't learn the ones that were too difficult. Chen Weimao's eyes lit up strangely, but Oji said that his schedule at school is always full, and he is dizzy from studying all day long. How do you have time to learn other things? Oji's favorite is fighting and mecha practice. Learning a theoretical course is like taking his life. He has talent, but his performance is very biased, and he is always punished by the teacher. Mengleji thought of the past school and found it funny. But seeing that Chen Weimao seemed very interested in school, he talked more. Wait until we get back. Will Mu Fenghua be willing to teach me? He doesn't talk much, but he is very enthusiastic. Chen Weimao was immersed in his ambitious study plan, but he didn't notice the subtle frustration in the person in front of him. Yin was very eager to send them away, and soon he prepared the spaceship. During this period, only a few robots came to visit, and they were all dismissed by Chen Weimao. She had a lot of questions in her mind, just waiting to leave this hellhole. The 2 of them did not board the aircraft they came in, and Mengleji used a light brain to remotely control it. They did not return immediately from the wormhole, but chose a new way. Chen Weimao watched the silver-gray aircraft following behind, and suddenly split into 4 smaller ones while moving at high speed, 3 of which had violent, strong and dazzling explosions. The light ball produced by the explosion could not exist for too long in the vacuum environment of the universe. But the fragments still kept moving at the same speed during the rapid movement. In the flames, Chen Weimao saw 2 spaceship shapes flashing by. Found it. Mengleji immediately let the last small aircraft rush over, and let Chen Weimao drive them to kill them back. How could they give up so easily? They took so much effort to bring them out, but they couldn't kill them. Their job was not easy. The spacecraft's external structure was destroyed by the mutually destructive collision, and the stealth function was also destroyed. They appeared naked in the vast deep space. Before they could fight back, they had already entered the range of Meng Leji's mental control. Meng Leji rushed over calmly and asked Chen Weima to tie up those people. Why didn't you use your mental power earlier? Chen Weima sat on the ground and poked the faces of those people. When we first found them, they were too far away and out of range. Meng Leji smiled helplessly. I'm not a god who can do everything. He released the mental control, and the eyes of the 6 people gradually regained clarity. Freedom technology? Meng Leji asked directly. The 6 people looked at each other. Is the target this time? Do you want me to ask or let her ask? Chen Weima looked at them coldly. Yes. It's freedom technology. We got an order to kidnap you. Purpose? We really don't know. We just said we want to capture you alive. How many routes have you set up? 3. Oh! Meng Leji replied indifferently. Then how do you plan to deal with her? The leader glanced at Chen Weima and confessed honestly. The superiors told us that if we can't beat her, don't fight her head on. Just get rid of her. Have you ever thought that she is still on the spaceship? Meng Leji's mouth curved with contempt, signaling Chen Weima to knock these people out first. If I, a federal colonel, disappeared with you, but you are safe and sound, who do you think the Federation will blame first? Meng Leji said softly. How exactly do they want to get rid of me? Chen Weima was still immersed in the previous question. How could she be thrown away so foolishly? Maybe there will be more obstacles on other routes. They don't want me to use mental power to interfere with my mind. And they will definitely not use human wave tactics. But anything can happen in complicated situations. Meng Leji answered patiently, but still let her think about the main topic. Weima, why do you think they are making a fuss about you? This time, the kidnapping was well thought out in the early stages. But here, it was a bit of a joke. Chen Weima couldn't think about such a complicated problem now, as she had a lot of things to deal with before. Freedom technology had a reason to mess with her. But why did they target Meng Leji this time? Meng Leji was very famous in the Federation. They dared to do this, so there must be some necessary reason. Captain, when you go back, spread the news that you were taken out of the Federation. Meng Leji lowered his eyes. His face darkened. Weimo, I don't want to lie to you. That's what I thought. So I took the initiative to get hurt. Isn't it impossible to hide? My mental power can't sense the robot. But my basic combat quality is still there. Meng Leji said lightly. I'm not so bad as to be hurt by such a little trick. Captain, are you a little bit? The ink is black when it's with you. Let's talk business. Chen Weimo's eyes dodged unconsciously. Do you want to spread the news that the mastermind is freedom technology? Meng Leji, that was my previous thought. Since it coincides with theirs, let's not do it. Why? Do you want to be the target of public criticism? What's the matter? I will be watched wherever I go. Meng Leji looked at her, his eyes darker than before. Follow them, and you can see what they want to do next. Chen Weima didn't notice anything wrong and continued to speak, thinking it was completely reasonable. Let's talk about this when we get back. Meng Leji laid down directly, not wanting to listen anymore. Captain, don't get hung up on such a small matter. You can't bleed so much in vain. Chen Weima poked his arm. Captain, when we get back, Iran will definitely say the same thing. Captain, then I will do it myself. Meng Leji turned his head sharply, like 2 groundhogs, one lying and the other standing, staring at each other with meaningless glare. Forget it. Meng Leji was suddenly struck by the childish shame that surged into his heart, and he stopped urgently. When we get close to the Federation, ask Oji to come out to pick us up, and bring another set of clothes with him. All? Chen Weima looked down at her dried blood. At least you still have some. But you tore all mine. If you go back clean, it will be bad if some people hear about it. The blood on his sturdy body was also dried, and Chen Weima had to admit that her unconscious actions and panic made her look very beautiful. Oji received the message from Meng Leji and Chen Weima, and had to open a video to confirm whether it was him. At the border, an inconspicuous aircraft flew out of the huge ship port of Shibuya Station and docked with the spaceship where Chen Weima was. In Oji's eyes, Meng Leji had never been so embarrassed. He cried and almost broke the bandage. You? Why are you covered in blood? You are injured too? He looked Chen Weima up and down again. Where have you been? It's been more than 3 days since I told others that you were out on a mission. I would have gone crazy looking for you in private. 3 days? Chen Weima felt that from Meng Leji's home to now, it was only 1 day at most. Some wormholes will cause time deviation, which is normal. Mengliji was very calm. Oh gee. Destroy the aircraft. And don't let any parts fall into the Federation. Chapter 60. Chen Weimao understood that he was afraid that some digital life forms would take the opportunity to escape and run to the Federation. Oh gee was still confused. But he did it anyway. Qiren's face was the worst. He doesn't do his job every day. He was tricked out of the Federation during his vacation and got injured when he came back. Who will do all the work in this team? Who will do it? It was the first time that Chen Weimao saw how Qiren and Mengliji got along. There were only 3 of them in the room. And she was the one who was scolded. With her head bowed in the dust. Mengliji had long been accustomed to it. While sucking the nutrient solution, his eyes followed Qiren. Is there anything urgent these days? If there is anything, can I still stay here honestly? Isn't that good? Qiren wanted to slap this smiling face pretending to be indifferent for the 10,000th time. But something happened in the 3rd military region. Qiren's temper was quickly retracted. And he returned to his usual gentleness. The long-term war between them and the Star Bandits suddenly intensified. The cause was that the Star Bandit branch headed by Sheng Tai detained a mecha engineer. And the army captured several important leaders alive. The 2 sides suffered too much loss in the fight. And they couldn't save face and stopped. So they were deadlocked. Mengliji listened for a long time. Does that have anything to do with us? The superior said that they want to win over the engineer. And the 3rd military region is also fighting for him. So in the end, this task will be shared by the 3rd military region and our independent region. What engineer? So big? Lu Yu, who learned from underground by himself, seems to have some very valuable drawings in his hands. Qiren is not an expert in mechanics, so he is not very clear. Anyway, Moruo will come to negotiate with us in the end. Seeing their expressions, Chen Weimao asked, Who is Moruo? The 2nd place for 1,000 years. Mengliji answered. Officially, he is a colonel of the 3rd military district. Qiren added. He was always the 2nd in every league before. This is the first time I've seen him. After graduation, Mengliji sighed. The independent district has rarely cooperated with other military districts. This time, if we want to snatch him from the 3rd district, we probably have to start with the engineer. Qiren was too lazy to recall and just thought about the methods. He was able to learn by himself to the level that attracted the attention of the military region, which shows that he is very good, whether it's money or something else. Let's decide. Chen Weimao listened quietly and didn't interrupt. After the 2 of them finished discussing, Qiren asked, Have you 2 thought about what to do after you come back? Spread the news as usual. Chen Weimao said before Mengliji. I think so too. Mengliji, Captain. What do you think? Qiren never used this title in private. Captain? Chen Weimao agreed. Haven't you always been reluctant to show up in the spotlight? Why did you take the initiative this time? Mengliji asked. You decided to bring her into Shibuya. And you're still saying this now? Qiren ridiculed Chen Weimao before she responded. What I mean is that being kidnapped, injured, and being with Weimao can be known to others. But the matter behind it is about freedom technology. So it can be suppressed. Qiren said again. She didn't believe Mengliji hadn't thought about it. But it would be a pity if such a good opportunity was let go because of unwillingness. She had to force him. Fortunately, Chen Weimao was not a soft-hearted person. She was very relieved. The other party nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. The more confusing the better. If it is too clear, it will seem like a gratuitous argument. Okay. Mengliji compromised. He also told Chen Weimao. No one usually mentions this. But if there is something in the future, I know. Just put all the blame on me. Chen Weimao accepted it calmly. She didn't care about other people's thoughts and actions at all. Just know it in your mind. Moero said that he would go to Shibuya Station in 7 days to discuss the redemption of people. During this period, Chen Weimao followed Mu Fenghua to learn some basic courses as she wished. I thought that it would be fine if I could understand a little bit. But it turned out that she started halfway through and had no foundation at all. So she had a hard time learning. Except for daily basic work. She basically followed Mu Fenghua. Sometimes she felt bad. A 3S level mecha master was helping the poor here every day. And he was very patient. Many people in the base knew that Chen Weimao was learning the basic courses they took in the military academy. And no one would dislike serious people. But they were also more curious. Why such a cold and quiet person was so irritable in the training room these days. He broke several auxiliary tools. Those who wanted to learn a few moves from Chen Weima in the past were a little afraid to go. Some people asked Qixuan and Oji privately. They usually fought the most with Chen Weima and had the best relationship with him. But they just responded lightly, "Don't ask. Give the child some face." However, when someone really went to find Chen Weima, she was very stable. As if she was not the one who smashed the training room. Meng Liji used the federal medical care and recovered quickly. Although he has not recovered to normal, his daily life has not been affected. He also went to the training room to join in the fun. A row of people sat by the wall in the room, staring blankly at Chen Weima and the self-service machine trainer's confrontation. Or to be more precise, a unilateral dismantling. Seeing Meng Liji come in, no matter how curious they were, they still stood up and saluted in a proper manner. "Captain." Chen Weima also stopped. After pulling out the engine core of the trainer, she didn't sweat a drop, and her breathing was steady. "Are you worried recently?" Meng Liji looked at the mess and asked cautiously. "Not bad. You look irritable and patient, and many people are afraid of you." Chen Weima sat down, trying to put the machine trainer back, and whispered sullenly, "I don't understand. What thing what taught?" Meng Liji wanted to laugh, but politely held back. "If I go to your military academy, will I not be able to graduate?" Chen Weima was upset. She didn't think that mental power was something extraordinary, so she didn't have it. But she didn't expect that her IQ was not enough to overcome these things. "You are too impatient. That is a compulsory course for us for 1 or 2 semesters. And you have only started for a few days." Meng Liji handed her the parts to be assembled next. He turned his back to the others in the room, and no one saw the smile on his brows. But Oji said these are not difficult. You listen to his nonsense. He failed the first test. Meng Liji ruthlessly exposed. Chen Weima was busy assembling, and she was very fast. She was annoyed and didn't know how to control the severity of the work, so she damaged a lot. If Zhonghe saw this, he would definitely laugh at her. "Say something happy." Meng Liji lowered his voice again. "I dug up some interesting things on the land I bought last time. Do you want to go and see them? Is everything cleaned up?" Chen Weima felt that his schedule was similar to hers. So how could he have time to do this? "No. It's too early. If you want to completely renovate and purify it, it will take at least 1 or 2 years. But we took samples for testing and found something new on the surface." Chen Weima shrank his neck. "You can't leave the base without permission, right? No need to go out. It's sent to the base as experimental materials. Let's go to the laboratory." "You haven't seen it yet?" Chen Weima has never been there. Not because of the high confidentiality, but because the people in the laboratory are too curious about unknown things, and they always look at him with unusually hot eyes. The few people in Shibua who knew about her transformation did not spread the news. So in the eyes of others, she was still the magical outsider, based on Qiuxiang's previous attitude towards her. It is estimated that the gang also wanted to dissect her. Fortunately, with Meng Liji leading them, they restrained themselves a little today. "Look!" Meng Liji pointed to a transparent container for her to see. There were 3 flesh-colored sticky objects in the soil, which were only the size of sesame seeds, and they would not be noticed at all if they did not look carefully. "What is this?" Chen Weima had never seen this kind of creature before. "It's a new species," Meng Liji patiently explained. "It's a very simple organism with a clear response to external stimuli and can metabolize and exchange energy. But that piece of land was once completely inactivated by organisms, and the current strong radiation is not suitable for the survival of organisms." Is it the remnant of previous organisms or a new one? Based on her limited knowledge, she felt that it would be impossible for a new organism to evolve in such a short time. Last time on Baverson, it took millions of years for a new round of biological activity to occur. The environmental factors there are too complicated, so it's hard to say now. In any case, the vitality of these 3 is very strong. Chen Weima stared at them, and suddenly put his finger on the outside of the vessel. They actually tried to avoid it. "Captain, you are using public power for personal gain." Oji was bored and pushing and pulling the railing on the terrace across from the laboratory. "Oh, even you can see it." Qixuan stood with his back to him and his arms folded. "Nonsense. Why didn't the captain take me to see it?" "I'm not stupid. Mu Fenghua saw some signs. I guess only the person involved doesn't know yet." "Alas, OG suddenly sighed. Since we are asked to pay attention to the reactions of other people in the base, this is the job I don't want to do the most. And I happen to encounter such a clumsy method of the captain. There is no other way. The news of the captain's injury was released just in time to see how the people in the base react to Chen Weimo. Qi said in a deep voice. I never noticed it before. I felt that everyone was quite normal. But in fact, they were more afraid than curious. You can't beat them. And you don't know them. How many people can get along peacefully? Don't blame them. I know. But the people who live together day and night are like this. And it's not certain what they are like outside. OG and Qi looked at each other and sighed at the same time. In OG's opinion, Chen Weimo agreed to do this. Although she was rational, emotionally speaking, it was no different from self-destruction. The person who should not show up now took the initiative to stand up. Was she also a proactive person before? Maybe after learning a little about her life experience, her thoughts changed.